I've always had a unique way of thinking since I was young. At 3 years old, I touched the dog and stole a chicken. At 6, I secretly hit my father's younger brother. At 18 years old, I still couldn't figure out 1 plus 1. Even the dog shook its head and said my IQ was low. Seeing this, my dad had a bright idea. He immediately wanted to spend $8 million to have the doctor swap my brain with the dog's. However, on the day before the surgery, I actually awakened to an IQ recharge system. As long as you pay, you can increase your IQ. Excited, I directly sold my house and increased my IQ to 250. Even Einstein wouldn't be enough in front of me. The next day at 8 o'clock, I woke up at 7:59. As the bell rang, I walked into the classroom on time. At this moment, my classmate Su Lanlan came over and said, "The teacher is about to collect the papers, have you finished writing?" Hearing this, I shrugged and said, "You're really not afraid of death, huh? Have you forgotten about Jean Pang's miserable situation?" Just the day before yesterday, Jean Pang was called out of the classroom by the head teacher for not doing his homework, and his parents were also called. It's definitely too late to copy now, you're in big trouble. Feeling completely disheartened, I glanced at my test paper, but as soon as my eyes touched the words on the paper, I suddenly felt that these questions became clear. Before, I had to read a question over and over to understand it, but now, in the blink of an eye, the answer to the first question popped into my head. I chose D and was stunned. I turned to look at Su Lanlan's paper, and the answer to the first question happened to be D as well. How is this possible? I automatically calculated the answer in less than a second. This is incredible. Could it be that the intelligence enhancement system I used last night actually worked? In less than 10 seconds, I finished all the multiple choice questions. At this point, Su Lanlan was still gloating on the side. Even if I wanted to guess randomly now, it's too late. The teacher will be here soon. But when she saw my paper, she was dumbfounded. My answers were exactly the same as the standard answers she found using software. Before Su Lanlan could react, I quickly finished writing all 4 fill-in-the-blank questions. Multiple choice questions have fixed options, and there's a chance of guessing correctly. But how can you guess in fill-in-the-blank questions? I got all 4 fill-in-the-blank questions right in 4 seconds. Su Lanlan was so shocked her jaw almost dropped. Just as I was about to look at the essay questions, the student collecting the papers had already arrived. Stop writing. Even if you copy all of Chen's essay questions, you won't finish in time. But I didn't pay any attention to him at all. I only wrote down the final answers to all the essay questions. I finished everything in 5 seconds. Zhang Shucheng, who was watching, was also shocked. I finished the entire test in just a few seconds. This is unbelievable. When Zhang Shucheng handed the papers to the teacher, my anxious heart finally settled. I thought to myself, the intelligence enhancement system I used last night actually worked. My intelligence really skyrocketed to 250. Just as you were secretly pleased with yourself, suddenly you heard Qin Zhao shouting from the platform. "Who are you trying to fool with this paper? You can't even copy properly, go stand at the back." At this moment, the whole class looked at me with schadenfreude, but I raised my hand to refute the teacher. "Didn't you say before that if you knew how to do it, you could just write down the answer for the main questions?" Upon hearing this, the class teacher glared at me and fiercely roared, "Who are you trying to deceive? If you knew it all, why did you score so low? Have you ever passed a math exam?" The classmates who were laughing at me also began to whisper, "Writing down only the answers for the main questions is a privilege for the top 5 students in the class. You, who is always ranked last, what are you daydreaming about? You can't even copy the homework properly." Listening to their mocking words, I shouted in anger, "I know how to solve all the high school math problems. If you don't believe me, you can test me with any questions." As soon as I said this, the whole class burst into laughter. Boasting seems to be the top skill in studying. Not to mention Chen Miaoran, who is the top student in the class. Even Ma Jianjun, the top student in the whole school, probably wouldn't dare to boast like this. What kind of trend are you trying to set, spouting such big words? However, at that moment, a middle-aged man with glasses walked in. It was none other than the principal. "I heard everything in the corridor just now. You plagiarized your homework, defied the teacher, and disrupted the classroom discipline. I'm sending you home for a month of reflection. Do you have any objections?" As soon as he said this, the whole class gasped. Wow, what a harsh punishment. With the college entrance examination just a few months away, being sent home for a month of reflection basically means it's over for this year's examination. But I took a deep breath, looked at this paper, and even though I did it messily, it really is something I did step by step on my own. My math grades used to be really bad, but recently I've been studying hard and have had a breakthrough in math. If the teacher doesn't believe me, they can randomly give me a high school level question, and I'll answer it on the spot. The principal saw that I was not backing down, so he gave me 3 questions. If I answer all of them correctly, I'll apologize to you, and I'll pay for a copy of your post-college entrance exam application. If I answer incorrectly, can I reflect at home for a week, plus a warning and disciplinary action? Reflecting at home for a week is serious, but as long as I study well at home, it might not have too much of an impact. But disciplinary action is different. This minor disciplinary action will be in my personal file and academic records. In the future, it could affect my education, job search, and even loans. I'm ready. Please give me the questions. This question was the most difficult one in the college entrance exam 10 years ago. The principal had just finished saying this. The classmates below all changed their expressions. If Chen Zhao can solve it, I'll eat the test paper on the spot. The principal began to say, if A, B, C are the sides of an obtuse triangle, what is the range of arc cos C, plus arc cos C, and B plus arc cos C? After the principal finished speaking, most students were left bewildered. They didn't know anything about 2. In high school, 2 is not a key topic but rather elementary school content. It briefly mentioned 2 in a rather inconspicuous corner at the bottom of a page in the math textbook. The top students in the front row picked up their pens and attempted to solve the problem. But soon, they seemed to be stuck, with a look of frustration on their faces. This problem seems very simple, with just a short range of values for the ball, but when it comes to actually solving it, we find ourselves at a loss. But I immediately wrote the answer on the blackboard, 90 degrees to 270 degrees. The classmates were all stunned. Isn't this too fast? The answer came out just after copying the question. Could it be a guess? But the next second, the principal's face changed suddenly. Yes, that's the correct answer. With these words, the whole class fell silent instantly. What on earth is going on? Could someone be secretly prompting Chen Zhao from below? I ignored my classmates' reactions and looked at the principal. So, please present the second question. The principal nodded, his expression becoming very complicated. He probably didn't expect that I could solve this problem in my head all at once. Even the calculation on the blackboard was unnecessary. The result came out directly, as if this most difficult problem from 10 years ago was just as easy as 1 plus 1 is equal to 2 in front of me. Seeing my arrogant demeanor, the principal couldn't help it anymore. If you can answer this question, I'll give you my job as the principal. The following question is the last fill-in-the-blank question from the 4 province and 100 school joint examination that took place 5 years ago. Please listen to the question. The students in the class all simultaneously contracted their pupils. The 4 province and 100 school joint examination. Just a month ago, everyone had just participated in this joint examination. As the name suggests, the scope of this examination includes students from 100 schools in 4 provinces, all taking the same test paper. This test paper was created by gold medal teachers and senior professors from the 4 provinces, with extremely difficult questions, innovative question types, and a high number of questions. In short, it was a devilish test paper. How difficult were the questions in the 4 province and 100 school joint examination? Let me put it this way, some students can score 500 points on their regular midterm and final exams at school, but their scores in the 4 province and 100 school joint examination were less than 400 points. Now, the principal wants to present the most difficult fill-in-the-blank question from the 4 province and 100 school joint examination. This is to challenge Chen Zhao to the extreme. Suddenly, the principal picked up a chalk and a ruler from the side podium and began drawing on the blackboard. Obviously, this was a question that required solving through a combination of images. Amidst the sound of chalk scratching on the blackboard, a dizzying geometric figure appeared. It consisted of 3 cylinders, with 2 lying on top of one another and a cross-section cutting through the 3 cylinders from the upper left to the lower right, revealing an irregular section. Find the function of this line and this line, the principal emphasized by drawing 2 lines on the image. The students in the class were dumbfounded. It was an extraordinary question. Just looking at the image on the blackboard made people dizzy. Usually, geometry questions involve simple squares or spheres, and sometimes an ellipsoid, which can already be considered difficult. But now, what on earth were these stacked cylinders? What was this slanted cross-section? And what the hell was the function equation for finding the line? The students in the back row, who were not academically strong, opened their mouths wide in astonishment. The top students in the front row, although they had already prepared their scratch paper and picked up their pens, hesitated to start calculating. How could they calculate when they didn't even understand the diagram? On the podium, Chen Zhao also looked up at the diagram, silent and motionless, like a sculpture. The students in the class began whispering to each other, well, Chen Zhao is clueless. Haha, Chen Zhao is dumbfounded on the spot. Chen Zhao really can't solve it. But speaking of which, Who the hell can solve such a godly question? The principal is indeed experienced. If one question doesn't work, he'll come up with another one to deal with all kinds of resistance. Now, it's time to reflect at home for a week and receive disciplinary action. Sigh, why did Qinzhao boast so much? Isn't this just shooting oneself in the foot? If Qinzhao can solve this question, I'll eat my math textbook on the spot. In the front row, 3 top students exchanged glances. They saw the words "I can't do it" in each other's eyes. This question was even more difficult than the previous one. They could still understand the previous question, but they couldn't even understand the diagram in this question. The principal said, "You have 5 minutes." Just as the principal finished speaking, Qinzhao suddenly waved his hand and said, "No need." Everyone in the class stared at Qinzhao. Was he giving up? But the next second, Qinzhao's actions left everyone dumbfounded. He picked up the chalk and started writing on the blackboard, swiftly writing a line of equations, x superscript 2/4 plus y superscript 2/3 equals 1. The answer appeared directly. The students in the class were shocked. It finally dawned on them that during those 2 minutes when Qinzhao was staring at the blackboard without moving, it wasn't because he couldn't solve it, but because he was mentally calculating. And now, the result came out directly. Is that right, teacher? Qinzhao turned his head to look at the grade director and repeated the answer, x squared divided by 4 plus y squared divided by 3 equals 1. The principal's face became complicated, showing shock, confusion, and mostly disbelief. After a long pause, the principal hesitated and nodded, "That's the correct answer." The whole class was dumbfounded. The class teacher was dumbfounded. The class teacher behind the principal was also dumbfounded. Such a difficult question, and you solved it in less than 2 minutes without even using scratch paper or a calculator? Is your brain a computer? Then please give us the third question, Qinzhao said. The principal shook his head. There's no need for a third question. The difficulty coefficient of these 2 questions in the exam was 0.005, which means that only 5 out of 1,000 students answered them correctly. By solving them, you have already proven your ability. I apologize to you, Qinzhao. The principal bowed slightly. The students in the class were all dumbfounded, unable to process what was happening. Qinzhao, who always had poor math scores, actually solved these extremely difficult questions and made the furious principal apologize? A teacher apologizing to a student? Qinzhao put down the chalk, dusted off his hands, and walked down from the podium. At the same time, a voice from the system echoed in his mind, "Task completed, reward granted, high intelligence experience period extended by 1 day." Qinzhao was satisfied. He had shown off and proved his innocence by simply solving 2 questions, and now his high intelligence experience period was extended? This was a good deal. The only downside was that the reward was too small, only extending it by 1 day. The system was really stingy. He didn't expect 10 days or half a month, but even extending it by 3 or 4 days or a week would be nice. Before Qinzhao could return to his seat, the principal called him again. "Qinzhao, I want to ask you a question. If your math level is so good, why did you fail every math exam?" The principal asked, puzzled. This question caught Qinzhao off guard, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. The other students in the class also looked at him, curious about how he would answer. Previously, when they looked at Qinzhao, they only saw a lazy student who never made any progress. Now, many people's perception had changed. They realized that this so-called last-place student in the class was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. The whole class was waiting for an answer, the homeroom teacher was waiting for an answer, and the principal was also waiting for an answer. Qinzhao took a deep breath and thought of several explanations in his mind. Finally, he decided to go all out. "Actually, my math level has always been good, but since starting high school, I've been hiding my abilities. Every exam, I would write the correct answers on scratch paper and then intentionally write nonsense on the actual test paper." Qinzhao spoke up. The students in the class were dumbfounded. Hiding one's abilities during exams was just a joke, and when many people didn't do well, they would say, "I've decided to continue hiding my abilities this time." But in Qinzhao's case, it turned out to be true. Was there really someone who would do this? Intentionally score low and persist for 3 whole years? Starting from the first year of high school, intentionally writing nonsense on the test paper, what was the point? The homeroom teacher couldn't help but ask, "Why did you do this? What's the use of hiding your abilities?" Qinzhao thought, "Why are there so many questions? Couldn't you tell that my reasons were made up? Do you really have to dig deeper? I definitely can't tell them about the system. Even if I did, they wouldn't believe it. A system that can improve intelligence suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Who would believe that?" But there was no choice, he had to answer the teacher's question. Qinzhao's mind raced. "When I was in middle school, I realized that I was prone to becoming arrogant and complacent. Every time I did well, I would become lazy in my studies, and my grades would drop. So, when I entered high school, I decided to intentionally perform poorly in every exam to motivate myself and stay focused. The homeroom teacher and the principal exchanged a glance, seeing in each other's eyes expressions like, "This student is amazing. There's actually a student like this in the world. I really misjudged him," and so on. "So, were you only hiding your abilities in math, or in all subjects?" the principal suddenly asked. Chen Zhao didn't dare to boast, and just as he was about to say that he was only good at math, the voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. Triggered task. The reversal of rankings. Task description. Being impressive is already said and done. Once it's said, it can't be taken back. In order to maintain dignity and reputation, tell the teacher I study very well in all subjects, and I won't hide my abilities in the upcoming exams. I will give it my all, and then strive to achieve high scores in the subsequent school exams. Task steps: study hard. Task reward: 1 random draw. Chen Zhao was speechless. Why does this system keep triggering tasks? Doesn't it know the principle of not showing off too much? But the system's commands cannot be disobeyed. Who knows what will happen if he doesn't accept the system's tasks? Chen Zhao could only grit his teeth and say, according to the script, I study very well in all subjects, and I won't hide my abilities in the upcoming exams. I will give it my all. The grade director smiled and nodded in satisfaction. All right, I'll see your progress. Then, the grade director left through the front door of the classroom to inspect other classrooms. Chen Zhao returned to his seat and let out a long sigh. Math class took up half the day, and there were only a few minutes left. Chen Zhao was lost in thought and the class ended. The second period was Chinese class. The Chinese teacher arrived early in the classroom and started writing on the blackboard, so Chen Zhao rummaged through his desk looking for his Chinese textbook. After searching for a while, he pulled out a Chinese textbook from the desk hole. The top students in the front row of the classroom also took out their Chinese books, opened them, and they were filled with dense markings, lines drawn with red and black pens, like a dirty battlefield that had been fought over repeatedly. Chen Zhao opened his book. It was cleaner than his face, completely spotless, as if it were a new book. Oh, it wasn't completely without markings. Chen Zhao had drawn a motorcycle for Du Fu, with a heavy machine gun sticking out of the front. Very cool. Honestly, Chinese was the subject Chen Zhao studied the most. But he never listened to the teacher's lectures. Every class, he would aimlessly read the textbook on his own. As he read, he would start daydreaming, imagining himself as an ancient scholar, and after a while, a beautiful snake would appear from the wall and call his name. If it was an evening class, he would look out the window at the darkness and imagine that there were demons wandering outside. In this state of random thoughts, Chinese class was very comfortable and enjoyable. But his grades were terrible. He would often start daydreaming before finishing the text, and as for the memorized passages, he couldn't do them at all. Every exam, he would get a 0 for the memorization and dictation section. Memorization and dictation were basic questions. If he couldn't get any points for them, you can imagine his Chinese grades. Just as Chen Zhao was feeling frustrated, a thought suddenly came to his mind. Since his intelligence has now improved, does that mean his memory will also improve? He had already tasted the sweetness of solving math problems just now. The difficult problems that used to be challenging now seemed easy to him. So for subjects other than math, wouldn't his high intelligence be useful as well? The system had given him an intelligence of 400, several times smarter than Einstein. In order to test his theory that his memory would also improve, Chen Zhao opened his Chinese textbook and started memorizing a long classical Chinese text, Su Sun's On the Fall of the Six States. He hadn't read this text much before, but now it felt like he was reviewing it, and it was quite unfamiliar to him. The six states were destroyed, not because they were weak in military strength, but because they were bad at warfare. The problem lay in bribing Qin. Bribing Qin and weakening one's own strength is the way to destruction. Some say that the six states destroyed each other by bribing Qin. The reason why the feudal lords perished was not only because they lost in battle, but also because they were 100 times weaker. What Qin desires the most is also what the feudal lords fear the most, and it is not just about warfare. Think of our ancestors, who endured the harsh frost and dew, cut through thorns and thistles, in order to have a piece of land. Later, Qin attacked Zhao, and Limu repelled them. The six states in Qin were all feudal lords, and although they were weaker than Qin, they still had the potential to defeat Qin without bribing. If we consider the vastness of the world, and follow the stories of the six states' destruction, then we are also beneath the six states. When reading, there is a strange feeling. Originally, when I read this classical Chinese text, I didn't understand the meaning. I didn't feel anything when I read the sentences. It was like water droplets falling into dry soil, disappearing instantly. But now, after reading each sentence, I have a feeling of laying bricks. Each sentence is like a brick, slowly taking shape in my mind. Finally, I finished reading a long text. Just after finishing the text, I heard the Chinese teacher at the podium saying, "Did you all review and memorize the text last night?" A group of students in the back row answered timidly, "Yes, we did." The top students in the front row raised their heads proudly and said, "Yes, we did." The Chinese teacher calmly said, "Then I will ask for student number 26. Chen Zhao was taken aback, then showed a look of fear. Number 26 was none other than himself. Su Lanlan asked softly beside him, "Can you recite it? Have you been hiding your ability in Chinese literature?" Chen Zhao cursed with a pale face, "What ability do I have?" He trembled as he stood up and looked at the teacher. He was about to say that he couldn't do it, but the Chinese teacher asked directly, "Recite the Six Kingdoms theory." The whole class turned to look. Seeing Chen Zhao's pale face, everyone understood that he really couldn't recite these ancient poems in classical Chinese texts. He didn't hide his ability or anything. Chen Zhao had been asked many times in Chinese class before, and 9 out of 10 times he couldn't recite them, often being punished to stand. Chen Zhao thought for a moment and realized that he could still remember the first sentence, so he struggled to speak, struggling to say, "The Six Kingdoms were destroyed, not because of weak soldiers, but because of poor strategy. The weakness lies in bribing Qin. Bribing Qin and losing strength is the way to destruction." Some say that the Six Kingdoms destroyed each other, bribing Qin. After reciting the first sentence, Chen Zhao realized that he could barely remember the second sentence, so he continued to recite. "They say, those who do not bribe will be destroyed by those who do, because they lose strong support and cannot stand alone. Therefore, the weakness lies in bribing Qin." Chen Zhao's recitation speed was very slow, stuttering, and it was obvious that he was struggling to recite. Everyone thought he would stop at any moment, but he never stopped. Qin gained small towns and large cities through conquest. Compared to those who won through battle, what Qin gained was actually 100 times more. What the vassals lost compared to those who were defeated in battle was also 100 times more. The people of Qin never bribed Qin, but in the end, they followed the 5 states in their downfall. Why? Because they allied with Ying and did not assist the 5 states. Once the 5 states were lost, Qi would not be spared either. After a while, Chen Zhao actually stopped. It wasn't because he couldn't recite anymore, but because he suddenly realized that he had finished reciting the last sentence. At the beginning of the recitation, the Chinese teacher's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. After all, he recited slowly and stuttered, probably only a few sentences before he would stop. As Chen Zhao continued to recite, her eyebrows became more relaxed, and when he finished reciting the whole thing, she already had an expression of approval and satisfaction, nodding to signal Chen Zhao to sit down. Chen Zhao successfully passed the test, sat down, and his back was covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. At this moment, he was filled with astonishment and ecstasy. He had only seriously read the text once, and he actually memorized it completely. A few hundred words of classical Chinese text, long and stinky, should take at least a few hours to memorize. But now, he had only read it once. Could this be the legendary photographic memory? If it really was a photographic memory, then he was amazing. To verify his speculation, Chen Zhao took out his Chinese textbook from his school bag and found an article titled "Research on the Transmission of the Ebola Virus." This article was used as an example of an explanatory text, and the author was Richard Preston. Actually, the content and subject didn't matter. The reason for choosing this article was because it was long enough. The longest article in the Chinese textbook, it was 5 pages long, estimated to be over 2,000 words, equivalent to a chapter of an online novel. Chen Zhao decided to silently read this article once, and then see if he could memorize it. If he could memorize it, how accurate would he be? The Chinese teacher began speaking the test paper on the podium, but Chen Zhao didn't listen, staring at the text instead. 1 line, 1 paragraph, 1 page, 5 pages. Finally, after reading it once, Chen Zhao placed the textbook on Su Lanlan's desk and said, "Can you do me a favor?" Su Lanlan blinked her eyes, confused, and asked, "What favor?" "Can you help me memorize the article "Research on the Transmission of Ebola Virus"? Check how many mistakes I make and if I miss anything," Chen Zhao said. Su Lanlan was initially puzzled, clearly not understanding what Chen Zhao was up to. But since she wasn't studying anyway, it wasn't a big deal, so she agreed and picked up the textbook, facing Chen Zhao, and said, "Let's begin." Chen Zhao stared at the desk in front of him and started reciting softly. Ebola virus, also known as Ebola virus, is an extremely rare virus. After its discovery in the Ebola River region of southern Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo, formerly Zaire, in 1976, it has attracted widespread attention and concern in the medical community. At first, Chen Zhao's pace was relatively slow, but as he recited 2 pages, his speed increased, and in the end, it was like a machine gun, without even pausing for punctuation marks. Fast. Fluent. In just a few minutes, he finished reciting the entire article. How was it? How many mistakes did I make? Chen Zhao asked. Su Lanlan widened her eyes, looking at Chen Zhao as if he were a monster, and said, "No mistakes. Word for word." Chen Zhao immediately smiled, a radiant and proud smile. Indeed. Photographic memory. No matter how long the article was, as long as he read it once, he could remember it firmly. The system said it gave him an IQ of 400, and it really did give him an IQ of 400. Not only was he incredibly fast at mental math, but he could also memorize books at a glance. This level of intelligence was simply explosive. I'm going to be amazing. Chen Zhao's desire to read was completely ignited, and the light of learning illuminated his soul. For the whole day, Chen Zhao hardly left his seat, nor did he rest his head on the desk for a minute. Instead, he kept silently reading the textbook. 1 page, 5 pages, 30 pages, 100 pages. One textbook after another flipped before his eyes, and a massive amount of knowledge continuously poured into his mind. Su Lanlan occasionally stole a glance at Chen Zhao and became more and more amazed. Normally, Chen Zhao would either daydream or stare at a page of the textbook, lost in thought for a whole morning, or he would simply lie on the desk and sleep like a log. But today, Chen Zhao was extremely excited, constantly flipping through the textbook with a focused gaze. Tireless, he flipped through the whole day. When evening self-study ended, Su Lanlan heard Chen Zhao let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, "Finally finished learning everything." Before Su Lanlan could ask for clarification, Chen Zhao had already picked up his backpack and left the classroom without looking back. It was already late in the day, and there were many cars picking up students at the school gate, causing a terrible traffic jam. The school gate was always congested after school, whether it was a second-hand Xiaoli worth tens of thousands or a 12 million voice-controlled Maybach. They all had to patiently inch forward on the road. The car lights formed a sea of red on the road, and parents craned their necks to find their own children. No one came to pick up Chen Zhao, so he crossed the congested traffic and walked home alone on the other side of the road. Chen Zhao lived in an old residential area not far from the school. His parents rented a house here specifically for him to attend high school, making it more convenient for him to go to school. Usually, Chen Zhao lived here alone, while his parents worked in their hometown. Life was quiet and lonely. Before reaching the bottom of the building, he saw a beautiful girl standing in front of the building, wearing short shorts and a black tank top, showing off her straight and white legs. She held a cigarette in one hand and was angrily talking on the phone. "That bastard took 400,000 yuan from me and ran abroad without a word. I can't contact him no matter what. Wasn't he the loyal and virtuous person you recommended? You always protected him. He farts and you say it smells good. Every day you tell me how reliable he is, and now? Call that grandson of yours and have him contact me. You two are so close, you should call him and he can't not answer, right? Call him now." The yelling was so loud that it could probably be heard in the nearby buildings. This beautiful woman who was cursing and complaining is Chen Zhao's landlord, Deng Zixin. She looks very young, probably just 20 years old. She belongs to the kind of girl with a big chest, slim waist, long legs, fair skin, and a beautiful appearance like a model. Although she is young, Deng Zixin is extremely wealthy. She owns the building where Chen Zhao lives, as well as the one behind it. She lives a luxurious life just by collecting rent. It seems that she is also involved in various investments, as rich people are always busy. Listening to her phone call and cursing, Chen Zhao knew that her investment had failed and she had lost a large sum of money. No wonder she was so angry. Chen Zhao decided not to disturb her and quietly slipped past her from behind. But as soon as he was about to enter the building, his backpack was grabbed by a hand from behind. "Don't you say hello when you see me?" Deng Zixin's voice sounded from behind. Chen Zhao turned around nervously, forcing a flattering smile. "Hello, landlady's sister." Chen Zhao felt a little panicked. He had often ignored this beautiful landlord's sister before, so why did she suddenly grab him today? Was there something wrong? "Chen Zhao, your parents called this morning and said they are tight on money. They can give me 2 months' rent, but they can't afford the last month for now," Deng Zixin said coldly, exhaling smoke from her red lips. Chen Zhao was stunned. He couldn't pay the last month's rent? What was he going to do for his last month? Should he just leave? But he still had to go to school. Where would he live? "But you have been a tenant here for 3 years. It's your last month before the college entrance exam, and I won't kick you out. Just stay here." Deng Zixin's tone suddenly changed. "Thank you, sister." Chen Zhao was grateful. Although Deng Zixin, this landlord's sister, had a hot temper and was usually arrogant and sharp-tongued, she was actually a kind-hearted girl. Chen Zhao felt warm inside. "I haven't finished yet." Deng Zixin patted Chen Zhao's shoulder forcefully. "How are your grades?" Not very good," Chen Zhao stammered, instinctively saying. "Can you get into college?" Deng Zixin asked. "Probably. Maybe. I should. Possibly be able to." Chen Zhao lacked confidence. The high intelligence experience period given to him by the system wouldn't last until the college entrance exam. Who knew what he would be like after the experience period ended? If he could find a way to recharge his intelligence before the exam and get into a good university, it wouldn't be a problem. But if he couldn't recharge by the time of the exam, it would most likely be hopeless. I didn't come by my money easily. I can't let you live here for free for a month. If you can get into college, I'll waive the rent for the last month. If not, you better pay up, understand? Deng Zixin said, holding a cigarette in her mouth. Okay, I will work hard. Chen Zhao nodded vigorously like a pecking chicken. Go back, study hard, don't spend 3 years in high school and end up with nothing. If you can't get into college after high school, it's better to go to a vocational school and learn a skill. You can earn a good living. Deng Zixin nodded, let go of Chen Zhao, turned around, and started cursing on the phone again. Chen Zhao hurriedly ran upstairs, took out his key, and returned home. He hadn't had dinner yet. He had been so engrossed in studying during dinner time that he forgot to go to the cafeteria. Now his stomach was starting to growl. Chen Zhao made a bowl of braised beef noodles and tore open 2 sausages, considering it as dinner. While eating, he thought about what Deng Zixin had just said. His parents couldn't afford to pay the rent for the last month before the college entrance exam. If he could get into college, the rent for this month would be waived. Chen Zhao knew that his parents had a hard time working in their hometown, and sometimes not being able to earn money was normal. There are 2 paths I can take now. The first is to find a way to earn some money, pay the rent, and relieve my parents' pressure. The second is to study hard and get into a university after the college entrance examination, so that Deng Zixin can exempt me from paying rent. After thinking for a moment, Chen Zhao suddenly remembered the system ring on his hand and decided to ask for the system's opinion. Following the method the system mentioned last night, he placed his finger on the ring and silently said in his mind, "System, can I ask you something?" The system remained silent for a few seconds and replied in Chen Zhao's mind, "Host, please speak." Chen Zhao was delighted. It seemed that this system could really communicate. After the high intelligence experience period is over, if I want to recharge my intelligence, how can I do it? And how much does it cost? Chen Zhao asked in his mind. The host is still in the novice experience period. The method of recharging intelligence can only be known after the experience period is over. Chen Zhao felt a bit frustrated. Why couldn't they just tell him? Did they have to keep it a secret? Can the system do business? There was no way. Without knowing how to recharge intelligence, he couldn't guarantee that he would maintain high intelligence during the college entrance examination. Besides studying hard these days while his brain was still functioning well, there was another path he could take, finding a way to earn some money. But, as an underage student without education, how could he make money? Should he do manual labor? Manual labor could earn a lot of money, but his small body couldn't handle it, and if he did manual labor, he wouldn't have time to study. He couldn't sacrifice the big for the small. Should he become a prostitute? But there were already too many prostitutes now, and he didn't have any competitive advantage. There were chain stores like Sohia, Womu roast duck, Xianshui duck, duck blood vermicelli, etc. The industry was already saturated. As he was thinking, Chen Zhao's gaze suddenly fell on the computer in the room. The computer was originally in the house when he rented it, and he had used it a lot to play games in the past 3 years. They say that the Internet Plus is very popular now, so can he find a part-time job online? Chen Zhao turned on the computer and planned to search the internet for any online jobs he could do in his free time. But as soon as the computer turned on, the system's voice rang in his mind. Trigger special mission, become a popular PUBG streamer. Mission description: the host has a strong desire to make money, but lacks any special skills other than playing games. Why not use the high intelligence, fast reaction speed, and strategic awareness to become a powerful PUBG streamer and earn rent, living expenses, and university tuition? Mission steps: register a game account, start streaming. Mission reward, plus 10 attractiveness. After reading the system's mission, Chen Zhao's body trembled. This mission was amazing. Becoming a popular PUBG streamer, just thinking about it made him excited. What's with this mission reward, plus 10 attractiveness? Does it mean it can make him handsome? Whatever, as long as there's money, looks don't matter. With a goal and direction in mind, Chen Zhao became completely excited and started searching the internet for information about game streamers. After about an hour of searching, Chen Zhao felt like he had a good grasp of the situation of game streamers in this world. There were many similarities with his previous life, but also many differences. The game streaming industry in this world was much more developed than in his previous life, and many famous game streamers could even earn billions of dollars a year. However, there were also a large number of struggling streamers who couldn't earn a penny even after streaming for a long time and had very few fans. So, the polarization of game streamers was very severe now, with the popular ones earning a lot of money while the struggling ones couldn't even afford a soda. The world was cruel, and the competition was fierce. From Chen Zhao's personal understanding, if he wanted to stand out as a game streamer, he mainly needed 3 qualities, or 3 paths to success. The first path was relying on looks. For example, beautiful and charming female anchors, refreshing and handsome male anchors, even if their skills are not good, they can attract a large number of fans to watch by relying on their extraordinary looks. They can play games and chat with fans at the same time, and easily become popular. Of course, the premise is that you really have to be good looking, not like Xiao Beluo. The second route is the professional route. If your gaming skills are strong enough, your positioning is stylish, and your shooting is smooth, you can take down any enemy that comes your way with just one shot. By constantly performing amazing operations that make the audience shout in awe, you will become popular. Many professional esports players become live streamers after retiring, attracting countless fans with their exceptional skills and easily earning millions of dollars a month. The third route is the funny and witty route. These streamers may not have enough attractiveness in terms of looks or skills, but they are good at making jokes and entertaining the audience, making them laugh out loud and even spit out the water they were drinking. This attracts attention and donations, and can also become popular. Of course, these routes to fame are just ideas from Chen Zhao himself. In reality, becoming popular is not that simple. These are just 3 possible paths. Chen Zhao is considering which route he should take as a streamer. First, the route of relying on looks to make a living is definitely not suitable for him. Chen Zhao is not confident in his appearance. After all, he has been single since birth. If he were handsome, wouldn't he have a girlfriend by now? After so many years of being single, he must have some self-awareness. So relying on looks is definitely not reliable. What about the route of humor and witty remarks? This path is also not feasible. Chen Zhao is generally introverted, and telling jokes and making witty remarks is not as simple as it seems. Humor is difficult to cultivate, and most of it is innate. Forcing humor will only make him a master of awkward conversations and lame jokes. So the only option left is the technical route. By relying on superb skills, repeatedly killing enemies, achieving great success, and winning chicken dinners, he will gradually attract viewers who love watching skilled streamers. Chen Zhao is confident in his skills. In the past 3 years, he has spent at least 1,200 hours playing PUBG. He plays a couple of matches whenever he has free time, so he is definitely an experienced player. Moreover, his intelligence has increased significantly now. After all, reaction speed and strategic awareness are also part of intelligence. Maybe his PUBG skills will improve rapidly along with his increased intelligence? It's all talk without practice, and he happens to be in a good mood tonight, so he decides to start streaming. Chen Zhao searched online and found that the live streaming platform in this world is different from the previous one. The most popular and largest platform is called Douxiangmo Live. Many top players are on it. So Chen Zhao followed the website's instructions and registered a streamer account. What username should he choose? After thinking for a while, Chen Zhao decided to use his real name. Streamer Chen Zhao registered successfully. After fiddling around for a while, Chen Zhao learned how to operate the live stream. Since his computer doesn't have a camera, he can't show his face and can only use a headset to talk. But not showing his face is fine, it adds a sense of mystery. His voice is quite magnetic and deep, maybe some female fans will think he is like Pan Yuyan? Chen Zhao opened the live stream room, switched to the game interface, and started a simple solo match on the island. Various noisy voices came through the headset, shouting, selling cheats, wall hacks, aimbots, health locks, pay more and get a flying car cheat. A child's voice. Damn, are you an orphan? Go die, cheater. A big brother's voice. Order the full set of cheats and get a 99 kill cheat for free when you land. The child selling cheats continued to shout. Wow, are cheats really this powerful nowadays? Flying planes? 99 kills on landing? A young man exclaimed in shock. Soon, a group of people surrounded the child selling cheats and started beating him up. Chen Zhao felt helpless. This was how it was on the island he was born on. All sorts of people, shouting all sorts of things, and occasionally encountering cheat sellers. Some cheat sellers were genuine, while others were just joking around, trying to get other players to quit the game. Meanwhile, in the live stream room of the Panda fighting platform, a popular streamer with 10 million followers, Wolf Brother, said, "There are more and more cheaters nowadays. But no worries, as long as it's not a healthlock cheat, I, Wolf Brother, will perform a show for everyone. If it's a healthlock cheat, I'll report it and shame them off the stream." Chen Zhao never expected to be matched in the same game as Wolf Brother, the #1 player in the Panda fighting platform. The countdown ended. All players boarded the dark plane and flew towards the island map. Chen Zhao first checked the situation in the live stream room and found not a single viewer. He sighed, realizing that as a new and unknown streamer, he wouldn't have many viewers. But tonight, he just wanted to test his improved skills and see if he could win a chicken dinner, regardless of whether anyone was watching. He switched back to the game, opened the mini-map, and checked the flight path. The flight path was quite off, from P-port to N-port, passing along the edge of the military base. Qinzhao frowned slightly, as this was the flight path he least wanted to see. He usually liked to sneakily develop in the small residential areas in the wilderness, but this flight path had very few small residential areas to land in. After a brief thought, Qinzhao decided not to jump to the small residential areas and instead jumped directly to the military base to see if he could have a good start. The distance kept shrinking, 1600, 1500, 1400, jump. Qinzhao focused on the game, unaware that 3 viewers had entered the live stream room one after another. As soon as the 3 viewers entered, they saw Qinzhao flying towards the military base and started typing comments. Military base? Is he planning to fight right away? This streamer is really low level. A new streamer? Are new streamers this reckless? Oh, the live stream ends as soon as he lands. The viewers didn't have high expectations for Qinzhao. In the blink of an eye, they had landed, and Qinzhao happened to land on the rooftop of the Central C building in the military base. Qinzhao panicked because he wasn't the only one who landed on the rooftop. There were 2 other people. The other 2 people happened to be on the rooftops of the adjacent buildings, so close that they were practically within arm's reach. Qinzhao quickly scanned the surroundings and felt a chill in his heart. He only had one weapon around him, a black M24 bolt-action sniper rifle. Qinzhao had always disliked bolt-action snipers because in the early days of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, they were very powerful, often knocking down opponents with one shot to the body. But after several rounds of nerfs, the power of bolt-action snipers had greatly decreased. A shot to the body now only took away about 3/4 of the opponent's health, requiring 2 shots to the body or a headshot to knock them down. If it was a long-range sniper shot, the M24's high power was still useful, but now, at a distance of just a dozen meters, what use was a bolt-action sniper rifle? The enemies were holding submachine guns or assault rifles, and a spray of bullets would easily take him out. But there was no other choice at the moment, so Qinzhao reluctantly picked up the M24 and realized he didn't have a scope, only an iron sight. He turned his head and saw the 2 enemies on the rooftop next to him, and Qinzhao was dumbfounded. In less than 3 seconds, one of the enemies had already put on a level 3 helmet and was holding a UMP-9 submachine gun, while the other enemy had an SCAR assault rifle with a 3x scope. Why do you guys have such good equipment? Unfortunately, as if they had planned it, the 2 enemies pointed their guns at Qinzhao at the same time. The next second, both of them opened fire. Bullets flew towards Qinzhao, and he immediately panicked, jumping off the rooftop to the ground. The rooftop had no cover, and the only way to avoid the bullets was to jump down. In the moment of jumping down, Qinzhao instinctively fired a shot at the level 3 helmet enemy. This shot was completely unconscious, without deliberate aiming, just a casual shot. Therefore, Qinzhao didn't expect to hit. But before landing, a kill notification popped up. You killed player Yingyi Ingwei with M24. After landing, Qinzhao rolled and climbed through a window into the building. With less than 1/5 of his remaining health, he found 10 bandages in the room and quickly started using them to heal. While healing, he felt a bit confused. Did he really kill that level 3 helmet enemy with just one shot? If the shot hit the torso and the enemy hadn't picked up a vest after landing, it was possible to kill with one shot. But he just raised his hand and shot, in less than half a second, without even aiming. After thinking for a few seconds, Qinzhao still believed it was just good luck. Although he had practiced quick scoping before, he had never mastered it. It was probably a lucky shot. In the livestream chat, 3 viewers were surprised. Killed with one shot? Fired a shot in midair while jumping? Is it that powerful? Is it luck or quick scoping? Let's see. Interesting. After finishing the bandages, Qinzhao stood up and searched the nearby rooms. This C-shaped building had abundant resources, otherwise, so many people wouldn't have jumped here. Coming down to the first floor, Qinzhao already had a level 2 helmet, level 2 vest, and a bulging level 3 backpack. He just hadn't found a new gun yet. He went upstairs and searched the second floor. At the same time, in N-port, Brother Lang landed and picked up an M416. Good luck, time to dominate N-port, Brother Lang said casually in the livestream chat. By now, there were already several people who had just landed nearby. Without hesitation, Brother Lang aimed and fired his gun. You killed player Gosher with M416. You killed player Paydaxing with M416. After emptying a magazine, Brother Lang quickly moved behind a shipping container, changed to a new magazine, and peeked out again. There were 2 enemies jumping around and shooting at each other in the grassy area in the distance. Brother Lang's style was steady, and a few bursts took them out. N-Port instantly became quiet, because all the enemies who landed nearby were shot dead. In Brother Lang's live stream chat, viewers started spamming 666. He truly deserved to be the most popular chicken dinner streamer on the Panda Live platform. Brother Lang never disappointed, getting 4 kills after landing and clearing N-Port. Who else could do that? After casually licking his lips, Brother Lang squeezed into a shipping container and drank some soda, while thanking the generous viewers who were sending gifts in the chat. Thank you to the handsome guy from Beijing for the 6-person helicopter ride. Thank you to Captain Fate County for the unicorn. Thank you to the cute little bunny girl for the love light beam gun times 20. This was Brother Lang's usual style during his live stream. After completing a set of impressive moves, he would hide in a safe corner, thanking the big spenders in the chat who gave him generous donations. Then he would continue on his way. Leisurely, he finished searching N-Port, just as the playzone started shrinking. Brother Lang opened the minimap, marked a spot at the Research Institute, and said to the viewers, "Alright, let's go to the Research Institute and wait for some easy kills." At the same time, at the military base, Chen Zhao crouched in the corner of a top-floor room, trembling with an S-1897 shotgun in his hand. On the mini-map, orange-red footsteps were moving, and the enemy was getting closer. The sound of footsteps in his headphones was chaotic and noisy, seeming to be downstairs, but also at the door, about to break in. Chen Zhao felt it was really strange. He had searched the entire building, found 5 bottles of drinks and 5 bottles of painkillers, but he couldn't find a submachine gun or assault rifle. He only found a shotgun, and the worst one at that, the S-1897. Now the enemy was already approaching. He couldn't run away, he could only shrink in the corner and pray not to be discovered. Looking at the S-1897 in his hand, Chen Zhao felt helpless. How do you use this crappy gun? Is it really just a delivery guy? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps became unusually clear, and the next second, a figure rushed in, holding an explosive M762. Chen Zhao trembled in fear and instinctively raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! You used the S-1897 to headshot and kill player Xiaoma. A kill notification popped up. Chen Zhao looked at the box rising with green smoke in front of him and the body lying on the ground, stunned. Instant kill? He didn't even aim properly. Did he subconsciously fire a shot and get a headshot? Could it be that his performance in PUBG improved after his intelligence increased, and he could instantly kill without deliberately aiming? This book will be updated once a day for now because the cover hasn't been made yet, and it's not cost-effective to update more frequently. After the cover is done, there will be 2 updates per day, and starting next month, there will be 4 updates per day. Thank you, everyone. Chen Zhao made a round in the military base and came out with a level 3 armor set. In addition, he had a 4x scope M24 and a fully equipped VSS. Chen Zhao had a habit of feeling like he never had enough bullets, so he brought over 400 rounds and stuffed his backpack full. There were already 10 people in the live streaming room without Chen Zhao realizing it. Excluding the 3 who wanted to invite Chen Zhao to join their guild, there were still 7 enthusiastic viewers chatting in the live streaming room from time to time. Ollie, the streamer's skills are pretty good. He really made it out of the military base. Cool guy, killed 2 people, both with 1 shot. I don't know if it's good skills or good luck, but I'm following now. Wanting to tease the little kitten, I hope the streamer can get a chicken dinner. If he does, I'll send gifts. Chen Zhao still didn't know that someone had entered the live streaming room, and he almost forgot that he was still live streaming. He kept his head down and focused on playing the game. He opened the minimap and marked a spot on the Research Institute. The Research Institute was a place he was quite familiar with and often visited. The location was also good, standing on top of the Research Institute, surrounded by open land, suitable for sniping. He found a jeep on the side of the road, sat down, and drove forward. But when he was about to reach the bridge, a series of bullets suddenly flew towards him, hitting the car and creating sparks. Chen Zhao was startled, knowing that someone was ambushing and blocking the bridge. He quickly scanned the surroundings and saw a large rock not far ahead, so he stepped on the gas and rammed into it, quickly stopping the car, and then swiftly jumped out and hid behind the car. When he crashed into the rock, he lost 1/5 of his health, and when he got out of the car, he was hit by a few stray bullets, losing another 1/5 of his health. Chen Zhao started drinking a health potion while checking the direction the bullets came from. Whether it was because of his increased intelligence or not, with just a glance, Chen Zhao locked onto the enemy's position in less than half a second, lying in a bush by the bridge, with only a small white level 2 helmet exposed. To confirm his previous speculation, Chen Zhao pulled out his M24 without hesitation, leaned to the right, without even using the 4x scope, and fired directly. 1 shot, straight through the heart. The opponent was instantly headshot. Green smoke slowly rose, and a box appeared on the grass. Seeing the notification on the screen that said, "You used the M24 to headshot and kill Xiaology," Chen Zhao was ecstatic. Indeed, his previous speculation was correct. After his intelligence increased, his shooting skills became incredibly accurate. He didn't need to aim deliberately, just raise his gun and shoot, and it would be a guaranteed kill. As for why such a remarkable change occurred, Chen Zhao wasn't quite sure. It was probably related to a certain area of the brain responsible for shooting judgment. He had read an article before that mentioned several Olympic pistol athletes who were highly nearsighted and yet became champions. They couldn't see the target clearly at all. The bullseye was as small and blurry as a sesame seed in their eyes. But there was a unique feeling to it. This feeling was a combination of natural talent and years of training. Once they held the gun, as long as the feeling was right, they would immediately shoot and hit the bullseye with one shot. It seemed like that was how it worked for them now too. Before Chen Zhao could even get excited, the screen suddenly turned red, and their health dropped to only 10%. Just as the sound of the 98K rifle disappeared from their headphones, Chen Zhao suddenly realized that someone had just blown their head off with a 98K. Without hesitation, they quickly moved to the other side of the car to take cover and started using a medical kit to heal. While applying the medicine, Chen Zhao scanned the direction of the gunshot and saw the sniper who had just hit them. They were on a distant hill, about 400 meters away. They were standing behind a big tree, leaning their body and aiming the 98K at this direction. Chen Zhao felt a wave of fear, realizing that if they hadn't been wearing a level 3 helmet, they would have been dead from that shot. It was like a mantis hunting the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They couldn't afford to be careless in the future. As their health was almost restored, Chen Zhao surveyed the surrounding environment and didn't see any other players, only the sniper behind the tree. They could focus on sniping. The distance was indeed quite far, and from the computer screen, the sniper's head was only the size of a mung bean. It was extremely difficult to hit. Moreover, the most dangerous thing was that the opponent kept aiming at the jeep. As soon as Chen Zhao exposed their head, they would immediately shoot and kill them. Chen Zhao felt a bit nervous. The 3 kills they had made before were all at close to medium range, even close-range headshots. Now, at such a distance, could they still hit with one shot? Just as their health was almost fully restored, and they could probably survive one shot, Chen Zhao gritted their teeth and leaned out, shooting. Boom! The heavy and muffled sound of the M24 rifle cut through the air. You killed Brother Chun with a headshot using the M24, kill. Chen Zhao was excited and wanted to jump up. From such a distance, they could still get a one-shot kill. They were like a walking aimbot. Chen Zhao's backpack was already full, and they didn't have any medkits left, so they got in the car and continued on their way to the research institute. For some reason, maybe because of the shrinking playzone, they encountered several enemies along the way. Chen Zhao didn't hold back. Whether they were near or far, they would brake, stop the car, get out, and start shooting. Every shot was a headshot. There was only one person wearing a level 3 helmet that took 2 shots to eliminate, everyone else was instantly killed. You killed Big Brother Don't Kill Me with a headshot using the M24, you killed Deota with a headshot using the M24, you killed Peng Yuyan from Hefei with a headshot using the M24, you killed Momo with a headshot using the M24. The audience and the live stream exploded. Ali, is this streamer fake? Is their marksmanship really that amazing? I am the king of Handan, they must be using cheats. Why does it look so much like an aimbot? Yan Nantian, let's report them. Do we even need to discuss it? They're definitely using cheats. Eating watermelon without spitting out the rind, I can believe it if they were shooting without aiming at close range, but shooting headshots without aiming from hundreds of meters away, is that even possible? It's definitely a hack. A car full of bread people. I'll go call people and have everyone come and watch this cheater. We'll record the video and post it online. Let's beat them to death. At the same time, in Wolf Brothers' live stream, Wolf Brother was crouching at the top of the research institute, scanning around with a 98K rifle. There were 2 people in the research institute, and Wolf Brother had just taken them out with his gun. Now he was dominating the entire research institute. He didn't see anyone around, so Wolf Brother glanced at the kill feed on the screen. As he looked, Wolf Brother frowned. Damn, did you guys notice? There's a player named Chen Zhao who has been getting headshot kills with the M24 all day. It feels like this guy is using cheats. Headshot after headshot, isn't that a bit too much? But Brother Lang, my marksmanship is also very accurate. If he dares to come to the research institute, I'll teach him a lesson with my 98K. The world of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds in this life and Chen Zhao's previous life look almost identical, but there are some subtle differences. For example, you can use Chinese names, and you can also search for streamer accounts. Just enter the game ID, and if it's a streamer account, you can find the streaming platform and room number. After hearing Brother Lang's complaints, some fans specifically searched for Chen Zhao's ID and unexpectedly discovered that he was also a streamer. The number of viewers in Chen Zhao's stream began to skyrocket. 200 people, 400 people, 1,000 people, 2,000 people. Finally, it reached around 3,000 people and stopped. Chen Zhao was completely unaware and continued on his way to the research institute. Occasionally, he would break and use his M24 to headshot and kill an enemy in the distance. Unknowingly, his kill count had already reached 10. Chen Zhao felt that he was in good condition and was confident that he could win the chicken dinner this round. In Brother Lang's stream, a group of fans started spamming the chat, "Brother Lang, that cheater Chen Zhao is coming for you. Chen Zhao is driving a jeep towards the research institute, but I couldn't see the license plate. Brother Lang, you must defeat him. Be careful, Brother Lang. I just came from Chen Zhao's stream, and he's about to arrive." Brother Lang looked at the chat messages from his fans and knew that many of them had gone to Chen Zhao's stream to gather information. He became nervous instantly. He asked the fans about the direction from which Chen Zhao would appear, and they said it would be on the mountain in front of the research institute. Brother Lang anxiously loaded his 98K with bullets and looked towards the mountain peak. Finally, a green jeep appeared at high speed. It quickly approached the research institute. Brother Lang's expression became serious as he aimed and fired. Blood splattered from Chen Zhao's body inside the jeep. Brother Lang cursed inwardly because he had aimed for the head, but the distance was too far and the opponent was driving too fast, causing him to miss slightly. Chen Zhao was startled as his health dropped by more than half. He immediately realized that there was a sniper at the research institute and quickly stopped the car and jumped out, taking cover behind it. He started using healing items. While healing, he scanned his surroundings and spotted an enemy on the rooftop of the research institute, hiding in a corner with only his head exposed. He was holding a 98K and aiming at the jeep. Chen Zhao's face turned serious. It was clear that the opponent was a skilled player, hiding very well. If it weren't for his improved intelligence and quick searching skills, it would have been difficult for him to find the enemy. Moreover, the distance was so far, yet the opponent could still hit him with a single shot from the car. This level of marksmanship was not inferior to that of professional players, it was truly extraordinary. Many professional players also played casual matches, and perhaps Chen Zhao had really encountered a tough opponent this time. On the rooftop of the research institute, Brother Lang was also nervous and dared not blink. The opponent turned out to be an aimbot cheater. His helmet had already lost a lot of durability, and if he were headshot by an M24, he would definitely turn into a crate instantly. Brother Lang's heart rate skyrocketed. He was a professional player and had encountered cheaters before. He once encountered a flying cheater in the desert map and shot him down with his Uzi, as graceful as Genghis Khan shooting down an eagle with a bow. He also encountered a teleporting cheater in the rainforest, but Brother Lang took advantage of the moment when the opponent finished teleporting and instantly knocked him down with a single shot. He had also encountered an auto-healing cheater who could get up on his own without any assistance. Brother Lang used his M249 to fire 80 rounds, turning the cheater into a sieve. Now, he finally encountered an aimbot cheater. Aimbot cheaters were not unbeatable. As long as he shot the opponent the moment he appeared, before the opponent had a chance to pull the trigger, he could successfully defeat the cheater. However, the difficulty was extremely high. It was almost an impossible task. The audience in the stream was excitedly shouting, "Brother Lang, defeat the cheater. Brother Lang, show the cheater how powerful your 98K is. If you defeat the cheater, I'll donate 8,000. If you defeat the cheater, I'll donate 10,000. Suddenly, Chen Zhao jumped out from behind the jeep and fired a shot. Without any warning, it happened suddenly. Wolf Brother was startled and immediately clicked the mouse, but the gun didn't go off. On the computer screen, his character had already been shot in the head, leaving behind a smoking wooden box. It was probably less than a second before midnight. Indeed, no matter how fast his reaction was, it couldn't beat an aimbot. Wolf Brother sighed and started the reporting process while chatting with the audience in the livestream. "I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired tonight. I was just stunned for a moment, and then the opponent showed up and shot, but I didn't react in time. I was too slow, and I failed in the game. I believe everyone can see that this person showing up and shooting happened in an instant, without any hesitation. I know most of the professional players in China. We have played friendly matches together and had meals together. As far as I know, only Sakura God and Cat God have this kind of sniping speed, and even they can't guarantee a hit every time. Sakura God is currently in Munich, Germany, participating in a competition, so he doesn't have time to play with random players. Cat God has a regular schedule and goes to bed early at this time, so I can be sure that this is an aimbot, or even a lock-on cheat. I'm reporting it now, and we should have the results when I go live tomorrow. I'll show you the results then. Good night, everyone. After finishing his statement, Wolf Brother completed the report on Chen Zhao, closed the live stream, and ended the broadcast. Many of Wolf Brother's fans in the live stream were also angry and rushed to report Chen Zhao. They wanted to seek justice for their beloved streamer. Chen Zhao was still unaware that he had been reported. He leisurely drove to the research institute, went up to the rooftop, and started licking Wolf Brother's box. It smells so good, Chen Zhao exclaimed, adrenaline is pumping. It's so fragrant. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zhao arrived in the final circle. There were 4 people left in the final circle, including himself. Chen Zhao was cunning and hid in a toilet in the center of the final circle. He silently observed the movements outside. He planned to sit back and watch the others fight. This was the experience Chen Zhao had gained from playing chicken dinners for a long time. Staying alive is the truth, and the toilet is a sacred place. The small toilet room was airtight and inconspicuous. It was highly unlikely that anyone would enter. As long as he closed the door and stayed quiet inside, he could wait for the number of remaining players to decrease. Suddenly, gunshots rang out in the southeast direction. After a brief exchange of fire, the number of remaining players became 3. Suddenly, there was another gunshot from an AWM, and the number of remaining players became 2. In an instant, there was only 1 enemy left on the field. Chen Zhao was surprised. He didn't expect an AWM to appear in the final circle. As a sniper rifle that only appeared in airdrops, the AWM was extremely powerful. It didn't matter what armor or helmet you had, as long as it hit, you would be knocked down with 1 shot. Level 3 helmets were no different from paper in front of the AWM, and only level 3 armor had a chance to withstand a hit. Unfortunately, Chen Zhao's level 3 helmet and level 3 armor were both at half health, so if he got hit, he would immediately turn into a loot box. He had to be cautious. Now he could only determine that the enemy was in the southeast direction because the gunshot from the AWM just now came from that direction. But Chen Zhao didn't see the exact location. The southeast direction had many undulating hills, as well as 7 or 8 large trees and 2 rocks. The opponent had an AWM and might also have a ghillie suit. Chen Zhao hadn't discovered his hiding place yet. Chen Zhao was a bit nervous. Whether he could win the chicken dinner depended on who would survive between him and the enemy with the AWM. Or rather, it depended on who would spot the other first. After a short wait, the circle started to shrink again. Chen Zhao was delighted to find himself standing on the edge of the new circle. The poison circle in the final circle was very powerful, and it didn't deplete health quickly even after continuous medication. So if the opponent was outside the circle, they would definitely have to rush in later. At that time, Chen Zhao could quickly move out and take them down with 1 shot. Sure enough, after about 10 seconds, the enemy couldn't hold back anymore and threw out several smoke grenades in succession. A large expanse of white smoke spread out. Chen Zhao crouched down, opened the toilet door and walked out, nervously scanning the smoke ahead. His M24 rifle was already eager to shoot. Now it's a matter of who can snipe faster. The slow ones die. Chen Zhao clearly felt that his mental state was different from before, probably due to increased intelligence combined with heightened tension. At this moment, his vision and hearing were amplified to the extreme. Every blade of grass on the screen was clearly visible. He was just waiting for that figure to appear, then he would immediately shoot. Finally, the smoke cleared, and Chen Zhao suddenly spotted a figure in a chicken suit on the grass. The other person also noticed Chen Zhao and quickly aimed their scope. Bang! A bullet shot out from the muzzle of the M24, instantly blowing up the chicken suit's head. Chicken dinner! Chen Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling invigorated. Indeed, his intelligence had improved, and his chicken dinner skills had rapidly increased, especially his marksmanship and vision, which were incomparable to before. In the past, it would take him about a dozen rounds to have a chance at a chicken dinner, and sometimes he wouldn't get one for the whole day if he had bad luck. But now, after his intelligence improved, he won his first chicken dinner in the very first game. It was getting late, time to sleep. Chen Zhao suddenly remembered that he was still live streaming, so he exited the game and switched to the live streaming room to check. He originally thought that if a few viewers came in midway and saw him win a chicken dinner, they would cheer for him. But when he returned to the live streaming room interface, Chen Zhao was shocked. There weren't just 1 or 2 people in the live streaming room, but over 10,000 people. The barrage was so overwhelming that it was hard to read. Chen Zhao's first reaction was surprise. Indeed, skilled streamers quickly gained attention. But when he read the barrage in the live streaming room, his face instantly stiffened. Don't eat rabbit meat, cheating streamer. I choose Han Xin, reported, streamer, get ready to be banned. Deep in enemy territory, the hacks nowadays are truly eye-opening. Wolf Brother, I want to give you a monkey. Actually using hacks to kill Wolf Brother, it disgusts me. If you want to cheat, do it privately. What's the point of streaming? Wolf Brother, I love you. Finally, Wolf Brother was going to stream for an extra half an hour tonight, but you, a cheating scumbag, ruined it. I'll report you right away. Chen Zhao looked at it for a while, then searched on his phone, and roughly understood. It turned out that he had killed a very famous chicken dinner streamer, and his fans were unhappy, accusing him of cheating and coming to the live streaming room to vent their anger. When Chen Zhao didn't understand what was going on before, he was still confused and not very angry. But now that he understood, anger immediately surged in his heart. Hey, this is interesting. Your streamer can't beat me, so you accuse me of using aimbot? Before even investigating properly, tens of thousands of people rushed into the live streaming room to criticize me? This is unbearable. The computer doesn't have a camera, so I can't show my face, but I can use a microphone. Chen Zhao took a deep breath, put on his headphones, and started speaking in the live streaming room. Hello everyone, I am streamer Chen Zhao. Today is my first stream. I sniped and killed the streamer Wolf God midway, relying solely on my personal skills. I'm very fast and accurate with sniping, and I'm confident in this. Many people think I'm using aimbot. I'm both angry and happy. Angry because this is framing me. Chen Zhao would never cheat. Happy because this shows that my skills have reached an extremely high level, almost equivalent to using aimbot. Everyone can give me a follow. If nothing unexpected happens, I will stream every night. Many people have reported me, but I won't be banned because I haven't cheated. If you don't believe me, you can wait and see. After speaking, Chen Zhao couldn't be bothered to argue with the haters in the live streaming room and ended the stream directly. Surprisingly, Chen Zhao's words actually had an effect. His number of followers skyrocketed, and his fan count directly soared to over 9,000. Many game streamers work hard for years and don't even have 9,000 fans, but Chen Zhao gained 9,000 fans in just half an hour, which can be said to be very impressive. Of course, most fans are here to see Chen Zhao get banned for cheating. However, Chen Zhao believes that once the results of the report are out, and it is proven that he didn't cheat, many people will change their anger towards him into surprise and admiration. Maybe they will continue to pay attention to him. That would be great. Just waiting for the results. The next morning, when Chen Zhao arrived in class, he could clearly feel that many classmates looked at him differently. After all, he solved the math problem in class yesterday in seconds, which shocked many classmates. Before, Chen Zhao was basically like air in class, but now he suddenly became a topic of conversation. Everyone felt that Chen Zhao was unpredictable and mysterious. He went to his seat at the back of the classroom, unloaded his backpack, and sat down. His deskmate, Su Lanlan, was eating breakfast. Leek dumplings. My goodness, do you have to eat leek dumplings? Chen Zhao was a bit annoyed. Everyone knows the power of leek dumplings. They leave a taste in your mouth for the whole morning. Unfortunately, Su Lanlan really liked eating them. Sitting at the back door of the classroom, the smell wafted outside. The other classmates couldn't smell it, leaving Chen Zhao to bear it alone. Are you scared? You'll die on the spot from my burp. Su Lanlan continued to eat her dumplings, unfazed and sarcastic. Chen Zhao had no way to deal with her, so he opened a biology textbook and started reviewing. After reviewing a few pages, Chen Zhao sighed and closed the book. He leaned on the desk and spaced out. The reason he stopped reading was simple. He had already read it once yesterday and memorized everything. There was no need to read it again. Su Lanlan noticed that Chen Zhao closed the book and started to taunt. What? Lost interest? Finished memorizing biology? In the past, when Chen Zhao didn't feel like studying and spaced out, Su Lanlan would mock him like this. Chen Zhao would usually glare at her with annoyance and then turn his head pretending not to hear. Glaring meant he didn't agree. Turning his head meant he couldn't argue with this sharp-tongued girl. But today, Chen Zhao acted differently. He didn't glare or turn his head, he simply said lightly, yeah. What does ya mean? If you're imitating a donkey, it should be ayan, not ya. Su Lanlan grinned, showing her teeth. It seemed like she enjoyed being sarcastic. When I say yeah, I mean yes, I've memorized the entire biology textbook, Chen Zhao said impatiently. You've memorized the whole thing? Your arrogance is bigger than the solar eclipse. Su Lanlan pouted. Dare I ask you a question? To expose your pretense, to see through your disguise? Chen Zhao shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. Go ahead, ask. If I can't answer, I'll admit defeat. Su Lanlan raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Chen Zhao's willingness. Then, Su Lanlan opened the biology textbook, took a bite of her leek dumpling, and asked vaguely, what is the definition of photosynthesis? Chen Zhao didn't hesitate and answered, photosynthesis refers to the process in which green plants use chloroplasts to convert carbon dioxide and water into organic substances that store energy, while releasing oxygen. Su Lanlan showed a hint of surprise. She didn't expect him to actually answer correctly. Fluent and fast, not a single word different from the textbook. Obviously, he had memorized it thoroughly. It seemed like Qinzhao felt that showing off like this wasn't enough, so he added, "This passage is on page 101, the first 3 lines of the biology textbook." Su Lanlan widened her eyes, lowered her head to check the page number, and it really was page 101. Holy shit! Su Lanlan cursed, genuinely shocked. You can even remember the page number? The entire textbook is stored in my brain like an ebook. Page numbers are nothing. Qinzhao smiled. It's a basic skill for a top student. You should stop showing off. Su Lanlan didn't believe it. Then I won't ask you questions anymore. I'll just ask for page numbers and lines. Dare you play? Who's afraid of who? Alright, let's do it. Su Lanlan flipped through a few pages. Page 125, bottom right corner, related information. After asking the question, Su Lanlan revealed a cunning smile. This topic was not even part of the exam content and the teacher never mentioned it in class. She didn't believe that Chen Zhao could come up with an answer. But in the next second, Chen Zhao blurted it out. The word cancer comes from Latin, originally meaning crab. It is used to describe how cancer spreads aggressively, like a crab, invading the surrounding healthy tissues. Su Lanlan was dumbfounded. He had memorized it perfectly, even the content that wasn't going to be tested? The questioning activity between the two had already caught the attention of the students in front. Wang Wei, who was sitting in front of Chen Zhao, turned around and asked directly, the last page of the textbook, the afterword, the last paragraph of the main text. Several students looked at Chen Zhao, with mischievous smiles, thinking that he wouldn't be able to recite the afterword, right? But Chen Zhao sneered and began reciting, "We would like to thank the teachers and students in the experimental area who have used this textbook. We hope that you can provide us with timely feedback and suggestions during the use of this textbook. We deeply appreciate it." The onlooking students were all dumbfounded. The situation in front of them was indeed beyond their expectations. How is this possible? Chen Zhao, are you human or a ghost? He even memorized the afterword. What a genius! What do you need to memorize the afterword for? If the college entrance examination tests the afterword, I'll eat up all the toilets in the school. Damn, it's the first time I've been scared of a top student. Is this the legendary top student? Chen Zhao waved his hand, pretending to be indifferent. Stop flattering me. I'll get conceited if you keep doing that. All the students who had turned around to talk to him immediately turned back and started studying. Chen Zhao was taken aback. Didn't I say to stop flattering me? Why did you actually stop? Why are you all so sincere? If you bring a gift to someone's house as a guest and they say you can come in and take it, would you really take the gift back? Suddenly, a big hand slapped Chen Zhao on the shoulder, startling him. He turned around and saw that all the hairs on his body stood on end. It was the head teacher standing behind him, probably just coming in. No wonder everyone turned back to study. Come out for a moment, the head teacher said, then walked out through the back door. Chen Zhao thought to himself, this is really bad luck. I just leaned on the desk for a couple of minutes and got caught. He couldn't avoid a scolding. But when he went out, instead of the expected scolding, the head teacher had a smiling face. Chen Zhao felt a bit creepy. The head teacher was smiling at him? After the second class, when everyone is doing the morning exercises, don't run away. Go to the principal's office, the head teacher said. After saying that, the head teacher left. Chen Zhao returned to his seat, feeling dazed. Go to the principal's office? Chen Zhao had always regarded the principal's office as a forbidden place, where ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Why did he have to go now? Su Lanlan leaned over. What did the baldy say to you? The head teacher had been losing hair recently, so Su Lanlan privately called him Baldy. He said to go to the principal's office after the second class. Chen Zhao scratched his head and whispered. Su Lanlan was first stunned, then looked at Chen Zhao with a sympathetic sigh. We've been deskmates for so long. I'll visit your grave every year on Qingming Festival. What color flowers do you like to have in front of your tombstone? Chen Zhao, why are you talking about visiting my grave? The principal isn't a man-eating monster. You're definitely doomed. Su Lanlan said confidently, think about what you did yesterday. How can Chen Zhao, who committed such a great offense in front of so many people, be let off easily? You've read fantasy novels, right? After defeating the small ones, the big ones come, and after defeating the big ones, the old ones come. Maybe there will be a landmine buried at the entrance of the office, or as soon as you enter, you'll see the principal standing behind a heavy machine gun, smiling at you. Chen Zhao shivered, realizing that Su Lanlan had a point. I want yellow chrysanthemums for Qingming Festival, Chen Zhao said despairingly. Nervously, he attended 2 classes and then went to the running exercise session. All his classmates rushed to the playground, but Chen Zhao went alone to the principal's office. The door to the principal's office was slightly ajar, and there were voices inside. Chen Zhao knew that the principal was still working and it wasn't time for him to go in yet, so he waited outside obediently, and eavesdropped. The principal's gentle voice came from inside. Ma Jianjun, how's your recent academic performance? Are there any difficulties? Is the teacher assigned to you satisfactory? I see that you've lost a lot of weight, you should eat more. Without proper nutrition and physical strength, it won't be conducive to your studies. Chen Zhao's expression froze. It sounded like Ma Jianjun was talking to the principal inside. Ma Jianjun's name was known throughout the entire second high school. He ranked first in the school in 9 out of 10 exams. He was 1 meter 88 tall, with a fair and stern face, and he was skilled in basketball, much like Rukawa Kid from Slam Dunk. He was someone that made Chen Zhao look up to him. Zhao Xiaobai, you haven't scored full marks in the recent math mock exams. Is there any bottleneck? Do you need a different math teacher? No? Then if there's anything you need, feel free to mention it. The principal continued. Chen Zhao's expression froze again. It seemed that Zhao Xiaobai was also inside. The school flower Zhao Xiaobai's name was also known throughout the school. In 10 exams, the one time Ma Jianjun didn't rank first, it must have been taken by Zhao Xiaobai. The rest of the time, Zhao Xiaobai comfortably held the second place in the school. Besides being a talented girl, she was also an absolute beauty, with fair skin and long flowing hair. She often wore a simple and plain white dress, but her temperament was like that of a movie star. Zhang Fan, you've made great progress in the past few exams, but you can't be complacent. You have to keep working hard. Strive to be in the top 2 in the whole school before graduation. Chen Zhao's expression froze for the third time. It seemed that Zhang Fan was also inside. Zhang Fan's label was simple. He was always the third in the school throughout high school. There was nothing remarkable about him in other aspects. He had an average appearance and no special features. Ma Jianjun, Zhao Xiaobai, Zhang Fan, the top 3 students in the school were in the principal's office. It seemed to be an elite meeting. The principal seemed to be talking to the top 3 students, cheering them on. After all, these 3 were all potential candidates for Tsinghua University and Peking University, so the school naturally valued them. Next, Chen Zhao suddenly heard his own name. The principal's voice was full of doubt. Everyone has started the running exercise, why hasn't Chen Zhao come yet? Then the homeroom teacher's voice came. I've already told him, he should be coming soon. The principal said, how has Chen Zhao performed in the past 3 years? Looking at his exam scores, it seems that he hasn't been doing well. The homeroom teacher said, it's not just that he hasn't been doing well, it's been terrible. Chen Zhao has listened to my classes for 3 years, he attends and does his homework on time, but he fails every exam. Over the past 3 years, I've truly come to understand what it means to be a hopeless case, unable to improve no matter what. I only found out yesterday that he had a hidden talent. Chen Zhao's face was full of black lines. He knew it was time to go in, so he knocked on the office door and entered. He greeted the principal and the homeroom teacher. Chen Zhao stood obediently in the corner, feeling at a loss. The 3 top students turned their heads to look at Chen Zhao, their faces filled with confusion because they had never seen such a person before. In the school, the top few students always took exams in the same room, and the same group of people would always be flipping through the rankings. Even if they didn't know each other, they would still be familiar faces, but they had no impression of Chen Zhao at all. Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask, what place did you get in the midterm exam? Chen Zhao replied, 3rd place. Zhang Fan frowned, I'm the 3rd in the whole school, though? Chen Zhao wished he could find a hole to hide in. You're the positive 3rd, I'm the negative 3rd. The 3 top students were dumbfounded. Negative 3rd? Why would they call someone who was the negative 3rd? Although Chen Zhao has never ranked among the top few in exams, he has actually been hiding his true abilities, the principal said with a smile. The top 3 in the next exam are still uncertain. That's why I called all of you here to discuss something. The 3 top students were confused. What does it mean to hide one's abilities? Even if Chen Zhao is ranked 3rd from the bottom in the entire grade, how much more can he hide his abilities? There's good news this year, the mayor's scholarship, the principal began. Next month, we will hold a provincial joint exam. All senior high school students in the city will participate. The top 100 in the joint exam will receive the mayor's scholarship. The first place will receive a prize of 100,000 yuan, the 2nd to 10th place will receive 10,000 yuan, and the 11th to 100th place will receive 1,000 yuan. I hope the 4 of you can work hard and strive to win the mayor's scholarship. The principal's gaze swept over the 4 students. The 3 top students nodded, while Chen Zhao was a bit dazed. Encouraging himself to win the mayor's scholarship? He was ranked 3rd from the bottom in the midterm exam. Just because he solved 2 math problems yesterday, the principal thinks he can win the mayor's scholarship? There are probably at least 300,000 science students in the city, and he has to rank in the top 100 among them. What a concept! It's like breaking through 1,000 troops and horses. After a brief surprise, Chen Zhao made up his mind. Since the principal trusts him so much, he must work hard to achieve it. It's just a provincial joint exam, right? I have a system. I have extraordinary intelligence. How high of a score can I achieve? The principal's trust is exciting. As soon as he returned to the classroom, Chen Zhao immediately started studying the textbook. He had already memorized it once yesterday, but he still felt a bit uneasy, so he memorized it again. The time it took to review the content he had already memorized was greatly reduced. Therefore, in just one morning, he reviewed all the textbooks again. Without being modest, Chen Zhao felt that he had stored every word of the high school textbooks in his mind. Just by closing his eyes, he could even flip through the pages in his mind. However, simply memorizing the textbooks word for word was far from enough. Anyone who has been to school knows that there is a tricky rule about the difficulty of questions. The difficulty of example questions in the textbook is 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. The difficulty of regular homework questions is 1024 times 2046 equals 2095104. And the difficulty of exam papers is 128888 times 65 1/4 plus 2. 66 superscript 3 divided by 88 plus 0. 15% equals? So the next step is to engage in a sea of questions, crazily practice and solve several meters thick exercise books, and find and solve every question he doesn't know. After school at noon, Chen Zhao didn't go home. He bought a pancake with his hands and 2 grilled sausages and a skewer of grilled squid on the roadside. He wolfed them down and then headed straight to the Manhwa bookstore near the school gate. Manhwa bookstore is a magical place that never interferes with customers reading books freely. Every time Chen Zhao went there were a bunch of people reading books inside, leaning against the bookshelves or sitting on the floor, concentrating as if they were sculptures. These people are basically freeloaders, just reading without buying. Chen Zhao always felt that with so many people freeloading and no one buying books, the bookstore would probably go out of business in a few days. But after so many years, Manhwa bookstore is still standing strong, and it has even been renovated twice, adding seats for the freeloaders. Today, Chen Zhao is also here to happily freeload. He entered the store and went straight to the 3rd floor in the elevator. The 3rd floor is the area for teaching materials, from kindergarten's literacy textbooks to university's professional exam books. Everything can be found here. Especially the exercise books and teaching aids for senior high school take up a large part. Chen Zhao came here to freeload on the exercise books for senior high school. Just as he arrived on the 3rd floor, Chen Zhao unexpectedly saw 3 familiar figures: Ma Jianjun, Zhao Xiaobai, Zhang Fan, the top 3 students in the school. It seems that the 3 top students had just arrived as well, and they were browsing through the bookshelves, probably looking for some exercise books. The top students always like to hang out with other top students, and the top 3 in the school seem to have a good relationship. However, Chen Zhao is not familiar with them, so he didn't go over to say hello and instead found a textbook to study on his own. Chen Zhao wanted to take a look at 5 years of high school entrance examination, 3 years of simulation, a famous exercise book. All the top students in the class have a set, so the quality of the questions should be decent. But after searching for a while, he couldn't find 5 years of high school entrance examination, 3 years of simulation, but instead found 6 years of high school entrance examination, 3 years of simulation. The cover and the impression were exactly the same, only the name had been changed. It must be the result of the system modifying the world. Since the world reset, many things have changed. It's not surprising that a textbook would change its name. Chen Zhao picked out a math book, 6-3, from the shelf and started reading in the corner. As he flipped through the pages, he saw that they were all questions, each one labeled with the year and location of a certain high school entrance examination, indicating that they were basically all previous exam questions. The compilers classified these real exam questions and simulated exam questions, organizing them by chapter. The questions were very similar to the real exams, which was perfect for review. He looked at the first question. With just one glance, he already had the answer in his mind. The second question. Again, he had the answer at a glance. The third question. He could answer it at a glance too. It felt great to have a high IQ. All the questions were significantly easier, and he didn't need to work through them step by step. Chen Zhao continued to read through the questions, and almost 99% of them were ridiculously easy. He could mentally calculate the answers just by reading the questions. As a result, Chen Zhao made rapid progress, flipping through pages in a matter of seconds. After reading for a few minutes, he suddenly heard voices in the distance. The voices were familiar. It was those 3 top students. They weren't speaking loudly, but Chen Zhao had always had sharp ears and could roughly make out what they were saying. Ma Jianjun, I'll probably finish memorizing the English vocabulary for the 4th level in a couple of days. I bought a book on the 6th level vocabulary, just going to take a quick look. Zhang Fan, I bought a book on physics competition questions. After a period of time, I have to participate in the physics competition, so I need to review intensively. Zhao Xiaobai, I bought a book on perfect score essays, going to memorize them when I get back. Indeed, top students are top students, they are all here to buy new study materials. Chen Zhao secretly admired them. But as he continued to listen, the topic suddenly shifted to himself. What's the deal with Chen Zhao, who was with us when we met the principal this morning? I asked around, and it turns out that since he entered high school in the first year, he has never done well in exams. He has always been at the bottom of the class in the third year. Zhang Fan's voice carried a hint of disdain. In the office this morning, he said he was third from the bottom, and I didn't believe him. I thought he was joking. After all, how could someone who was third from the bottom have the qualifications to go to the principal's office? But it turns out it's true. Chen Zhao shrugged his shoulders and thought, what does it matter to you whether I do well in exams or not? Focus on your own studies, and you won't end up at the bottom of the class for years. Next was Zhao Xiaobai's voice, gentle and soft-spoken. I asked the teacher about it. The teacher said that Chen Zhao, in front of the grade director, solved 2 extremely difficult questions, and they were randomly given by the director. He said he had been hiding his abilities and deliberately performed poorly in exams. So maybe he's like a hidden master, like those monks sweeping the floor at Shaolin Temple, seemingly ordinary but actually a skilled expert. Chen Zhao nodded silently in his heart, his fondness for Zhao Xiaobai increasing. What a beautiful girl, both inside and out. Nonsense. Ma Jianjun's disdainful voice came. I've done the same thing, deliberately scoring low to compete for the Progress Award scholarship, but I only scored 50 points lower. Chen Zhao, on the other hand, scored hundreds of points lower, and he deliberately did it for 3 years. Is it necessary to hide to such an extent? I guess he was just lucky, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. He only managed to solve the questions given by the director. It's not like he has hidden abilities. Zhao Xiaobai, it's not necessarily true, right? Zhang Fan, there's no doubt about it, Ma Gu is right. That kid definitely just got lucky. Chen Zhao frowned as he listened, feeling a bit annoyed. Is it really okay to gossip about people behind their backs? Did I provoke you? Whether I am hiding my true abilities or just lucky, it's none of your business. Chen Zhao sat in the corner, blocked by heavy bookshelves. The 3 top students didn't see him and continued chatting. They turned a corner and took the elevator, leaving. For a moment, Chen Zhao really wanted to rush out and argue with Ma Jianjun and Zhang Fan, but he stayed seated. Firstly, arguing like this was meaningless, and secondly, he couldn't beat the 2 guys across from him if things got heated. Faced with doubts, the best way to respond is to prove it with facts. The upcoming weekly exam in 2 days is the perfect opportunity for that. As long as his grades surpass Ma Jianjun and Zhang Fan, it will explain everything. Chen Zhao felt a surge of motivation throughout his body. He lowered his head and started seriously looking at the questions on page 63. Before the weekly exam, he must go through all the questions on page 63 for every subject to have a chance of surpassing Ma Jianjun and Zhang Fan. Unconsciously, he spent the whole afternoon reading. Chen Zhao happened to finish reading the entire math section on page 63. Along the way, he encountered about 7 or 8 questions he didn't know, but as soon as he looked at the answers, he immediately understood. If he encounters similar questions again, he should be able to solve them. Chen Zhao put the book back on the shelf, patted his butt, and went to school. He planned to borrow 2 classmates' copies of page 63 from the classroom in the afternoon. What? Buy a copy at the bookstore? Impossible. Poor. No money. Freeloading is the best. Chen Zhao had a decent reputation in the class, so borrowing a book was not difficult. He quickly borrowed a copy of the physics section on page 63 and started reading while leaning on the desk. Su Lanlan, his deskmate, noticed Chen Zhao's diligence and felt somewhat shocked. Zhao, why have you been studying like you're on fire these past 2 days? Have you gone crazy? There's a path to heaven, but you don't take it. The sea of learning is vast and arduous, yet you choose to row? Upon hearing Su Lanlan's sarcastic remarks, Chen Zhao sighed softly. How can a mediocre student like you understand the joy of studying? I have a new goal, Chen Zhao replied with determination. In the midterm exam 3 days from now, I want to surpass Ma Jianjun and become the top student in the whole school. Su Lanlan chuckled. You're ugly both inside and out, but your imagination is quite beautiful. Su Lanlan covered her face and laughed. If you can become the top student in the whole school, it means our school has been hit by a nuclear bomb and we're missing 1 class skipper. Chen Zhao glanced at his sarcastic deskmate and disdainfully chose not to argue, continuing to immerse himself in his studies. Being the top student in the whole school wasn't that difficult of a task, so who was there to look down upon? I'll show you in the exam 3 days from now. Motivated by his deskmate's provocation, Chen Zhao studied even harder, finishing all the physics, Chinese, and chemistry exercises by the end of the evening self-study session. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to finish all the exercises for all subjects by tomorrow with one more day's time. Originally, he had planned to finish all the exercises for all subjects today, but now he had to postpone it for another day. The progress was a bit slow, but as long as he finished before the midterm exam, it was fine. If other students knew about Chen Zhao's thoughts, they would surely be infuriated. A book of exercises for all subjects was several dozen pages thick, and an ordinary student would take several weeks to finish it, but you think it's slow to finish it in 2 days? Back at home, Chen Zhao was already starving. As usual, he cooked instant noodles and heated up frozen meatballs, devouring them while drinking cold cola. He turned on the computer, ready to go online. He couldn't neglect making money through live streaming while studying. After being reported so many times yesterday, he wondered if there were any results. Meanwhile, the game streamer Wolf Brother on the Panda Live platform was live streaming. On the screen, the game had reached the final circle. Wolf Brother was wearing a lucky outfit, holding an M249, lying in the grass, cautiously watching the barren land ahead. There's only one enemy left, probably hiding behind the tree up ahead, Wolf Brother explained to the audience in the live chat. We'll camp here, camping means victory. Suddenly, without any warning, the screen showed the chicken dinner scene. Wolf Brother was stunned, then smiled. It seems like the last enemy was hiding in the blue zone, didn't use enough healing items, and died from the poison. Wolf Brother wins without shedding blood. Let's end tonight's live stream. Wolf Brother exited the battle interface, but suddenly noticed that he had received a letter. He opened it and saw that it was a message from the game's official Bluehole. After investigation, the player Chen Zhao, whom you reported at 23:55 last night, did not engage in cheating behavior. Thank you for your supervision in maintaining a healthy gaming environment. Wolf Brother was stunned, blinked his eyes, read it several times, and finally confirmed that the investigation result was that Chen Zhao didn't cheat. Didn't cheat? Quick sniping, headshots with every shot, and he didn't cheat? Wolf Brother's instinctive reaction was that the investigation was wrong, but then he thought that the game's official data was always very detailed and accurate. Bluehole had always been cracking down on cheats, so it was possible for someone to be mistakenly banned for not cheating, but it was absolutely impossible for someone to cheat and not be banned. Therefore, this streamer Chen Zhao should indeed not have cheated. As for why his marksmanship was so good, it was possible that a professional player had created a smurf account to play casual matches. Wolf Brother had rubbed shoulders with domestic professional players, and based on his understanding, there was no such person. So it was very likely that it was a professional player from Europe or America who had taken a Chinese name and coincidentally encountered him. Although the probability was small, it was not impossible. Regardless, Wolf Brother realized that he had wrongly accused an innocent person. Everyone should be able to see this message on my computer screen. The streamer Chen Zhao, who I reported for cheating last night, has been found innocent. It seems that I was too hasty. I don't know if Chen the streamer watches my livestream, but I want to apologize verbally here first. I'm very sorry for being impulsive. Tomorrow, I will draft a written apology and post it on my personal page, pinned for a week. After finishing, Brother Lang searched Chen Zhao's live broadcast room online and confirmed that it was the same Chen Zhao he encountered last night. He clicked on it and opened the reward interface. In one breath, he rewarded 5 Hearts of the Universe. On the gift price list of the Panda Live platform, Hearts of the Universe ranked first and was the most expensive gift. It was worth 18,888 Panda coins, equivalent to 1,888 renminbi. Brother Lang immediately rewarded 5 Hearts of the Universe, which was 9,440 renminbi. I don't know the anchor Chen, but the Hearts of the Universe represent my heart, so consider it as an apology. Today's live broadcast ends here. Brother Lang is going to sleep. Good night everyone. Brother Lang said, and closed the live broadcast room. Oh, sorry, something came up and I'm a bit late with the update. Chen Zhao logged into his anchor account. Various messages bombarded him, which startled him. First of all, there were numerous reward messages, receiving over 100 gifts in total. Chen Zhao was dumbfounded. He didn't even go live today, so how did he receive so many gifts? Is the live broadcasting industry really this popular? Do people still reward when the anchor is not online? The messages in the live broadcast room were overwhelming. Coco sweetheart is me, so the anchor wasn't cheating. Followed. Net depression player, whoa, the anchor is so pitiful, not cheating and got hammered. Followed. Disciple of Lao Ba, well done. Awesome anchor. Little rabbit, used by a dog bear to wipe its butt. Great anchor. Brother Lang apologized to you by sending gifts. Did you see it? I also sent one. It took Chen Zhao a while to react. It turns out that the cheating incident from yesterday had a result. After discovering that a good person was wronged, many people felt guilty and rewarded gifts as an apology. Many people also changed from being critical to becoming fans. So the live broadcast room became lively like this. Okay, the injustice has been cleared. Chen Zhao looked at his personal information page and saw that the number of fans had reached 17,620, close to 20,000 fans on the second day of going live. This speed was unmatched. Many game anchors worked hard for years, waking up early and staying up late, and still didn't have 10,000 fans. Chen Zhao's achievement could probably make many struggling anchors feel defeated. Looking at the gift interface, Chen Zhao was almost scared out of his seat. On his withdrawal account, he already had 10,800 renminbi. According to the rules of the live streaming platform, for a new ordinary anchor like Chen Zhao, the gifts received in the platform's share were split 50-50 after tax. In other words, after deducting the tax from the gifts, it amounted to 21,600 renminbi. After deducting the platform's fee, he had already earned 10,800 renminbi. This was too fast. Chen Zhao rubbed his eyes several times in astonishment, only then confirming that he didn't read the numbers wrong. It really was 10,800 renminbi. Can he withdraw this money now? Chen Zhao's first reaction was to withdraw the money because money is only considered his own when it becomes cash or bank balance. Keeping it in the anchor account, no matter how much, it was still virtual and couldn't be spent. He was currently broke, so of course, he had to withdraw it. Chen Zhao checked the backstage withdrawal rules for anchors, followed the instructions step by step, linked his bank card, went through SMS verification and identity verification, fiddled around for a while, and then clicked on withdrawal. After waiting for 3 seconds, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw a bank transfer notification. 10,800 renminbi had been deposited. It really was withdrawn to his bank account. Chen Zhao was ecstatic and shocked, his mouth wide open as if it could fit a watermelon. This was too amazing. The fans were awesome. Now he had rent money, food money, and even the tuition for his first semester of college. Enough talking. To thank new and old customers, let's start the live broadcast immediately. Chen Zhao put on his headphones, opened the game, and started the broadcast. If yesterday he was a bit lazy when starting the live broadcast, today he was full of energy and enthusiasm. The reason was simple: he could really make money. The number of people in the live broadcast room immediately surged, and many users who followed Chen Zhao received the notification of the live broadcast and rushed over to watch. In just a minute, more than 4,000 people came, and it kept increasing. Thank you all for watching me play PUBG. Thank you to the generous donors. I've been busy lately, so I can only play a game or two in the evening. I will play more during the weekend, Chen Zhao said. Tonight, let's start with a solo squad game. Solo squad is the most difficult mode. Let's challenge it as a way to thank the donors. Those who have played PUBG know what solo squad means. It's when you play alone while other teams consist of 4 people. In the game, other teams can cover each other and take turns attacking, but you can only be a lone wolf, fighting alone. It's a very challenging mode. While chatting with the audience, Chen Zhao selected the most commonly used map, the squad mode, and chose not to match with teammates. After a brief 2-second wait, the game started. Chen Zhao appeared in the Arrangel map. The Arrangel map was as chaotic as ever, with some people jumping around like monkeys, some crawling on the ground like caterpillars. There were also people fighting each other and running around like crazy pigs, all sorts of things. Chen Zhao didn't feel like fooling around, so he stood still and looked up at the sky, waiting for the countdown. Soon, all the players boarded the plane and flew to the island. The voice chat on the plane was noisy. Any guys want to team up? Listen up, everyone on the plane, we're going to Peace City. Anyone who doesn't jump to Peace City is a loser. Hey, girl who just teamed up, where are you jumping? I'll say it again. Anyone who doesn't jump to Peace City is a loser. The plane was really loud, it hurt the ears. Chen Zhao opened the mini-map and quickly found a marked spot in a residential area outside of Peace City. He jumped out of the plane and landed. He quickly scanned the surroundings in the sky, but there was no one nearby. Chen Zhao happily jumped through a window into a house and started searching for items. Bandages, scopes, level 2 backpack, level 2 helmet. After searching a few small houses, Chen Zhao was fully equipped with level 2 gear, holding an AKM and an S686 shotgun. He had around 100 rounds of 7.62mm bullets and 20 rounds of 12-gauge shotgun shells. Although it wasn't a lot, it should be enough for a brief firefight. He found a jeep by the roadside, got in, accelerated, and drove along the road to find people to kill. Yes, he was looking for people to kill. With Chen Zhao's shooting accuracy, he was practically invincible. It would be as easy as mowing the grass to play against these average players. The car hadn't gone far when he heard intense gunfire coming from the center of Peace City. Chen Zhao decisively parked the jeep on the outskirts of Peace City, got out, pulled out his AKM, and followed the sound of gunfire. The gunfire was intense. It seemed like two full squads were fighting. The barrage in the live chat room became lively. The streamer is playing solo squad. Shouldn't he find a place to hide? Why would he go to the firefight? It's fine if it's just one or two people, but why would you join a fight between two squads? Is he planning to commit suicide? It's over. The streamer is going to get killed. The audience thought Chen Zhao was done for. Going alone against a group of people, it would be strange if he didn't get killed. Chen Zhao didn't pay attention to the commotion in the live chat room. He was highly focused, constantly scanning the residential area ahead. Suddenly, an enemy appeared behind a fake garage, hiding behind a wall and healing. He must have been injured in the firefight and came here to heal. He didn't see Chen Zhao, but Chen Zhao saw him. He quickly raised his AKM and without hesitation, shot him in the head. You knocked out who hit me with a headshot using AKM. Chen Zhao was initially happy. As expected, it was easy to kill an injured enemy with low health. But then he became angry. Who hit me? What a stupid ID name. No, he must kill him. And not just a simple kill, he must obliterate him. Since the enemy was behind the wall, he couldn't see him after knocking him out. He could only predict his position on the ground. After being knocked down, he will definitely crawl and try to escape. So predicting his position is not easy. But for Chen Zhao, it's no big deal. 2 grenades were quickly thrown and landed in 2 different positions behind the wall. After a brief wait, the explosion smoke rose, and a prompt appeared on the computer screen. You killed who hit me whose grandson with a fragmentation grenade. The sound of gunfire stopped at this time, indicating that a team had either escaped or been eliminated. There must still be enemies remaining. Chen Zhao switched to the S686 shotgun and entered a 2-story building. He chose the S686 because it can quickly knock down enemies indoors at the fastest speed. It's not just a reputation that the Equalizer gun has. Whether you have a level 1 helmet or level 3 armor, whether you have low health or full health, 2 shots from the S686 will make you kneel. Chen Zhao went upstairs and searched each room, but did not find any enemies. So he switched the S686 to an AKM, quietly approached the balcony, and peered outside. The balcony provided a view of the road that passed through Peace City. He saw a burning car a few meters ahead on the ground. Several boxes were neatly placed beside the car. Some firearms and ammunition were also thrown nearby, indicating that someone had already looted them and changed their weapons. Chen Zhao concluded that the person who looted the items hadn't gone far, so he threw a smoke grenade. The smoke grenade burst open in the middle of the road, emitting smoke. Chen Zhao held his breath and waited, hoping that if there were enemies nearby, they would come to investigate the mysterious smoke. Then he could shoot and kill them. Suddenly, a grenade flew out of a window of a building on the side of the street and exploded in the smoke. Obviously, someone was hiding in that building and threw the grenade to test the situation when they saw the smoke on the street. Chen Zhao became alert, realizing that there were still remaining enemies. He stared at the small building where the grenade was thrown, waiting for the opponent to show themselves. However, even after the smoke grenade's time had passed and the smoke cleared from the street, the opponent did not come out. What a patient turtle. Since you won't come out, fine. I'll bring the bullets to your doorstep. Chen Zhao switched to the unbeatable S686 shotgun and jumped down from the balcony, rushing towards the locked small building. The distance was very close, and in just a few seconds, Chen Zhao broke through the door. As soon as he entered, he saw an enemy crouching in the corner, aiming at the door with an M416. Boom boom! Chen Zhao fired 2 consecutive shots. 2 headshots. The screen displayed 2 consecutive prompts. You knocked down Loloi with the S686 headshot and you killed Loloi with the S686 headshot. The enemy lying on the ground had become a loot box. Chen Zhao suddenly remembered that he had been playing for half a day and hadn't said anything to the viewers in the livestream, so he started speaking. Everyone, take a look at this guy I just killed with my shotgun. He is a typical example of a failed indoor defense. Crouching in a corner is a good choice, but lying on the ground is a big mistake. Lying on the ground restricts your ability to aim, making it difficult to hit moving enemies. And when lying down, you can't move quickly for a short period of time, making it impossible to dodge bullets. It's like being a sitting duck. It's strange if you don't die. If you have to defend on the first floor, you can choose to crouch in a corner. This reduces the area where you can be shot, and crouching allows you to aim without restrictions. Luck and skill each account for half of this game, and skill can be further divided into marksmanship and tactical awareness. I will share some tips with you in the future. Chen Zhao finished speaking, thinking that he did a decent job. He was about to switch to the live stream and see if the viewers agreed or disagreed with his explanation when he suddenly heard a voice from above. Hey, are you a streamer? Chen Zhao immediately realized that there was still an enemy on the second floor. And the voice was very pleasant, soft and gentle, possibly a girl. Of course, it could also be a man using a voice changer. These days, no one knows if a girl with long flowing hair would buy a razor. I'm a streamer, very tech savvy. Chen Zhao looked up at the second floor and said, anyone who has met me has become a box spirit. So stop struggling, come down quietly, and I'll give you a dignified death. Don't kill me. We're in the same industry. The girl on the second floor hurriedly said. In the same industry? Chen Zhao was taken aback. Are you also a streamer? After saying so much, you still can't figure out who I am? The other person's voice sounded a bit aggrieved and angry. No, Chen Zhao said while throwing a smoke bomb to the second floor. There were two screams from upstairs, shouting not to explode, but after realizing it was a smoke bomb and not a thunder, they became furious. Can't we be peaceful? Really, you still can't figure out who I am? I'm Little Bamboo Shoot from the Fighting Panda Live platform. I'm popular. Never heard of it, Chen Zhao said coldly. Little Bamboo Shoot, do you want to come down and die painlessly? If you don't come down, I'll attack the building. While Chen Zhao confronted Little Bamboo Shoot upstairs, the audience in the live stream room exploded. Chubby, who loves eating bamboo shoots, said, am I so lucky? I encountered Little Bamboo Shoot? Handsome Wolf said, who is Little Bamboo Shoot? Is she really popular? Oreo and Leaganma said, upstairs, are you serious? You don't even know Little Bamboo Shoot? She's the beautiful and busty Little Bamboo Shoot. Banana with red dates said, clearly, she's the beautiful and long-legged Little Bamboo Shoot. Golden member of the Appearance Association said, Little Bamboo Shoot with 8 million fans. Although her gaming skills are bad, she's beautiful. Bloodwall and Findis said, what? As a gaming streamer, no skills, just relying on looks to attract fans? What kind of world is this? Where is the spirit of esports? Let me search. Oh, this Little Bamboo Shoot is really good looking, followed. Chen Zhao was hesitating whether to attack the building or not when suddenly he heard footsteps, followed by an enemy breaking in through the door. Chen Zhao's hand speed was fast. He turned around and shot. 2 shots from the S686 shotgun sprayed the enemy's face. Boom boom. You knocked down Wife Cake with a headshot from the S686. You killed Wife Cake with a headshot from the S686. The enemy who broke in only managed to fire 1 shot before being shot down and sent away with another shot. The person was completely stunned. What's going on? Was I killed instantly? This is too fast. Did I encounter a spraying god? Chen Zhao leisurely went over to loot the box. There wasn't much to loot, just a few bottles of medicine and a smoke bomb. Smoke bombs are a good thing in the final circle. After looting the box, Chen Zhao heard Little Bamboo Shoot upstairs wailing, why is it like this? Why? Chen Zhao quickly reacted, this Wife Cake, is it your teammate? You're here to distract me and buy time for him to ambush me, right? Little Bamboo Shoot. Little Bamboo Shoot, yes. Chen Zhao, if I'm not mistaken, this is your last teammate, right? Little Bamboo Shoot, whoa, yes. Little Bamboo Shoot, streamer, can you not kill me? Give me a reason not to kill you. Chen Zhao said while chatting with the girl upstairs, looking for the right time to attack the building. In his heart, he complained that this streamer Little Bamboo Shoot must be really bad at the game, almost at the level of a bot, otherwise she wouldn't be so timid. An ordinary person would have rushed down and fought, or jumped out of the window to escape, instead of crying and begging on the second floor. Let's team up. You don't kill me, I won't kill you, let's enter the final circle together. Little Bamboo Shoot suggested. Chen Zhao thought for a moment and asked the audience in the live stream room through voice chat, do you all think this Little Bamboo Shoot is trustworthy? Can I team up with her? If you say yes, I'll team up with her. If you say no, I'll eliminate her. The audience in the live stream room became excited, saying all sorts of things. Team up. Isn't it great to win with a girl? Streamer, are you crazy? It's not easy to come across such a beautiful girl, and you want to kill her? If you're a man, don't listen to her sweet words. Just shoot her and be done with it. Don't believe the enemy's slander, just throw a grenade and blow her up. This Little Bamboo Shoot is so weak that you can pat her to death with a frying pan. Do you have any compassion? The Little Bamboo Shoot is so pretty. Are you willing to kill her? Chen Zhao originally wanted his fans to give him ideas, but seeing all the different opinions, he decided to make the decision himself. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhao shouted upstairs, let's surrender. The voice of the confused Little Bamboo Shoot asked, surrender? Take off all your equipment and leave it at the stairs. Then stand next to it and dance. I'll come up afterwards. If I find that you're not dancing anymore, or if you haven't taken off all your equipment, I'll immediately shoot you twice with the S686. Chen Zhao said. The Little Bamboo Shoot replied, whoa, how humiliating. Alright, I'll let you know when I'm ready. There was a rustling sound from upstairs, presumably the sound of removing equipment. After a while, the voice of the little bamboo shoot said, "I'm starting to dance, come up." Chen Zhao cautiously climbed up the stairs with the S686 in hand, prepared for the possibility of the opponent aiming and shooting at him. However, after reaching the top of the stairs, he found the opponent standing in the corner, dancing, with a pile of things on the ground: bullets, drinks, medical kits, guns, helmets, armor, backpacks. It was a true surrender. Chen Zhao was surprised. This little bamboo shoot turned out to be a streamer, so timid that she would disarm and dance when she saw an enemy. Who would be a fan of hers? Claiming to be popular was just bragging, right? Unless she's really good-looking. But would someone who's good-looking become a game streamer? She must be a lowly-voiced monster, like that certain Billuo. Since the opponent showed such sincerity in surrendering, Chen Zhao didn't feel right going back on his word. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed 3 conditions. First, you can only carry 1 gun. Second, walk in front of me, go wherever I tell you to go. Third, I guess there's nothing else, just follow the first 2. The little bamboo shoot reluctantly nodded in agreement and weakly asked, "How long do I have to dance?" "Stop dancing, it's enough. Your dancing is really ugly," Chen Zhao commented. "Whoa, this dance move was designed by the game, not by me," the little bamboo shoot said in a pitiful tone. Chen Zhao looked at the equipment that the little bamboo shoot had taken off and decided to put on the level 3 helmet and armor without hesitation. He also took the SLR sniper rifle and the UMP submachine gun, both of which he was familiar with. "You have so many good items. Are you like a qualified delivery person? Carrying all these good items, waiting for someone lucky to take them," Chen Zhao exclaimed with delight. "Whoa, please don't mock me anymore. The circle is closing, let's go," the little bamboo shoot said sadly. Chen Zhao looked and saw that he had wasted so much time here that the circle had already shrunk to 700 meters away. He instructed the little bamboo shoot to put on the equipment and walk ahead. They went downstairs, got on the road, and found a mountain bike on the side of the road. Chen Zhao drove, and the little bamboo shoot sat in the back. They sped through the buildings of the entire Peace City, heading towards the lush green mountains in the distance. Surprisingly, they didn't encounter any enemies along the way. After searching a few houses, they drove through the poison zone and arrived directly at the final circle. Looking at the remaining number of players, there were still 9 people left, excluding Chen Zhao and the little bamboo shoot. There were 7 enemies. Chen Zhao instructed the little bamboo shoot to run forward for 10 meters, then jump left and right. The bigger the jump, the better, just make a scene. The little bamboo shoot was terrified. "Jumping around like this will get us sniped. Let me crawl." Chen Zhao ignored the pleading of little bamboo shoot and coldly raised the SLR sniper rifle in his hand. "If you don't jump around up ahead, I'll snipe you right now. Hurry up, go and jump." Little bamboo shoot could only walk to the front, whimpering, and start jumping left and right. It was clear that she was jumping clumsily, obviously lacking the skill of dodging bullets through jumping, and her gaming level was terrible. Chen Zhao crouched behind a big tree, attentively observing the trees and buildings ahead. The reason Chen Zhao was willing to bring little bamboo shoot to the final circle was simple: to use her as bait, as a living target. Let little bamboo shoot attract enemy fire in a conspicuous place, while he could hide and reap the benefits. It didn't matter if little bamboo shoot was shot to death, Chen Zhao could take the opportunity to find the person shooting. The viewers in the live stream saw Chen Zhao's intentions and began to criticize. "Watermelon eater, can't believe there's such a sneaky move. I am the Gun King, the host is so bad to the bone. But I like it. Handsome brother Chen Zhao, how can you treat a girl like this? Using a girl as bait to attract fire, so cruel." Platinum Rabbit, poor little bamboo shoot. Other hosts would protect her in every way. Even if they died, they would let little bamboo shoot live a few more seconds. But this host, he just throws her out as a target. Oreo with Lao Gan Ma, ha ha ha, what a scene. Little bamboo shoot is actually forced to jump around in the final circle. She must be so frustrated. Chen Zhao waited for a while, but no one shot at little bamboo shoot, and he started to get anxious. How come no one is shooting at such an obvious target? Could they have realized that she's bait? That shouldn't be the case, right? Just as Chen Zhao was wondering, gunshots suddenly rang out from the southeast. It was the sound of an M416. Bullets whizzed through the air and hit little bamboo shoot. Little bamboo shoot screamed and started running around, but she was hit by several bullets right away. How could she outrun the bullets? So her health rapidly dropped, and it was about to reach 0. Little bamboo shoot's voice sounded distressed and impatient. "It's over, it's over, it's over. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Suddenly, Chen Zhao stood up abruptly, without aiming through the scope of the SLR, and fired 2 shots in succession. 2 7.62mm bullets cut through the air, traversed the trees, and accurately hit an old sneaky person hiding in the bushes 300 meters away. 2 consecutive headshots. The old sneaky person didn't even have time to react, and was instantly eliminated. Little Bamboo Shoot suddenly realized that the M416 bullets chasing her were gone, so she quickly hid behind a tree and started using a medical kit to heal. Her health bar quickly rose from almost empty to 75%. Then she drank a drink to slowly regenerate health. In Xinjiao's livestream, the fans became excited again. Oreo with Manhwa, wow, that accuracy is amazing. No scope headshots? I'm going to top up and give the host a reward. Rainy Alley Girl, host, you're so awesome. I'll reward you with a hot air balloon. 1Q84, very nice, very strong. If it weren't for the failed report, I would definitely think this is an aimbot. No more talking, reward. A group of fans started to reward enthusiastically, although the amounts were not large, but there were many of them. In just a few minutes, Xinjiao probably earned over 100 yuan. Behind a hill in the distance, there suddenly came a burst of random gunfire. The kill notifications kept popping up, and in just a few tens of seconds, several more people died. This kind of situation often occurs in the final circle, where there is a long period of silence, and then suddenly gunshots erupt. Because everyone is lying in the grass like Voldemort, they usually can't see the enemy. Once one person is exposed and starts firing, it can reveal many others. The final circle is small, and the distances between each other are close, so it's all about quick reflexes. Now there are only 4 people left in the final circle: Xinjiao, Little Bamboo Shoot, and 2 enemies. Little Bamboo Shoot seemed to be in a better mood. Phew. Finally made it to the final circle today. I can consider it a promise to my fans. Xinjiao listened and felt a bit speechless. Didn't you say you're a chicken dinner streamer? Shouldn't chicken dinner streamers always make it to the final circle? What's the deal with you using the word finally? Little Bamboo Shoot was a bit annoyed. I have good skills. It's just that my luck isn't great. Xinjiao shrugged, too lazy to argue with this noob, and continued to keenly scan the trees ahead. He paid special attention to the grass on the edge of the hillside and the grass around the base of each tree, as those were the easiest places for people to hide. But after carefully looking around, he didn't see any figures. The remaining 2 opponents were probably experts, at least experienced chicken dinner players who knew how to hide their positions. Looking at the position of the next circle, it wasn't far, just 10 meters ahead. But there was no cover there, no rocks or trees, so it would be very conspicuous once they passed through. It would be easy to become a target for enemies. There was no choice but to use the captive again. Little Bamboo Shoot, you go forward and enter the circle. Then jump left and right, Xinjiao said. Are you kidding me? I have to jump again? Little Bamboo Shoot was filled with frustration. The next circle is so small, I'll definitely get killed. Don't be afraid, if someone shoots at you, I'll blow their head off immediately, Xinjiao said. Can I trust you? Little Bamboo Shoot asked timidly. Whether you can trust me or not, you have to move forward. Otherwise, I'll take your head. Xinjiao threatened fiercely. Little Bamboo Shoot whimpered and took 2 painkillers, probably hoping that the continuous healing would save her life. Then she cautiously walked into the circle and started jumping left and right. Xinjiao concentrated, staring at the computer screen, noticing every movement. Come out. The last 2 opponents. Someone is jumping around over here. Clearly, they don't take you seriously. Don't they want to take a shot at this jumping Little Bamboo Shoot? It seemed that Little Bamboo Shoot's arrogant jumping was too dazzling. In the moment of shrinking circle, 2 figures appeared from the left and right sides of the opposite hill, firing at Little Bamboo Shoot. The moment they appeared, Xinjiao had already locked onto them. Without aiming, he fired directly with the SLR. Little Bamboo Shoot's scream and the gunfire from the 3 opponents rang out at the same time. Bullets of various calibers crisscrossed the grass, making a swooshing sound. You killed Earphones got wet with an SLR headshot. You killed Court with an SLR headshot. 2 consecutive notifications sounded, and the last 2 opponents were killed. Xinjiao got up and ran towards the safe zone. Little Bamboo Shoot was a bit at a loss. What should we do next? It's just the 2 of us left. Xinjiao pondered for a moment, then suddenly took out a grenade and pulled the pin. Little Bamboo Shoot stood still, sighed slightly, knowing that she was about to be blown up by the grenade. But it didn't matter, reaching second place was already a rare achievement. Sometimes, even after playing dozens of matches, you can't reach second place. Now it's like picking up a second place for free. What's there to be unsatisfied about? However, with a loud bang, Little Bamboo Shoot was surprised to find that the chicken dinner screen appeared on her computer screen. Xinjiao didn't throw the grenade over, he had been holding it in his hand and chose to blow himself up. Eating chicken is a piece of cake for me. It's not easy for you, so I'll give you one. Being a living target is quite tiring, Xinjiao said. Xinjiao went to the live streaming room to chat with the audience, taking a sip of water and resting for a while. Many viewers were a bit dissatisfied, thinking that Chen Zhao's self-explosion was too outrageous. In esports, there is no mercy, and in the chicken dinner arena, how can you just hand over the chicken that's already in your hands? Of course, there were also some viewers who supported Chen Zhao's decision, thinking that it was only right to give the cute girl a chicken dinner. If there's a cute girl who has been with you all the way, blocking bullets for you, shouldn't you give her a chicken dinner in the end? After drinking the water and chatting with the audience in the live streaming room for a while, Chen Zhao was about to start another match when a friend request suddenly popped up. Little Bamboo Shoot requested to add him as a friend. In an instant, the fans in the live streaming room went wild. Oreo and Lao Gan Ma, no wonder Chen Zhao was so surprised. So it's for this. Gon Go You, wow. I've learned something. Taiguan Xiao Nang Shou, TSK Tisk, it's all a trick. Little Bamboo Shoot's sister, oh no, Little Bamboo Shoot fell for it. All the fans thought that Chen Zhao's surprise was to win Little Bamboo Shoot's favor. Now that Little Bamboo Shoot has actively requested to be friends, Chen Zhao should eagerly accept. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Zhao actually declined. Friends are useless, her skills are too bad, she can't help me rank up. No need to add her. Chen Zhao explained coldly to the fans. The fans were shocked to hear this. Is he really that focused on gaming? Is he only concerned about ranking up? You don't want to be friends with a beautiful girl like her? Why did you surprise her earlier if you don't like beautiful girls? It's just inexplicable. Chen Zhao's thoughts are actually simple: add useful friends, don't add useless ones. He thinks that Little Bamboo Shoot's skills are bad and that she would be a burden if they teamed up in the future. Although she is a female streamer, she probably isn't that pretty. That lowly voice reminds him of a certain Biluo, and thinking of that Biluo gives Chen Zhao the creeps. The real beautiful streamers are in the dance and singing sections, right? Gaming streamers have messed up schedules, staying up late every day playing games in front of the computer screen. How can they be beautiful? Considering Little Bamboo Shoot's bad skills and cowardice, she probably doesn't have many fans. So, there's no need to add her as a friend. Suddenly, Chen Zhao felt the need to use the bathroom, so he said to the fans on the mic, I'm going to the bathroom, I'll be right back, and got up to leave. In the live stream chat, Oreo and Lao Gan Ma, it's not the same time. De Mo Guing, but it's the same bathroom. I'm so handsome, Chen Zhao, let me show you all how to eat poop. Duck Pear Mountain, Oreo, let's do it. Brothers, Mu Zili, you. Chen Zhao had no idea that the fans were teasing him in the live stream chat, making jokes about him going to the bathroom and taking a dump. He sat on the toilet, took out his phone, and started playing. Suddenly, Chen Zhao remembered Little Bamboo Shoot from earlier. Can he find her online? He was curious about what she looked like and how many fans she had. If she had a few thousand fans, maybe adding her as a friend wouldn't be a bad idea. So he opened his browser and typed Do Xiong Mao Live Little Bamboo Shoot in the search bar. He searched. The next second, as he looked at the results on his phone screen, Chen Zhao was shocked, even stopping mid-urination. Little Bamboo Shoot has 8 million fans. Not 800, but 8 million. This Little Bamboo Shoot, with such bad skills, actually has 8 million fans. What's going on here? Chen Zhao scrolled down and found a photo of Little Bamboo Shoot. As soon as he saw the photo, Chen Zhao immediately understood why she had 8 million fans. The photo seemed to be a screenshot from one of Little Bamboo Shoot's live streams. She was wearing a simple short-sleeved white t-shirt, with white headphones on her head. Her skin was as white as shrimp meat, her big eyes were lively, her red lips were enticing, and her hair was styled into big golden waves. She looked like a movie star that many people would believe. And Little Bamboo Shoot was not small at all, on the contrary, she had a huge chest. She was the kind of girl who could put her breasts on the table. Chen Zhao looked at the screen of his phone, shocked. Little Bamboo Shoot was completely different from what he had imagined. She was a real beauty. She had a youthful and huge. Well, you know. She was a top streamer, on fire, and extremely popular. So popular that she was purple. Purple to the point of turning black. Black to the point of. Okay, enough with the jokes. Why did he reject her friend request earlier? In that moment, Chen Zhao really wanted to slap himself a few times to knock some sense into his head. Such a stunning beauty, a popular anchor with 8 million fans. Other anchors are scrambling to please her, but she actively applied to be friends and then rejected herself? Is she out of her mind? Not even in the mood to pee, Chen Zhao hurriedly returned to the computer after pulling up his pants. Just as he sat down, another friend request popped up. It was from Xiao Zhushu. It seems that Chen Zhao rejected her once and she was not willing to give up, so she sent another friend request. The audience in the live broadcast room saw the request and started discussing. Our anchor is not an ordinary person, she won't be moved by Xiao Zhushu. Chen Zhao is the new abbot of my temple, he has been a monk for many years and does not indulge in worldly desires. Female donors, please leave. She was rejected and she sent another request. Xiao Zhushu must be so embarrassed. The anchor will definitely reject her again. Why is Xiao Zhushu doing this to herself? She encountered an anchor with a strong gaming spirit. Xiao Zhushu is in a pitiful situation. Chen Zhao quickly clicked agree as if he would miss the opportunity if he clicked too late. Audience in the live broadcast room. After a moment of silence, the audience started to complain again. What the hell? Didn't she just reject it? Why did she agree now? The anchor is crazy. It's just inexplicable. What is the anchor thinking? After becoming friends, Xiao Zhushu immediately sent a team invitation. Chen Zhao quickly agreed. Desert map, duo mode, matchmaking started. Brother, thank you for the last game. Xiao Zhushu was very excited. Can you carry me to win this time? No problem, no problem. Chen Zhao nodded vigorously. I promise you a win, just follow me. Xiao Zhushu was stunned for a moment. She was a bit confused. Just a few minutes ago, Chen Zhao was cold and ruthless towards her, forcing her to jump around in the final circle with a gun. How come he suddenly became so enthusiastic and warm? Okay, thank you. I'm relying on you. Xiao Zhushu quickly responded with joy. She had witnessed Chen Zhao's skills. Every shot was a headshot, showing the demeanor of a professional player. With such a strong teammate, she wasn't afraid of not making it to the final circle. Soon, the game interface appeared, the desert island covered in yellow sand. Chen Zhao felt that he should chat with Xiao Zhushu a bit, get to know each other better. She had 8 million fans. Maybe if he became closer to her, he could attract some of her fans to pay attention to him. But he didn't know what to talk about, especially when he thought about how cold and harsh he had been towards Xiao Zhushu before. Guilt and embarrassment surged in his heart, so he didn't dare to speak up. After much thought, Chen Zhao could only helplessly maintain his usual live streaming style, being aloof and saying little. This game went very smoothly as well. They landed on the outskirts of Picado, and Chen Zhao quickly gathered a fully equipped Vector and a 98K. He went on a killing spree in Picado, eliminating 6 enemies. Then he rode a motorcycle around, sniping anyone who crossed his path. In the end, he got 12 kills and won the chicken dinner. Xiao Zhushu followed Chen Zhao like a shadow throughout the whole game, praising him and cheering him on, even though she couldn't get a single kill herself. But she was very happy. Brother, when will you stream again? Xiao Zhushu asked eagerly before ending her stream. Tomorrow night. I don't always have time to stream every day, mostly at night. Chen Zhao was somewhat surprised. It seemed that Xiao Zhushu wanted to continue teaming up and playing together tomorrow night. Xiao Zhushu ended her stream, and Chen Zhao said goodbye to the fans in the live broadcast room and ended his stream as well. He received a lot of gifts today, and after the platform's share, he had over 400 yuan. The number of new fans was also considerable. He gained 8,000 more followers. The speed was comparable to a rocket. If other game anchors knew that Chen Zhao, a newcomer, was gaining followers so quickly, they would probably be ashamed and jump into the river. How many people stream for a month or two without gaining 8,000 followers? Chen Zhao gained them in just one night. This speed of gaining followers was simply incredible. Chen Zhao immediately withdrew today's gift money, 412.5 yuan, and looked at the notification of the deposit with a satisfied smile. The sky was as dark as the deep sea, and the city outside the window was lit up with lights from thousands of households. Chen Zhao opened a workbook on the desk and started to read it page by page. The leaves and grass rustled in the night wind. They were born in spring and died in autumn, never ceasing. After several days of hard studying, Chen Zhao finished reading all the exercise books for all subjects. He also went through several sets of practice papers. For Chen Zhao, who had an IQ of 400, reading through them was equivalent to solving them with a pen and paper. The exercises Chen Zhao completed in a few days were equivalent to the amount of work that many students would do in several months or even a year. With a wealth of question types stored in his mind and countless knowledge reinforced, Chen Zhao walked into the exam room with a sharp gaze. He was determined to soar in this exam. The midterm exam was divided into exam rooms based on the results of the previous exam, so Chen Zhao was in the second to last exam room. This exam room gathered the students with the worst grades in the whole school, so it was a bit chaotic. Only half of the people arrived before the exam started. It was always like this for every exam, with half of the students absent. The remaining ones were not serious students either. The student who ranked last in class 10 was busy eating melon seeds, with a small mountain of melon seeds and pistachios on the desk, seemingly his food during the exam. The student who ranked last in class 6 was playing a mobile game called Chicken Dinner on his phone. In less than 5 minutes, he had jumped out of the plane 3 times, turning a battle royale game into a parachute simulator. Chen Zhao felt disdainful. It was one thing to not study well, but not being able to even play games properly was simply pathetic. The students who ranked last in classes 4, 5, 8, 9, and 12 were playing a game called Werewolf. The student who ranked last in class 4 shouted, "Close your eyes, it's nighttime. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. I told you to close your eyes." Just as the invigilator walked in, he used the test paper in his hand to hit the head of the student who ranked last in class 4. The other students scattered. Chen Zhao sighed and looked at the chaos around him. He thought that this would probably be his last time taking an exam with this group of people. Next time, he would go to the first exam room and sit with the top student from each class. The student who ranked last in class 2 turned around and knocked on Chen Zhao's desk. "Hey, I heard you become popular recently." The student who ranked last in class 2 was the center of the school basketball team, nearly 2 meters tall. Chen Zhao often sat in front or behind him during exams, so they were familiar with each other. Popular? Chen Zhao was puzzled, not understanding why the other person would say that. Could it be that news of him becoming a popular game streamer at night had spread in school? But that couldn't be, he hadn't mentioned it to anyone. "I heard several people say that you beat up the teacher in the classroom and made him acknowledge you as the boss. Is that true?" The center's eyes were filled with admiration, and his breathing became rapid. Chen Zhao was dumbfounded by this statement. "What on earth? I beat up the teacher? Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to do such a thing." After a moment of reaction, Chen Zhao probably understood why the center would have such a strange rumor. It must be because of the incident where he solved a math problem in the classroom before. It had been spread by the students in his class and then passed on to other classes. Each person exaggerated the story when telling it to others, and it eventually reached the center's ears as the absurd story of Chen Zhao beating up the teacher in the classroom and the teacher acknowledging him as the boss. Chen Zhao coughed awkwardly. "I didn't beat up the teacher, I impressed him with my academic level." The center was clearly taken aback. "Academic level? I made a bet with him. I said I could solve any math problem, no matter how difficult. He gave me 2 very difficult problems, of course, difficult for other students, but for me, they were very simple, at the level of elementary school questions." Chen Zhao explained seriously, "And then I solved them on the spot. He was very impressed and praised me as a good student." "Chen Zhao, you've got to be kidding me. I haven't seen you for a week, and your bragging skills have improved a lot." The student from class 15, who was ranked last, interjected. Class 15's last-ranked student was a girl with a ponytail and a dark complexion named Ding Xiaoqiao, who was also a familiar face. "Is that true?" Chen Zhao anxiously asked. The center forward chuckled, clearly thinking that Chen Zhao was just boasting. "Why don't you believe me?" Chen Zhao was helpless. "The first test is in math. If you really know it, finish writing and pass us the answers, and we'll copy them." Ding Xiaoqiao took out a bubble gum from her pocket and chewed on it. "In a couple of days when the test papers come out, if we pass math, then your bragging will come true." "Good idea," the center forward nodded. "I thought it was something big. After I finish the test, I'll write down the answers for you." Chen Zhao had a nonchalant expression on his face. "I want to get a perfect score. Don't copy everything, change a few answers. If both of you get a perfect score too, then it'll be a big surprise." Ding Xiaoqiao had just blown a big bubble, and it burst from her laughter. "Perfect score? You plan to get a perfect score in math?" Ding Xiaoqiao burst into laughter, bending over and laughing uncontrollably. "Chen Zhao, you don't have any outstanding qualities in other aspects, but you really shine in bragging. Don't laugh, I'm serious. Getting a perfect score in math may have been a fantasy for the old me, but for the current me, it's just a matter of a few minutes." Chen Zhao said seriously, "I'll easily achieve it." The center forward couldn't help it and started laughing uncontrollably too. A student sitting in the last seat of the exam room claiming to get a perfect score in math? It was simply unbelievable. Even the top students sitting in the first seat didn't dare to guarantee a perfect score in math. What confidence did the third-to-last student in the whole school have to say such things? "Are you a comedian?" The invigilator knocked on the podium. "Return to your seats. The test papers will be distributed in 1 minute." Chen Zhao felt a wave of nervousness in his heart. This was his first official exam after obtaining a high IQ. Would his mind work properly? In theory, there shouldn't be a problem, but anyone who has been to school knows that many things they thought they had learned suddenly disappear when they enter the exam room. The test papers were quickly handed out, and Chen Zhao started writing his name. He looked at the questions. Chen Zhao didn't immediately start writing, but quickly skimmed through the entire test paper to see the question types and difficulty. In 20-something seconds, he finished reading the whole paper. Chen Zhao was delighted. This test paper was ridiculously easy. It was all child's play. A perfect score was guaranteed. Chen Zhao lowered his head and started answering the questions. He pushed the scratch paper aside. He didn't need it. He could do the calculations in his head. The first multiple choice question, completed in 1 second. The first 5 multiple choice questions, 15 seconds. He finished all 12 multiple choice questions in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Because all the students in this exam room were at the bottom of the rankings, many of them lazily didn't want to do the test. A few individuals who wanted to do well were struggling to calculate on their scratch paper, just finishing the first multiple choice question and contemplating whether their answer was correct. Meanwhile, Chen Zhao had already finished all the multiple choice questions and moved on to the fill-in-the-blank questions. The difference, the gap in speed was like a chasm. He spent a full 3 minutes on the next 4 fill-in-the-blank questions, which were more difficult. 4 minutes and 30 seconds into the test, he finished all the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions. Chen Zhao's heart was pounding, his face flushed. It felt great. This feeling was simply amazing. While others were still struggling with the earlier questions, he had already moved on to the word problems. The first word problem only had 1 question, and as Chen Zhao glanced over it, he became ecstatic. He had seen this question before, on page 100 of the Ganzhou mock exam from a certain year in the exercise book 63. Chen Zhao still remembered the steps and the answer to the entire question, so he didn't need to think or calculate. He wrote down the steps effortlessly, flowing from his pen. In just 3 minutes, he finished the entire question, and the steps he wrote down were exactly the same as the standard answer published in the answer key for exercise book 63. Chen Zhao can guarantee that even if immortals come, they won't find any deductions. Less than 8 minutes into the exam, the first side of the entire test paper is completed. Chen Zhao is trembling with excitement. After being a student for so many years, every exam is always filled with anxiety and a sense of urgency. He always tries his best to calculate as quickly as possible, but always ends up running out of time and having to turn in the paper when it's incomplete, feeling hopeless. But now, with the help of the system's super high intelligence, the exam is unexpectedly so simple. Can you believe finishing half of the test paper in 8 minutes? These questions are as easy as drinking water. The second side is all long questions, which obviously take more time. The teacher who made the test seems lazy, directly taking questions from elsewhere. The first 3 long questions are all original questions from the 63rd textbook. They are either mock exam questions from a certain year in a certain city or original questions from a certain province's college entrance exam. Chen Zhao has already done all the exercises from the 63rd textbook and has looked at the answers for all the long questions. With his exceptional memory, he remembers everything and doesn't hesitate at all when writing. He finishes each question in just a few minutes, depending on the number of steps. The following few long questions start to become interesting. They are not questions he has seen before, probably modified by the teacher based on some other questions. Chen Zhao has to use his own brain to solve them. At the beginning, Chen Zhao still feels a slight nervousness. The teachers who make the test papers have decades of teaching experience and are very familiar with the types of questions. They might come up with some tricky and off-topic questions. It's not certain that he can solve them right away. However, after just 15 minutes, Chen Zhao has finished the last long question. The expected tricky questions didn't appear, they were all very simple questions. With a quick glance, after pondering for 4 or 5 seconds, he has a very clear train of thought for solving them. While writing the steps, he can calculate the answers in his mind. He can finish each long question in just a few minutes, very smoothly. The entire test paper is completed. Chen Zhao looks up at the clock hanging on the classroom wall. The exam started at 8 o'clock, and now it's 8:31, which means he only used half an hour to finish a 2-hour math test. And not only did he finish it, but he can ensure that all the answers are correct. Even the steps for several long questions perfectly match the standard answers. Chen Zhao spends another 10 minutes checking the entire paper to make sure there are no mistakes in the answers. He hasn't forgotten the agreement he made with Ding Xiaoqiao and Zhong Feng before the exam, so he tears the scratch paper in half and starts copying the answers onto them. After copying the answers onto 2 sheets of paper, Chen Zhao cautiously looks at the invigilator sitting at the front of the classroom. Wow, the invigilator is dozing off on the desk. After all, this is the last exam, and the students' grades are all terrible, so the teacher doesn't really want to bother. If you want to copy from each other, go ahead. Even if you add up all your scores, it's still far from passing. A group of rookies copying from each other, but their scores are still very low, so there's no need to worry. Chen Zhao openly hands out the 2 sheets of answers, one to Ding Xiaoqiao and one to Zhong Feng. Ding Xiaoqiao and Zhong Feng are both surprised when they receive the answer sheets. Originally, they thought it was a joke, but they didn't expect Chen Zhao to be so straightforward and actually bring the answers over. And on this answer sheet, it's densely written with many steps for the long questions? What's going on? Could it be that Chen Zhao really knows how to do all of them? That's impossible. It's acceptable if he knows how to do 1 or 2 questions, but if he knows how to do the entire math test, he wouldn't have ended up in the last exam room. After hesitating for a moment, Ding Xiaoqiao and Zhong Feng grit their teeth and start copying Chen Zhao's answers. After all, they can't solve several questions correctly on their own, so they might as well copy from someone else. Maybe Chen Zhao can solve a few questions. After passing on the answers, Chen Zhao quickly feels bored. There's still an hour and a half left in the exam. What should he do? He can't just sit there for an hour and a half, right? It is estimated that it won't take long before I fall asleep. Let's submit the paper early and go out to play. Chen Zhao raised his hand and shouted, "Teacher? Teacher?" The invigilator, who was dozing off with his head on the desk, slowly raised his head and frowned sleepily. "Do you have any questions, classmate? Can I submit the paper and leave now?" Chen Zhao asked cautiously. All the students in the classroom were stunned and turned to look at Chen Zhao, as if they thought he was a strange creature or an alien. "If you have finished, you can submit the paper and leave," the invigilator said kindly. Chen Zhao stood up, submitted the paper, and walked out of the examination room. How refreshing. Finished the exam in half an hour, and now I have an hour and a half to play. Chen Zhao deliberately walked slowly, casually glancing into other examination rooms as he passed by. All the students were still sitting in front of their narrow desks, their faces turning red from the pressure of the exam papers. When they saw Chen Zhao walking past the window in his school uniform, many students were stunned, not knowing what was going on. Most people didn't even think about the fact that Chen Zhao had finished the paper early. After all, it was still too early, only half an hour had passed, and most people hadn't even finished the multiple-choice questions yet. Chen Zhao couldn't go back to the classroom either, as there were still people taking the exam. After thinking for a while, he decided to go to the school library. He wanted to borrow 2 books on composition to read. The librarian auntie was snoring on the desk at the entrance. Chen Zhao didn't disturb her and quietly went in, found a book called 100 Perfect Compositions for the College Entrance Examination on the shelf, and sat down at a small table by the window to start reading. Now Chen Zhao had an extraordinary memory. Anything he read carefully once would be engraved in his mind like a knife, and he wouldn't forget it in a short period of time. This composition book looked good, so Chen Zhao started reading it carefully. 1 composition, 2 compositions, 5 compositions, 10 compositions. It took him an hour to finish reading the entire book, and he memorized all of them. Chen Zhao felt that he should be able to handle the Chinese exam in the afternoon. This book of perfect compositions covered a wide range of topics, and many of them could be applied. For example, if the exam asked for a composition on the theme of hard work, he could make some slight modifications and use it. Even if the essay topic in the afternoon was too obscure, he could still pick some good sentences and paragraphs from the compositions he had memorized and write them down to meet the word count of 1,000. The score probably wouldn't be too low. After all, in Chinese, it was impossible to aim for a perfect score. The maximum score was 150, and Chen Zhao thought that getting around 130 to 140 would be considered barely acceptable. After the exam, he would continue to study Chinese and talk about getting a perfect score during the joint exams and the college entrance examination. After finishing the composition book, there was still half an hour left until the end of the exam. Chen Zhao felt a bit tired, so he got up and went out, heading to the small lake in the school to take a walk and relax. As soon as he arrived at the lake, Chen Zhao noticed that he wasn't the only one there. A figure in a long white dress was squatting by the emerald green lake, with a ponytail and delicate features, bathed in the sunlight filtering through the willow trees. The figure looked familiar from behind, so Chen Zhao walked over and discovered that it was the second-ranked student in the school, Zhao Xiaobai. "Hey, why are you here? Finished the exam?" Zhao Xiaobai looked up at Chen Zhao, somewhat surprised. "Finished the exam," Chen Zhao nodded. "What are you doing?" "Feeding the turtles," Zhao Xiaobai said, continuing to look down at the lake. She was indeed feeding the turtles, tearing a 2-yuan piece of bread from the school canteen into small pieces and throwing them into the water. Several small turtles the size of palms floated on the surface of the water, stretching their necks to bite the bread crumbs. "Why are you feeding the turtles? Are you fattening them up to make soup?" Chen Zhao asked. "I heard that turtle soup with hen is very delicious." Zhao Xiaobai suddenly stood up and stomped on Chen Zhao's foot. Chen Zhao cried out in pain. "It's not for turtle soup. I'm just feeding the turtles." Zhao Xiaobai was angry. She regarded these little turtles as treasures, and someone actually wanted to catch them and make soup? It was simply despicable. "I was just joking. The little turtle is so cute, it definitely won't be stewed." Chen Zhao quickly admitted defeat. Zhao Xiaobai squatted down and continued tearing bread to feed the turtle. Chen Zhao felt that feeding the turtle was boring. Although Zhao Xiaobai was beautiful and kind, they weren't familiar with each other and didn't have much to talk about. So Chen Zhao decided to leave. Before he could turn around, Zhao Xiaobai spoke again. "Chen Zhao, What was the result of the last question of the math problem, the second to last question? Chen Zhao was stunned. Was this the legendary answer checking? Chen Zhao hadn't checked answers with classmates for a long time because every time after a test, when the two groups of top students in the class fiercely debated whether to write 6 or 8 for the first blank, Chen Zhao found that he had written 1030. Completely unrelated. Understanding that he was completely wrong, checking answers was just asking for trouble, so whenever classmates checked answers, he would pretend to be dead on the desk, covering his ears and closing his eyes. But now, he had suddenly become one of the top students, and checking answers seemed to be a tense and exciting activity to participate in again. The result I calculated is 681, Chen Zhao said. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaobai threw the whole bread in her hand, and the turtles immediately started fighting. It's over, I calculated it wrong. Zhao Xiaobai was very frustrated. It might not be your mistake, Chen Zhao comforted her. I'm really bad at math, so maybe I calculated it wrong. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xiaobai shook her head and said something that surprised Chen Zhao. I know your level is higher than mine. It's highly likely that I made a mistake. Chen Zhao scratched his head, feeling a bit flattered. He didn't expect to be so highly regarded by the second-ranked student in the whole school. The math class representative in your class, who was my classmate for 9 years in elementary and middle school, told me about the 2 questions the principal gave you. I tried them and it took me 20 minutes and half an hour to solve them respectively. Zhao Xiaobai seemed to see Chen Zhao's surprise and explained, but you solved them right away, so your math skills are definitely stronger. Much stronger than mine. Chen Zhao immediately understood. So Zhao Xiaobai had solved the questions the principal gave her, and this explanation made sense. Why did you intentionally perform poorly for 3 years? Zhao Xiaobai stood up and looked at Chen Zhao curiously. Clearly, you have the ability, but you deliberately didn't do well on the exams. What was the purpose? Chen Zhao thought for a moment and decided to show off. To temper my character, Chen Zhao said seriously. Temper my character? Zhao Xiaobai looked astonished. Modesty leads to progress, arrogance leads to decline. Failure is the mother of success. Adversity makes one stronger. Chen Zhao spouted a bunch of cliches. I want to become someone who is not arrogant in victory and not discouraged in defeat. Victory is easy, but failure is rare for me. So I intentionally performed poorly to taste the feeling of constant failure. This way, I can temper my character and remind myself to keep learning. Zhao Xiaobai was dumbfounded. Impressive. I have a few math problems in my error notebook that I don't understand. Can you teach me? Zhao Xiaobai suddenly asked. Chen Zhao was stunned. The second-ranked student in the whole school wanted him to explain problems? I can, but I might not be able to, Chen Zhao nodded. Let's meet at the milk tea shop near the school gate after school. I'll bring my error notebook, Zhao Xiaobai suggested. Okay, Chen Zhao nodded. The milk tea shop near the school gate was quite large, with nearly 100 seats. It looked more like a fast food restaurant than a milk tea shop. When Chen Zhao entered, most of the seats were already taken, so he had to sit in a corner seat by the window and wait. The shop smells really good, filled with the aroma of fried chicken, milk tea, fruit tea, and side dishes. Students come in one after another, ordering 2 hamburgers and a cup of fruit tea, gathering in groups of 2 or 3 to chat and eat. The taste of this shop is decent, and the prices are not too expensive, somewhere between McDonald's and KFC. Therefore, many well-off students come here for lunch or dinner. Chen Zhao had been here once before, but couldn't afford it at the time, so he didn't come again. Recently, he made a lot of money from live streaming, so he can finally enjoy himself. 4 athletes sat down at the table next to Chen Zhao, ordering fruit tea and chicken rolls, chatting while eating. They were so close that Chen Zhao could hear their conversation clearly. Come on, let's eat chicken. This season is almost over, let's get to diamond rank. A guy with a crew cut took out his phone and said, I'm not eating, my phone screen is broken. A guy with short hair awkwardly took out his phone from his pocket. The screen shattered like a spider web. Damn, that's impressive. It's shattered like this? Did you use your phone as a brick in a fight? A guy with an earring asked in surprise. No. I saw Zhao Xiaobai on my way to school today. I wanted to take a sneak photo, so I took out my phone. She turned around and looked at me, and I got so scared that I shook my hand. The guy with short hair scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. As a result, my phone fell and broke. Did you manage to take the photo? Another guy with short hair asked. I took a photo of her back. The guy with the broken phone smiled shyly, sounding very happy. Quick, show it to us. Get lost, why would you guys look at my wife? Shameless, what do you mean by my wife? Does Zhao Xiaobai even know you? She doesn't know me now, but she will in the future. After we graduate, I'll confess to her. Come on, you coward. She just turned around and you already broke your phone. Do you have the guts to confess? The athletes started teasing each other, joking and arguing. It was clear that they had a good relationship, like brothers who teased each other. Chen Zhao listened with a shocked expression. It seemed that the athlete with the broken phone had a crush on Zhao Xiaobai. The athletes continued talking. I wonder what type of guy Zhao Xiaobai likes. If she likes muscular guys, that would be great. Look at my muscles, don't I look like Schwarzenegger? Don't I give her a sense of security? You don't understand anything. You've overdone it with your muscles. Your chest is bigger than hers, it looks savage. Nowadays, girls like tall guys. I'm 191 meters tall. I might have a chance. Forget it, guys. Next time I see her, I'll confess to her boldly and passionately. She won't be able to resist. In a few years, when I have a wedding with Zhao Xiaobai, I'll invite you all to drink, no need for gifts. Chen Zhao was dumbfounded. He had just assumed that only the athlete with the broken phone had a crush on Zhao Xiaobai. But after listening for a while, it seemed all four athletes were interested in Zhao Xiaobai. Chen Zhao was surprised. He had heard that Zhao Xiaobai was the campus goddess, beautiful and ethereal, outstanding in academics, with a gentle and peaceful temperament, the epitome of a campus first love. At that time, Chen Zhao thought it was just a joke among classmates because he didn't feel anything special about Zhao Xiaobai. But now, in the time it took to wait at the milk tea shop, there were actually 4 admirers of Zhao Xiaobai sitting next to him. It seems she really is a campus goddess. As they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. The door of the milk tea shop was pushed open, and a girl in a white dress floated in like a cloud in the sunlight. Zhao Xiaobai stood at the entrance, scanning the entire shop, and when she saw Chen Zhao sitting by the corner window, she smiled and quickly walked over, sitting across from him. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you to a meal, let's eat and talk, Zhao Xiaobai suggested. Clatter! The sound of a phone dropping to the ground, the athlete at the next table bent down to pick up his phone. It's still the guy with short hair whose phone screen shattered like a spider web. He was playing with his phone when he saw Zhao Xiaobai coming straight towards him. She sat across from a male student and even offered to treat him to a meal. He felt a wave of sorrow and confusion, and his phone fell again. Chen Zhao glanced at the 4 athletes at the next table, and they all fell silent, their faces turning green. The guy with the shattered phone seemed to have reddened eyes, keeping his mouth shut and not saying a word. He took a few sips of fruit tea, suddenly stood up, and left without looking back, holding the fruit tea and chicken roll. The other 3 athletes also stood up in a rush and quickly left with their fruit tea. If heartbreak had a sound, it would have been a loud crash when those athletes left. Hearts were all shattered. Obviously, they all thought Chen Zhao was Zhao Xiaobai's boyfriend. They had just discussed the wonderful dream of marrying Zhao Xiaobai for a long time, but they didn't expect the real boyfriend to be right there. It was so awkward that they all got up and fled. Chen Zhao didn't even have time to explain to them. Chen Zhao forced a bitter smile. How could he encounter such a situation? It didn't matter anymore. Let the misunderstanding be a misunderstanding. It's not quite appropriate for you to treat me. How about I treat you or we go Dutch? Chen Zhao came back to his senses and said, Isn't it you who still has to explain the questions to me? Consider it as compensation for your hard work. I can't let you work for nothing, Zhao Xiaobai insisted, standing up. Do you want a teriyaki chicken rice and an orange tea? Sure, Chen Zhao nodded. A few minutes later, there was an extra serving of teriyaki chicken rice and a large cup of orange tea in front of the 2 of them. After eating for a while, Zhao Xiaobai took out a thick black notebook from her bag, opened it, and there were densely written incorrect problems. Chen Zhao leaned over the table and looked at the problems pointed out by Zhao Xiaobai. They were all math competition problems, tricky and peculiar. But for someone as smart as Chen Zhao, he only needed to think for about 10 seconds to come up with a solution, and at most a minute to mentally calculate the answer. He immediately started explaining to her. It was easy to explain problems to a study genius. There was no need to be too detailed. Just draw a simple auxiliary line or use a certain method, and Zhao Xiaobai would immediately understand. After an hour, they finally solved all the problems. Zhao Xiaobai was very happy. She looked at the time and realized that the afternoon exam was not far away. She took out a few exercise books and decided to review for a while. Chen Zhao saw the books that Zhao Xiaobai took out. They were from Hongshuwei Golden Roll compilation, which he hadn't seen before. So he asked Zhao Xiaobai if he could borrow and take a look. Chen Zhao knew very well that if he wanted to achieve good results in all the upcoming exams, it wasn't enough to rely solely on his intelligence. He had to work hard and practice a lot of questions. If he encountered exercise books he hadn't seen before, he would solve them. Then he wouldn't be nervous during the exams. Zhao Xiaobai took out several exercise books from her bag, stacked them up high, and confidently said that there were books for all subjects, so he could look at whatever he wanted. In the afternoon, they had a Chinese exam. Chen Zhao took a Chinese book and started flipping through it. He read very quickly. 10 lines at a glance, page after page. In no time, he had already skimmed through more than half of the book. You should read it carefully. Zhao Xiaobai noticed that Chen Zhao was constantly flipping pages and frowned. If there's something you don't understand, review it repeatedly. It's useless to read so fast. Chen Zhao shook his head. I have a photographic memory. I can remember what I've read. Zhao Xiaobai rolled her eyes. Photographic memory? That's quite a claim. Can you answer if I ask you a question? Chen Zhao nodded, smiling confidently. Zhao Xiaobai snatched the book from Chen Zhao's hand, flipped to a certain page at the front, and started asking, there's a poem in the bottom left corner of page 8. Can you recite that poem? Chen Zhao blurted out without any hesitation, autumn wind clear, autumn moon bright, fallen leaves gather and scatter, cold crows perch and startle. When will we meet in love? This moment, this night is hard to bear. Enter my realm of longing, know my bitter longing, long for each other's memories, short for each other, boundless in longing. If only I had known, it would entangle my heart like this. Why did we have to meet in the first place? Zhao Xiaobai's triumphant smile instantly disappeared, and she looked at Chen Zhao as if she had seen a ghost. Can you really memorize it? Is it true or not? Zhao Xiaobai thought to himself, maybe Chen Zhao had memorized this poem before, and it was a lucky coincidence. Changing to a different question should be able to stump him. Question 3 in the upper left corner of page 26. Can you memorize the answer? Zhao Xiaobai nervously looked at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao blinked his eyes and recalled. Zhao Xiaobai revealed a victorious smile. You can't memorize it, right? Who knew? The next second, Chen Zhao suddenly remembered and recited it. The first line of the upper section writes autumn shadows darken, obviously indicating dim daylight, and the first line of the lower section writes deeper silence, obviously indicating a quiet night. Taken together, the poet writes in chronological order using time as a clue. The author's intention is to write about the state of mind and emotions, but the main focus is on the environment. The desolate and cold environment during the day permeates the protagonist's sense of desolation, while the silent and lonely environment in the middle of the night further saturates the protagonist's sense of loneliness. Zhao Xiaobai looked at the answer in his hand, his face full of shock. Chen Zhao recited it word for word. If we say that Chen Zhao may have memorized the poem just now, it is impossible for him to have memorized the answer to this reading comprehension question. So there can only be one explanation: Chen Zhao really memorized everything he saw in these short few minutes. In other words, he has an eidetic memory. Do you really have an eidetic memory? Zhao Xiaobai's face turned pale, staring at Chen Zhao as if he were looking at an alien. Yes, Chen Zhao confidently smiled and nodded. I've always had a good memory since I was young, and it became even better after I entered my 3rd year of high school. Slowly, I developed an eidetic memory. Zhao Xiaobai looked at Chen Zhao's eyes, as if he were looking at a living deity. She never expected Chen Zhao to have such a skill. Are you a genius? Zhao Xiaobai asked in shock. Chen Zhao felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head. I'm just slightly smarter, not a genius. In the afternoon, Chen Zhao did fairly well in the Chinese exam. He was familiar with the question types in the front and could apply them to the ones he had seen before, so he quickly finished answering them. After his IQ improved, Chen Zhao's reading speed also became incredibly fast. Previously, it would take him 10 minutes to read an article, but now he could finish it in a matter of seconds. His efficiency in answering questions greatly increased. After about 40 minutes, he finished all the previous questions and came to the essay section. The essay topic made Chen Zhao feel a bit overwhelmed. Li Hua is a student who has just entered high school. The heavy workload has caused him to develop a severe aversion to studying. Recently, he falls asleep in class, leaves his homework blank, and even stops taking exams. A classmate tries to talk to Li Hua and persuade him to study. However, Li Hua turns his face away and says, "Study? What's the point? If you were Li Hua's homeroom teacher, please write an article to persuade him to immerse himself in studying. The title is up to you, and the genre is not limited, except for poetry. The article should be no less than 1,000 words. Chen Zhao was speechless. What kind of bizarre essay topic was this? Wasn't Li Hua the protagonist of an English essay? How did he end up in a Chinese essay? By the way, why is this classmate Li Hua so arrogant? How can he say such rebellious words like "what's the point of studying"? It seems that this essay topic was created by the school teacher themselves and is quite irregular. However, the theme is clear, probably starting from explaining the importance of studying, discussing the topic of studying, and achieving the effect of making Li Hua change his ways and become a better person. It should be relatively easy to write. After all, which student can't talk about the importance of studying for 1,000 words? But to write it well is not easy. The more common the topic, the harder it is to stand out. There was still plenty of time, so Chen Zhao decided to carefully plan this essay. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Suddenly, an idea rushed into his mind. More precisely, it was an excerpt from an ancient text that appeared in Chen Zhao's mind. This excerpt from the ancient text was something Chen Zhao had memorized from his previous life's textbook, and all students would memorize it. It could be said to be a classic among classics. But since Chen Zhao obtained the system and the world was reset, this article has been deleted from the Chinese textbook and replaced with another unfamiliar article. Chen Zhao secretly searched for the author online and discovered that even the author had disappeared from this world, replaced by another person. Therefore, this ancient text has never been seen by anyone in this world. And the main theme of this ancient text happens to be about urging people to study, which is very relevant to this essay topic. Chen Zhao thought it could be used. With a pen in hand, Chen Zhao began to write on the composition grid of the answer sheet. A gentleman said, "Learning should never cease. Blue is derived from indigo, yet it is bluer than indigo. Ice is made from water, yet it is colder than water. A straight piece of wood can be used as a ruler, and a curved piece can be used as a wheel. Even if it is withered and broken, it can still be used as a wheel. Therefore, when wood is tied with a rope, it becomes straight. When gold is polished, it becomes sharp." A gentleman should constantly learn and reflect on himself, so as to gain knowledge and act without exceeding limits. One sentence after another in classical Chinese flowed from Chen Zhao's pen and appeared on the paper with a rustling sound. 50 characters, 100 characters, 300 characters, 800 characters, 1000 characters. The original text is quite long, totaling 1987 characters, which obviously cannot fit in the squares on the answer sheet. Therefore, Chen Zhao made some deletions, discarded the secondary content, and added a little bit of supplementary content. After revising and editing, he finally wrote over 1,100 characters, almost filling the answer sheet. Finally, Chen Zhao wrote the title on the first line, "Urging to Study." Yes, this ancient text is none other than Urging to Study, written by the famous Xuanzi of the pre-Qin period. If we were to select the top 10 articles on urging to study from ancient and modern times, this urging to study would definitely make the list. After finishing writing, Chen Zhao felt relaxed, blew on the neutral pen, and felt as satisfied as a marksman blowing the barrel of a gun after shooting. "Teacher, I'm done writing. Can I turn in my paper?" Chen Zhao raised his hand. The whole class was shocked and turned to look at Chen Zhao, as if witnessing a miracle. He finished math in just half an hour in the morning. Now, he finished Chinese in an hour and 10 minutes. Are you the legendary quick shooter? This is too fast. However, the invigilator frowned. Done already? Did you not write the essay properly? It's almost the college entrance examination. Can you take each mock exam seriously? The invigilator's face darkened. She was a Chinese teacher herself, and while her students were taking the exam, she was also at the podium starting to work on this test paper. As a Chinese teacher, her speed in answering questions was very fast, but she had only just finished the questions other than the essay half an hour ago. In other words, at her speed as a Chinese teacher, to take this test paper seriously and write the essay, she had just started writing it half an hour ago. It was impossible to finish writing an essay in half an hour. And now, a student was actually ready to turn in the paper? There was no doubt that he didn't write the essay properly and probably rushed through the previous questions. There were even large blank spaces. The invigilator glared angrily. As a teacher, she hated students who didn't take exams seriously. They were simply beyond redemption. If Chen Zhao were her own student, she would have gone over and smacked him with a textbook long ago. "Teacher, I did it seriously." Chen Zhao felt a bit embarrassed and stood up to answer. "I almost filled the essay, writing about 1,100 characters. It's only been an hour and 10 minutes since the start of the exam. Did you seriously finish all the questions? I am a Chinese teacher. Don't I know how much time a test paper requires?" The invigilator was furious and scolded loudly. "Sit down honestly and check the previous questions. Write properly what you haven't written yet. It's almost the college entrance examination, and you're still so careless. If you don't want to take the exam, then don't come." The entire class's gaze focused on Chen Zhao, and many people stifled their laughter. "You left so early and got scolded by the teacher." Chen Zhao was helpless. His speed in answering questions was indeed too fast, and the teacher's disbelief was understandable. There was no use arguing at this point, only facts could prove it. Chen Zhao picked up his test paper and quickly walked to the front of the podium, handing it to the teacher. "Teacher, please take a look and decide whether to let me leave or not. If you are not satisfied, I will go back and do it again." The teacher frowned, looked down at Chen Zhao's test paper, and at the same time, a burst of anger was ready to erupt at any moment. A test paper done in 1 hour and 10 minutes, what kind of result could it possibly have? It must have been hastily done, just scribbling a few strokes for each question, right? And yet, he dares to let me see it? However, as the teacher lowered his head, he was momentarily stunned. The expected scenario of writing only 3 to 5 words for each question did not appear. The entire answer sheet that Chen Zhao handed in was filled with writing. The densely packed characters filled up all the answer areas. Even if it was filled, so what? These characters were written so sloppily, and the content was probably made up and written haphazardly. Just by casually looking at a question, I would know. The invigilator thought this way and chose a reading comprehension question to look at. As he read, the anger on his face slowly disappeared and gradually turned into astonishment. This reading comprehension question was answered in great detail and very well. Each small section of the answer hit all the scoring points. If it were to be reviewed and graded, it would almost certainly receive full marks. The invigilator realized that something was not right and started from the first question, looking at Chen Zhao's answer sheet while comparing it to the answers written on his own scratch paper. As he looked, the invigilator's expression became more and more astonished. The first question, correct. The second question, correct. The third question, still correct. Looking further down, one question after another was correct. Not a single multiple-choice question was wrong, and even the reading comprehension questions were answered very thoroughly, using more accurate wording than his own answers. Even the most difficult task of translating classical Chinese texts was done flawlessly. After looking for a while, the invigilator was shocked to find that he couldn't find any place on this test paper to deduct points. The only place where points could be deducted was the handwriting, as this student's handwriting was really bad, a bit messy. Suddenly, the invigilator thought again, just because the earlier questions were answered correctly, it didn't mean that the composition at the end was also well written. There were students in his class like that. They did very well on ordinary questions, but when it came to writing compositions, they were complete idiots, always writing a bunch of nonsense or leaving it blank, resulting in failing grades directly because of the composition. As the invigilator thought about this, he flipped to the back of Chen Zhao's answer sheet to check the composition. The next second, all the students in the class heard the invigilator gasp in astonishment. Many students looked up at the invigilator and saw his expression of disbelief as he looked down at the answer sheet in his hand. It seemed like he had witnessed something incredible. At this moment, the invigilator's heart was already in turmoil. This composition was actually written in classical Chinese. A composition written in classical Chinese? How is that possible? The invigilator was still immersed in astonishment when Chen Zhao, who had been waiting beside him, became a little impatient. Teacher, I really did it seriously. I have something to do tonight. Can I submit my paper and leave? The invigilator was taken aback and only then remembered that Chen Zhao was still waiting. He quickly nodded. Yes, you may. The students below, who were waiting to see a joke, were all stunned. He can? What's going on? Didn't he just say that it was impossible to finish the test paper in 1 hour and 10 minutes? Didn't he just scold Chen Zhao? Why did he suddenly make a complete U-turn in attitude and let him go? Could it be that the answer sheet was actually done well? But how is that possible? It's only been 1 hour and 10 minutes. What kind of speed would it take to finish everything? Chen Zhao didn't know the doubts of the other students in the examination room, nor did he pay attention to the invigilator who was staring blankly at his composition. He left the classroom directly without looking back and ran off in a hurry. He had to hurry home to live stream. Little Bamboo Shoot had also made plans to play games together tonight. School ended early on exam days, so he could make use of the time to livestream a few more rounds. Chen Zhao nowadays is full of passion for live streaming. After all, going live means gaining fans and receiving rewards. What could be better than playing games and making money at the same time? Moreover, thinking about the photo of Little Bamboo Shoot that he found online last night, Chen Zhao gets excited again. Having such a beautiful girl as a teammate, how joyful it is to play games. Chen Zhao leaves, while the invigilator continues to scrutinize his composition. The more he reads, the more shocked he becomes. This composition written in classical Chinese is actually quite decent. For most students, even translating classical Chinese is extremely difficult, let alone memorizing it from textbooks. But this student named Chen Zhao directly wrote a composition in classical Chinese? Moreover, after a quick glance, it is indeed a very standard piece of classical Chinese, without any errors or grammatical mistakes. What's even more surprising is that if translated into vernacular Chinese, it is a well-structured and clearly argued essay that perfectly meets the requirements of this composition topic. Suddenly, the classroom door is pushed open and the headmaster walks in. The headmaster always inspects the examination rooms during exams, and it happens to be the case now. Moreover, the headmaster is also a Chinese language teacher. The invigilator quickly approaches and shows the answer sheet of Chen Zhao to the headmaster. Headmaster, take a look at this student's answer sheet. He handed in his paper 5 minutes ago, and the composition is Written in classical Chinese. The headmaster is taken aback. A composition in classical Chinese? A high school student writing a composition in classical Chinese, isn't that nonsense? Classical Chinese is such a complex thing, and it's already difficult for high school students to grasp the basics, let alone using it to write an essay. Several students sitting in the front rows hear the invigilator's words and raise their heads in astonishment. What did he just say? The composition is written in classical Chinese? Is the guy who just handed in his paper so amazing? Is this amazing guy really in this examination room? The invigilator hands the answer sheet to the headmaster and continues to explain in a low voice. I quickly glanced at it twice and didn't find any major flaws. But my major is not classical Chinese, my expertise is Western literature, so I can't really tell if his writing is good or not. You are an expert in classical Chinese, so please take a look. The headmaster takes the answer sheet and initially frowns. He really wants to say that it must be a nonsensical piece of writing. What can a high school student write in classical Chinese? However, out of respect for his colleague, he doesn't say it directly. But holding the answer sheet and reading the first few sentences, the headmaster's impatient expression completely disappears, replaced by astonishment. This beginning is quite flavorful. As he continues reading, the headmaster's expression becomes increasingly serious. Halfway through, the headmaster can't help but read aloud, 10 horses pulling a carriage, their achievements lie in perseverance. Carve and discard, the rotten wood won't break, carve and persist, even gold and stone can be engraved. The earthworm lacks the benefits of claws and teeth, yet its tendons and bones are strong. It feeds on dust and drinks from the yellow springs, with a single-minded heart. The Book of Songs says, the mourning dove is in the mulberry tree, with its 7 offspring. A virtuous person, a gentleman, with a single-minded demeanor. Walking 1,000 miles without reaching the destination, it is not enough to be called a skilled driver. Lacking communication, lacking benevolence and righteousness, it is not enough to be called a good learner. Several students in the front rows initially pricked up their ears, intending to copy a part from Chen Zhao's composition. But as they listen, these students are dumbfounded, with a bewildered expression on their faces. What is this written? Why can't I understand it? It really is classical Chinese. If I can't even understand it, how can I copy it? We are all the bottom students in this class, how can there be such a gap that we can't even copy? After finishing reading, the headmaster's face turns red with excitement. This composition is amazing. The headmaster looks up at the invigilator, his hand holding the answer sheet trembling slightly. This is truly an exemplary piece of writing. And there are no obvious errors. The invigilator was taken aback. The head of the teaching department was an expert in classical literature, yet he was using phrases like amazing and exemplary to describe this student's essay. Could the essay really be that impressive? Can a high school senior really write something like this? Did he memorize and reproduce a certain classical text? The invigilator raised a suspicion. I usually have some recollection of the classical texts I've read, but I'd never come across this one, the head of the teaching department said, calming down momentarily. But what you're saying makes sense. If this essay was carefully crafted by a university professor and published, then it might have some credibility. But for a high school senior, I find it highly unlikely. Let's search online and find out. The head of the teaching department took out his phone, took a photo of Qin Zhao's answer sheet, and scanned the photo to extract the text. He copied and pasted it into a search engine. Soon, some search results appeared, but they had little to do with the essay. They were just random answers to unrelated questions. The head of the teaching department tried several other search engines, and many search results came up, but they were all jumbled and unrelated, unable to find the original text. Strange, I can't find it. Could it really be his own work? The head of the teaching department exclaimed in surprise. With search engines so advanced nowadays, if it can't be found online, it's highly likely to be original, the invigilator said, somewhat frightened. Where is the student who wrote this essay? I'll ask him, the head of the teaching department said, looking towards the classroom. He left as soon as he handed in his paper, the invigilator said, looking at the empty seat left behind by Qin Zhao. The head of the teaching department fell silent for a moment, took Qin Zhao's answer sheet, and walked out of the room. After this incident, he had no intention of inspecting other examination rooms. The head of the teaching department went downstairs and headed straight to the Chinese language office for the senior class. The Chinese language office for the senior class was basically filled with the best Chinese language teachers in the school, all of them highly knowledgeable. Except for a few teachers who were invigilating, most of the teachers were still in the office, drinking tea, grading papers, and chatting. As soon as the head of the teaching department entered, everyone greeted him. I have a student's essay that was just written. Can the teachers who are knowledgeable in classical literature take a look? The head of the teaching department said. The Chinese language teachers were all puzzled. Why would they need teachers knowledgeable in classical literature to look at a student's essay? All the Chinese language teachers gathered around to see the answer sheet that the head of the teaching department was holding. As soon as they saw it, they were all shocked. A classical Chinese essay? And it's this long? Since when did we have a student in the grade who can write classical Chinese essays? Teacher Gao, is this your student? No, it's not mine. He's from class 1, Mr. Li's student, Chen Zhao's homeroom teacher said, looking at the name, extremely shocked. This student has always been terrible at writing essays, and his Chinese grades are barely passing. How could he write such an essay? The Chinese language teachers nodded in agreement. Indeed, the most important task now was to determine whether this essay was original and if there were any mistakes. Many Chinese language teachers began to read the essay carefully, and after finishing, they all felt shocked and confused. Shocked because the essay was exceptionally well written, truly exemplary. Confused because, logically speaking, such a good essay should have been read during their university years, but they had no recollection of it at all. Many teachers started searching online, spending a long time and going through thousands of search results, but they couldn't find this essay. Many teachers started calling their former professors from university to ask if this essay came from a certain classical text. But after asking for a while, they only received one response: they had never heard of this essay before. In the end, after several hours of searching, all the Chinese language teachers stopped. They found no signs of plagiarism. It seems this article is probably not an ancient text, but rather an original work by a student, a Chinese language teacher said with difficulty. The reason for the difficulty is that this language teacher feels very shocked and embarrassed. They already knew about Chen Zhao's submission, completing all the questions and submitting the paper in just 1 hour and 10 minutes. This speed of answering the questions itself is already incredible, and yet the student also wrote such a classical Chinese essay. The key is that this classical Chinese essay is of very high quality, with clear structure and profound artistic conception. While reading the article, the language teachers all asked themselves, if I were to write, could I produce such a good article? After much contemplation, many language teachers realized that they absolutely couldn't. In other words, this student's proficiency in classical Chinese is even higher than that of the teacher, and not just by a little bit, but by a lot. The head of the teaching department nodded. Please, teachers, find the errors in this article and make some revisions. I have a classmate who works as an editor. After we make the necessary changes to this article and remove all the errors, I will contact my classmate to see if it can be published. This way, the student can earn some royalties, and it would be a waste not to promote such a talented individual. Moreover, it would be great publicity for our school if our students can write such excellent articles. The group of language teachers all agreed. As teachers, they all have a heart for nurturing talent, and when they see a student with the potential to become a writer, they are all willing to lend a hand. Although this article looks impressive at first glance, it must have many small errors since it was written hastily. They need to help the student make some revisions. The language teachers got busy, starting from the first sentence, searching for errors. What does this character mean? Did they use it incorrectly? I'm not sure. Let's check the dictionary. Oh, it's not a mistake. It's a usage from the pre-Qin period. Quite obscure. Is this sentence using a reference? Does this allusion exist? Yes, it does. When I was writing my master's thesis, it had this content. It's amazing that this student knows such a specialized usage. Ms. Wang, please take a look at this sentence. I feel like it's a bit awkward. The teachers worked tirelessly for an hour without realizing that it was already dinner time. The head of the teaching department came in carrying a large basket. You've all worked hard. Please enjoy some lamb soup and bread. The group of language teachers cheered. They didn't expect to have lamb soup as well. The head of the teaching department opened the basket, revealing boxes of hot lamb soup and large bags of bread, all freshly bought from a nearby lamb restaurant. After all, if they made the teachers work overtime, they had to give them some compensation. Having dinner was considered part of that compensation. Let's eat first, and then we'll continue, the head of the teaching department said with a smile. 1 serving of soup and 3 pieces of bread for each person should be enough. The teachers came over to get their soup and bread, placing them on their desks and starting to eat. We've finished the first round of checking, one teacher said. How is it? Are there many errors? Is it easy to revise? The head of the teaching department asked. We couldn't find any errors, another teacher said with a slightly embarrassed smile. The head of the teaching department was taken aback. Couldn't find any errors? All the language teachers nodded. We went through it word by word, even checking each individual character with reference materials, but we really couldn't find any errors. One language teacher explained, we're not confident, so we plan to go through it again. The head of the teaching department took Qin Zhao's answer sheet and furrowed their brow, reading it twice. There's no need to check again. We are all professionals. If we can't find any errors, it's possible that this article simply doesn't have any. The head of the teaching department said, think about it, a writer who can write such a good article so quickly, how could they possibly make basic mistakes? Everyone, you've worked hard. I will now correct these papers and enter the grades. After that, I will take them and submit them to my classmate who is an editor, said the headmaster. A teacher next to him handed the headmaster a red pen and brought over an answer key. The headmaster found a chair and sat down to compare the answers. The first question, correct. The second question, correct. The third question, correct. As he continued to correct, the headmaster's expression changed. Half of the questions had already been corrected, and they were all correct. There were no mistakes at all. It's not easy for a Chinese language test paper to reach this level. For example, for reading comprehension questions, even the best students find it difficult to get a perfect score. Deducting 1 or 2 points is considered good. However, the answers on this answer sheet were all seamless. Although they were not exactly the same as the standard answers, they hit all the scoring points, so there was no way to deduct points. The more he corrected, the more surprised the headmaster became. Finally, all the previous questions were corrected. All correct. He flipped it over. How many points should he give for the composition? The headmaster hesitated for a long time and gave it a perfect score directly. Even if a general composition is well written, it's difficult to get a perfect score. There are usually deductions of 5 or 6 or even 8 points, even for a good composition. However, this article indeed qualified for a perfect score. Alright, I'm done correcting. You all can eat slowly. I'm going to contact my editing classmate now, said the headmaster as he got up and returned the borrowed red pen and answer key to the teacher next to him. Perfect score, no mistakes. After speaking, the headmaster left the Chinese language office. The office fell into silence. The Chinese language teachers stared at each other, doubting their own ears. What did the headmaster just say? Perfect score? It seems. Yes. A perfect score on the Chinese language test. Is it real or fake? I'm afraid it's real. I glanced at the previous questions and didn't find any mistakes. This student is extraordinary. Why don't we arrange for him to participate in a Chinese language competition? He should be given special admission. Chen Zhao sat in front of the computer with his legs crossed. The character on the screen was wearing a military uniform and holding an AWM sniper rifle. Suddenly, a small shadow flickered in the distance. It was a level 2 helmet. Chen Zhao aimed and shot, hitting it with one shot. Chicken dinner. The voice of Zayazuzu cheering and celebrating came through the headphones. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah. Another chicken dinner. Zayazuzu used the word another because this was already the third chicken dinner Chen Zhao had won with her today. The tactics for each game were very similar. Zayazuzu followed Chen Zhao to parachute into a small housing area, and then Chen Zhao went on a headshot spree as if he was cheating, killing enemies left and right. Zayazuzu followed behind, looting boxes and leisurely entering the final circle, waiting for the chicken dinner. In Chen Zhao's live streaming room, there was another group of people saying the streamer is awesome, the streamer is amazing, and showering him with gifts. Just as he was about to start a new game, Chen Zhao suddenly heard someone knocking on the door, or more accurately, banging on the door, making a loud noise. It seems like someone has come to my house. Let me end the stream for now, sorry, Chen Zhao said with his microphone on. Zayazuzu said, goodbye. I'll play solo while waiting for you. As soon as she said that, a large group of people in Zayazuzu's live streaming room became unhappy. The fans were angrily shouting, Zayazuzu is my baby, what is this? How can you say something like, I'll wait for you to me? Love eating bamboo shoots, it's over, Zayazuzu has been kidnapped by that little streamer Chen Zhao. Bamboo shoot rice, Zayazuzu has been kidnapped by Chen Zhao +1. Fragrant bamboo shoots, Zayazuzu has been kidnapped by Chen Zhao plus 10,086. Orange juice boy, oh no. I can hear the sound of a broken heart. Backstreet spicy girl, Zayazuzu has been kidnapped? Unfollow. Zayazuzu hurriedly explained. What are you all talking about? There's no such meaning. I just wanted him to take me to win chicken dinners. Why are you all like this? Fans are like this, especially for popular beauties like Zayazuzu, who have both good looks and a large chest. Just saying something small can make fans explode with jealousy. Similar situations have happened many times before. Chen Zhao didn't know about the commotion caused by Zayazuzu, so he took off his headphones and went to open the door. The person knocking on the door outside was very impatient and banged on the door loudly. Chen Zhao shouted that he was coming and quickly opened the door. He didn't even look through the peephole, firstly because the public security here was good and there hadn't been any cases, and secondly, if it was a thief, they wouldn't be so brazen as to make such a loud noise. When Chen Zhao opened the door, he was stunned. It wasn't someone else outside, it was the landlord Deng Zixin. She was wearing a black vest and white shorts, revealing her fair legs and arms. She had red lips biting a cigarette, looking quite hot. As soon as Chen Zhao opened the door, Deng Zixin blew smoke in his face, probably because he hadn't opened the door for a long time and made her angry. "Are you deaf? I've been waiting here for 5 minutes. Deng Zixin furrowed her brows tightly and hit Chen Zhao's head hard. "Sorry, sis, I was wearing headphones," Chen Zhao said, holding his head and wailing. Deng Zixin had a strong grip, and it felt like she was about to crack his skull. "Pour me a glass of water, I'm thirsty." Deng Zixin pushed Chen Zhao aside and entered the house. Chen Zhao closed the door and went to pour water. Deng Zixin sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, looking arrogant. In a sense, she was the boss in this building, and all the tenants had to please her. "Warm water or hot water?" Chen Zhao asked. "Cold water," Deng Zixin said. Chen Zhao was in a dilemma, there was no ice at home. This wasn't a milk tea shop, why did she want cold water? "If there's no ice, then give me something cold," Deng Zixin said, seeing Chen Zhao's dilemma. "You're such a young guy, don't you even have ice cubes for cold drinks at home? Is your life so dull? Are you health conscious?" Chen Zhao had a black line on his head, the landlord's words were quite harsh. He quickly opened a bottle of mineral water and poured it into a glass, handing it to Deng Zixin. Deng Zixin leisurely drank half of it and placed the glass on the coffee table in front of her, hugging her arms and looking at Chen Zhao. "Your writing is not bad." Chen Zhao was confused. What was this all about? "I'm really bad at writing essays. My Chinese teacher often scolds me and says I'm the destroyer of Chinese vernacular literature, the founder of writing techniques that don't recognize any relatives, a true talent who can kill with words." Chen Zhao decided to tell the truth. "Don't be modest, why be modest with your sister?" Deng Zixin shook her head. "Just now, your mother called me and said you have an essay that was recognized by your school teacher and submitted to the Baiqing Times. It passed the review. She couldn't reach you on the phone, so she asked me to ask if you're willing to publish it. If you are, I'll tell your mother, and she'll talk to the school leaders, who will then inform the Baiqing Times. It will be published." Chen Zhao was dumbfounded. An essay recognized by the school teacher? Submitted to a newspaper and passed the review? When did I write such an amazing article? Didn't I skip several essay classes without submitting any assignments? There must be some misunderstanding, like another student with the same name in the school who wrote the article, and the school leaders got it wrong and contacted me instead. "Oh, that article seems to be called Encouraging Learning," Deng Zixin recalled. Chen Zhao suddenly realized. So it was this article. It was actually submitted so quickly by the teacher. The speed was truly astonishing. "Didn't I just hand it in this afternoon? Okay then. It's good to be published in the newspaper, right?" Chen Zhao said, suddenly remembering something. He took out his phone from his pocket and suddenly realized that the screen couldn't be turned on. It must have run out of battery and shut down. No wonder my mom couldn't reach me, and she had to ask the landlord's sister for help. "Okay, I'll send a WeChat message to your mom," Deng Zixin said. Deng Zixin took out her phone from the pocket of her shorts and placed it on her thigh to send a message. After a while, her phone vibrated, and she received a reply. "All right, your mom talked to the school leader for you," Deng Zixin said. "Your article will be published in the latest issue of the Baiqing Times this weekend, and you'll receive your payment next Monday." "How much will the payment be?" Chen Zhao asked. "It seems like it'll be close to 10,000, Deng Zixin replied. Chen Zhao widened his eyes in shock. Just a composition written in a few tens of minutes could sell for nearly 10,000? Can you really make that much money? This is much faster than live streaming. These past few days, Chen Zhao would go live as soon as he got home from school, playing a game of PUBG for an hour or two, and the gifts from fans would only amount to a few hundred yuan. Just casually writing an article like this could earn him as much as several weeks' worth of income from live streaming? Chen Zhao was instantly tempted. You see, ever since he got the system, the world had changed, and Chen Zhao possessed many literary classics that only he knew about, which the people of this world had never heard of. For example, this essay he threw out, Exhortation to Learning, had caused such an effect. If he could throw out a few more, wouldn't he be able to earn a lot of money? Just as he was thinking this, the ring on his hand suddenly trembled, and then subtitles appeared in his mind. Writing is a task for the third stage and cannot be activated temporarily. The current task for the host is to become a popular live streamer. Chen Zhao sighed inwardly. The system's words were the most effective. After all, he was still relying on the system to provide him with a good brain with high intelligence. As for writing, he should put it on hold for now. By the way, sis, I'll give you the last month's rent, Chen Zhao suddenly remembered. Previously, Chen Zhao couldn't afford to pay the last month's rent, and Deng Zixin had waived it for him, but Chen Zhao always felt it wasn't right to live without paying the debt. Now that he was making money from live streaming, Chen Zhao thought it would be best to pay it back. A real man shouldn't take advantage of a woman, right? Oh, quite generous of you, Deng Zixin sneered. Alright, when you receive your payment, come find me upstairs. I don't need to wait for the payment, I have money now. Chen Zhao took out his phone. Should I transfer it to you via WeChat or Alipay? Deng Zixin looked surprised and sat up straight. Where did a little kid like you get money? You didn't give me your tuition fees or anything, there's no need for that. It's not tuition fees, it's from the gifts I received during my live streams. I've earned quite a bit these past few days, Chen Zhao said proudly. Deng Zixin was taken aback, then frowned and got angry. Chen Zhao, can't you be more clear-headed? It's almost time for your college entrance exam in a few tens of days. Is the college entrance exam not important to you? I don't want this rent, and I don't need your money. I have almost 8 figures in my bank account. Study hard for me and don't get involved in all these messy things. Deng Zixin spoke rapidly, like a machine gun. Chen Zhao wanted to interrupt and explain several times, but he was always interrupted. Chen Zhao thought to himself that if this woman were to find a husband in the future, he would be really unlucky. They would definitely lose every argument in their marriage. With Deng Zixin's quick and sharp tongue, who could win against her? How are your grades now? Are you confident about the college entrance exam? Deng Zixin asked again. I'm almost certain about the college entrance exam. I'm currently aiming for Tsinghua University and Peking University, Chen Zhao replied. Bullshit. With someone like you, Tsinghua University and Peking University? Deng Zixin's eyebrows furrowed even tighter, and she was very angry. Young people shouldn't brag so much. If you can get into Tsinghua University or Peking University, I'll give you this entire building. I'm leaving, study hard for me, and if you can't get into college, just wait for me. I'll find someone to beat you up. Deng Zixin got up and slammed the door shut. Although her attitude is very bad and she doesn't listen to explanations, Chen Zhao still feels warm in her heart. He knows that this landlady's sister is fierce on the surface, but she is actually a very kind person. She gets angry just to make herself study well. When the admission notice comes, he will definitely treat Deng Zixin to a meal. Chen Zhao goes online and live streams another game, announcing that he is going to sleep after the livestream. The fans in the livestream room are all lamenting, calling Chen Zhao a lazy anchor. Other anchors livestream for a whole day or night in one go, while Chen Zhao only plays a couple of games and leaves. The next day's exam is still very easy, and Chen Zhao is confident that he will get close to a perfect score in the science comprehensive section, but English is a bit uncertain. Chen Zhao has always been bad at English since childhood, he can't even recognize all the phonetic symbols. Recently, he has read a lot of English teaching materials, but it seems that the effect is not very significant. Therefore, Chen Zhao estimates that his English score will be around 130, which is very poor. He will have to work hard on English in the future. Then it's a day of rest. Chen Zhao live streams all day during his break, and the fans are ecstatic. Long live streams have a very good effect. Within a day, Chen Zhao gains 60,000 followers and receives countless gifts, cashing out more than 2,400 yuan. 2,400 yuan in a day. 30 days in a month, that's a total of 72,000 yuan. 12 months in a year, that's 864,000 yuan. With the accumulation of live streaming time, his popularity will continue to rise, and the dream of earning 1,000,000 yuan a year is no longer just a dream. Chen Zhao is very excited. It turns out that people with high intelligence and hard work can earn a lot of money. Just by live streaming, he can live a comfortable life. At night, Deng Zixin comes again, holding a copy of the Beijing Times and opening the second-to-last page to show Chen Zhao. In the upper right corner is the classical Chinese essay Advice on Learning, and the author's name is Chen Zhao. Good job, young man, a classical Chinese article. Deng Zixin pats Chen Zhao's shoulder heavily, sign it. Ha! Chen Zhao is stunned. Sign it next to your article, I'll keep it as a collection. If you become famous in the literary world in the future, this sign work can be sold for a lot of money. Deng Zixin pinches Chen Zhao's neck and drags him to the coffee table like a little chicken, slapping the newspaper on the table and stuffing a pen into Chen Zhao's hand. Right, well, don't mess around. Deng Zixin reminds. Chen Zhao nods and does his best to write the characters neatly and beautifully. It takes a full 20 seconds to write just 2 characters. After finishing, Chen Zhao is very satisfied. This should be the most beautiful name he has ever written. Oh, your handwriting is so terrible. It's a mess. Deng Zixin picks up the newspaper and looks at it, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed, soft and ugly. Even a monkey in the zoo can write better than you. Chen Zhao almost spits out blood. Isn't this good enough? Chen Zhao is not convinced, you think my handwriting is bad? Let me see you write something good. Deng Zixin snatches the pen and starts writing on a piece of scrap paper nearby. Clack! With a few strokes, she throws the pen down. Do you have any objections? Deng Zixin flicks Chen Zhao's head with her slender fingers, disdainfully asking. Chen Zhao is dumbfounded, staring at the 3 characters Deng Zixin on the scrap paper. Those 3 characters are written neatly, standardized, and extremely beautiful, as if they were printed. They are like the characters in the calligraphy copybooks he used to buy in elementary school. Damn, didn't you drop out of school? How can you write so well? It's unfair. Chen Zhao is shocked. Do you know who my dad is? Deng Zixin suddenly asks back. Who? Chen Zhao looks confused. Deng Taijun, calligrapher, traditional Chinese painter. His calligraphy is worth more than 10,000 yuan per square foot. Under my dad's education, even if I write with my feet, it looks better than yours. Deng Zixin is full of pride and disdain for Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was shocked. No wonder Deng Zixin was so rich. His father's calligraphy and paintings could sell for 10,000 yuan per square foot. He could write them in just 2 or 3 days and make tens of millions. Buying a building would be a piece of cake. By the way, my dad said he wants to meet you. Deng Zixin suddenly changed the subject. Meet me? Chen Zhao was stunned. Why? He's interested in your articles. He thinks you're talented. After all, my dad is a cultured person. When he sees someone who can write good articles, he naturally wants to meet them, Deng Zixin said. If you're willing, I can take you to see him whenever you have time. Don't open your mouth and look dumbfounded. If my dad is in a good mood, he might take you as his apprentice. You'll be at a great advantage. People who want to be my dad's apprentice can queue from the entrance of the Forbidden City to the entrance of the White House. But I didn't want to be a calligrapher or painter. Chen Zhao scratched his head. You've seen it too. My handwriting. I don't have that talent. My dad will definitely treat you to a meal or something. It's a good opportunity to get a free meal, Deng Zixin said. Okay. Chen Zhao nodded eagerly. He had been hoping for a free meal. The time to meet Deng Zixin's father, Deng Taijun, was set for next Saturday evening, which happened to be after Chen Zhao finished his exams and had some free time. The next day, Chen Zhao went to school. The class was already noisy during morning reading time. Chen Zhao overheard them talking about last weekend's exams. Damn, that physics question was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Chemistry was also damn hard. What the hell were those questions? Biology made me want to puke. It was all stuff from the textbook, and I didn't even study much. I just wrote a bunch of random stuff without any confidence. The Chinese essay was so ridiculous. Who can write well about advising people to study? I've always only known how to advise people to go to internet cafes. The math problems made me want to puke. I promise I won't beat up the person who made the test. Chen Zhao shrugged. Judging from his classmates' reactions, it was clear that the difficulty level of the previous exam was high, and many people thought the questions were unfair. But Chen Zhao didn't feel that way. Except for English, he thought he did decently on the other subjects. The maximum score was 750, and Chen Zhao estimated that he could score around 670 to 680. So, how did the exams go in the past few days? Su Lanlan nudged Chen Zhao with her elbow. Can you surpass second to last place? Second to last place? Chen Zhao laughed arrogantly. I don't even care about second place. I want to get first. The classmates in front turned around and laughed. It was obvious that they thought Chen Zhao was bragging. Don't talk about those useless things. How many points do you think you'll get? Su Lanlan asked. I think I'll get around 670 to 680, Chen Zhao answered honestly. The classmates in front laughed even louder. Boring. Su Lanlan ignored Chen Zhao. She asked seriously, I think I can get close to 380. Can you surpass me? I'll probably get around 670 to 680, Chen Zhao replied truthfully. The classmates in front laughed even louder. No fun. Su Lanlan ignored Chen Zhao. She had always believed that Chen Zhao wouldn't improve quickly. Exams weren't just about memorizing textbooks or solving a few difficult problems. It required long-term accumulation. Su Lanlan estimated that Chen Zhao shouldn't have a problem breaking into the top 10 from the bottom, but it would take more time to move up further. Chen Zhao felt a bit helpless. Indeed, by boasting about being first all the time, he made everyone believe that he could actually achieve it. It was only natural for them to make fun of him. However, when the report cards came out later, many people probably wouldn't be laughing anymore. Just as he was thinking, the noise in the class suddenly stopped, and the whole class quickly switched to reading mode. Chen Zhao looked up and saw the homeroom teacher walking in from the door, standing on the podium, looking down at the class with a commanding presence. Without anger, she exuded a strong aura. Chen Zhao also pretended to read. Even though he did well on the exams, he still had to behave like a student. The homeroom teacher suddenly spoke up, "Quiet down, let's announce the grades." The whole class instantly fell silent, looking up at the teacher. The grades in our class this time have fluctuated quite severely. Many students who had been improving steadily suddenly dropped, and some students who had stable rankings suddenly became unstable. I don't know what reasons you have for your poor performance, figure it out yourselves. The college entrance exam is coming soon, and those who are still not studying seriously, you better leave now. The homeroom teacher's shout echoed throughout the class, and most of the students kept their heads down, pretending to be well behaved and ready to turn over a new leaf. Everyone knew how they had performed in the exams. Of course, while there are those who dropped, there are also those who climbed up. The homeroom teacher's tone changed. For example, in our class, we finally have a top student in the grade. The homeroom teacher smiled. The top students in the front row of the classroom immediately became restless, and many people's expressions changed drastically. Being the top student in the grade was not something easily achieved. It was the highest honor, a ticket to prestigious universities like Peking University and Tsinghua University. Since the first exam in the first year of high school, this class had never produced a student who could enter the top 3 in the grade. And now, suddenly, there was one. Who could be so strong? Lu Chang, who was third in the class, looked at Zhang Shucheng, who was second. Zhang Shucheng shook his head. "My math score was terrible, it definitely wasn't me." Zhang Shucheng then looked at Chen Miaoran. Chen Miaoran was at a loss, her mouth wide open, with a mix of shock and extreme anticipation in her eyes. She thought she had done fairly well this time, although there were a few questions she wasn't very confident about. Overall she felt she had done quite well, but she never expected to accidentally become the top student in the grade. Chen Miaoran's best previous ranking was 10th in the grade, and she couldn't sleep all night out of excitement. If she successfully took the top spot this time, it would probably be another sleepless night. Chen Miaoran quickly recalled the exam from the past 2 days in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was highly possible. Overall, she had done quite well, and besides herself, who else in the class could take the first place? It must be me. Chen Miaoran's fingers began to tremble with excitement. Chen Miaoran looked up, hoping to see approval and pride in the homeroom teacher's eyes. However, the homeroom teacher didn't look at her, but instead gazed at the corner of the classroom in the back. The top student in the grade this time, and also the top student in our class, is Chen Zhao. The homeroom teacher enunciated clearly, his voice filled with excitement. He scored a total of 703 points. Let's give Chen Zhao a warm round of applause and congratulate him. 3 years of hard work and accumulation have finally proven his abilities. After the homeroom teacher finished speaking, he led the applause. The whole class followed suit, applauding enthusiastically like rushing waters. However, while applauding, almost everyone's expression was one of confusion. Chen Zhao, the top student in the class? The top student in the grade. What's going on? 703 points? Chen Zhao, who was last in the class, scored 703 points? Chen Miaoran was dumbfounded, Zhang Shucheng was dumbfounded, Lu Chang was dumbfounded, and the top students in the front row were all dumbfounded. The students in front of Chen Zhao had their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Just a few minutes ago, they were making fun of Chen Zhao, thinking he was bragging, but they never expected that he was stating the truth. Su Lanlan turned her head and stared at Chen Zhao, her eyes filled with admiration as if she was looking at a deity, her mouth wide open enough to fit an orange. She knew what kind of person her classmate was. He never did homework, slept in class, and only started studying seriously a few days ago. It would be understandable if he had improved by a few points or even a few dozen points, but how could he have increased his score by several hundred points? Chen Zhao's face was flushed with excitement. He was also a bit surprised by this score. He had thought he would be satisfied with a score in the 600s, but unexpectedly, he broke the 700 mark and reached 703 points. Let's announce Chen Zhao's scores for each subject. Everyone listen carefully and study hard. The homeroom teacher said. Chinese, full marks, 150. A burst of exclamation sounds came from below. It was a critical hit at the beginning. While other subjects could be easily scored full marks, achieving a perfect score in Chinese was truly horrifying. It meant that Chen Zhao had written a perfect essay. Mathematics, 148 points. The top students in the class whispered in disbelief. They were well aware of how difficult the math test was, and it was already challenging to score 120 points. Yet, Chen Zhao managed to score 148 points. Everyone was amazed, except for Chen Zhao, who frowned. He believed that he should have scored full marks in math. How could he have lost 2 points? Did he make a mistake in the correction? After the papers were returned, Chen Zhao realized that he had answered all the questions correctly, but he forgot to write the word solution for two major problems, resulting in a deduction of 1 point each. It was a disaster. English, 110 points. The homeroom teacher paused for a moment and continued, the English score is a bit low. If you study English well, it should be easy to improve by 20 points. Chen Zhao nodded. Indeed, he was not satisfied with this score. He had lost 40 points in English alone. He would have to study English seriously from now on. Integrated Science, 295 points, also the highest score in the whole school this time. The homeroom teacher raised the volume and continued. The class erupted in astonishment. Most students couldn't even score above 200 in Integrated Science, yet Chen Zhao managed to reach 295 points, just 5 points away from a perfect score. This was an incredible achievement, beyond human capabilities. Chen Zhao was quite satisfied with his Integrated Science score. He wasn't very sure about a few small questions, so he followed his instincts. He initially thought he could only score around 270 to 280 points, but unexpectedly, he reached 295 points. It was a pleasant surprise. Meanwhile, upstairs in the elite class. This elite class was formed a few months ago, selecting the top 50 students from each class based on their grades and assigning them the best teachers. The goal was to focus on cultivating these top students and help them strive for admission to Tsinghua University and Peking University, bringing glory to the school. The homeroom teacher walked in, took out the report cards, and began reading. All the top students in the class sat up straight, especially the three students at the front of the classroom, Ma Jianjun, Zhao Xiaobai, and Zhang Fan. They all had nervous and expectant expressions on their faces. The three of them had consistently taken the top 3 spots in the entire grade, so there shouldn't be any surprises, right? The homeroom teacher announced, first place, Ma Jianjun, 688 points, second place in the grade. Ma Jianjun first felt happy, but then his smile froze on his face. Second place in the grade? How could he be second in the grade? The whole class was in an uproar. Ma Jianjun had been the first in the grade for several months in a row, and no one expected him to drop to second place one day. The key issue was that Ma Jianjun was the first in this elite class, but he didn't get the first place in the entire grade. It meant that the first place was in another class. Zhao Xiaobai realized, oh no, I've become third in the grade. Zhang Fan also realized, oh no, I've become fourth in the grade. The homeroom teacher continued reading the results, but halfway through, Ma Jianjun raised his hand to interrupt. His face turned pale, and his eyes turned red. Teacher, may I ask who got the first place in the grade? How many points did they score? The homeroom teacher looked at Ma Jianjun meaningfully and said, the first place in the grade is Chen Zhao from class 1, with a score of 703 points. Ma Jianjun was dumbfounded. Chen Zhao, wasn't he the one who ranked third to last in the entire school last time? 703 points. 15 points higher than his own score. Ma Jianjun felt a bit dizzy. It was indeed difficult for him to accept this fact. He had firmly held the first place in the grade for so long, only to be easily surpassed by an inconspicuous kid? Chen Zhao, on the other hand, didn't realize the sensation his first place in the elite class caused. He was contemplating his own academic performance. Now that the situation was clear, he was doing well in other subjects, except for English. He needed to focus on improving his English. But how should he go about it? Chen Zhao felt a bit lost. He had always struggled with English since he was young and didn't even know how to study it properly. How can I improve my English grades? Chen Zhao poked his deskmate, Su Lanlan. Su Lanlan thought for a moment and replied, I have a score of 50 in English. Useless to ask. Chen Zhao forgot that he was sitting among the underachievers, as none of the students around him passed English. He had asked the wrong people. After some thought, Chen Zhao believed that the first thing to do was to improve his vocabulary. After all, vocabulary is the foundation of language. But how can he improve his vocabulary? He had already memorized the word list at the back of the English textbook, but he only scored 110 on the last test. Memorizing the textbook word list wouldn't be enough to improve his score. He had an idea. He would use a dictionary. Chen Zhao poked Su Lanlan and asked, Did you bring your English-Chinese dictionary with you? Can I take a look? Su Lanlan nodded and took out a thick book from her backpack. The cover was blue, with the words English-Chinese Dictionary printed on it. She handed it to Chen Zhao. Su Lanlan asked, What are you going to do? Look up words? Chen Zhao smiled slightly and replied, No, I'm going to memorize this dictionary. Su Lanlan had a complex expression on her face, as if she couldn't believe Chen Zhao's decision. It seemed like she was thinking, is this guy crazy? Are all the top students this amazing now? This is scary. Chen Zhao opened the dictionary to the first page and took a sharp breath. The words in the dictionary were so small, like grains of rice. Squinting his eyes, it looked like a bunch of ants crawling on the pages. The content of one page in this dictionary was equivalent to 3 or 4 pages in a regular book. He flipped to the last page and checked the page number. Chen Zhao's face turned pale. A total of 1,769 pages. It was overwhelming. English is truly vast and profound. But there was no other way. If he wanted to improve his English grades, he had to improve his vocabulary. And the simplest and most effective way to do that was to memorize the dictionary. Helplessly, Chen Zhao started reading from the first line of the first page. He spent the entire morning on it. When other subject teachers came to class, Chen Zhao didn't even lift his head. He focused 100% on memorizing the dictionary. After all, he was already close to perfect in his other subjects, so it didn't matter if he paid attention in class or not. The teachers knew that Chen Zhao knew everything, so they didn't disturb him. By the time school ended at noon, Chen Zhao checked the page number of the dictionary in his hand and it was exactly page 100. Chen Zhao calculated that if he did 100 pages in the morning, another 100 in the afternoon, and 50 at night, he could memorize 250 pages of the dictionary in a day. 500 pages in 2 days. 1,000 pages in 4 days. He could finish memorizing the entire dictionary in just over a week. This speed was quite good. Even if he had to do other things in between, he could still finish in 2 weeks at most, which would be in time for the entrance exams. Chen Zhao began to memorize the English dictionary like crazy. During class, he memorized the dictionary. After class, he memorized the dictionary. During meal times, he memorized the dictionary. Bedtime. Well, he couldn't memorize the dictionary then. At first, only Su Lan Lan, his deskmate, watched him memorize the dictionary. Then people around him started to watch. Eventually, the whole class came to watch. In the end, even students from other classes found out that there was a genius in their school who was ranked first in the grade and was currently staying up all night to memorize the English-Chinese dictionary. However, even with a crowd watching, Chen Zhao didn't lift his head. He remained focused, memorizing words and their meanings. Some people even posted photos and videos of Chen Zhao memorizing the English-Chinese dictionary online, and it unexpectedly gained some attention. Most netizens looked down on Chen Zhao's behavior, saying things like, "Oh, memorizing a dictionary, does he really think he's Superman? He's a third-year high school student and still so foolish. He should repeat his senior year next year. I guess his academic performance is so bad that he's gone crazy and can't handle the psychological pressure. He's gone off the deep end." A dictionary with over 1,000 pages, even if he finishes memorizing it, he won't need to do anything else in his lifetime. He's just a fool. Even with 10 years, he won't be able to memorize it all. However, soon someone posted Chen Zhao's previous exam scores online. He scored an astonishing 703 points in total, with all subjects except English either perfect or near perfect. Those who had criticized Chen Zhao online were shocked. Wow, although he's not Superman, he's a genius. Impressive, he's a potential student for Tsinghua University or Peking University. I just said this kid was obsessed, and now his report card proves me wrong. But I still can't understand why he memorizes dictionaries. Maybe geniuses just can't be understood. I have a feeling. While others memorizing dictionaries is foolish, this kid might actually be able to memorize a part of it. However, Chen Zhao was completely unaware of this. The internet is full of new things, and soon the photo of him memorizing dictionaries was forgotten by netizens. On Monday afternoon, Chen Zhao received a notification of 8,848 yuan in his bank account as payment for an article from the Beijing Times. This strengthened Chen Zhao's idea of writing articles to make money. In his previous life, Chen Zhao had memorized many ancient poems and essays, which no longer existed in this world. So these articles became treasures known only to himself. Although these articles were not his original creations, if they could make money, he didn't care. Moreover, thinking about the wonderful ancient poems and essays from his previous life, if they were lost, it would be a great loss to the literary world. Chen Zhao reproducing these articles in this world could be considered a contribution to the cultural cause. However, he couldn't start writing yet because the system had assigned him the task of becoming a popular anchor first. As for the criteria for being a popular anchor and how popular one had to be, Chen Zhao was not clear. He just kept broadcasting. Every evening, Chen Zhao would go home and livestream 1 to 3 games. Most of the time, he teamed up with Sayas Hushin, who had firmly attached herself to Chen Zhao's thigh. She would wait in advance every evening and send a team invitation as soon as Chen Zhao came online. After a week of broadcasting, Chen Zhao gained fans rapidly, and his number of followers exceeded 100,000. The daily income from live streaming also reached over 1,000 yuan. Of course, this 1,000 yuan was the usual situation, not excluding the occasional joy of a local tyrant who could give several thousand as a reward. Now Chen Zhao was completely free of financial worries. He gave 10,000 yuan to his family, claiming it was the payment from the newspaper for publishing his article. He also rented the apartment to Deng Zixin, who reminded him to study hard. Chen Zhao nodded repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, it was the weekend again, time for the weekly exam. This time, Chen Zhao was able to enter the first exam room. He was the top student in his grade, so naturally he sat in the first seat near the classroom door. When everyone in the exam room entered, they all took a special look at Chen Zhao's face. After all, Chen Zhao had no reputation before, and the top students didn't know him. Suddenly, a strange person who was the top student and spent all day memorizing the English-Chinese dictionary appeared. Of course, they wanted to see what he looked like. Zhao Xiaobai saw Chen Zhao sitting by the door and was very happy, extending her fair little hand. Chen Zhao was stunned for a moment, then shook hands with her. "Congratulations on becoming the first," Zhao Xiaobai said with a smile. "Thank you." Chen Zhao smiled and thought Zhao Xiaobai was quite cute. The top students next to them were all surprised, not understanding why Zhao Xiaobai and Chen Zhao seemed so familiar. Many people had tried to strike up a conversation with Zhao Xiaobai but failed, yet she was so friendly with Chen Zhao. Little did they know that the two had even eaten together. The first math exam was as easy as always. Chen Zhao finished it in just an hour, checked it twice, and confirmed that he would get a perfect score this time. Then he handed in his paper. The top students in the exam room were once again shocked. They had only just finished the second major question, but Chen Zhao, the top student, had finished the entire exam at an overwhelming speed. The second Chinese exam was clearly much more difficult than the previous one, maybe because there was a perfect score last time, which made the teachers who set the questions feel embarrassed, so they crazily increased the difficulty. Chen Zhao also started to struggle. The essay was a persuasive essay discussing the issue of phubbing. This time, there were no ancient texts to refer to. After all, ancient cell phones were not very popular, and there were no articles written by ancient people about phubbing. Helplessly, Chen Zhao had to write on his own, drawing inspiration from the perfect essays he had read before, and started to freely express himself. As Chen Zhao continued to write, he felt that he was starting to deviate. After finishing the essay, Chen Zhao read it again and sighed deeply. He had messed up this time. After the exam, he would have to practice writing a few more essays to improve his writing skills. Chen Zhao thought to himself. Today was the day he had agreed to meet Deng Taijun. After finishing the exam and returning home, Chen Zhao quickly took a shower and changed into his best outfit, a fake Adidas tracksuit. He then messaged Deng Zixin, "When are we going to see your father?" "I'm ready." After a few seconds, Deng Zixin replied, "Come up." Nervously, Chen Zhao went upstairs and knocked on Deng Zixin's door. All the other doors in the building had old-fashioned anti-theft doors, but Deng Zixin's house had a brand-new fingerprint lock mahogany door, exuding a sense of luxury. Indeed, the landlord's territory was different. Even the front door was impressive. Chen Zhao knocked on the door 3 times politely. With a click, the door opened from the inside, and Chen Zhao was stunned. Deng Zixin had just finished taking a shower and was standing at the door wrapped in a white bathrobe, with wet hair dripping down. Her face, flushed from the hot water, had a fair and slender neck like a swan. There were still water droplets on her beautiful cheeks. Chen Zhao caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance, and his mind started to wander. No wonder the perfume market had billions of dollars in annual revenue. The scent of a woman really made one's throat tighten. "Wait on the sofa, I'll change clothes and then we can go. My dad has been waiting for half an hour." Deng Zixin turned and walked towards the bedroom. "Come in and close the door." Chen Zhao entered the room and closed the door. Deng Zixin's home was completely different from the house he rented. The decoration was exquisite, even the wood floor had an expensive look to it. The TV on the wall was unusually large, probably 100 inches. Chen Zhao sat on the soft leather sofa and waited patiently. There were lychees, mangoes, and pears on the coffee table. They looked fresh, and Chen Zhao wanted to eat them, but he felt it would be a bit inappropriate to start eating fruits as soon as he sat down, so he resisted the temptation. Soon, Deng Zixin came out after changing clothes, looking elegant and cool in black leather boots, black shorts, and a black leather jacket, carrying a red Gucci bag. They closed the door and went downstairs. Deng Zixin opened the garage door, revealing a brand new white Audi R8, shining brightly. Chen Zhao was amazed. It seemed that Deng Zixin had changed her car again. Every few weeks or months, Deng Zixin would change her car, and the cars she changed to were all worth over $1 million. Chen Zhao suspected that besides being a landlady, she also worked part-time as a boss of a car dealership, or maybe she had a boyfriend who owned a car dealership. They got in the car and fastened their seatbelts. "You're in luck. Tonight my dad is treating you to dinner at Qilin Mansion." Deng Zixin put on her sunglasses, stepped on the gas pedal, and the car roared to life. Qilin Mansion. It was a high-end restaurant located by the river, a modern building made of glass and gray cement, with lush golden osmanthus trees planted in the front and back. The parking lot was filled with luxury cars because the average cost of dining at this restaurant was over 10,000, so ordinary people couldn't afford to come here. On the east side of the restaurant was the Coral Hall private room. It was a more upscale private room, named after the half-meter-tall coral tree standing on the dining table, which was air-freighted from the Great Barrier Reef. Just this coral tree alone was worth a sports car. Deng Taijun was sitting at the dining table, wearing a white Tai Chi suit and a long beard, looking like a wise and elegant man. Beside Deng Taijun, there were two old men wearing glasses and dressed modestly, like professors or scholars. "Old Deng, why hasn't that author Chen Zhao arrived yet?" one of the old men asked. "Old Mu, don't worry, he should be here soon. It's not even dinner time yet," Deng Taijun laughed. "Although Chen Zhao doesn't know that it's the two of us who want to meet him, even if he's here to see you, he shouldn't be this late, right?" A junior, making the master of calligraphy and painting, Deng Taijun, "Wait, like this, what kind of talk is that?" Another old man frowned, looking quite unfriendly. "Old Ma, why are you so impatient? If you want to blame someone, blame it on my daughter. After all, Mr. Chen came with my daughter." Deng Taijun laughed. "Your daughter is also someone you've watched grow up. She's always been like this, never punctual." The two old men, known as Lao Mu and Lao Ma, sighed. Indeed, Deng Zixin was like a half-daughter to them, and they couldn't do anything about her habit of being late. They could only wait. After a few minutes, the door suddenly swung open, and Deng Zixin rushed in, followed by Chen Zhao. "Finally, you're here." Deng Taijun saw his daughter and showed a happy smile like a child. Chen Zhao was a bit at a loss. He thought there was only one old man waiting, so it would be enough to greet Uncle Deng. He didn't expect there to be three of them. How should he address them? Fortunately, Deng Zixin quickly introduced, "This is my dad, Deng Taijun, a calligrapher and painter, you know." Chen Zhao quickly said, "Hello, Uncle Deng. This is my dad's friend, Mu Tianke, an expert in ancient artifacts. He has worked at Peking University and the Forbidden City before. He's retired now and runs an antique trading center, helping people appraise antiques." Deng Zixin pointed to the old man next to her and introduced. Chen Zhao thought to himself that this person's name sounded like a character from a fantasy novel, some kind of sect elder. He quickly greeted, "Hello, Uncle Mu. This is my dad's friend, Ma Qingtian, a historian and writer. He used to be a professor at Wuhan University and Fudan University. He's retired now too." Deng Zixin introduced the last person. Chen Zhao said, "Hello, Uncle Ma." Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian nodded and smiled kindly. "Hello, young man." Deng Taijun looked at the door and then at his daughter. "Has Mr. Chen Zhao not arrived yet? Is this handsome young man Mr. Chen's son?" Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian were also curious and asked, "Right, where is Mr. Chen?" Deng Zixin was stunned for a moment, then poked Chen Zhao. "Isn't this him?" The three old men were all stunned, looking at Chen Zhao, then at Deng Zixin, seemingly unable to react. The three old men were well versed in traditional culture. They had seen an article written in classical Chinese called Exhortation to Learning in the newspaper and thought that it must have been written by an expert in ancient culture. They also heard that Deng Zixin knew the author of Exhortation to Learning, so they quickly suggested having a meal together to make friends with a formidable scholar and discuss academic issues together in the future. The three of them subconsciously thought that someone who could write an article like Exhortation to Learning must be a middle-aged or elderly scholar. But now they didn't see any middle-aged or elderly scholars, only a high school student. They subconsciously thought that he must be Chen Zhao's son, coming to freeload a meal. Deng Zixin rubbed her temples, seemingly a bit headache from the three old men's dullness. "I said, this handsome young man is Chen Zhao. The article you saw in the Baiqing Times, he wrote it. Chen Zhao is him, he is Chen Zhao, understand?" The three old men were stunned, their faces full of disbelief. "This young man, he's actually the author of Exhortation to Learning? So young? How is that possible? It's simply absurd. Nonsense. How could a little kid write an article like Exhortation to Learning?" Mu Tianke was the first to get angry. "Zixin, stop joking with us old bones. Has Mr. Chen not arrived yet?" Ma Qingtian asked. "My dear daughter, when you bring Mr. Chen, make sure you bring him in. Is he in the bathroom or parking the car? You go wait for him. Let him find his own way in. Wouldn't that be impolite?" Deng Taijun also frowned. Deng Zixin was helpless and pulled a chair for Chen Zhao. "Please sit." Then, Deng Zixin pulled a chair next to him and sat down with a loud thud. He snapped his fingers and the waiter immediately came over. "Everyone is here, let's start serving the food," Deng Zixin said. The waiter immediately went to call for the food. Chen Zhao saw that the three old men were all looking at him with skeptical eyes, knowing that they still didn't believe it. So he smiled and explained, "Uncles, that advice on learning is indeed my humble work. It wasn't written in one go but rather took a long time to revise and polish. I usually enjoy writing in classical Chinese, and coincidentally this article matched the exam topic, so I submitted it to my teacher." Chen Zhao lied. After all, it wasn't very realistic to say that he wrote a masterpiece like Advice on Learning in one go. Therefore, he claimed that it was a work that took a long time to revise and polish. However, after Chen Zhao finished explaining, the three old men furrowed their brows even deeper. Obviously, they still didn't believe that Chen Zhao wrote this article. "Chen Zhao, tell the truth, who really wrote this article?" Mu Tianke questioned sternly. Ma Qingtian also pushed his glasses and said seriously, "Chen Zhao, we know that there are many cases like this in the literary world nowadays, where fathers write on behalf of their sons to help them gain fame. Did your father also help you write this Advice on Learning? We would like to meet the original author of Advice on Learning and make friends with them." Chen Zhao thought to himself, "You want to meet the original author of Advice on Learning? Xuanzi? His bones have long rotted away in the ground." Chen Zhao smiled and explained, "I really did write Advice on Learning." The three old men still didn't believe him. Mu Tianke angrily took off his glasses, furrowed his brows tightly, and scolded loudly, "I also know many scholars who are proficient in classical Chinese, and they all say that Advice on Learning is a masterpiece. How could a young child like you write it? It's not a problem if young people lack talent, but the most important quality is honesty. Where is your honesty?" Ma Qingtian also got angry. This meal was supposedly invited by Deng Taijun, but in reality, it was me and Mr. Mu who paid for it. We wanted to make friends through literature and invited a master who could write such a good work as Advice on Learning. What are you, a little child, doing causing trouble here? Please leave." Chen Zhao's smile disappeared from his face, and his expression became unpleasant. These three old men looked like old scholars, but they judged people by their appearance? They didn't even bother to verify, they just wanted to drive him away? They invited me to eat, and before the chair even warmed up, they want to kick me out? What kind of situation is this? Deng Zixin suddenly slammed the table with great force, causing the ceramic plates in front of him to jump up with a clang. "What's wrong with you three old fools? Are you disrespecting me?" Deng Zixin got angry. "You invited me and Chen Zhao here, and now you want to drive him away. Are you looking for trouble? Do you want to fight? Can you three old bones beat me?" Chen Zhao was shocked. He knew that Deng Zixin had a hot temper, but he didn't expect her to be this fierce. This was too powerful, a bit too much. Unexpectedly, the three old men on the opposite side immediately wilted and became a bit flustered. It was clear that they were still afraid of Deng Zixin. It was like the relationship between a cowardly father, a cowardly uncle, and a fierce daughter. "Zixin, don't get angry first. There is indeed a reason why your two uncles are like this. I have read this Advice on Learning, and it is indeed a masterpiece. It couldn't have been written by a young man like Chen Zhao." Deng Taijun spoke up to defuse the situation, but since Chen Zhao, the little brother, is here, he can stay and have a meal. "We just want to meet the real author of Advice on Learning. Why is it impossible? This article was written by Chen Zhao. If you don't believe it, then test him." Deng Zixin frowned and shouted angrily, "But after the test, you have to apologize to him." Chen Zhao suddenly felt warm in his heart. Deng Zixin, his landlady's sister, was really good to him, fiercely defending him. Although Deng Zixin has a bad temper and is usually arrogant, she has a good heart and is a kind girl. Suddenly, the system ring on her hand gave her an electric shock, and a few prompts popped up. Trigger scenario mission, gain the recognition of three old scholars, mission content, write an article on the spot, use your talent to amaze everyone. Let those three old guys know what a genius is, what is awesome, what is a hero since ancient times, what is the rising tide of the Yangtze River pushing the waves ahead. Mission reward, Advanced Skill Experience Book for Traditional Chinese Painting X3. After Chen Zhao finished reading the system mission, she was briefly stunned. Write an article on the spot? My essay writing skills are not good. How am I supposed to do this? I could force it. I have memorized so many classical texts, I can just randomly pick one and it will be a classic. Classic masterpieces passed down through generations, can't I handle it? As for the mission reward, shouldn't it be an extension of the high IQ experience period? Why is it an advanced skill experience book for traditional Chinese painting? What is this thing? Chen Zhao was pondering when suddenly she was awakened by Mu Tiang's voice. "Chen Zhao, you said that you wrote this Advice for Learning, so can you write another article on the spot for us to appreciate?" Mu Tianke squinted his eyes and stared at Chen Zhao with an unfriendly expression. Ma Qingtian also nodded, looking at Chen Zhao with a fake smile. "Show us what you've got. It doesn't have to be at the same level as Advice for Learning, just write something slightly better." Both old men thought that Chen Zhao would back down. After all, a child couldn't possibly write a good article, and it would be exposed if she wrote it on the spot. However, they never expected that Chen Zhao would actually nod and say, "Sure, I'll show you." Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian exchanged glances, and they saw surprise and mockery in each other's eyes. What a courageous young man! Since you're not afraid of making a fool of yourself in public, we'll accompany you until the end. Let's see what happens when you can't write anything, or if you write a terrible article, how will you explain it forcefully? Mu Tianke shouted, "Waiter, please bring pen and paper. A ballpoint pen and regular paper will do." The waiter waiting at the door immediately left to get pen and paper. Deng Zixin looked at Chen Zhao with some worry, as if asking with her eyes, "Can you do it, kid?" Chen Zhao smiled slightly and replied with her eyes, "My literary talent will scare them to death." Soon, the waiter brought the pen and paper and placed them in front of Chen Zhao. The paper was similar to A4 paper, and the pen was a gold-plated Parker pen. "Should I be given a topic by the three old uncles, or should I just write freely?" Chen Zhao asked, looking up. The three old men looked at each other, then turned back. "Just write freely, any topic is fine." Deng Taijun spoke. After all, she was a junior, giving her a topic to write an article would be too difficult. Writing freely can still show her literary talent and level. Chen Zhao nodded, "Open the pen case, since it's free writing, it's easy." She had written so many good articles in her past life, she can just randomly pick one. "I just saw that the room next door is the Yeyang Hall, and I happened to visit Yeyang Tower in the previous stage. Borrowing the scenery to express my feelings, I wrote an article. Now I will write down this article and present it to you, old uncles," Chen Zhao said. After speaking, Chen Zhao didn't even bother to look at the reactions of the three old men. She started writing. "I have seen the magnificent scenery of Bailing on the vast Dongting Lake, embracing distant mountains, swallowing the Yangtze River, vast and boundless, with the morning sun and evening shade, countless changes in the atmosphere. This is the grand view of Yeyang Tower, as described by previous generations. However, to the north lies the Wuxia Gorge, to the south lies the Xiuxiang River. Many travelers and poets gather here, experiencing the emotions of observing things. Isn't it extraordinary?" Chen Zhao's writing speed was extremely fast, almost without hesitation. Line after line of classical Chinese flowed from her pen. "If there is incessant drizzling rain, month after month without ceasing, with raging winds and murky waves sweeping the sky. On the other hand, if it is a scene of spring and clear skies, with calm waves and the vast expanse of the heavens." Soon, the entire article was finished. Chen Zhao blew on the tip of his pen, just like a marksman elegantly blowing on the barrel of a gun after shooting. Yes, what Chen Zhao took out was the extremely famous masterpiece from his previous life, Yeyang Tower Record. Yeyang Tower Record is a prose piece written by the Northern Song Dynasty literary figure Fan Zhongyan on the 15th day of the 9th month of the 6th year of the Qingli era, October 17, 1046, in response to the request of his good friend Teng Zijing, the prefect of Bailing County, to write a piece for the reconstruction of Yeyang Tower. The entire text combines narration, description, sentiment, and discussion into one, with movement and stillness complementing each other, light and darkness contrasting. With concise language and harmonious rhythm, it has reached an extremely high literary level and is renowned throughout the ages. In addition to the majestic momentum when describing the scenery, there are also many famous lines that have been passed down through the ages in the article. For example, not rejoicing in things, not grieving in oneself. For example, worrying about the people when in high positions, worrying about the ruler when in remote places, and also, worrying about the world's troubles before enjoying its pleasures. Chen Zhao's attitude was clear. Since he wanted to convince the three old men in front of him, he had to start the fight immediately and bring out his trump card. He wanted to make them admire him completely with overwhelming superiority. If you don't play, then don't play at all. If you play, play big. Was the great literary figure Fan Zhongyan afraid or not? Didn't he think that I, a young person, couldn't write a good article? I won't waste any more words with you, let Fan Zhongyan's article confront you. Chen Zhao picked up the paper on the table and handed it to the three old men across from him. Please have a look. Chen Zhao smiled faintly. Deng Taijun took the paper first and began to read it silently. Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian casually blew on their teacups, their faces full of disdain. Just a child. What good article could he write? It was written on the spot, without even any planning. Even if it was a revised composition that had been memorized, it was completely insignificant. Literature is about talent and accumulation. Those without talent and accumulation, no matter how hard they try, they will never be able to write a good article. Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian were already prepared to criticize the article of a junior mercilessly. After reading the article, they would unleash a barrage of criticism. Deng Taijun initially didn't care, but as soon as he read the first line, his face suddenly changed. I have observed the magnificent scenery of Bailing on the vast Dongting Lake. It carries distant mountains, swallows the Yangtze River, vast and boundless, with the morning sun and evening shadows, countless changes in the weather. What a strong momentum! Carrying distant mountains, swallowing the Yangtze River. Such domineering descriptions. Starting with a landslide and a tidal wave. However, writing an article requires a good beginning, but it doesn't mean that the rest will be good. Although Chen Zhao was just a young man, it was not surprising that he could come up with a good sentence. Deng Taijun calmed his mind and continued reading. However, with each sentence he read, his astonishment grew, and with each line, Deng Tiejun's expression became more and more shocked. When he reached the end, Deng Tiejun's face turned red with excitement, unable to help but exclaim loudly, "Excellent! An extraordinary article! A masterpiece! A remarkable masterpiece!" Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian, who were thinking about how to teach the junior a lesson, were both startled by their friend's reaction, their faces filled with astonishment as they looked at Deng Taijun. Although Deng Taijun was a painter and calligrapher, he also had a deep understanding of classical Chinese literature. After all, he had copied too many ancient inscriptions while practicing painting and calligraphy. When it came to writing classical Chinese, he had always been strict with his standards, considering most articles to be mediocre rubbish. After all, he had seen too many good articles, and his taste had become picky. However, now even Deng Taijun, who had strict standards and a picky taste, was loudly praising Chen Zhao's article. Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian realized that something was amiss. What was going on? Could it be that the article was really good? How was that possible? It was just a child's article. Even if it was well written, it would only be at a level that could be read. How could it be called a remarkable masterpiece? Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian quickly snatched the paper and read it with suspicion. At first glance, both old men frowned. The writing on the paper was terrible, like scribbles or turtle tracks. It was so bad that it took a lot of effort to decipher what was written. Even elementary school students could write better than this. However, after reading a few lines, the two old men's expressions changed drastically. As experts in classical literature, they had a strong appreciation for it and realized that it was a magnificent piece of writing. Excited, they couldn't help but exclaim, as spring and bright scenery, calm and peaceful, the sky above and below, a boundless expanse of blue. When ascending this tower, one's heart becomes clear and joyful, forgetting both favor and disgrace, raising a cup to the wind. The shore is filled with fragrant orchids, lush and green. Sometimes the mist clears, revealing a bright moon, shimmering light and golden leaps, still shadows and sinking jade, fishing songs echoing back and forth. What an extraordinary joy! Finally, after reading the whole text, the two old men couldn't contain their excitement and exclaimed in unison, "Excellent!" It was grand and magnificent. The choice of words was exquisite, and the imagery was profound. It was a top-notch article. Faced with the admiration of the excited old men, Chen Zhao just smiled faintly and didn't react much, sipping his tea. Deng Zixin, on the other hand, looked at Chen Zhao with great admiration. To be able to drink tea so calmly in the face of the unanimous praise of three experts, this kid's state of mind was quite extraordinary. In fact, Deng Zixin completely misunderstood. The reason Chen Zhao was focused on drinking tea was simple: to take advantage of the situation. It was not easy to come to such a high-end restaurant, so naturally, he wanted to enjoy it. The tea in the bowl was swirling up and down, gracefully dancing. It was probably not cheap tea, maybe even valuable. Of course, he wanted to drink more. Who wouldn't take advantage of a good deal? When the three old men looked at Chen Zhao again, their expressions changed completely. Previously, when they looked at Chen Zhao, their eyes were like those of looking at a child, not necessarily disdainful, but definitely not taking him seriously. Now, the expressions of the three old men were complex. There was regret, after all. They had tried to drive him away earlier. There was shock. How could someone so young write such a good article? There was admiration. Even if it were them, they might not be able to write something like Yang Tower. There was doubt. Was such talent at such a young age from a prestigious family or a scholarly background? Finally, Deng Taijun stood up first, looking very serious. "Mr. Chen." Deng Taijun changed his way of addressing him and used a more respectful term. "I was blind and questioned your literary attainments. I am very sorry and apologize to you here." After speaking, Deng Taijun bowed deeply. Chen Zhao hurriedly stood up and also bowed to Deng Taijun. "You are too polite. After all, I am still young, and it's normal to be questioned." Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian also stood up and bowed deeply. Chen Zhao quickly returned the gesture. After all, he was a junior, and he couldn't bear such a grand gesture. If there were other people from the cultural circle present, they would probably be shocked by the scene before their eyes. Deng Taijun, Mu Tianke, and Ma Qingtian were highly respected scholars in the world today. The youngest Deng Taijun was already in his 50s, while Mu Tianke and Ma Qingtian were in their 60s and 70s respectively, and they were actually bowing to a teenager because of his article. "Bring the food quickly. Don't let our friend Chen go hungry." Deng Taijun called the waiter, already addressing Chen Zhao as a friend. Deng Zixin looked surprised. In her impression, her father rarely acted like this. Soon, the dishes were served one by one. Most of them were Chinese dishes, but they were elegantly plated, resembling the style of a Western restaurant. After the cold dishes and 4 small dishes were served, there was shredded scallop soup, for treasures shark fin, roasted fish, dompa pork, crispy pigeon. When they were halfway through the meal, they brought out steamed skirt steak, black bean pepper beef steak, walnut cheese, chocolate cream pastries, and a plate of fruits. There were sliced snow pears, red Fuji apples, mangoes, as well as peeled lychees and grapes. Chen Zhaoji was eating with his head down the whole time. It was clear that these old folks had gone all out to treat him to this meal. None of these dishes were bad, they were beautifully presented and incredibly delicious. Compared to the instant noodles that Chen Zhao usually enjoyed, they were like food fit for a pig. In contrast, the 3 old men didn't show much interest in the food. They kept their heads down, reading Chen Zhao's manuscript of Yeyang Tower and praising it. "This sentence is so vivid. The floating light and the sinking jade, the imagery comes to life. And the choice of words is so beautiful and accurate. Look at this character sinking, it can't be replaced by anything else, it's the best. The ending is also great. Worry for the world before oneself, rejoice for the world after oneself, what admirable qualities in realm." The 3 old men treated Chen Zhao's manuscript like a treasure, their eyes filled with excitement, like a miser looking at a pile of gold ingots. They discussed for more than 20 minutes before finally stopping and looking up at Chen Zhao. "Chen Xiaoyu, how old are you this year?" Deng Taijun asked. "In a few days, when the college entrance examination comes, it will also be my 18th birthday," Chen Zhao said while spitting out grape seeds. "So, you're 19 in traditional age, Zixin is 23, not much of a difference," Deng Taijun muttered. Deng Zixin's face turned green, then flushed red. She slapped her chopsticks on the table and said, "Dad, what are you thinking? Can you stop making wild guesses? Just eat your food." Chen Zhao also felt a little embarrassed. He could hear the hidden meaning in Deng Tianjuan's words. It was clear that he had the idea of matchmaking him and Deng Zixin. Hey, you misunderstood." Deng Taijun also blushed a little and explained to Deng Zixin, "I was thinking about what your literary level is like at your age, how much better or worse it is compared to Chen Xiaoyu's. After thinking about it, it seems like there's no basis for comparison." Ma Qingtian, who was sitting next to them, smiled and said, "Chen Xiaoyu, I have a niece who just got into the Central Academy of Drama. She's a little over a year older than you, comes from a good family, and is also pretty." Ma Qingtian went on and on. Chen Zhao was dumbfounded. Is he introducing his niece to me? Is that necessary? Just because I wrote an article, you want to introduce your niece to me? Is that appropriate? Oh, of course, if she's pretty, I'm also willing. Deng Zixin leaned in and whispered in Chen Zhao's ear, "Don't believe that old guy. I've seen his niece before, she has a birthmark the size of an egg on her face, there's no way to fix it even with plastic surgery." Chen Zhao looked at Ma Qingtian, maintaining a respectful smile on the surface, but secretly thinking, "You old scoundrel, you actually set me up. A birthmark the size of an egg is considered pretty?" Mu Tianke glared at Ma Qingtian and angrily said, "Old Ma, is that appropriate? We're here to appreciate literature and make friends. Why are we starting to introduce potential partners, such vulgar matters?" After speaking, Mu Tianke smiled and looked at Chen Zhao again. "I have a niece who is a year younger than you." Chen Zhao had a black line on his head. What is going on here? Chen Zhao quickly stated that he was too young and not considering marriage at the moment. Deng Taijun looked at Deng Zixin with a worried expression, as if thinking that she was getting older while Chen Zhao was still young. Deng Zixin was almost going crazy, not knowing what was wrong with her father today. She was so angry that she almost flipped the table. The conversation then turned into small talk. The 3 old folks were very curious about Chen Zhao's situation, asking questions as if they were checking his household registration. When they found out that Chen Zhao had ranked first in his grade last time, the 3 old men praised him, marveling at how talented he was. Not only was he good in literature, but he was also knowledgeable in other areas. Finally, everyone had a great time, and Chen Zhao got the WeChat numbers of 3 old men. They each went their separate ways. As for the handwritten copy of Yeyang Tower by Chen Zhao, he gave it to Deng Taijun. The other 2 old men were very jealous, and you could see fire in their eyes as they looked at Deng Taijun. It was clear that they also wanted a copy of this manuscript of Yeyang Tower. The initial draft of a good article is very valuable for collection. However, because Deng Zixin is Chen Zhao's landlord, Chen Zhao decided to give it to Deng Taijun. Deng Taijun promised to help Chen Zhao submit it to a magazine. At the end of the banquet, Chen Zhao had a few sips of alcohol. At the time, he didn't think much of it. When he sat in the passenger seat of Deng Zixin's sports car and felt the wind blowing on his face on the way home, the alcohol started to take effect and he felt a bit tipsy. The leather seat of the sports car pressed against his face, which was very comfortable. When he lowered his head, Chen Zhao could see Deng Zixin's white thighs under her skirt. When he looked up, Deng Zixin's fair face was illuminated by the city lights, with countless lights in her eyes. For a moment, Chen Zhao suddenly felt that it would be great to marry a wife like Deng Zixin, who was beautiful and cool, and also owned a rental property and a father-in-law who was a famous painter. But soon Chen Zhao came back to his senses and realized that this was not very realistic. It was already late when he arrived home, and Chen Zhao didn't go live again. He put up a taking a break sign in the live streaming room and went to bed. The fans waited for a long time, but instead of seeing Chen Zhao show off his marksmanship, they received a cold and indifferent leave notice, which made them furious. Xia Zuzu also cried out in misery. Without Chen Zhao, the great god, she returned to her pitiful state of being unable to win a game and cried in shame as she ended the live stream. The next day, Chen Zhao felt a bit overwhelmed during the exam. He had slept late the night before and had been drinking, so his physical condition was poor and he felt like sleeping during the test. As a result, Chen Zhao hurriedly finished the exam in less than half the time and then fell asleep on the desk. He slept soundly, even snoring softly. The other top students in the exam room were shocked and angry. Everyone was racking their brains and exerting all their energy to get 1 or 2 extra points, working against the clock to complete the exam. And here was Chen Zhao, sleeping on the desk? It was clear that he didn't care about the other top students in the same exam room. He was simply arrogant. After the exam, many top students gathered together to whisper, not to compare answers, but to discuss Chen Zhao's despicable behavior of sleeping and snoring during the exam. This Chen Zhao is indeed talented, but once he does well in an exam, he becomes arrogant. I bet he will definitely lose points this time. That's right, we may not be able to surpass him, but all the top students in the school are double-checking their papers. Can't we beat him? When the results come out, he will know that he shouldn't have slept during the exam, but should have used every minute to check and calculate. Arrogance leads to regression. Let's see how far he falls in the rankings. I estimate that he will fall outside the top 10. 2 days later, the scores were released, and Chen Zhao once again ranked first in the whole school with a score of 694. Chen Zhao's reputation in the school spread completely. Being the top student in the whole school for 2 consecutive times, reciting the English-Chinese dictionary from morning till night, making the principal apologize to him, and various rumors added a strong sense of mystery to Chen Zhao. Almost all the students in every class would discuss Chen Zhao when they gathered together after school or during meals. Even one day, while eating in the cafeteria, Chen Zhao heard a few students at the table behind him discussing, "Hey, is that the guy sitting at the table in front of us, Chen Zhao? Seems like it. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let him hear. He's amazing. He always ranked last and then suddenly became first, deliberately pretending to be bad for 3 years. Chen Zhao is truly an expert at pretending to be weak. Do you think he can get into Peking University or Tsinghua University? Are you kidding? He might not even be satisfied with Peking University or Tsinghua University. Top-tier institutions like Harvard or Rob Lake University are the goals that this elite pursues." As Chen Zhao listened, he felt that something was not quite right. He knows about Harvard University, which is considered to be ranked first globally in many university rankings, and its comprehensive strength is estimated to be among the top 10 in the world without any problem. But what is Rob University? Does such a university exist? Isn't Rob Lake the place where atomic bombs were tested? Can a university be built there? Since obtaining the system and modifying the world, many things in the world have changed, including schools. For example, on the way to school before, Chen Zhao could see a kindergarten. After modifying the world, the kindergarten disappeared and became a cake training institute, where a group of people wearing white hats and white coats made cakes, and the smell of cakes filled the streets. So this Rob University should also be a university that appeared after modifying the world. If it were an ordinary university, it would be fine, but the key issue is that according to the discussions of those students, it seems that this Rob University is even stronger than Tsinghua University and Peking University, and even on par with Harvard University? Chen Zhao has been concerned about this matter because after the college entrance examination, he still has to decide where to go to university. With his scores, of course, he wants to go to a good university if possible. Mobile phones are not allowed in school, so he cannot search for information. When Chen Zhao returned home after school in the evening, he started searching the internet for this so-called Rob University. He was shocked when he found out. This is an extremely prestigious school. In Chen Zhao's previous life, if you caught a child on the street and asked him which is the best university in China, about 50% of the children would say Peking University and 50% would say Tsinghua University. The status of Peking University and Tsinghua University is similar to that of Pepsi and Coca-Cola, BMW and Mercedes-Benz, lions and tigers, difficult to distinguish between them. However, after the world was modified, if you catch a child on the street and ask him which is the best university in China, there is only one answer: Rob University. This Rob University in the world is much more famous and powerful than Tsinghua University and Peking University. It is a private university located in the heart of Rob Lake, with renowned scientists and professors from around the world serving as lecturers. The annual teaching and experimental funds amount to 50 billion, which is higher than the combined cost of Tsinghua University and Peking University. Truly impressive. Moreover, since its establishment, Rob University has produced many successful individuals. There are 16 alumni who have won the Nobel Prize, 4 in literature, 6 in physiology or medicine, 2 in chemistry, 3 in physics, and 1 in peace. There are also a large number of scientists, writers, pianists, musicians, famous directors, stock market wizards, senior military officers, and even billionaires. In short, Rob University is like a gateway, where carp can transform into dragons by jumping over it. Students who graduate from Rob University have a high probability of becoming true successful individuals. The more Chen Zhao looked at it, the more excited he became. This is the ideal academic institution he wants. So the question is, how many points does one need to score in the college entrance examination to enter such an impressive school? Chen Zhao opened a website about the score lines of major universities online, clicked on Rob University, and found no scores? In the column of the admission score lines for previous years, there was no data for Rob University, just a dash. Chen Zhao was puzzled because, logically, all schools should have score lines. After the admission of new students each year, a school will announce 3 pieces of data: the highest score, the lowest score, and the average score. The highest score is the score of the student with the highest score admitted to the school, the lowest score is the score of the student who barely made it in, and the average score is the weighted average. After the college entrance examination the following year, based on the score lines of various schools from the previous year, candidates can calculate whether they can be admitted. For example, if the minimum score line for Tsinghua University last year was 699, and you scored 102, when you walk into the admissions office with your transcript, the Tsinghua teacher will tell you to turn left and go to the construction site. Thank you. For example, last year the minimum score for Peking University was 688, and you scored 700. When you walk into the admissions office with your transcript, the Peking University teachers will serve you tea. You can choose between Longjing or Tiguanyin tea. Every university must publicly announce the minimum score required for admission if they want to successfully enroll students the following year. So why does this Lobapu University not have a minimum score requirement? After careful investigation, Chen Zhao finally understood the reason why Lobapu University does not have a minimum score requirement. It does not admit students based on the National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, but rather based on certain conditions. As long as you meet the admission criteria of Lobapu University, even if you didn't take the Gaokao or scored 0, you can still be admitted. However, on the contrary, if you do not meet the admission criteria of Lobapu University, even if you are the top scorer in the country, you will still not be admitted and can only make do with attending Peking University or Tsinghua University. There are 2 ways to enter Lobapu University and become an honorable student. First, if your parents are willing to donate more than 1 billion yuan to Lobapu University, you can become an honorable student. It's like buying your way into the school. Half of Lobapu University's funding comes from these donations. Many wealthy businessmen and elites hope their children can achieve great success, so spending 10 billion yuan is not a big deal. Second, if you have outstanding contributions or achievements in certain fields. In other words, if you are outstanding in a certain aspect, you can be admitted. These are the admission criteria. As long as you meet either of these 2 criteria, you can be admitted to Lobapu University. However, after admission, you still need to undergo a comprehensive physical examination. If you have severe psychological disorders or an IQ below 100, you will be expelled. Chen Zhao looked at the admission requirements and suddenly felt a headache. The first criterion is definitely out of the question. If his family had 10 billion yuan, Chen Zhao would definitely not choose Lobapu University, but rather choose not to go to college at all. As for the second criterion, having outstanding contributions or achievements, it is very difficult to judge. Lobapu University's teachers think you are outstanding, then you are outstanding. If they don't think you are outstanding, then you are not outstanding. It's a bit confusing, but that's the general idea. There are no specific criteria for measurement. No one knows if it will work or not. Chen Zhao thought about whether he had any outstanding contributions or achievements. It's certain that his IQ is very high. With a stable IQ of 400 thanks to the system, it may even become higher after the high IQ experience period, or it may decrease slightly, but not by much. In any case, his IQ is high. However, obviously no school would admit students just because of their high IQ. Besides IQ, he is also very good at playing the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, PUBG. As long as he's in a good state, he can almost achieve headshots with every shot. But, are there really universities that admit students based on their gaming skills? Some universities do offer esports programs, but they are very small in scale and have very strict requirements. It seems that Lobapu University does not have an esports program, and even if it did, Chen Zhao is not very interested in studying esports. Studying this major is not a good thing. It's not just about playing games in class to get a degree. It requires in-depth research into the gaming industry and esports industry, and memorizing a lot of dry and boring knowledge. When it comes to actually playing games, there will be devilish training, similar to professional esports players, playing for more than 14 hours a day, feeling dizzy and sore fingers, and after a semester, you'll be guaranteed to feel nauseous at the sight of games and tremble in front of the computer. Besides gaming, Chen Zhao feels that he can also make a name for himself in the literary world. After all, he memorized a lot of good articles from his previous life, which no longer exist in this world. As long as he puts them all out, he will definitely gain fame in the literary world. So currently, it seems that he doesn't have any way to meet the admission requirements. Chen Zhao thought that it was useless to just think blindly, so he decided to ask a teacher. He opened his phone and found the QQ number of the university president. The principal's QQ number is publicly available, and all students in the school can add it. If you have any opinions or suggestions, you can directly provide them to the principal. When Chen Zhao just started school, he was afraid of encountering campus bullying, so he decisively added the principal's QQ with the intention of using the principal's power to deal with the school bully. 3 years have passed and there has been no campus bullying, but adding this friend has come in handy in this way. After a little thought, he sent a message. Hello, principal. I am Chen Zhao from class 1 of grade 12. You should remember me. Recently, I have been looking at various universities and found that the admission criteria for Rabupo University are very vague, but I am quite interested in this school. I would like to ask if there is any way to be admitted to this university? Chen Zhao thought it would take a long time to receive a reply. Firstly, it was already late now, and looking out the window, most of the residents in the neighborhood had already turned off their lights and gone to sleep. Secondly, the principal manages a school with thousands of people, so he must be very busy, and he might not see his message for a while. Chen Zhao turned on the computer, intending to play games online. But before the computer finished booting up, the principal's reply came. Regarding Rabupo University, no student from our school has ever been admitted there. No student from our entire city has been admitted either. This university follows a small and excellent enrollment route, with a total of no more than 1,000 students admitted each year, and they are recruited from all over the world. So I don't have much experience. Chen Zhao felt a sinking feeling. Even the principal didn't know how to get into Rabupo University? That's really frustrating. However, immediately after, the principal sent another message that brightened Chen Zhao's eyes. But when I was visiting a neighboring province last year, a school principal told me that if a student can win enough national-level awards or world-level awards, and also be talented and have good grades, there is a high probability of being noticed by the leaders of Rabupo University. Chen Zhao pondered silently. National-level awards? World-level awards? How can he achieve that? Being good at playing games, does that count? The principal sent another message. In a week, there will be a national subject competition for middle school students, including mathematics, Chinese, English, physics, chemistry, and biology competitions. First, there will be a city-level preliminary round, then a provincial-level selection round, and finally the national finals, with a few first, second, and third prize spots available. Zhang Fan and Zhao Xiaobai are planning to participate. If you think it's feasible, you can give it a try. I will help you register. Chen Zhao's eyes lit up immediately. This is great. Okay, principal, please help me register. Thank you, principal. Chen Zhao replied. The principal asked, which subjects do you plan to compete in? Chen Zhao was stunned. Which subjects can I compete in? Are there any requirements? The principal replied, in theory, you can compete in any subject, but the questions in this competition are extremely difficult. The full score is 100, and if you can get 30 points, you can advance. So it's best to focus on preparing for one subject. If your grades are good, you can try challenging 2 subjects. Then, the principal sent a web link. It was about the details of the national subject competition for middle school students. Chen Zhao carefully read the details and made a decision: go big or go home. Principal, I want to compete in the subjects of Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. Chen Zhao typed. Except for English, he registered for all the subjects he studied. After all, English is still a weak point, so he didn't want to embarrass himself in the competition. But for the other subjects, Chen Zhao was confident that he could win a prize. Maybe not the first prize, but he could at least get a second or third prize, right? The principal replied, this exam is not an ordinary exam. The questions are all Olympiad-level questions, really difficult. 70% of students can only score below 5 points, and 90% of students cannot score above 30 points. If you try to do everything and can't prepare well, you may end up not winning any awards in the end. Think about it carefully. Chen Zhao immediately replied, no need, principal. I am not an ordinary student. I have confidence in my abilities. Please help me sign up. Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology. The principal hesitated for a moment, then sent a message. Based on past experience, a student can receive awards in a maximum of 2 subjects, and it is possible to not receive any at all. However, I respect your decision. What I just said was only a suggestion. I hope you won't regret it in the end. Wait a moment, I will sign you up. The principal went silent. Chen Zhao waited for a few minutes, then suddenly received 5 pictures from the principal. Chinese examination admission ticket, exam number 202013986. Mathematics examination admission ticket, exam number 202013986. Physics admission ticket. Chemistry. Biology. A total of 5 admission tickets were issued. Print out these admission tickets and use them to enter the examination hall. If you have any questions, you can ask me, or you can ask Zhao Xiaobai and Zhang Fan, said the principal. Chen Zhao thanked the principal profusely and decided not to continue the live broadcast. He hung up a leave notice in the live streaming room, then went downstairs to the printing shop in the community and printed 3 copies of the admission tickets. He planned to win awards in as many competitions as possible. Chen Zhao made up his mind. The next day at noon, while eating in the cafeteria, Chen Zhao happened to see Zhao Xiaobai eating alone at a table in the corner, so he went over with his plate. I heard that you signed up for the high school subject competition, is that right? Chen Zhao got straight to the point. Yes, I signed up for mathematics. Zhao Xiaobai, being clever, knew that Chen Zhao wouldn't ask this question for no reason. Did you sign up too? I signed up for Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, Chen Zhao said while gnawing on a chicken leg. What? Zhao Xiaobai was shocked, her eyes widened, and she blurted out a curse word. Are you crazy? What's wrong? Chen Zhao was startled by Zhao Xiaobai's strong reaction. Is it not allowed? This is a competition, not an ordinary exam. Zhao Xiaobai explained, in an ordinary exam, you might be able to score close to full marks, but in this competition, even scoring 50 points is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Many people can't even score 10 points. You signed up for so many subjects at once, how are you going to prepare for them? Chen Zhao shrugged, it's fine, I'm smart. If I sign up for more subjects, I'm sure I can pass at least 1 or 2. Zhao Xiaobai looked at Chen Zhao with a dumbfounded expression. Are you already studying well? Did you just sign up? The exams are next week, how do you plan to study? Chen Zhao scratched his head, maybe I'll buy a couple of exercise books? Do you have any recommendations for good exercise books? Hearing this, Zhao Xiaobai became even more dumbfounded. You haven't even done any specialized exercises yet? Chen Zhao shook his head, thinking to himself, there are specialized exercise books for this? Zhao Xiaobai sighed and said, finish eating, then come with me. I have some specialized exercise books that you can borrow and take a look at. After finishing their meal, Chen Zhao followed Zhao Xiaobai to her classroom. Along the way, many people stared at them in astonishment, and some even secretly took pictures of Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai. On one hand, Zhao Xiaobai was the campus goddess, and there were countless male students in the school who secretly admired her. On the other hand, Chen Zhao had become a popular figure and knew many people. When 2 popular figures on campus gathered together, it was impossible not to attract attention. However, Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai didn't pay attention to those gazes. They arrived at the classroom, and Zhao Xiaobai took out several thick exercise books and handed them to Chen Zhao. Compilation of National High School Student Competition questions from previous years, all 5 subjects were included, a total of 5 books. Chen Zhao was overjoyed, thanked Zhao Xiaobai, and went back to the classroom to look at the questions. Originally, he thought that each subject would have the same set of questions repeated over and over again. Even if the competition increased the difficulty, at most, they would just make the data more challenging and add more twists and turns. As long as he was careful and bold, getting a high score would not be a problem. However, when he opened the first page and saw the first question, Chen Zhao was shocked to his core. Just the title alone takes up 11 lines. There are 4 accompanying images. 11 lines of questions, for image-based questions, and it's still the first question on the entire exam paper. It's truly terrifying, unseen and unheard of. Chen Zhaojing calmed down and carefully read the questions, looked at the images, and wanted to see if she could solve them. After reading it once, Chen Zhaojing was dumbfounded. She had no idea how to approach it. It was completely different from the questions she had done before. The usual methods and problem-solving techniques she was used to were useless. This was a completely new type of question, with no experience. Chen Zhaojing's face darkened. It seemed that things weren't as simple as she had thought. Taking a deep breath, she mustered all her energy and focused on the questions. The next day after school, Zhao Xiaobai walked out of the school gate with his backpack and happened to see Chen Zhaojing waiting under a tree with the exam paper in her hand. Here, the questions are just too difficult. Chen Zhaojing handed the book to Zhao Xiaobai and sighed. It's ridiculously hard. The reputation of the competition questions is well deserved. Compared to the college entrance exam questions, it's as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Zhao Xiaobai had a look of I knew it already on his face as he took the book. Since lending Chen Zhaojing the real questions yesterday, Zhao Xiaobai had already had a premonition. Chen Zhaojing definitely didn't understand the difficulty of this competition question, which is why she arrogantly signed up for all 5 subjects. When he got the questions back and realized he couldn't solve almost any of them, he would realize that this competition wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Next, Chen Zhaojing would either give up directly or choose to focus on 1 or 2 subjects that she was best at and return the rest of the books. Now, sure enough, Chen Zhaojing came to return the book. Giving up? Not planning to compete? Or deciding to only focus on 1 subject? Zhao Xiaobai asked with a smug smile. I'm not giving up. Why would I give up? Chen Zhaojing was taken aback. The exam is next week. There are still several days left, enough for me to finish these practice questions. Didn't I already finish the physics questions and return them to you? Now it was Zhao Xiaobai's turn to be dumbfounded. What did you say? You already finished physics? In just a day and a half, you finished this thick and difficult physics exercise book? How did you do it? Zhao Xiaobai muttered. I just looked at the questions in the front, tried to solve them myself, and then checked the answers at the back after finishing, Chen Zhaojing said. The questions are indeed difficult. I didn't need to do calculations much before, but now I have to, and it took 2 notebooks of scratch paper. Zhao Xiaobai was speechless. You did all of them? Is this for real? Are you kidding me? Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. I have something to do at home. Bye, Chen Zhaojing said, putting her hands in her pockets and turning to leave. Leaving Zhao Xiaobai holding the physics questions, feeling lost in the evening breeze. Back at home, Chen Zhaojing turned on her computer and started streaming. She hadn't been able to stream for several days due to being busy, always hanging a leave notice in the streaming room, losing over 500 fans. She had to stream a few games to save the declining trend. Although her study tasks were heavy now, the tasks given to her by the system were more important. Becoming a popular PUBG streamer was Chen Zhaojing's current goal. As soon as she started streaming, Xia Zuzu sent a team invitation. It seemed like she had been waiting for a long time. Yee, big brother, why didn't you stream for the past 2 days? I've been getting destroyed by others. Can you carry me to win tonight? Xia Zuzu's pitiful voice sounded. At the same time, both Chen Zhaojing's and Xia Zuzu's streaming rooms exploded, with fans' comments flooding in. Chen Zhaojing's streaming room, the streamer is amazing. Holding Xia Zuzu tightly. Is this what it's like to have a girl asking to be carried? So envious, why do I suddenly have a sour taste in my mouth? Why doesn't a girl ask me to carry her like this? Is it because my one-handed Ferrari driving pose isn't handsome enough? Xia Zuzu has been completely captured by Chen Zhaojing. Xia Zuzu's streaming room, oh no, I can hear the sound of my heart breaking. Xia Zuzu has been completely tied down by Chen Zhaojing. Goddess, how could you say such things? Xiao Zhushun, don't you love us fans anymore? Are you turning to love another small anchor? Xiao Zhushun, why are you so infatuated? Just because that man can take you to the finals? I can do that too. Xiao Zhushun became impatient and shouted, why are you all saying these things? It's not what you think. I just want a pro player to take me to the finals. I can't make it on my own. Some fans in the livestream started mocking Xiao Zhushun's gaming skills, and Xiao Zhushun became even more agitated, saying, I'm actually very skilled. It's just bad luck. Meanwhile, Chen Zhao took over as the team captain, selected the snow map, and started a duo match. Xiao Zhushun was surprised. Why are we playing the snow map? Chen Zhao usually plays with me on the island map, occasionally the desert map. We haven't played on the snow map before. Chen Zhao explained, let's change things up, try something new. Always playing the same map, won't it get boring? Xiao Zhuxian agreed and continued to rely on Chen Zhao. The atmosphere in this match was unusually quiet, without anyone shouting let's all go to Triple X, anyone who doesn't go is my grandson, or shouting flying hacks, underground hacks, teleport hacks, invincibility hacks, or asking brother, sister, want to team up? The players were all very quiet, not making any noise. Chen Zhao found it strange, something was off. Shouldn't the atmosphere in the match be noisy? What's with this quiet atmosphere? We might be in a bot match, Xiao Zhuxian suddenly said. A bot match? Chen Zhao was surprised, isn't that something only in the mobile version of the game? How can it be in the PC version too? It was added just 2 months ago. The game developers noticed a decline in the number of active players. They thought maybe many players with lower skills were always dying early and didn't want to play the game anymore. So they added a lot of bots to enhance the player experience. Xiao Zhuxian explained, it said that occasionally you can encounter matches that are all bots, and the atmosphere in the match will be very quiet. Chen Zhao carefully observed the actions of other players in the match and noticed that 1/3 of them were standing still like statues, 1/3 were bouncing in place like springs, and 1/3 were walking slowly with their heads down. Obviously, these irregular movements were all preset bot actions, while the movements of real players would be more chaotic. Since it's a bot match, I'll try to take fewer kills and leave them for you, Chen Zhao said. Great! Awesome! Watch my shooting skills! Xiao Zhuxian got excited. Chen Zhao had always carried her, but now she finally had a chance to prove herself. Soon, the countdown ended and they boarded the plane. Chen Zhao chose to follow Xiao Zhuxian in parachuting, planning to let Xiao Zhuxian take down the bots while he took it easy. Xiao Zhuxian hesitated for a moment, marked a spot on the castle, and when the distance closed to 1,500 meters, they immediately parachuted. In an instant, the two landed on the roof of the castle and began searching for supplies. The castle had plenty of supplies. In just 2 minutes of searching, Chen Zhao had already found a level 2 helmet, level 2 armor, 5 drinks, 3 first aid kits, a fully equipped Vector without a scope, and an SKS sniper rifle with a 4x scope. The Vector submachine gun and SKS sniper rifle were both very useful firearms. The Vector had the disadvantage of a small magazine, but with an extended magazine, the bullet count increased to 33, which was passable. The Vector had explosive damage in close quarters combat and was very stable. Although the SKS sniper rifle didn't have the power of a single-shot sniper, it could fire continuously. A few consecutive shots would make even a god kneel. After searching the entire castle, Chen Zhao attached a 3x scope to the Vector and fully equipped the SKS. They had everything they needed. It was satisfying. Zayas Hushin finished searching for things and also ran over, spinning in front of Chen Zhao. Level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, level 3 backpack, ghillie suit, frying pan, AWM sniper rifle, fully equipped M416. Chen Zhao was shocked. What is this? Where did you get all this gear? The airdrop landed on the rooftop that I could reach. I went over and licked it, and it turned into this. Zayas Hushin was very proud. Isn't it fat? Isn't it handsome? Chen Zhao almost spat blood. How could he not know that the airdrop hit him in the face? But it didn't matter. Only the weak needed advanced equipment. Strong players like Chen Zhao could still win even if they were naked and only had a small pistol. It's a bit exaggerated, but that's the general idea. Guard the rooftop. If any real players see the red smoke from the airdrop, they should come to snatch it, Chen Zhao said. The two of them went all the way up and turned to the top of the castle, scanning in all directions. This location can be said to be one of the best scenic spots on the snow map. The sky is vast and the snow-covered landscape is enchanting. Looking around, all you can see is snow weighing down the green pines and the ice river shining blue. In the distance, there are a few small cottages, quaint and desolate. At the same time, in a villa in North America, a messy-haired, skinny white guy sat in front of a computer. His computer looked exceptionally luxurious, with a keyboard emitting colorful fluorescent lights, a screen wider than 3 ordinary screens combined, and even a water-cooled computer case with the sound of water flowing inside. If any esports enthusiast saw it, they would immediately recognize this white guy. He was Bob Lee Swag, the captain of last year's Global PUBG Championship team. In last year's Global PUBG League, he led his team all the way to the finals, defeating the French team, the Korean team, and the Chinese team, winning the championship with outstanding performance and impressive skills. Because he was relatively small in stature, very skinny, and had a thin voice, Chinese esports fans gave him the nickname Xiao Lizi, Little Lee. This year's Global PUBG League is about to begin, and Xiao Lizi has started practicing day and night in his villa, playing PUBG for up to 16 hours a day. Except for eating, sleeping, and going to the bathroom, he spends almost all his time sitting in front of the computer. This is the life of a professional esports player. No entertainment, no slack, no going out to have fun, just sitting in the room with fingers flying, day after day. Just finished a match against professional players, and the other professional players went offline to sleep. Xiao Lizi still felt energetic, so he decided to play a casual match, mow some grass, and relax. Last year, the team that competed in the finals was the Chinese team. Xiao Lizi thought for a moment and decided to switch to the Chinese server to play a casual match. Solo or duo, random map. At the beginning, there was snow and green pines in front of him. It was the snow map. However, the square was quiet, and there was no sign of any real players. They were all bots. Xiao Lizi was very disappointed. Did he get matched with a bot lobby? He was about to quit, but he was already on the plane. Xiao Lizi thought for a moment and decided to jump and see what happens. Eat some chicken and go to sleep. The author is on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, experiencing altitude sickness, feeling very uncomfortable, so the updates may not be stable for the next few days. Sorry, landing in a small residential area, Xiao Lizi was lucky to find a level 2 helmet, level 2 armor, and a level 1 backpack. The most crucial thing was that he got a 6x scope for the M24. Xiao Lizi was most used to using submachine guns, followed by snipers. As long as he had a fully equipped Uzi or Vector, plus a sniper rifle, Xiao Lizi could dominate. The roar of the plane passed overhead, and the airdrop was coming. And judging from the sound, it was very close. Xiao Lizi left the residential area and stood in the open field, looking up. A plane flew by from the side. Looking back, he didn't see any trace of the airdrop, which meant that the plane hadn't dropped it yet. Leonardo DiCaprio stared at the plane intently, silently chanting in his heart, "Throw it! Throw it! Hurry up and throw it!" Finally, a dark square descended from the sky with a parachute. DiCaprio scoped in and saw that the airdrop crate was landing towards the castle. The distance from here to the castle was neither far nor near, still a few hundred meters away. DiCaprio ran to the side of the road and luckily found a snowmobile. He hopped on it and raced towards the castle. "I want this airdrop." However, when he approached the castle at a distance of about 300 meters, DiCaprio suddenly saw a moving figure inside. Although it was extremely brief, just a shadow flashing past a window, with DiCaprio's sharp eyes, he caught it in time. "There are enemies." He got off the snowmobile, quickly dove into the dense bushes on the side, crouched down, and concealed his presence. While aiming his gun at the window where the figure appeared, he quickly assessed the situation. It shouldn't be bots in the castle. Most bots respawn in the wilderness. The ones lingering in the castle are definitely real players. They're probably lying in wait in the castle, ready to ambush anyone who goes for the airdrop. Luckily, he didn't rush in, otherwise he would have fallen into their trap. As the captain of the world champion PUBG team, if he died in a random match because of trying to grab an airdrop, it would be a huge blow to his reputation. After a brief moment of thought, DiCaprio pulled out a smoke grenade and threw two towards a distant bush. This move was a simple trick to lure people in. As long as there's a smoke grenade, many rookie players would aim into the smoke. This is the perfect opportunity to take out rookie players. Sure enough, after a short wait, a head appeared in the castle window. DiCaprio scoped in and fired. He was confident that his shot would blow that head off, but to his surprise, there was no knockdown or kill notification. The opponent must be wearing a level 3 helmet, otherwise they would have been taken down. But it doesn't matter, the enemy will definitely expose themselves. DiCaprio waited quietly and patiently, like a leopard lurking in the bushes, ready to pounce on its prey. No matter how long it takes, he will remain motionless until the prey appears, and then deliver a fatal blow. The world champion of PUBG has entered battle mode. Inside the castle, Xiao Zhishu crouched behind a wall, anxiously drinking medicine and energy drinks. Just a moment ago, she stood by the window and got her head blown off. Luckily, she had a level 3 helmet, otherwise she would have been done for. There's no need to say it, Qin Zhao already understood that there was a skilled player outside trying to grab the airdrop. Xiao Zhishu only stood by the window for a brief moment, and her level 3 helmet was already gone. This enemy's sniping skills were obviously very powerful, maybe even a professional esports player. Chen Zhao remained calm. The stronger the opponent, the less he should panic. He crouched down, moved closer to the edge of the wall, so that he couldn't be shot from the outside, and at the same time, he could observe the situation outside from a narrow angle. At first glance, Qin Zhao noticed two clusters of milky white smoke outside. They were too conspicuous. However, with his rich experience and quick judgment, it didn't take him half a second to realize that those two smoke grenades were just a decoy, similar to soldiers in World War I sticking their rifles out of trenches with helmets on to attract enemy fire. Chen Zhao scanned the other positions, especially the bushes, bridges, and the distant residential area. But he didn't see anyone. Could they really be hiding in that smoke? Or behind a certain tree? There were a few dense bushes where nothing could be seen, Maybe the enemy was hiding in the bushes? At the same time, in the live stream chat, Chen Zhao's fans were all confused. I can't see the shooter at all. Could the opponent be a cheater? Invisibility or underground hacks? They're hiding too well, no one can hit anyone. I guess it's going to be a battle of attrition. Wait until the circle shrinks and then fight with meds. I think the opponent might be underwater, at the bridge location. The anchor used to snipe people openly, but now they can't even see anyone. What can we do? Chen Zhao remained silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. Little bamboo shoot, crouch under the window and then stand up and crouch down again. Oh, right, give me your AWM, Chen Zhao added after a pause. Little bamboo shoot asked, so you're using me as bait again? Chen Zhao replied, yes. Little bamboo shoot's live stream exploded instantly. Chen Zhao had forced Little Bamboo Shoot to be a meat shield more than once, and the fans saw it and felt the pain in their hearts. Holding a kitchen knife, one fan cut the power cord and exclaimed, not again? Love-eating Bamboo Shoot said, damn it, Chen Zhao, I can't stand you. The most adorable Bamboo Shoot said, shameless. So shameless. Always making a young girl attract firepower. Can you live with your conscience? Oreo with Lao Gan Ma said, Little Bamboo Shoot, don't agree to him. Don't give in. Little Bamboo Shoot said, Little Bamboo Shoot, don't listen to him. Have some backbone. Let that bad guy Chen Zhao attract firepower himself. Coffee with Garlic said, can someone tell me Chen Zhao's address? I want to send him a big cleaver. However, to the disappointment of all the fans, Little Bamboo Shoot actually threw the AWM on the ground and obediently crouched down, following Chen Zhao's instructions, moving to the bottom of the window. Little Bamboo Shoot said with a grievance, this is the last time, okay? Chen Zhao showed no mercy, picked up the AWM, loaded the bullet, and said, stop talking nonsense, hurry up. I'll count to 3, and you quickly stand up and crouch down. 3, 2, 1. Little Bamboo Shoot stood up suddenly, but before she could crouch down again, a bullet flew in from outside the window and accurately hit Little Bamboo Shoot's level 3 helmet, knocking her to the ground. At the same time, Chen Zhao also saw some movement in the grass, quickly stood up, raised his gun, and started firing. Magnum bullets grazed the snowy ground and hit the head with one shot. You killed Bobley with an AWM sniper rifle headshot. Chen Zhao remained calm, put away his gun, and went to help Little Bamboo Shoot, who was crawling on the ground. Xiao Lizi looked at the gray screen in shock. How did he die? He was supposed to hit the person in the window, right? Why did he die instead of the enemy? Xiao Lizi frowned and seriously suspected that the opponent was cheating, so he opened the replay. In the replay, Xiao Lizi found that he did knock down the player wearing the level 3 helmet, but almost at the same time, another shooter appeared at the window and fired in a very short time, hitting him with one shot. It seemed that the one he hit was just a decoy, and there was someone else providing the real firepower. Xiao Lizi sighed, left the computer desk, and threw himself onto the bed, closing his eyes to sleep. He sighed at his own misfortune, being caught off guard and killed at the beginning of a casual match. Fortunately, he was using a smoof account, so no one knew it was him. Otherwise, he would be laughed at. After lying on the bed with his eyes closed for a few seconds, Xiao Lizi suddenly opened his eyes again. Something's not right. How could the opponent shoot so quickly? He didn't even have time to react and was instantly killed. The speed of that shot was simply too fast. Xiao Lizi quickly got up, rushed back to the computer, which was still on and still on the previous game screen. Xiao Lizi repeatedly watched the replay of his death from just now, and the more he watched, the more unbelievable his expression became. The opponent was a Chinese expert, not just an ordinary player. Definitely at the level of a professional player, and not just any professional player, but a highly skilled and highly aware all-around player. Someone who could stand alone and carry a team. Xiao Lizi suddenly became spirited. In a while, there would be another round of the global PUBG tournament, and he would lead last year's champion team to compete. Most likely, they would encounter Chinese esports teams. Now that I've encountered such a strong opponent, it's better to have a good exchange in advance and improve my skills. Xiaoli sent a friend request to ID Chen Zhao. Soon, the request result came out, and the other party rejected it. Xiaoli felt frustrated. I was the captain of the champion team of this game last year. The king of the chicken game. How could he not even want to add me as a friend? Unwilling to accept this, Xiaoli sent another friend request. Soon, it was rejected again. Xiaoli was almost furious. He sent a message to ID Chen Zhao. Hello, Mr. Chen Zhao. I was the global champion of this game last year. I hope to add you as a friend and learn skills. After waiting for a moment, Chen Zhao replied, what are you saying? Can you stop using foreign languages? I can't understand. In fact, if Chen Zhao had carefully read Xiaoli's message, he would have understood the meaning. After all, he had memorized more than half of the Oxford English-Chinese dictionary. But Chen Zhao didn't want to learn English while playing games, so he found these English messages annoying. Who knows what you're saying with all these random letters? So he directly retorted. Xiaoli also couldn't understand the Chinese message sent by Chen Zhao, so he had to copy and paste it, open the translation software, and translate it. When he saw the result, Xiaoli felt a surge of anger and almost spat out blood. Can't you understand such simple English? There was nothing he could do. In the current situation, he was the one seeking the other person, not the other way around. Xiaoli had to translate what he wanted to say into Chinese, and then copy and paste it. He applied to be friends again. This time, there was no response, neither acceptance nor rejection. Xiaoli stared at the screen, waiting left and right, but no message came. In fact, Chen Zhao had already started the second round with Xiao Zhuzhu, searching for supplies and sniping people. Naturally, he didn't have the mind to pay attention to a message sent by a mysterious player. So Xiaoli waited anxiously, getting drowsy, and kept waiting until half an hour later. Finally a message arrived. The other party agreed. Xiaoli was very excited, suddenly not sleepy anymore. He looked at the Chinese nickname Chen Zhao in his friend list and clicked to invite him to join the team. However, there was still no response from the other party. He took a closer look and realized that the person had gone offline. Xiaoli was completely dumbfounded. He was the global champion team captain of the chicken game, and everyone in the gaming industry was fawning over him. Some people even waited for more than 10 hours continuously just to team up with him. During a charity dinner, one of Xiaoli's chicken game teams was even auctioned off for $200,000. 3 rich people paid $200,000 just to team up with Xiaoli and play for half an hour. But now, someone had just gone offline? They were giving Xiaoli the cold shoulder? Xiaoli didn't know what to say for a moment. Overwhelmed by sleepiness, he didn't care anymore. This damn Chen Zhao, whatever. With a belly full of resentment, Xiaoli jumped into bed and fell asleep. I must team up with this Chen Zhao later and see his skills. Before falling asleep, Xiaoli vaguely thought about it. Chen Zhao had a very lucky live stream today and gained a crazy number of followers, becoming a streamer with 200,000 fans. He also received a lot of gifts and rewards, and when he cashed them out, he had over 10,000 yuan. It was really great. However, even though the fans were enthusiastic, Chen Zhao still had to end the stream and rest. If he didn't sleep early at night, he wouldn't have the energy to study the next day, as he still had to participate in academic competitions. As for the message sent by Xiaoli, Chen Zhao didn't even bother to read it. The reason why I agreed to add Xiaoli's friend is because he was annoyed by Xiaoli's repeated friend requests, so he simply agreed to avoid constantly receiving annoying messages. Therefore, Chen Zhao actually didn't know that he had already encountered the world's #1 captain in the chicken-eating industry tonight. Moreover, the other party took the initiative to add him as a friend. Lying in bed, Chen Zhao quickly recalled what he had learned today, consolidating his memory, and then fell asleep. In the next week, Chen Zhao's life can be described as boring. From morning to night, he brushed competition questions, ate, slept, went to the bathroom, and went back to live stream to make money at night. Every day is a repetition. Yesterday and today are the same, and today and tomorrow are the same. Finally, just before the exam, Chen Zhao successfully finished all the competition questions that he could brush. He did everything he could. Now it depends on his performance in the exam. The exam venue is at the experimental middle school, and the school arranged a special car to pick up Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai to the exam. In the car, Chen Zhao looked around at the scenery outside the car, like a sightseeing tour, while Zhao Xiaobai continued to look at the questions in his hands. Aren't you reviewing? Zhao Xiaobai poked Chen Zhao with his elbow. What's the use of reviewing? Chen Zhao shrugged. I'm already prepared, and I'm too lazy to review for a short while. I'll deal with it when I enter the exam room. Zhao Xiaobai pouted. Okay, you're amazing. Soon, they arrived at the exam venue. It was not yet time to enter, and the doors of each classroom were locked. Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai waited at the entrance of the exam venue. Zhao Xiaobai was still using the last bit of time to look at the questions, while Chen Zhao looked around for nearby beauties. After looking around, Chen Zhao found that the number of beauties was very low. It seemed that the girls who were focused on studying didn't bother to dress themselves up. Within the range of his vision, Zhao Xiaobai's appearance was outstanding. Almost all the students were holding books, talking non-stop, and the atmosphere of studying in the corridor was intense. Chen Zhao felt out of place among them, as if he was just here to watch. Soon, the teacher came with sealed test papers. The candidates entered one by one, holding their ID cards and admission tickets, and then let the invigilator scan their bodies with a metal detector. The specifications of this high school subject competition were very high, so it followed the standards of the college entrance examination. Chen Zhao entered the exam room and quickly found his seat, sitting down and waiting for the test papers to be distributed. After the other candidates entered, Chen Zhao suddenly became very conspicuous. The reason was simple: the other candidates had nervous faces, sometimes pale and sometimes red, sitting restlessly, repeatedly rubbing their faces, as if they were about to face the guillotine. Only Chen Zhao remained calm and relaxed, just like a tourist. The invigilator even glanced at Chen Zhao a few more times. Two teachers whispered to each other, "That student is really calm. He is probably a top student, he has taken so many exams, seen storms and waves, and has a strong mentality. It's also possible that he is a slacker who just came to mess around. He doesn't expect to get many points, so he's not afraid of anything. We'll know by looking at his answers later." The broadcast started, prohibiting cheating, and explaining the severe punishment for cheating, and then the test papers were distributed. This round was math. Chen Zhao received the test paper and answer sheet, took 2 deep breaths to adjust his state, and then started reading the questions. If Chen Zhao had encountered competition questions for the first time, he would definitely be at a loss when he saw such long and difficult questions. However, things were different now. Chen Zhao had already tackled a large number of competition questions, and he had seen all kinds of question patterns. Coupled with the intelligence of 400 given by the system, his math level at this moment could be described as very strong. There was no question in this high school competition that could stump him. After just 10 seconds of thinking, Chen Zhao had already figured out the solution to the first small question and started writing on the scratch paper, calculating quickly. In a short while, several lines of steps were already written on the answer sheet. At the same time, the other students in the examination room were still holding their pens, unable to start. Most of the candidates were confused. They knew the competition questions were difficult, but when they actually faced them in the examination room, they realized that they were incredibly difficult. It was like reading a foreign language. Some people had already read the questions 3 times, but still couldn't understand what they were supposed to solve. Some people understood the questions a little bit, but had no idea how to solve them. Even worse, in order to save time, they chose to do the questions they knew how to do first. They would read a question, find out they didn't know how to solve it, then move on to the next question. If they still didn't know, they would continue to the next question, unknowingly going through the entire test paper, without even solving a single question they knew how to do. Chen Zhao was very focused and didn't pay attention to the other people in the examination room. He kept his head down and worked on his own. The first question, done. The second question, done. The third question, done. Chen Zhao became the most eye-catching person in the entire examination room. Almost no one in the examination room was writing. Everyone was staring at the questions like statues, but Chen Zhao's pen almost never stopped. He kept writing and writing. The invigilators looked at Chen Zhao with astonishment. They had been invigilating this kind of high school subject competition every year, and the questions every year were ridiculously difficult. Basically, most of the time in an examination room, no one was writing. Occasionally, a student would have a burst of inspiration and solve a question, but it would only take a short while. Someone like Chen Zhao, who started working on the test paper shortly after it was distributed and had been working for more than 10 minutes, was truly unheard of and unseen before. 2 invigilators whispered to each other, "That student has been writing for 15 minutes, impressive. I estimate he will stop at most after 20 minutes. I think it will be more, maybe 25 minutes. 15 minutes, Chen Zhao worked on the questions. 20 minutes, still working on the questions. 25 minutes, his pen was still flying. 30 minutes, there was no sign of slowing down. Chen Zhao was working on the questions with great enthusiasm, and he had already used up a whole sheet of scratch paper. At this time, the examination room was still almost unchanged. Most of the students had already fallen into despair. They thought they could solve 1 or 2 questions if they held on for a while, but half an hour had passed and most of them hadn't solved a single question. Only a few students hesitated and wrote for 2 or 3 minutes, then stopped and started staring at the questions anxiously. Most of the invigilators' attention was focused on Chen Zhao. There was no way around it, this candidate was truly outstanding. While everyone else was anxiously scratching their heads, Chen Zhao calmly continued to work on the questions, as if he was strategizing. The shock in the minds of the 2 invigilators was indescribable. They couldn't help but whisper to each other, "This student is really amazing. He has been writing for half an hour and hasn't stopped. Look at how much he has written on the answer sheet. I have never seen a student like this before. Do you think he can last for 45 minutes? He should have no problem. I'm afraid he can last for an hour. Why didn't we bring such an excellent student with us? Forget about the students we brought, even our own children are not this amazing." Chen Zhao didn't even lift his head. He didn't know that the teachers on the podium were discussing him. He just kept his head down and worked on his questions. Chen Zhao was feeling anxious now. The number of questions on this paper was too large. At this rate, he might not be able to finish them. He could only write as fast as possible and do as many as he could. He heard that getting a score of 20 or 30 points in the preliminary round would be enough to advance, and Chen Zhao estimated that he had already done close to 30 points worth of questions. If he could do a few more, there should be no problem advancing. However, he still wanted to score higher if possible. 45 minutes. Chen Zhao didn't stop. 1 hour. Chen Zhao continued to write. When the exam had been going on for an hour and a half, the invigilators were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The student who could solve a math competition problem in such a short time not only encountered unfamiliar questions, but also had never heard of them before. There was once a student who wrote intermittently for over an hour in a math competition exam, and it had already spread among all the invigilators. They would talk about this student every year. This year, they didn't expect someone even more amazing to come along. Is he just scribbling? A teacher suddenly had this thought and whispered to their colleague next to them. Are you saying he didn't actually solve the problems, but just listed all the formulas he knew, hoping to get some points for that? Another teacher asked. The two teachers exchanged glances and couldn't contain their curiosity. After all, students who could solve problems for such a long time were extremely rare, even rarer than pandas. One teacher suddenly had an idea. Chen Zhao's scratch paper seemed to be running out, and according to the rules, the teacher needed to provide enough scratch paper. So, if they went over and gave him a sheet of scratch paper, they could take a peek at Chen Zhao's answer sheet. Then they would know whether he was really solving the problems or mindlessly listing formulas. Thinking of this, one invigilator took a blank sheet of paper, stepped down from the podium, and walked to Chen Zhao's desk, placing the scratch paper next to his test paper. Chen Zhao looked up at the invigilator, didn't think too much of it, and thought to himself, the service in this exam hall is pretty good? Thank you, teacher, Chen Zhao said, then pulled over a new sheet of scratch paper and continued to work on his calculations. The teacher quickly glanced at Chen Zhao's answer sheet, then returned to the podium with a face full of shock. He's really solving the problems, and the steps are very detailed, the teacher who looked at Chen Zhao's test paper whispered to the other teacher. Both teachers looked at Chen Zhao with great admiration. Although they were teachers themselves, they knew very well that they wouldn't be able to do better than this student if they were given the same test paper. The student had surpassed the teacher. If this were ancient times, this student could become a master. As the exam continued for an hour and 40 minutes, Chen Zhao continued to write tirelessly. Over a dozen candidates in the exam room had completely given up, realizing that they would definitely score 0 on this exam. Instead of staring at the questions and panicking, they decided to relax. So they looked around with their heads raised, and then they saw Chen Zhao writing furiously. The candidates who had given up stared at Chen Zhao, feeling a sense of horror. What the hell? Who is this person? How can they write so fast? Can anyone really solve such difficult questions so quickly and passionately? Did you know the questions in advance? It's too scary. Many candidates questioned themselves in their hearts, wondering why someone of the same age could answer the questions with such intensity, while they themselves couldn't even solve a single question. Finally, after a long wait, the bell for collecting the papers rang. Stop writing, hand in your papers. If you keep writing, it will be considered cheating, the invigilator shouted. This was the rule of the exam. Once the bell for collecting the papers rang, not a single word could be written. Otherwise, depending on the severity of the situation, cheating penalties would be imposed. The consequences of cheating in exams were very serious. Chen Zhao put down his pen and sighed. There were still 2 big questions left unfinished. Chen Zhao felt a bit frustrated. He was still too slow. There were several questions that could have been solved more easily, but he had focused on writing without considering them. As a result, he ran out of time. These 2 questions were worth a total of 14 points, and this test paper was worth a total of 100 points. In other words, even if he had answered all the previous questions correctly without losing a single point, the highest score he could get was 86. The invigilator collected the papers, and all the candidates left the classroom one by one. The invigilator locked the classroom door to prevent anyone from sneaking in to install cheating devices or write cheat sheets, and so on. A large group of students gathered in the corridor, complaining loudly while packing their bags to leave. This math problem is so damn difficult. I can't believe I couldn't solve a single question. Loser, I solved a lot. A lot? How many is a lot? I solved a total of 2 questions. This test is impossible, let's go home. Most students left with their bags, but Chen Zhao stayed behind because he still had to take the next physics exam. Zhao Xiaobai came over to find Chen Zhao. How did the exam go? Not well, Chen Zhao shook his head in frustration. I did poorly too, I might not be able to advance. I only managed to solve 4 questions. If they're all correct, I can get a score of 35, but if there are mistakes, advancing will be difficult. How many did you solve? 2. Chen Zhao started to speak, but Zhao Xiaobai interrupted him. Ha ha, I knew it. I said this exam was difficult. It's already impressive to solve 2 questions. You're just wasting your energy by signing up for so many subjects. Zhao Xiaobai felt proud. She had previously advised Qin Zhao not to sign up for so many competitions because the questions would be very difficult. At that time, Qin Zhao didn't seem to listen, but now the painful reality made him listen. Listen to me, Qin Zhao said helplessly. I didn't solve 2 questions, I finished the rest. Zhao Xiaobai was initially stunned, then smiled happily. You're joking, right? It must be a joke. How could someone only have 2 questions left? But Chen Zhao shook his head. I'm not joking, really, I only have 2 questions left. It's not that I can't solve them, I just ran out of time. I'm a bit slow at solving problems. Zhao Xiaobai couldn't laugh anymore. Chen Zhao didn't seem to be joking, and he wasn't a liar. Could he really be that strong? Zhao Xiaobai was usually most proud of her math skills. She would often get a perfect score every now and then, but now she was defeated by Qin Zhao in her area of pride. Zhao Xiaobai felt a bit uncomfortable. However, exams weren't about who wrote the most, but about who got the most correct answers. Chen Zhao wrote so much, but what if none of it was correct? His score would still be low. Zhao Xiaobai decided to wait and see the results. Goodbye, I'm leaving. Good luck with your next exam. Zhao Xiaobai waved her hand. Goodbye, Qin Zhao waved back. Another group of candidates rushed into the corridor, making noise and reading their questions in books. Chen Zhao stood in a corner next to the exam room, not looking at any books, calmly like a statue. The second exam was physics. The invigilators from the previous exam were still there, and they were very surprised to see Chen Zhao still in the classroom. This student actually signed up for 2 subjects? But thinking about it, math and physics are related, and this student excelled in math, so he might be good at physics too. It was normal for him to sign up for both exams. Everything proceeded according to the planned process. Papers were distributed, answer sheets were handed out, and the exam began. Without a doubt, Qin Zhao started to show off again. As soon as the exam started, he began writing without any pause. The physics questions were even more difficult than the math questions. Many candidates couldn't continue writing after half an hour, their mental defenses collapsed, and they gave up completely. When they turned their heads and saw Qin Zhao writing so fast, the candidates in the same exam room turned pale, questioning themselves and their lives. Who am I? Why can't I understand this test paper? Why is he writing so fast? It's like solving elementary school questions. We're all human. Why does his brain contain knowledge while mine is just blank? The afternoon exam subject was English. Chen Zhao's English was terrible, so he didn't sign up for the exam and instead took the school's shuttle bus home. He didn't bother to review and went straight to his computer to start streaming. Chen Zhao already had many fans, so as soon as he started streaming, many fans received notifications and came to watch. Brother Zhao is amazing, wow. Brother Zhao started streaming in the afternoon. Did the sun rise from the west? Love bamboo shoots. Ah, the streamer is live. But our little bamboo shoot hasn't started streaming yet. I'm sorry for eating raw. Great. He started streaming so early, definitely going to give him a tip. The Honorable 95. The streamer started early, just as I wanted. There will be rewards. The number of viewers in the livestream quickly exceeded 20,000 and was still increasing rapidly. Just as he logged into the game, a friend named Bobley sent a team invitation. Chen Zhao looked at his friend list and saw that Bamboo Shoot's avatar was grayed out, meaning they were not online yet, so he agreed to Bobley's team request. Bobley? Bobley? Chen Zhao stared at the nickname for a few seconds but couldn't remember when he added this friend. It was probably an old friend who changed their name, but it didn't matter. Regardless of who he teamed up with, he could show off his skills. It was just a game, and a good teammate couldn't be better than him, while a bad teammate wouldn't affect his chances of winning. At the same time, in a coastal villa in North America, Little Lee's spirits were lifted. After waiting for several hours, he finally succeeded in catching Qin Zhao online and inviting him to team up. Afraid that Qin Zhao might disappear again, Little Lee quickly selected the island map in duo mode to start the game. The spawn island appeared on the computer screen, and Little Lee looked at Qin Zhao's character and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he was able to team up with this person. Little Lee made a decision to follow Qin Zhao closely this game and observe his movements, shooting skills, and chicken dinner habits. From these aspects, Little Lee could determine Qin Zhao's skill level. Finally, all the players boarded the plane and flew towards the island map. Little Lee chose to parachute with Qin Zhao. Opening the mini-map, Little Lee could see that Qin Zhao marked a spot on the top of a hill ruin. Sure enough, when the plane was 1,500 meters away from the hill ruin, Qin Zhao and Little Lee started parachuting. Little Lee looked around by dragging the camera and was shocked to see that 2 teams of 4 people were also parachuting towards the hill ruin, almost flying parallel to them. There were 4 opponents as soon as they landed, making the start of the game quite exciting. At the same time, in Chen Zhao's livestream, the audience was excitedly cheering. The keyboard warrior, great! 4 enemies as soon as they land. Let's see if the streamer can kill them all. Bulletproof phone case, isn't this a bit risky? What if the enemies get guns after landing, but the streamer doesn't? Isn't he immediately doomed? Pepsi is just dishwashing water, now it's all about who gets a gun first. Colgate is just toilet cleaner, that's right, whoever gets a gun first will survive. Little Lee became serious and stared at the computer screen. Landed. Start running. Little Lee aimed for the nearest house and sprinted madly towards it. The 4 enemies also landed almost at the same time and ran forward like crazy dogs. For a moment, it felt like a 100-meter race. However, in the next second, a prompt suddenly appeared on Little Lee's screen. Chen Zhao knocked out Biangbiang noodles with his fists. Chen Zhao knocked someone out with his fists? Just as Little Lee reached the doorstep of the house, another prompt appeared. Chen Zhao knocked out love-eating folded ears. Another knockout? Little Lee was a bit confused. How did he do that? Knocking out 2 people with his fists in less than 5 seconds? Was he the Fist King? With a brief hesitation, an enemy had already rushed into the house before him. Little Lee's heart sank, thinking, it's over, the enemy got a gun first. Entering the room, sure enough, the enemy was picking up an S686 shotgun from the ground. Little Lee instinctively jumped to the side. Now he didn't have a helmet or a bulletproof vest. If he got hit, he would be done for. However, the scene of the enemy firing the S686 as expected did not happen. A figure flew past in an instant, leaping high in the blink of an eye, swinging a fist and aiming at the enemy's head with the gun raised, landing a punch. Before the enemy could react, another punch landed on his head. 2 punches to the head, instant kill. Chen Zhao had beaten the enemy to death with his fists. Little Lee was dumbfounded. He hadn't even gotten a gun yet, and Chen Zhao had already beaten 3 of the 4 enemies to death? What the hell was going on? The last remaining enemy immediately panicked. After being beaten to death by a few punches, who wouldn't panic? As the saying goes, those who know the current affairs are handsome heroes. So the last enemy turned around and ran away. As long as there are mountains, there will be firewood to burn. If he could escape, maybe he could still be fully armed and fight in the final circle. If he couldn't escape, he would definitely be beaten to death by this boxer. However, Chen Zhao had already picked up the S686 from the ground, raised the gun, and aimed at the fleeing enemy's back. The fleeing enemy was still swaying left and right, taking an S-shaped route, trying to dodge the bullets. But in front of Chen Zhao, a sharpshooter like him, this behavior seemed ridiculous. 2 shots fired. The last enemy was killed, and Chen Zhao completed a 4-kill feat. Little Lee was stunned. He had always practiced his marksmanship and had little training in close combat. So seeing Chen Zhao beat people so decisively and efficiently left Little Lee somewhat at a loss. Could it be that Chinese people are good at kung fu and boxing in games too? But close combat is only useful when you don't have a gun at the beginning. The whole game still relies on marksmanship the most. Little Lee thought to himself, my marksmanship is not to be underestimated. I'll show you what it means to be the world's best captain. In general, the amount of supplies on the mountaintop ruins is average. Not too abundant, but not too little either. But in this round, the amount of supplies on the mountaintop ruins was decent. Chen Zhao and Little Lee both found level 3 armor and a large number of medical supplies. However, weapons were a bit scarce. Little Lee got an M416 without attachments and an SKS sniper rifle, while Chen Zhao carried an S686 and an M16A4. Chen Zhao disliked the M16A4. It only had 2 firing modes, single shot and burst. If you clicked the mouse once, it would fire a single bullet. In burst mode, it would fire 3 shots with 1 click. If you used single shot mode, its rate of fire was not fast enough, and its power was not as strong as a sniper rifle. If you used burst mode, it was too jumpy and difficult to hit people. Chen Zhao used to call this gun a fire stick in his heart, thinking it was extremely weak. But now there were no other weapons available, so he had to temporarily use it and switch to single-shot mode, reluctantly using it as a sniper rifle. Chen Zhao and Little Lee started to descend the mountain and look for other housing areas. When they were approaching a housing area halfway down the mountain, Chen Zhao suddenly saw someone standing at the window of a small house. Without hesitation, he immediately raised his gun and fired. Headshot. Another shot. Headshot. You knocked down Little Enin with an M16A4 assault rifle headshot. Little Lee was dumbfounded. He hadn't even seen the enemy, but Chen Zhao had already knocked them down with 2 single shots. What was going on? Chen Zhao pulled out the S686 and rushed into the small house. 2 shots rang out, and Chen Zhao killed another person. The enemy soldier who had just been knocked down also turned into a box. 2 eliminations added. 6 kills. Chen Zhao wiped out 3 teams in one go. The fans in the livestream were excited, while Little Lee felt disheartened. This Chen Zhao's skill seemed to be stronger than he had imagined. But Little Lee never expected that what made him disheartened was still to come. Chen Zhao quickly obtained a Kar 98K sniper rifle and entered sniper mode. 2 people walked forward in the wilderness. As they walked, Chen Zhao would suddenly raise his gun and shoot, instantly killing one with a headshot. If one shot wasn't enough, he would quickly reload and shoot again, killing with another headshot. At this time, Xiao Lizzie often hadn't even noticed the target yet. Chen Zhao's kill count kept increasing, while Xiao Lizzie became more and more anxious. He wanted to show off his marksmanship, but ended up being overshadowed by his teammate. In the middle of the game, Chen Zhao had already killed 11 people, while Xiao Lizzie had 0 kills and only 1 assist. In the final circle, chaos ensued as everyone fought. Chen Zhao raised his gun and fired. Most enemies already weakened from the firefight, so 1 shot was enough for each. Xiao Lizzie used his fully equipped M416 to spray wildly and also killed a few people. In the end, Chen Zhao had 15 kills, Xiao Lizzie had 3 kills, and they successfully won the chicken dinner. Xiao Lizzie felt frustrated that his kill count was only 1/5 of Chen Zhao's. The key issue was that whenever they encountered scattered enemies, it was always Chen Zhao who got the kills, leaving Xiao Lizzie with no chance to fire. Even the 3 kills in the final circle were because there were too many people for Chen Zhao to handle. Although Xiao Lizzie didn't want to admit it, he knew deep down that this game exposed a problem. Chen Zhao's chicken dinner skills were likely superior to his own. However, this statement wasn't absolute. Firstly, Xiao Lizzie's current state was not good. There was a time difference between China and the United States. It was 2 p.m. in Chen Zhao's time zone, while it was almost 2 a.m. for Xiao Lizzie, the time when he was most sleepy and his mind was slowest. Therefore, it was inevitable that his skill level would decline significantly. Moreover, even the most skilled players make mistakes and have bad days. Even tigers take naps. So, Xiao Lizzie knew that in order to accurately assess the gap between Chen Zhao's true skill level and his own, he needed to play a few more games and see how things unfolded. However, just as Xiao Lizzie was about to start another game, Chen Zhao suddenly quit. Zaya's Hushin came online, and Chen Zhao teamed up with her. Xiao Lizzie didn't know the reason why Chen Zhao quit. He opened his friend list and saw Chen Zhao, who had already started a game, and suddenly felt hopeless. What does this mean? Why aren't we teaming up anymore? Could it be that he thinks my skills are too bad? Hey! I just had a bad game last time. You can't underestimate the world's number 1. I am the world's number 1. However, no matter how loudly Xiao Lizzie roared in his heart, Chen Zhao couldn't hear him. He was leading Zaya's Hushin towards the path of victory. Sigh, let's try again tomorrow. Xiao Lizzie sighed, turned off the computer, and went to bed. Regardless, today's wait was still useful. At least he teamed up with Chen Zhao for one game and knew that he was an exceptionally skilled player. As for how skilled he was, it was still unclear for now, but he would eventually figure it out. If their skills matched and the price was right, maybe he could recruit Chen Zhao into his team? Xiao Lizzie thought to himself. The next day, Chen Zhao continued to go to the exam room to take the test. It was still the same exam room as before, with the same 2 invigilators. When the 2 invigilators saw Chen Zhao, they were dumbfounded and whispered to each other, "Why did that student come again? This is the 3rd subject. Could it be that he registered for 3 subjects in the competition? Well, 2 subjects are already enough, why 3 subjects? This round is biology, there's no connection between biology and physics or math. He can't be good at everything, right?" What shocked the 2 invigilators was that after the bell rang to start the exam, Chen Zhao repeated his state from yesterday, picking up his pen and writing nonstop from the start to the end of the exam. The students in the same exam room looked at Chen Zhao, who didn't stop for a moment, and once again fell into serious self-doubt. It's really frustrating when you compare yourself to others. We're all the same age, why is he so focused on doing the questions while our answer sheets are still blank? In the next round, Chinese language, Chen Zhao appeared in the exam room again. He had a calm and indifferent expression, as if it was just a small unit test. The invigilator was completely shocked. This child registered for 4 subjects in one go? Chen Zhao was still there for the final chemistry exam. The invigilator was dumbfounded. It turns out this child registered for all subjects except English. The key issue is that almost every subject was written from start to finish, with densely packed answer sheets. This child was always the most outstanding in the entire exam hall. It would have been fine if it was just one subject, but this child excelled in every subject. Although in the eyes of the invigilator, Chen Zhao was very impressive and a very promising child, Chen Zhao himself was still unsatisfied with this exam. He thought he could score close to full marks, but in reality, he didn't complete any subject entirely, leaving several questions blank, each worth more than 10 points. It's not that he couldn't do them, but he didn't have enough time to write. Now, all that's left is to wait for the results. There are many examiners, so the results will be out quickly, within 5 days. Whether he can advance to the provincial level exam will be revealed in 5 days. After persistent efforts, Chen Zhao's fanbase finally exceeded 500,000. On Tuesday night, the live streaming platform sent Chen Zhao an internal message, hoping to sign a contract with him as a resident anchor. A resident anchor, after signing the contract, can only broadcast on this live streaming platform for several years. In exchange, the platform will provide more recommendations and a higher profit-sharing ratio. For example, normally, when a regular anchor receives gifts, the split between the anchor and the platform is 50 to 50. But after signing as a resident anchor, it can become 40 to 60, 30 to 70, or even more. So, this kind of resident anchor contract is a means for the live streaming platform to retain internet celebrities. In general, as long as an anchor performs well enough, they will receive this kind of contract invitation. Of course, Chen Zhao agreed. After all, he can earn more money and enjoy better treatment. He submitted his intention to sign the contract as a resident anchor on the live streaming platform's website. Soon, the website sent Chen Zhao a message, "Respected resident anchor Chen Zhao, hello. Thank you for agreeing to enter the process of signing the resident anchor contract. Please add the agent's QQ to discuss the relevant matters of the contract. Do Xiangmo live streaming platform is committed to providing better environment and working conditions for our anchors." There was a string of numbers below, which was the agent's QQ. Chen Zhao was a bit dazed. In his impression, only big stars like singers who hold concerts or actors who star in movies have agents to help with financial management. He didn't expect that now he also has an agent? Chen Zhao searched for that string of numbers on his mobile QQ, and it showed a QQ number with the nickname Qin Lu, which should be the real name. The profile picture was a beautiful girl wearing a duckbill cap, very pretty, obviously an internet image. Chen Zhao clicked on the friend request and started waiting. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the friend request was accepted. Chen Zhao quickly sent the already edited message, "Hello, I am the anchor Chen Zhao. I just received an internal message from Do Xiangmo live streaming platform, reminding me to add your QQ to discuss contract matters." Chen Zhao's mood was extremely anxious, his heart beating rapidly, as if he had a nest of rabbits in his arms. This was his first time encountering such a thing, signing with a platform and getting a formal job, and even having a manager responsible for him. He didn't know what kind of temperament this manager had, whether they would get along well or not. "Okay, wait a moment, okay? I'm almost home, I'll explain in detail when I get home," Qin Lu quickly replied. Chen Zhao replied with an okay emoji and silently waited. He breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the tone of this message, the other party should be easy to get along with. This "okay, wait a moment" sounded cute and lively. While waiting for Qin Lu's message, he took out a calligraphy copybook and started practicing, waiting for about half an hour until Qin Lu finally messaged him. Chen Zhao quickly picked up his phone and saw that it was a PDF file. The file was titled "Template for the Contract of Residency for the Great God of Do Panda Live Platform." "Qin Lu, did you receive the file? Template for the Contract of Residency for the Great God of Do Panda Live Platform." Chen Zhao, "Yes, I received it." Qin Lu made an okay gesture and said, "Take a look at this template. Let me know if there are any changes you need, and we can make adjustments." Chen Zhao then opened the PDF file and started reading. The contract was very long, with over 40 pages, and it was filled with a lot of information from both parties, clearly stating their rights, obligations, and additional conditions. After reading for a while, Chen Zhao started to feel a bit dizzy. He had never read a contract before, so seeing such a long contract with so many terms and conditions made him feel overwhelmed. However, he thought about the good reputation of the Do Panda Live platform in the live streaming industry. Most of the top streamers were affiliated with the platform, so he believed that such a big company wouldn't try to deceive or take advantage of him through the contract. Therefore, Chen Zhao decided not to read it in detail and instead focused on the main point: how his income would be distributed after signing the contract. Chen Zhao scrolled through the document and, based on his experience watching TV dramas, he knew that discussions about money were usually placed at the end of the contract. As expected, on the second to last page, Chen Zhao found the section regarding compensation. However, it was strange that the terms were not complete, and the most important numerical parts were left blank. For example, there was a clause about the basic salary, stating that once he became a contracted resident streamer for the Do Panda Live platform, he would receive a basic salary of yuan per month. There was also a clause about the division of gifts and donations in the live streaming room, with a ratio of to dash. The same apply to other clauses regarding the streamer's image rights, audio adaptations, and video copyrights. None of them specified any specific numbers or ratios. They were all empty. Chen Zhao took a screenshot of this part and asked Qin Lu, "Why are these sections missing data?" Qin Lu immediately replied, "This file is not the official contract, it's just a template. The live streaming platform offers different treatment to different popular streamers based on their popularity and commercial potential. That's what we mainly need to discuss. As long as there are no issues with the other rights and obligations clauses, we can negotiate and finalize these details before signing and sealing the contract." Chen Zhao thought for a moment and typed to Qin Lu, "So, should we discuss this contract online or meet in person?" Qin Lu replied, "Of course, we should meet in person. After all, we need to sign and seal the contract. You can provide me with a time and place, and I will bring the contract template to meet you. The sooner, the better." Chen Zhao thought for a moment and provided Qin Lu with the name of his school and class. "I finish school at 11:50 a.m., 5:50 p.m., and 9:50 p.m. for evening self-study. You can choose a time to meet me. Ideally, I should come to you, but I'm really busy and can't leave. Sorry for the trouble." Qin Lu was a bit surprised and replied, "Are you doing live streaming while being a high school teacher? If you are a teacher, the contract may need significant modifications because it's not allowed for teachers to have a side job as an internet celebrity." Chen Zhao replied, "No, I'm not a teacher. I'm a student currently in my third year of high school." There was a long silence from Qin Lu's side. Even through the screen, Chen Zhao could feel Qin Lu's shock. An internet celebrity with 500,000 followers and the qualification to become a contracted resident streamer turned out to be a high school student? Although it said that heroes emerge at a young age, isn't this too young? After a while, Qin Lu replied, "Is this for real?" Chen Zhao took a photo of his desk, which was filled with homework and test papers, clearly showing that he was a high school student. Qin Lu sent a shocking expression pack, "You really shocked me. You can earn 500,000 fans by playing games in the third year of high school. Maybe this is genius. Well, I can probably come over the day after tomorrow, and we can discuss the price in detail then. Take a look at the other terms and let me know if there's anything inappropriate." Chen Zhao was very polite. "Okay, thank you, Qin Jie." Qin Lu was very easygoing. "No need to be polite, from now on, I'll be your manager, and you're my boss." It was already late. Chen Zhao went live, teamed up with Zayazuzu to play a round of sniper battles, finished in 15 minutes, undoubtedly won the chicken dinner, and then ended the stream. In the live stream chat, a large group of fans were cursing, saying that Chen Zhao was slacking off, and it was getting more and more excessive, only streaming for 15 minutes. Chen Zhao didn't pay attention to the fans' comments in the live stream chat, sitting in a quiet room, thinking for a moment, and sent a message to the landlord Deng Zixin, "I want to sign a contract. Sister, you've seen many contracts before, can you help me with some advice? I'll treat you to a meal later." Since meeting Deng Taijun last time, Chen Zhao's relationship with Deng Zixin has started to become closer. Previously, when Chen Zhao met Deng Zixin on the way to and from school, she usually smoked and talked on the phone or looked at her phone, nodding as a greeting to Chen Zhao, or simply ignoring him. Now, when Chen Zhao meets Deng Zixin again, he can see Deng Zixin's smiling face and her concern for him. A few days ago, Deng Zixin went to the countryside and bought a bag of peaches, and even brought a few kilograms to Chen Zhao's door. Ordinary tenants don't receive this kind of treatment. Therefore, Chen Zhao wanted Deng Zixin to help him look at the contract. Deng Zixin is wealthy and involved in various investments, and she has signed more contracts than anyone else. If she looks at the contract, it should be fine. Sure enough, Deng Zixin quickly replied, "Okay, come up." Chen Zhao went out and went upstairs, knocking on Deng Zixin's heavily fortified door. Soon, Deng Zixin opened the door, and Chen Zhao was taken aback. Usually, the landlord's attire was revealing, with exposed chest, legs, back, and waist, and she would wear bright lipstick, looking extremely hot. But today, she was completely makeup-free, wrapped in a thick blue sweater, and even wearing cotton slippers and socks in the middle of summer. Deng Zixin coughed a few times and said weakly, "Come in, I have a cold, stay away from me, don't get infected. The college entrance examination is coming soon, you can't afford to get sick." Chen Zhao suddenly realized that she was sick, no wonder she was wrapped up like a bear. But the landlord was still quite cute like this, and she didn't look ugly without makeup at all. After entering the house and closing the door, Deng Zixin curled up on the sofa, with a thick blanket on it, and there was ginger tea with brown sugar on the coffee table. Chen Zhao didn't sit on the sofa, afraid of getting infected with germs, so he moved a small stool and sat next to it. Chen Zhao brought up the template of the contract from his phone and handed it to Deng Zixin. Deng Zixin coughed slightly and took the phone to look at it. "What kind of contract did you, a little kid, sign?" Deng Zixin still had her habit of being sarcastic. "Oh, the famous live streaming god. You've come this far. Impressive. Sister, I'm tired. Can you help me take a look? I don't understand these things. Chen Zhao flattered. You've seen more contracts than I've read books. I feel at ease with you looking at it. Alright, stop flattering. Go to the kitchen and heat up a pot of ginger tea for me. If this bowl is cold, replace it for me. I'll look at it here, and if there are any issues after I finish reading, I'll let you know. Deng Zixin said, lowering her head to look at the contract template on her phone. Chen Zhao poured out the ginger tea on the coffee table. Actually, the bowl of ginger tea wasn't cold yet, it was still warm. But seeing Deng Zixin like this, she must have a fever, so it's better to drink something hotter. Chen Zhao went to the kitchen and was somewhat surprised. Deng Zixin's kitchen was completely different from his own. It was beautifully decorated, and there was a complete set of shiny knives and bone china bowls and plates, as well as a large dishwasher. The stove is smart and can be set for temperature, time, mode, etc. There is a small pot on the stove with some water and floating ginger slices and scallions. Chen Zhao pressed the stove and set it to boil water mode, then turned on the fire. After a few minutes, the water in the pot started boiling and bubbling. Chen Zhao turned off the fire, used a ladle to pour the ginger water into a bowl, and added some brown sugar to it before handing it to Deng Zixin. Deng Zixin remained motionless, curled up in the blanket on the sofa, eyes closed, fast asleep. Chen Zhao hesitated for a moment, then placed the ginger tea with brown sugar on the coffee table. It seemed that Deng Zixin was indeed tired from being sick. Maybe it would be better to let her read the contract tomorrow. It's a bit embarrassing to make a sick person read dozens of pages of a contract. Chen Zhao tiptoed closer to Deng Zixin on the sofa, intending to take her phone from her hand. As he leaned down, Chen Zhao saw Deng Zixin's long and fair face with beautiful eyelashes, and suddenly had an impulse to give her a gentle kiss. However, it was just a thought. Any man would have similar thoughts when seeing such a beautiful woman lying quietly here, sleeping so deeply. Chen Zhao didn't have the courage to actually act on it. But suddenly, Deng Zixin opened her eyes and saw Chen Zhao's face so close to hers. Without hesitation, she slapped him hard. The slap was powerful, with a gust of wind. Snap! A crisp sound, and Chen Zhao's right cheek swelled up. Chen Zhao was almost in tears. My sister, why did you hit me? I just wanted to take my phone. My teeth almost fell out. Did you learn the palm of the Tathagata or something? Deng Zixin rubbed her hand, which was sore from the force, and nodded nonchalantly. Oh, I thought you were up to something bad. Wait a moment, although I'm quite sleepy now, since I promised you, I'll finish reading the contract for you. Chen Zhao sat down next to her, rubbing his sore face, while Deng Zixin picked up the ginger tea and took a sip before continuing to read the contract. It took about half an hour, and Chen Zhao was yawning from waiting. Finally, Deng Zixin handed the phone back to Chen Zhao. There's no major issue, this contract is quite standard. It's obviously been revised and polished many times to become a mature standardized contract. Just one clause you can apply to change. Page 8, Clause 13. It states that you have to livestream at least 50 hours every month. That's more than an hour a day. As a student, do you have that much time to livestream? You can remove this clause or shorten the time. Deng Zixin nodded. Other than that, there's no problem. Okay, I'll go talk to the agent. Sister, take a rest, you've worked hard. Chen Zhao stood up, covering his swollen face, ready to leave. Wait, Deng Zixin said, come here. Chen Zhao approached, and Deng Zixin reached out to touch his face that she had just slapped. Okay, it's nothing. It won't ruin your looks, it'll be fine in a couple of days. I'm sorry. Now get lost. In the second class of the morning, the English teacher was talking nonstop on the podium, while Chen Zhao rested his cheek on his hand, listening to the class. The reason he rested his cheek on his hand was because Deng Zixin's slap from 2 nights ago was too strong, and his face had started to swell today. Chen Zhao was worried about being seen by his classmates and being asked about it, so he covered his face with his hand. Su Lanlan wasn't paying attention to the class. She propped up her textbook to cover her face and played with her phone. Approaching the college entrance examination, Su Lanlan became even more uninterested in studying. Every day, she either read novels or played with her phone from morning till night. It seemed that she had completely given up on the college entrance examination. Although Chen Zhao knew that Su Lanlan had given up, as her deskmate, he still couldn't bear to see her fall into such a state and tried to persuade her. Su Lanlan, why aren't you studying? Isn't the textbook enticing? If you don't want to listen to the teacher, at least do some practice questions. Su Lanlan didn't lift her head, her fingers continued tapping the screen, and she casually said, I don't plan on seriously taking the college entrance examination anymore. There are only a few dozen days left until the exam, I don't know anything, and reviewing is useless. Chen Zhao became anxious. Isn't there still a few dozen days left? How did that saying go? The world is unpredictable, both you and I are dark horses. If you work hard for these few dozen days, maybe you can get into a school? What will you do if you don't take the college entrance exam seriously? Su Lanlan yawned. My dad found a school in Canada for me to attend. As long as you pay enough money, that school will accept you. Chen Zhao was shocked. Ah, so you're going to study abroad? Su Lanlan had a nonchalant expression. I can't make it in China anymore. My grades are too bad. I have no choice but to go overseas and spend some money to make myself look good. Even though my grades are poor here, once I go there and improve my English, my grades will be unbeatable. Those Canadian kids in their senior year are still learning conversions. Do you know what conversions are? It's like how many square centimeters are in a square meter. Chen Zhao was speechless. Indeed, rich kids are different. Even if they don't do well academically, they can still go abroad and get an education. Since Su Lanlan's dad had already found a path for her, there was nothing more for him to say. He continued to practice problems. Although it was called practicing problems, it was not entirely accurate. Chen Zhao was actually reading Chinese essays. He had just bought a book called 500 Excellent Essays for the College Entrance Exam from the bookstore yesterday. Chen Zhao wanted to study it well so that he wouldn't be at a loss during the exam. Most students would need several months to read such a book, but Chen Zhao had an exceptionally high IQ and could remember things at a glance. He was reading at a rapid pace. He had already read over 200 pages of the book he bought yesterday. He estimated that he would be able to finish it in the next 2 days. 3 days to memorize a book of essays, that's how formidable he was. By then, Chen Zhao's Chinese grades would have an extra layer of assurance. He wouldn't be at a loss when faced with most essay topics. Suddenly, Su Lanlan reached out and grabbed Chen Zhao's arm, shaking it. What's the matter? Chen Zhao asked. The list of students who advanced to the provincial level in our city's subject competition is out. A total of 1,600 students advanced to the provincial competition. Didn't you take the test? Do you want me to check if you advanced? Su Lanlan shook her phone and asked. No need, I'm definitely going to advance. Chen Zhao shook his head confidently. He was absolutely confident. In previous years, the subject competition only required a score of around 30 to advance, and Chen Zhao estimated that he would score around 70 to 80 in each subject, 2 to 3 times higher than the requirement. There was no reason for him not to advance. Su Lanlan unwrapped a lollipop and bit into it. Don't be polite, let me check for you. It's just 1,600 names, I'll finish looking in a moment. Su Lanlan opened the announcement page for the list of students who advanced and started scrolling through the names one by one. The list was ranked by subject and score, so there was no order based on surname initials or anything like that. The order of the names was random, so she had to search one by one. Chen Zhao didn't look alone, calmly continuing to read the book of essays. He knew that in a few minutes, Su Lanlan would stare at him with an admiring look and say, Chen Zhao, you're amazing. You really advanced. However, a few minutes later, Su Lanlan said in confusion, Chen Zhao, your name isn't on the list. Chen Zhao was stunned. Not on the list? How is that possible? I scored so high, how could I not advance? Did you miss it? Chen Zhao asked instinctively. I looked through it twice from beginning to end, and your name really isn't there. There's someone named Chen Zhao, but it's spelled differently, like the camera Zhao, not your Zhao. And that Chen Zhao passed the English competition, but you didn't take the English test. Su Lanlan handed her phone over. Don't believe me, see for yourself. Chen Zhao scoffed, no longer in denial. He took Su Lanlan's phone and scrolled to the top of the list, then started looking through the names from the first one. First, he looked at the first column for surnames. Then he looked at the names. After his intelligence improved, Chen Zhao's ability to find things through text became unusually strong. With over 1,600 names, he finished searching in less than a minute. There was no Chen Zhao on the list. Chen Zhao was bewildered. There really wasn't his name? What's going on? This shouldn't be happening. It can't be happening. Su Lanlan looked at Chen Zhao, whose face was pale, and smirked. This competition is very difficult. It's not just about passing or advancing by saying so. Although your grades have improved rapidly recently, compared to those real academic achievers, you are still far behind. Su Lanlan patted Chen Zhao's shoulder. Study hard, my friend. The sea of learning is boundless and hard work is the boat. Chen Zhao didn't pay attention to Su Lanlan's sarcastic remarks. He stared at the long list again, making sure he didn't miss anything. There was really no name of his own. He was confused, completely confused. How could this happen? Why wasn't his name on the list of students advancing to the provincial exam? During the previous exam, although he didn't finish all the questions, he had already answered most of them. He estimated that he would score around 70 to 80 points in each subject, and advancing to the provincial exam only required 30 points. His scores were more than enough. Could it be that his answer sheet was mixed up? Or maybe his scores were entered incorrectly into the computer? Or did something else unexpected happen? Lost in his thoughts, the bell for the end of class rang. The English teacher put away the textbook and left, and the class became noisy. Many classmates came to Chen Zhao and asked, "Chen Zhao, the results of the subject competition should be out by now. Did you pass? Isn't it a piece of cake for Brother Zhao to pass the preliminary round? Who has a phone? Let's check online if Chen Zhao passed." "Chen Zhao, you took 5 subjects, right? Did you pass all of them? How many did you pass?" Chen Zhao was now popular in the class. Previously, his grades were not good and he was introverted, always like an invisible person in the class. Recently, he had made great progress and immediately became a star in the class. So many classmates came to ask. But, faced with so many inquiries, Chen Zhao couldn't say a word and sat dumbfounded in his seat. Everyone thought he would advance to the provincial exam, but his name was not on the list. Su Lanlan saw Chen Zhao's embarrassment and helped him out, signaling the classmates who had gathered around. Seeing Chen Zhao's abnormal expression and Su Lanlan's exaggerated gestures, they all realized that something was wrong. They changed the topic and dispersed in small groups. The break quickly passed, and Chen Zhao didn't say a word. The next class was self-study. Chen Zhao was like a lost soul, unable to focus on his books, staring blankly at the desk, repeatedly pondering why he didn't advance to the provincial exam. His current feeling was like a top student who consistently scored above the cutoff line for Tsinghua University and Peking University in the college entrance examination, only to receive an admission notice from a vocational school. It would be strange if he didn't feel dumbfounded. A few minutes into the self-study class, someone passed a note to Su Lanlan. Chen Zhao, sitting next to her, glanced sideways and saw the words on the note, "Sister Lanlan, what's going on?" Chen Zhao doesn't look happy. Su Lanlan wrote a reply, "Can he be happy? He didn't make it to the list. He told me before that he would advance in all 5 subjects, but he didn't pass a single one. He's like a lost soul now. Let's not mention this in front of him and move on." The classroom was quiet, but many small notes were being passed back and forth. Soon, news of Chen Zhao's failure in the subject competition spread throughout the class. Many people whispered on the notes, "Chen Zhao's bragging has been exposed. He said he would pass all 5 subjects, but what happened? He didn't pass a single one. Humph, serves him right. I never liked him. We've worked hard for 3 years, and he sleeps in class and doesn't do his homework, yet his grades are higher than ours. How is that fair? I think he must have cheated during our school's weekly exams to get such good grades. But this subject competition is on the same level as the college entrance examination, so there's no way to cheat. His true colors were revealed, and he didn't advance. Yes, I think that's what happened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the top scorer in our school on a regular basis, but couldn't even pass the preliminary round. Real gold fears no fire, and Chen Zhao is clearly not real gold. It was evident from a subject competition. True colors revealed. Chen Zhao didn't know how his classmates were discussing him on the note, he was lost in thought. Suddenly, he heard someone shout, "Hello, principal." Including Chen Zhao, all the students in the class looked up and saw that the principal was already standing at the door. Many students had expressions of astonishment. Why was the principal here? When the gaze of the entire class shifted to the principal's left hand, everyone's eyes widened. In the principal's left hand, he was clutching a bundle of bright red banknotes. It was thick, like a brick. There were probably 10,000 yuan. The students were shocked. Why would the principal bring 10,000 yuan into the classroom? To show off? Or flaunt wealth? Or is this a new trend? The principal's gaze swept across the classroom, finally settling on Chen Zhao at the back row, with a smile on his lips. "I have an announcement to make. Our classmate Chen Zhao, in the subject competition exam a few days ago, took 5 subjects and scored above 70 in all 5, directly qualifying for the national finals. To commend Chen Zhao's outstanding performance, I am now awarding a 10,000 yuan principal's scholarship, which I just withdrew from the bank. The banknotes are in consecutive order and still warm. Chen Zhao, please come up and receive the award." Chen Zhao was dumbfounded, and the whole class was stunned. No wonder Chen Zhao's name was not on the list for the provincial competition. It turned out that his scores were too high, directly qualifying for the national finals. He didn't even need to take the provincial competition. This was a direct step. Previously, the principal did mention some conditions to receive the principal's scholarship during the flag-raising ceremony. One of them was qualifying for the national finals in 3 subjects of the subject competition. Now, Chen Zhao had qualified for the national finals in a total of 5 subjects, naturally meeting the criteria for the principal's scholarship, and even exceeding it by 2 subjects. 10,000 yuan. For students of this age, 10,000 yuan was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Many students would hesitate to buy a 3 yuan bottle of soda, but with 10,000 yuan, they could buy 3,333 bottles of soda. If they drank one bottle a day, it would last for nearly 10 years. Chen Zhao didn't feel too much about 10,000 yuan. Sometimes, when he live-streamed and made impressive moves, the wealthy viewers would get excited and give him 4 or 5,000 yuan. With just 2 of them, it would already be over 10,000. But Chen Zhao was still a little dazed, not fully grasping the situation. He originally thought there was a problem with the exam that prevented him from advancing to the provincial competition. He didn't expect the reality to be that his scores were too high, skipping the provincial competition and directly advancing to the national finals. Su Lanlan even stomped on Chen Zhao's foot hard, making him snap back to reality and stand up. He realized that it was time for him to go up and receive the award. The whole class knew what to do at this moment. Applause erupted, filling the entire classroom. Chen Zhao stumbled out of his seat, walked through the classroom, and approached the principal. He received the 10,000 yuan with both hands and thanked the principal. The applause from the classmates grew louder, and many people took advantage of the applause to speak. Damn, 10,000 yuan. So the saying "there is a golden house in the book" is not a joke. The ancients didn't deceive us. 10,000 yuan, enough for me to eat fried chicken 100 times. Chen Zhao is indeed strong. We were overthinking. There's no way he faked his results. He's truly talented. Chen Zhao has become a rich man in an instant. Buying a new phone is no problem. Do you think all top students are like you, thinking about playing games all day? Chen Zhao will probably use this money to buy books or something. Impressive. Amazing. Admirable. No words can describe it. The principal said a few more clichés, such as not losing heart and turning envy into motivation for studying. If Chen Zhao could receive a scholarship today, everyone else could receive one tomorrow by performing well in exams. As long as they achieved good results in the college entrance examination, they would not only have access to good universities but also receive generous scholarships from the principal. The students nodded and half-heartedly expressed their intention to study hard. The principal left satisfied. Holding the brick like 10,000 yuan, Chen Zhao let out a sigh of relief and smiled with a sense of relief. Now, all he had to do was wait for the national finals. He could treat the preliminary rounds casually because he knew he had the ability to advance. But he had to take the finals seriously. Chen Zhao borrowed a phone from Su Lanlan and searched for last year's national finals of the high school subject competition. Sure enough, the finals were where the experts gathered. In last year's finals, the scores of the first place in each subject were mostly over 80 points, with one biology champion scoring over 90 points. It was formidable and intimidating. However, Chen Zhao believed that he could be even more intimidating than them. The last class was self-study, and Chen Zhao buried himself in practice questions. He had already exhausted all the good practice sets he had. Chen Zhao downloaded a study app on his phone that had various difficult questions. He started practicing with his phone. The school rules prohibited students from bringing phones, fearing that they would play with them instead of studying or use them to cheat. But the rules only applied to ordinary students. Chen Zhao, as the top student in his grade and a competition champion who directly advanced to the national finals, was a favorite student who made the principal smile. Naturally, he could do whatever he wanted and bring his phone to school every day. The teachers wouldn't say anything either. This study app allowed him to set the difficulty level of the questions, with 5 levels in total: easy, normal, difficult, hell, and terrifying. The questions became increasingly difficult. With Chen Zhao's level, the easy questions were definitely not challenging enough, so he chose the highest level, terrifying. While doing the questions, he could also choose a PK function. The PK function meant finding another user who was doing the same difficult questions. The two would do the same questions together, and the one with the higher accuracy rate in the shortest time would be considered the winner. It was still doing questions, but having a competitor could push him and remind him not to slack off. If he slacked off, he would lose, thus improving his efficiency. Each PK consisted of 10 questions. The first PK round began, and they were all multiple-choice questions. The questions were indeed difficult, comparable to the Olympiad questions he had practiced during the preliminary rounds. Chen Zhao took 5 minutes to complete the 10 questions. He clicked Submit. You won! Appeared in golden letters on the screen. At the same time, Chen Zhao could see the progress of himself and his PK opponent. He completed the 10 questions in 5 minutes and 7 seconds with a 100% accuracy rate. His PK opponent had just finished the second question, and he got the first question wrong. A complete victory! Chen Zhao thought that the initial opponent would be relatively weak to enhance the user experience. As more opponents were matched, he would gradually be matched with top students. It was similar to the principle of playing games. When a new account starts playing a game, the opponents encountered are either AI or other beginners. As the player wins more games and ranks up, they will gradually be matched with skilled opponents. So, winning at the beginning was easy, but it would become increasingly difficult later on. Therefore, although he won, Chen Zhao was not proud. He continued to PK, waiting for his opponents to become stronger. The second round of PK was another victory. Chen Zhao had a 100% accuracy rate, while his opponent had just started the first question. The third round of PK was also a victory. Chen Zhao had a 100% accuracy rate, while his opponent had done 3 questions and got 1 wrong. The fourth round of PK was still a victory. Chen Zhao had a 100% accuracy rate, while his opponent had done 2 questions, both of which were completely wrong. Chen Zhao kept on piking, doing questions, winning. PK, do questions, win. It went on, and he started to feel a bit bored. Why did he always win? Wasn't there anyone who could challenge him? This shouldn't be happening. This software has tens of millions of users, so it's hard to believe that there isn't a studied genius who can match oneself evenly. Chen Zhao is very frustrated, feeling that the ranking on this software is a bit slow, always matching oneself with some bots, which lacks challenge and completely fails to ignite the fighting spirit. But what Chen Zhao doesn't know is that there is someone more frustrated than him. Hundreds of kilometers away, in a small county town, the top student of a certain middle school sits upright at the desk, holding a phone, opening a study app, and starting a PK, player versus player, match. Recently, this top student discovered this study app and really likes its PK feature. Every time he PKs, he gives it his all and strives to win. In the past few days, he has been choosing the hell difficulty level, with a high winning rate. He can win 9 out of 10 matches, and the one match he loses is only a few seconds behind the opponent. Today, he decided to increase the difficulty level to the terrifying level. The PK begins, and the questions appear on the phone. Sure enough, the terrifying difficulty level lives up to its name, with the first question being incredibly difficult. The top student starts frantically calculating on a piece of paper, with time quickly passing by in the intense calculations. Suddenly, the phone vibrates. The top student is taken aback, knowing what the vibration means. He looks at the screen, and indeed, a line of gray subtitles appears. Your PK opponent has already submitted the answers. The top student is shocked. What's going on? He's still on the first question, and the other person has already finished all 10 questions and submitted the answers? It must be a fluke. Anyway, it's multiple choice questions, just randomly selecting A, B, C, D and submitting the answers. The accuracy rate is probably at most 25%. However, when he opens the record, the top student is dumbfounded. The opponent's accuracy rate is 100%. They got everything right? While he was answering one question, the other person answered 10 questions, and all of them were correct? The top student looks at the phone, his face full of shock, lost in thought. In a certain tutoring classroom, several students gather together, open the study app on their phones, and start a PK match. They agreed to boost their PK scores. After the questions appear, each person will answer one question. This way, they can greatly shorten the time it takes to answer the questions. One person answers alone, while several people here answer simultaneously, outnumbering the opponent, ensuring a stable win without losses. The PK begins. Each person takes a photo of the question they are responsible for on their phone and starts calculating quickly. However, halfway through the calculations, the phones placed on the table suddenly vibrate. Your PK opponent has already submitted the answers. The students look at each other, dumbfounded. What's going on? The opponent has already submitted the answers? Is it fake? How can it be so fast? Looking at the accuracy rate, the students all show a shocked expression. 100% accuracy. All correct. In a certain high school, in the teacher's office, a teacher opens the study app and starts a PK match at the terrifying level. Although the teacher's level is high, they still need to do exercises regularly to consolidate their knowledge. The teacher is faster than the students in answering questions. After matching for over 2 hours and playing 10 matches, the winning rate unexpectedly reaches 100%, a complete victory. A slight smile appears at the corner of the teacher's mouth. Although the student surpasses the teacher, according to this PK result, the students still can't beat the teacher. Another round of PK begins. The teacher quickly calculates on a piece of paper, writing at a fast pace. The first question is completed. The second question is completed. The third question is a bit difficult, taking 2 minutes, but it is still completed. The teacher feels that their brain is fully activated, and the time taken to answer this set of questions is obviously shorter than the previous sets. It is estimated that by the time they finish, the students in the PK match have only just answered 3 or 4 questions. Suddenly, the phone vibrates. The teacher looks at the phone screen and freezes. Your PK opponent has already submitted the answers. What? Already finished? Could it be that the opponent is also a teacher? Chen Zhao initially paid attention to the PK results, but in the end, he stopped caring and just focused on answering the questions. After all, he kept winning in the PK matches, and it was an overwhelming victory. All of the opponents in the PK struggled and none of them were able to complete the fifth question before Chen Zhao. So there's no need to pay attention to the PK results, as I've always been winning. While doing the questions, Chen Zhao suddenly noticed that something was off in the classroom. Many people were looking up and staring outside the classroom. The homeroom teacher often appeared in the corridor outside the classroom to observe the situation inside. So when the homeroom teacher appeared, many students would take a quick glance and pretend to be studying seriously. But now something was clearly different. If it was just the homeroom teacher standing outside, the students would discreetly glance and then look away, pretending to be focused on their studies. But now, many people were craning their necks to look outside. Chen Zhao also turned his head to look out the window. Who or what was making everyone in the class crane their necks? It was a beautiful woman. Yes, it was a beautiful woman, tall and probably around 1.75 meters, wearing a white shirt and a gray knee-length skirt. Her chest was as big as if it were filled with balloons. She had short hair that reached her ears, and she looked capable and sharp. Her face was fair, with bright eyes and white teeth. She was even holding a folder in her arms, like the beautiful secretary of a high-ranking executive in a Mary Sue movie. Chen Zhao's eyes widened immediately. Where did this beautiful woman come from? Was she someone's sister in the class? The beautiful woman also looked around the classroom through the window with a confused expression, as if she was looking for someone. After watching for a while, it seemed that she didn't find the person she was looking for. She lowered her head and took out her phone, tapping on it. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's phone vibrated. He received a message. I'm outside your classroom, did you see me? The person who sent the message was Qin Lu, the agent from the Do Panda live streaming platform. Chen Zhao suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Qin Lu had mentioned something about a contract online and they had agreed that Qin Lu would come to Chen Zhao's classroom to find him. After so many days, she finally arrived, albeit a bit late. Was this short-haired beauty outside his classroom Qin Lu? Chen Zhao was shocked. She was too beautiful, wasn't she? She didn't look like an agent at all, but rather like a female celebrity. He typed on his phone and sent a message to Qin Lu. I saw you, just wait for 2 more minutes, we have 2 minutes left in class. Qin Lu lowered her head and quickly replied with just 2 words, okay, thanks. No one noticed Chen Zhao's communication with Qin Lu on his phone, but Qin Lu's arrival had already caused quite a stir among the classmates. At this moment, everyone in the class was whispering to each other, wow, such a beauty. Whose sister is she in our class? I want to be friends with him. Could she be someone's girlfriend? If she's someone's girlfriend, we'll beat him to death. When did the boys in our class become so impressive? He must be a spy. I'm so jealous. Why don't I know such a beautiful girl? Who is this beauty looking for? I don't know. I hope she's looking for me. Chen Zhao also found it hard to concentrate on the questions. Signing a contract was a big deal, and having such a beautiful woman as his agent was an even bigger deal. He had originally thought that the agents assigned by the website would be ordinary people who were introverted and unremarkable, but he never expected that they would be so attractive. Chen Zhao even suspected that the reason the website assigned him such a beautiful agent was to exploit him in terms of the contract's monetary value. Qin Lu lowered her head again and tapped on her phone. Chen Zhao received a message. Where are you? Can you wave at me? It was then that Chen Zhao realized that although he had chatted with Qin Lu online for a few days, they hadn't exchanged photos, so they didn't know what each other looked like. Qin Lu didn't recognize him yet. Chen Zhao waved his hand towards the window. Qin Lu immediately locked eyes with him, smiled, and nodded, as if to say, I see you. But the next second, something happened that left Chen Zhao speechless. Some of the boys in the class, unaware of the situation, saw Chen Zhao waving at the beautiful woman and thought that Chen Zhao had attracted her attention first like a peacock displaying its feathers. They immediately waved their hands, unwilling to be left behind. For a moment, half of the class waved to Qin Lu outside the window. After a while, Chen Zhao received a message from Qin Lu. You are the first one to wave, right? Why are there so many people in your class waving? Chen Zhao smiled bitterly and replied, yes, I was the first one to wave. As for why so many people in the class waved, it's probably just following the trend. With the whole class waiting, the bell finally rang. Usually, when the bell rings, the students in the class would rush out to the cafeteria. But today, no one moved. They all stayed in their seats obediently. The reason is simple, whether they are boys or girls, they are curious about one thing, who is this beauty outside the classroom here to see? Chen Zhao opened the back door of the classroom and went out. Everyone in the class watched as Chen Zhao shook hands with the beauty, and then the two of them left while chatting and laughing. The whole class exploded. Damn, turns out she's here to see Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao's luck with women is damn good. Is she Chen Zhao's girlfriend? Probably not. Didn't you see them shaking hands? When boyfriends and girlfriends meet, they either hug or kiss. Who shakes hands? Yeah, why did they shake hands? It definitely can't be Chen Zhao's sister either. Siblings don't shake hands when they meet. Now that you mention it, it's really strange. Why did they shake hands when they met? The class discussed and speculated. No one could figure out what the relationship between Chen Zhao and this beauty was. After all, no one could have imagined that while Chen Zhao was studying hard to be the top of his grade, he also livestreamed every night and had accumulated 500,000 fans. Xin Lu took Chen Zhao to the school gate, where a white BMW sedan was parked by the side of the road. Get in, let's have a meal and discuss the contract while eating. Xin Lu sat in the driver's seat. Chen Zhao sat in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. Soon, the car arrived at a small restaurant, and the two of them went upstairs to a private room and ordered a few dishes. Xin Lu took out the contract from a folder and spread it out on the table, starting to negotiate with Chen Zhao. There are now two options. The first one is that the Do Xiong Mao live streaming platform pays Chen Zhao a basic salary of 600,000 yuan per year, and the gift sharing is 64% for Chen Zhao and 36% for the platform. The second one is that the Do Xiong Mao live streaming platform pays Chen Zhao a basic salary of 100,000 yuan per year, and the gift sharing is 30% for Chen Zhao and 70% for the platform. If you want a higher basic salary, then the share of gift rewards will be lower. If you want a higher share of gift rewards, then the basic salary will be lower. Chen Zhao was shocked by the amount of the contract. The live streaming platform was actually willing to offer him a maximum basic salary of 600,000 yuan. That's equivalent to a whole 50,000 yuan per month, nearly 2,000 yuan per day. What a concept! However, after a brief moment of excitement, Chen Zhao quickly calmed down. The live streaming platform wouldn't be a fool to offer him such a high salary for no reason. Therefore, being able to get such a high amount of contract was definitely because his performance was outstanding, and the platform believed that keeping him would bring greater profits. However, which option should he choose between the two? Chen Zhao decided to listen to the advice of his agent Xin Lu. After all, she was a professional, while he was just a newcomer in the industry. If you choose between these two options, you have to consider your future development in the next few years, Xin Lu analyzed. What do you mean? Chen Zhao asked. If you plan to rely on live streaming for a living in the next few years, often streaming for a whole day, then you can choose a lower base salary and a higher share of gift rewards, which will likely earn you more, Xin Lu said. But if you plan to develop other careers in the future, then it's best to choose a higher base salary and a lower share of gift rewards. Chen Zhao nodded. Xin Lu's analysis made sense, and with his intelligence, he immediately understood. If I focus most of my energy on live streaming in the future, I can earn more from gift sharing. In the long run, receiving gifts can increase my income by 10%, which could amount to hundreds of thousands or even millions more each year, surpassing the decrease in base salary. On the other hand, if I don't concentrate much on live streaming in the future and only occasionally stream like I do now, the amount of gift rewards will definitely be relatively less, so choosing a higher base salary is the right decision. So, the question is, how much effort should I put into live streaming in the future? Chen Zhaoan quietly lowered his head, deep in thought, motionless like a sculpture. His expression was very serious. Xin Lu knew he was making an important decision, so she didn't disturb him and just waited quietly by his side. After a long time, Chen Zhaoan looked up, smiled at Xin Lu, and spoke his decision. In the coming years, I will persist in doing live streaming. However, I will only treat live streaming as a side job and won't invest too much energy into it. So, it's better to choose a higher base salary and a smaller share of gifts. Xin Lu nodded, took the contract, and quickly wrote down the figures on it. Then she handed it to Chen Zhaoan to sign. To be honest, as his agent, she hoped that Chen Zhaoan would develop more in the live streaming industry. As the saying goes, when one person succeeds, even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. When Chen Zhaoan becomes successful in the live streaming industry and becomes a chicken-eating king or something similar, Xin Lu, as his agent, will also stand tall. However, Chen Zhaoan decided not to focus too much on live streaming, and Xin Lu fully respected his decision. After all, everyone has the right to choose their own path in life. Xin Lu had a feeling that this young man in front of her was not as simple as he seemed, and his future prospects might be astonishing, something that a popular anchor could not satisfy. As for why she had this feeling, Xin Lu wasn't quite sure, but one thing was certain: Chen Zhaoan would become an extraordinary figure. Chen Zhaoan signed the contract on the spot, neatly and decisively. From this moment on, the contract became effective. Chen Zhaoan officially became a top-tier live streamer. Since half of this year has already passed, your base salary is now only 300,000. The new ratio for gift sharing will start from midnight tomorrow. The 300,000 will be quickly deposited into your account. Xin Lu paused for a moment, hesitated for a while, and couldn't help but ask, but I'm still curious about one thing. When young people are making a lot of money in an industry and thriving, they rarely back down like you. Why did you choose not to focus on live streaming full-time? Chen Zhaoan thought for a moment and smiled as he replied, the live streaming industry can indeed be very profitable if done well. With my abilities, if I seriously focus on live streaming and stream for 10 hours a day like other streamers, I will definitely become popular quickly. A 6-figure annual income is definitely not a problem, and I might even become a streamer with a 7-figure income. But my ambition lies elsewhere. Xin Lu was taken aback and instinctively asked, where does your ambition lie then? To be honest, I am different from ordinary people. Chen Zhaoan smiled, my intelligence, without exaggeration, is terrifyingly high. If someone else said this, Xin Lu would definitely burst into laughter. But when Chen Zhaoan said it, Xin Lu didn't find it funny at all. Instead, she immediately believed him and had a sense of enlightenment. As his agent, Xin Lu spent a week studying Chen Zhaoan's live streaming recordings. She found that Chen Zhaoan's approach to playing the game was completely different from others. He had a unique style. Most streamers panic and shoot randomly when suddenly encountering enemies in the game, but Chen Zhaoan never did. Even if the enemy appeared unexpectedly, he could smoothly shoot bullets into their heads. Most streamers cautiously adjust their positions, constantly looking around and moving, trying to find the best spot when they reach the final stages of the game. And when Chen Zhaojin entered the finals, he never needed to hesitate too much. As if he had memorized the map in advance, he leisurely reached the best position in one breath, giving a feeling of strategizing. Xin Lu noticed this when watching the live recording, but she didn't know how Chen Zhaojin did it. Now Chen Zhaojin says that his IQ is terrifyingly high, and Xin Lu finally understands that it's because of his high IQ. Because of his high IQ, he can make judgments in a short period of time that many players take half a day to react to. It is also because of his high IQ that his control of firearms and choice of positioning are much stronger than the average person. What is your exact IQ? Xin Lu suddenly became curious about this question and became somewhat proud. My IQ is also high. I did a test before, and my IQ is 122, ranking 741st in the scatter plot of 10,000 people. How much higher are you than me? Chen Zhaojin smiled and said nothing. It's not that he wants to pretend to be profound, but because his IQ is definitely the first in the scatter plot of 10,000 people, an unprecedented 400. It's probably unbelievable even if he says it, so he simply didn't say it. Xin Lu saw that Chen Zhaojin didn't speak, so she tactfully didn't continue to ask and continued to talk about business. Your account will be marked with a yellow V badge starting from midnight tomorrow, indicating that you are now a resident god of the Do Xiangmo live streaming platform. Then, the platform will give you a recommended PK. Do you know what that is? Chen Zhaojin was taken aback and shook his head in confusion. No, I don't know. What is a recommended PK? After opening the live streaming software, there are many live streaming room windows on the homepage, right? Those are the recommended spots of the live streaming platform. The live streaming rooms of newly signed anchors will be displayed there, so when users open the live streaming software, they can see them and many people will click in. This greatly increases exposure, and the streamer will quickly gain fans, Xin Lu explained. After midnight tomorrow, your live streaming room will also be displayed in the recommended spots. So the platform will promote me and help me gain fans? Chen Zhaojin was delighted. That's great. Indeed, the treatment after signing the contract is different. The live streaming room is directly displayed on the homepage to gain fans. It should be noted that fans provide rewards, and the more fans, the more money you can earn. Chen Zhaojin was naturally very happy. However, there is a PK process during the platform's recommendation of your live streaming room. Xin Lu changed the topic and continued, PK? Chen Zhaojin remembered the learning software he used before, where he had to compete with others while doing exercises. Does this live streaming also involve a competition? That's right, several streamers will be on the recommended spots at the same time for 3 days. After 3 days, the number of fans gained and the conversion rate of fans will be compared for the PK, Xin Lu said. In the next half an hour, Xin Lu explained in detail about the PK to Chen Zhaojin. Chen Zhaojin roughly understood what it was about. Starting from midnight tomorrow, Chen Zhaojin's live streaming room will be displayed prominently on the Do Xiangmo platform. At the same time, several gaming streamers' rooms will also be displayed nearby. A large number of users will click in to watch, and if they like it, they will follow the streamer. The live streaming room will be displayed in the recommended spots for a total of 3 days, and after 3 days, the data will be counted for comparison in the PK. The main data includes the number of fans gained and the conversion rate of fans. The number of fans gained is easy to understand. It refers to how many fans you gained during these 3 days. For example, if you had 100,000 fans 3 days ago and now you have 1 million fans, then the number of fans gained is 900,000. As for the conversion rate of fans, it refers to the percentage of viewers who clicked into the live streaming room and followed the streamer. For example, if 100 people enter your live streaming room, and after watching for a while, 30 people follow you, while the others leave without following, then the conversion rate of fans is 30%. If 10 people enter your live streaming room, and after watching for a moment, 9 people follow you, so the ratio of fans turning into powder is as high as 90%. These two data points can basically measure how attractive a host is. After the PK, hosts with good data can receive strong support from the platform, while hosts with poor data are relegated to obscurity without much support, slowly gaining fans on their own. Therefore, this PK is very important and it affects a host's future. I suggest that the day after tomorrow is the weekend and you have 2 days off. It's best to broadcast from morning to night during these 2 days, trying to gain more fans. If you can take a day off on Monday, play for a day and attract some new fans, your chances of winning the PK will be higher, Xin Lu suggested. Chen Zhao nodded, indicating acceptance of this suggestion. Indeed, this PK is so important that it's worth taking a leave of absence. Afternoon at school, during break time, Chen Zhao went to the principal's office. According to school regulations, if you want to take a day off, you can ask the class teacher. If you want to take more than 3 days off, you have to ask the principal. Although the recommended time is Saturday and Sunday, high school seniors don't have weekends because they have exams on weekends. Therefore, if Chen Zhao wants to take a leave of absence, he has to take 3 days off and naturally needs the principal's approval. Chen Zhao was still very nervous. It's close to the college entrance examination, and instead of studying properly, he's messing around with live streaming. He didn't know if the principal would agree. In order to persuade the principal, Chen Zhao specifically brought the contract he just signed with the top streamer. The principal should think he's doing something serious when he sees the contract, not fooling around. After hesitating for a moment, he nervously knocked on the door 3 times. The principal's voice came from inside, "Come in." Chen Zhao entered and saw the principal wearing glasses and writing something with his head down, so he didn't disturb him. After closing the door, he stood obediently on the opposite side of the desk and waited. The principal wrote for more than 10 seconds, looked up, and was surprised to see Chen Zhao. "Do you have something to tell me?" The principal took off his glasses and pushed the document he was writing aside. "Please sit down." Chen Zhao sat opposite the desk and went straight to the point. "Principal, from this weekend until next Monday, I would like to take 3 days off." The principal nodded and showed a smile reserved for good students. "Taking 3 days off is not a big deal, but you have to tell me what you're going to do during these 3 days. Take a look at this." Chen Zhao handed the contract to the principal. The principal took the contract with confusion and read a few lines, shocked. "You signed a contract with a top streamer?" The principal couldn't believe it. The principal was indeed shocked. He knew that Chen Zhao was an outstanding student academically, and in theory, such a student should be oblivious to things outside the classroom, focusing only on studying and being a bookworm with textbooks and exercises every day. But now, there was a contract from a live streaming platform's top streamer right in front of him, and Chen Zhao had become a resident top streamer on the platform. The principal was momentarily stunned. Among the students he taught, there was no one as impressive as this, someone who excelled academically and signed a contract with a live streaming platform. It was simply a versatile talent. "I signed a contract with the Panda live streaming platform's resident top streamer. There will be a PK this weekend, where several hosts will be recommended by the platform, and we'll see which host performs the best in the end." Chen Zhao paused, trying to explain to the principal as concisely as possible. "This PK is very important and it determines whether the platform will support me in the future. So I want to take 3 days off to participate fully." After finishing his explanation, Chen Zhao started to feel anxious. In the eyes of adults, live streaming is still considered an unproductive activity. Would the principal agree to his request? The principal remained silent for a while, then suddenly opened a drawer and took out a leave slip, quickly signing his name on it. "I don't know much about the live streaming industry, after all, it's something young people are into, but I think it's not easy for you to sign a contract with a top streamer. Opportunities should not be wasted. So I have approved your 3-day leave," the principal said earnestly. Chen Zhao was extremely excited, never expecting to get the vacation so smoothly. He quickly stood up and thanked the principal. "Don't be in a hurry, I haven't finished speaking," the principal said. "Regardless of whether you will rely on the live streaming industry for a living in the future, I still hope that you can focus your main energy on reviewing before the college entrance examination. You can still live stream in a good university," the principal earnestly advised. Chen Zhao felt warm in his heart, thinking that the principal was indeed a very good principal, completely considering his future. After expressing that he would study hard and repeatedly thanking the principal, Chen Zhao left the principal's office with the leave slip. Next, it was time for the live streaming PK. To start the PK, he first needed to know about his opponents. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one be victorious in every battle. So Chen Zhao contacted Qin Lu and obtained the relevant information for this PK. Chen Zhao was a game streamer, so he only needed to PK with newly signed game streamers. There were a total of 3 streamers who would be piking with Chen Zhao this time. The first one was a beautiful streamer named Guo Chang. Her main approach was similar to Zaya's Hushu's, attracting fans with her good looks and occasionally singing during gaming, and she sang quite well. Her PUBG skills were average, but with her beauty and sweet voice, she had 50,000 more fans than Chen Zhao and had strong abilities. The second one was a streamer who followed the technical route just like Chen Zhao, named Lin Yuhang. He was a few years older than Chen Zhao and had retired as a professional player. His skills were excellent, and he already had a fan base. He broke through 500,000 fans within a week of joining the Do Xiangmo live streaming platform and obtained a contract. The third one was a streamer who specialized in trash talking, with the ID Airpang, second fatty, but he wasn't actually fat, rather a bit thin. He constantly talked trash while playing games, often making the audience burst into laughter. Airpang's fan base was also growing rapidly, already surpassing 600,000 fans. The 3 competitors, Guo Chang, Lin Yuhang, and Airpang, were all very strong. When Chen Zhao returned home at night, he carefully watched the video replays of these 3 streamers. The more he watched, the more he felt his forehead sweating. They were all not easy to deal with. Guo Chang was indeed beautiful, effortlessly captivating the audience with just a slight expression or smile. Lin Yuhang's skills were extremely solid, displaying the demeanor of a professional player. He won chicken dinners in 4 out of 5 matches, and the one match he didn't win was because he was killed by the bombing zone. Of course, even if he faced Lin Yuhang, Chen Zhao was confident in defeating him. Although Lin Yuhang was strong, he was just a noob in front of Chen Zhao with an IQ of 400. Airpang was astonishingly good at trash talking, and even Guo Digang would probably be fond of him. Chen Zhao watched Airpang's livestream, laughing heartily at first, but gradually couldn't laugh anymore because this entertaining streamer was his opponent. After thinking it over, Chen Zhao felt that he needed to take this PK very seriously and use all the means at his disposal. First, Chen Zhao put up a notice in his live streaming room. Starting tomorrow, 3 consecutive days of streaming, 10 hours each day. Welcome everyone to join. When the fans saw the notice, they were extremely surprised. What's going on? Did the sun rise from the west? No way. Chen Zhao, who usually just goes through the motions, is going to stream for 3 days? What big event happened? Why suddenly add more streaming? We can watch 3 days of him dominating noobs. It's a bit sudden but happy. Isn't today April Fool's Day? When did Chen Zhao ever stream for such a long time? Some fans thought of a possibility. Could it be Chen Zhao signed a top streamer? After signing a top streamer, there will be a 3-day PK, usually with additional streaming. A top streamer? You think it's so easy to sign one? At most, there are 3 to 5 per month. Although Chen Zhao is strong, he is still inexperienced. Yes, it seems like Chen Zhao just started broadcasting a few weeks ago. Even if he signs a top anchor, it will still take a few months. That's right, after a few months, Chen Zhao will definitely be able to sign a top anchor. Fans were chattering in the room, but Chen Zhao frowned as he watched. How come the fans didn't know that he had already signed a top anchor? He looked at his avatar on the web page and indeed, it still didn't have the V mark that belonged to a top anchor. This wouldn't do. Chen Zhao clicked on the customer service in the background to inquire why his account hadn't been marked with the big V yet. The customer service replied to wait a moment, as they were currently debugging and it would be done soon. Chen Zhao could only wait quietly for a few minutes. Just when he was getting impatient, a prompt finally popped up in the lower right corner of the computer, asking if he wanted to add a big V symbol to his avatar on the live streaming platform. Was there even a need to ask? Of course, he agreed. Chen Zhao clicked on it and refreshed the web page. Sure enough, there was now a V-shaped symbol in the lower right corner of his avatar on the computer, indicating that he was now a top anchor. Chen Zhao went live and greeted the fans. Hello everyone, today's grass cutting game is about to begin. First of all, I have some good news to share with you all. I have officially signed a contract with the Do Xiong Panda live streaming platform as a resident top anchor. You should be able to see the V mark in the lower right corner of my avatar. The live room was briefly silent, then exploded with messages. Crooked Mouth War God, wow, awesome. You really signed a contract with a top anchor. Apple eating without spitting out the core, so fast. I thought we would have to wait for a few months. Chen Zhao, I want to have a baby monkey with you, so impressive. Congratulations. Eating dirt until full. This seems to be the fastest signing of a top anchor I've ever heard of. Anchor, keep up the good work. Little cow doing somersaults. No need to say anything, let's start giving gifts. Little cow doing somersaults sent the anchor 3 helicopters, Yin Shanning sent 10 hot air balloons, Sherbuyu sent 100 heart emojis, and Now Can Pin bought 1 and sent 1 unicorn. A bunch of fans started showering gifts, celebrating Chen Zhao's signing as a top anchor. In just a couple of minutes, thousands of gifts flew into Chen Zhao's live room. Chen Zhao had never seen such a dense rain of gifts before, and he was dazzled by it. For a moment, he was stunned and could only continuously thank the gift givers. He thanked them so much that he couldn't keep up anymore. The gift rain lasted for a full 4 to 5 minutes, and Chen Zhao estimated that he had earned at least tens of thousands of yuan during that time. The speed of making money was simply terrifying. If he had a spree like this every day during his live streams, Chen Zhao estimated that he would soon become a billionaire. However, he knew very well in his heart that this was impossible. Everyone was only giving gifts to celebrate his signing as a top anchor. There wouldn't be such good fortune in the future. This kind of gift rain only happened once. Xiao Shu-sun sent a team invitation message, and Chen Zhao immediately agreed. Did you sign as a top anchor? Xiao Shu-sun's first question was about the V mark on Chen Zhao's avatar. Yes, just signed. Chen Zhao quickly replied, we'll start PK on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Can you help me? Sure, no problem. Xiao Shu-sun said. Chen Zhao wanted to ask how Xiao Shu-sun would help him, but the game had already started, so he hesitated and didn't speak. It seemed that Xiao Shu-sun would be playing with him and streaming together on weekends and Mondays, helping him attract more fans. That would be great. After all, those 3 anchors didn't seem to have any friends who were top anchors. Being able to associate with Xiao Shu-sun, a popular anchor, was an advantage and would increase his chances of winning. This round was in the rainforest map, and Xiao Shu-sun followed Chen Zhao in parachuting. Chen Zhao landed in a small housing area near the center and luckily found a QBZ-95 and a fully equipped Uzi. He was invincible on the spot. When the QBZ-95 first came out, it was an absolute beast of a gun, with explosive damage, rapid fire rate, and great stability. Getting your hands on it was almost as good as getting an airdrop weapon. However, due to numerous player complaints about the gun affecting game balance, the QBZ-95 underwent several nerfs and became much weaker than before. Especially its fire rate was significantly reduced, making it one of the slower guns in the 5.56 caliber. But even a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse, and the QBZ-95 is still a very usable gun. At least Chen Zhao thinks it's on the same level as a low-end M416. Getting it is a win. Xiao Zhushan also got a QBZ-95 and asked Chen Zhao how to use it. This gun has a slightly slower fire rate, but its other performance aspects are excellent. Especially the first 10 bullets are very stable, Chen Zhao explained. Just remember, try to shoot within 10 rounds at a time, adjust and then shoot again, it will be more efficient. Xiao Zhushan nodded, somewhat understanding, and followed Chen Zhao through the grassland. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, in another city, Lin Yuhang did not go live tonight and left a note in the live streaming room. The PK was about to start, and he was doing something more important, getting to know his PK opponents. Lin Yuhang wrote a note with the names of his competitors, Guo Chang, Erpang, Chen Zhao. Under Chen Zhao's name, he drew a triangle. Because Guo Chang went for the beauty route and Erpang went for the provocative talk route, only Chen Zhao and himself were technical streamers. Similar styles naturally deserved special attention. He first watched Guo Chang's live stream. After watching for 5 minutes, Lin Yuhang closed it and took out a pen, drawing 3 asterisks next to Guo Chang's name. It meant that Guo Chang's threat level was 3 stars. Then he watched Erpang's live stream. Erpang kept making provocative remarks, like doing a solo stand-up comedy routine. Lin Yuhang watched for 5 minutes, with a straight face and no smile, and finally took out a pen, drawing 4 asterisks next to Erpang's name. It was 1 star higher than Guo Chang's threat level. Finally, Lin Yuhang opened Chen Zhao's live streaming room. As soon as he opened the stream, Lin Yuhang's pupils contracted. He clearly saw that Chen Zhao's teammate was none other than Xiao Zhushan, a popular streamer with 8 million fans on the Fighting Panda live streaming platform. What is this? A connection? How does he know Xiao Zhushan? The opponent had a powerful ally, which made Lin Yuhang very worried. He immediately took out a pen and drew 4 asterisks next to Chen Zhao's name. Then he continued watching the live stream. Chen Zhao was leading Xiao Zhushan through a grassland, surrounded by silence, as if it were an uninhabited area. But suddenly, Chen Zhao raised his gun and fired 3 shots. Before Lin Yuhang could react, a kill notification appeared on the screen, headshot kill. Lin Yuhang was stunned for a few seconds before realizing that smoke was rising from behind a distant rock. This distance is nearly 400 meters, and the heads of people 400 meters away on the screen are only as small as sesame seeds, yet they can still headshot with 3 shots? What kind of godly marksmanship is this? Lin Yuhang felt that this Chen Zhao might be even more terrifying than he had imagined, so he continued to watch attentively. Chen Zhao took the little bamboo shoot and went to lick the box. As he licked, Chen Zhao suddenly jumped to the left and a bullet from the 98K flew past his face. Then, he raised his gun and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Headshot takedown. Lin Yuhang was dumbfounded. He didn't even see the enemy, but Chen Zhao not only evaded the opponent's sniping, but also counter-killed the opponent in the blink of an eye. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. What kind of godly technique is this? Even if he used an aimbot, it wouldn't be this fast. Lin Yuhang added a star after Chen Zhao's name, reaching 5 stars, the highest level. He continued watching. Chen Zhao rarely played in the rainforest map, but he still blocked gods and killed Buddhas, carrying the little bamboo shoot from the south of the safe zone to the north, and then from the north to the south. A single magazine could kill 4 or 5 people, as if he was a walking aimbot. If it was about shooting stationary targets, Lin Yuhang was confident in frequently headshotting. But Chen Zhao's marksmanship had reached an incredible level. There was a speeding jeep hundreds of meters away, small and fast, and it was not easy for an average player to hit the bullets on the car, but Chen Zhao slightly aimed and still accurately sent the bullets to the driver's head. Many enemies hummed songs while driving, and suddenly they were headshot and fell to the ground, crawling around in confusion, unable to find where the bullets came from. Lin Yuhang's forehead was sweating. This was too terrifying. He asked himself, could he, a retired professional player, do this? Obviously not. But the Chen Zhao in front of him effortlessly achieved it, and his audience in the live stream didn't have much reaction, as if Chen Zhao frequently displayed this kind of extraordinary marksmanship. Lin Yuhang was already tense. Previously, his manager had said that Chen Zhao's skills were very powerful, and he had been a bit dismissive, thinking that even if this wild kid had good skills, could he be better than an experienced veteran like himself in the professional arena? But now, after watching for more than 10 minutes, Lin Yuhang's pride completely disappeared. He realized that Chen Zhao's skills were far more exaggerated than he had imagined. Simply godlike. Finally, the final circle. Chen Zhao rushed fiercely towards several buildings with the little bamboo shoot, and the last few enemies were hiding inside, unable to come out. Lin Yuhang held his breath and focused, staring at the screen, thinking about what he would do if it were him. After thinking for a while, if the enemy was hiding on the second floor and not coming out, he could only forcefully attack from the stairs. Perhaps he could let his teammate be a meat shield and then finish off the enemy himself. This was the most secure strategy. His teammate would definitely be knocked down, even killed, but he could ensure the opportunity to shoot the enemy. So, what would Chen Zhao do? Only to see Chen Zhao pull out a grenade, one after another, a total of 3 grenades, all thrown at the second floor where the enemy was hiding. The 2 enemies panicked, jumped out of the window, but before they landed, Chen Zhao shot one down with the Uzi, and the little bamboo shoot also fired, killing the other enemy. Chicken dinner success. The whole process took less than 5 seconds, fast, accurate, ruthless, and efficient. Moreover, Chen Zhao's approach was indeed much better than Lin Yuhang's method of using teammates as cover to attack the building. Attacking the building was being passively attacked, but forcing the enemy out with grenades made the enemy be passively attacked, turning passivity into initiative. Very clever. Lin Yuhang closed the live stream and was stunned for a while. He crossed out those 5 stars behind Chen Zhao's name and replaced them with 3 question marks, indicating that he had no idea how big of a threat Chen Zhao posed and how good his skills were. In the game, when data is marked as, it means it's an extremely difficult boss to defeat. Obviously, Chen Zhao's amazing performance in this game had shocked Lin Yuhang. Chen Zhao didn't know that someone had been studying him for half an hour, and then played 2 games with Zayas Hushin, and then went offline to sleep. He set his alarm clock for 6 o'clock in the morning, planning to start the live broadcast early in the morning and broadcast continuously for a whole day, no, 3 days. Currently, Chen Zhao has 520,000 fans, ranking the lowest among his 3 competitors. However, the initial number of fans doesn't have much impact. After all, what matters is the growth of fans, not the total number. Let's see how many fans he can gain in the next 3 days. If he gains a lot of fans, the platform will strongly support him, and he might become a super anchor with millions of fans in no time. If he gains few fans, the platform won't care, and that's it. Saturday morning. Chen Zhao got up, quickly ate a bowl of plain water for breakfast, and then took a throat lozenge. He turned on the computer and started the live broadcast. The battle of the next 3 days begins now. When he started the live broadcast, Chen Zhao specifically looked at his number of fans, which was quite impressive, 560,000 people. He also took a look at the number of fans of the other three competitors, and Chen Zhao's face turned green all of a sudden. Guo Chang has 600,000 fans. Lin Yuhang has 610,000 fans. Er Peng has 650,000 fans. They all have tens of thousands more fans than him. Chen Zhao suddenly felt a lot of pressure. When everyone signed the contract with the platform, they all had 500,000 fans, but their fan base grew so fast, while his grew so slowly. He had to work hard. He had to reverse the situation in the next 3 days. Even if he couldn't become the first in the PK competition, he at least didn't want to be the last. If he became the last, then it would be over for him, and the platform wouldn't support him much in the future, and he would have fewer opportunities to gain fans. Chen Zhao spoke to the audience in the live broadcast room. I'm going to start the PK competition in the next 3 days. This PK is very important, so I will broadcast for more than 10 hours a day. Welcome everyone to introduce my live broadcast room to your friends, and welcome everyone to join our big family. Although it was early, there were already many viewers online, watching Chen Zhao's live broadcast. When Chen Zhao said this, the fans also became excited. Eat a nuclear bomb and don't spit out the nuclear bomb skin. I will create a new account to help the anchor gain more fans. A sliding tackle to subdue a tiger. I will make all my dormitory roommates follow the anchor. Let's help the anchor win the PK competition. Brown sugar is sweeter than white sugar. Zhao Gu, come on, get first place in the PK competition. A tablet computer pressing instant noodles. It seems that if I give more gifts, I can get on the daily gift ranking and increase popularity. So, let me give some gifts. I'll help the anchor. The tablet computer pressing instant noodles sent the gift Heart of the Universe X10 to the anchor. When Chen Zhao saw the gift message, he was shocked. The Heart of the Universe is the highest priced gift on the Panda Live platform, and one Heart of the Universe costs as much as 2,666 yuan. This fan named Tablet Computer Pressing Instant Noodles sent 10 Hearts of the Universe in one go, which means it cost more than 26,000 yuan. Chen Zhao earned more than 10,000 yuan in one go. Chen Zhao quickly turned on the microphone and thank you, Tablet Computer Pressing Instant Noodles, for the gift. The fans in the live broadcast room were also shocked, and they were all excited. Cold in the mine, rich person. I want to be friends with the rich person. Hot and dirty at the construction site, rich person. Do you need any accessories on your thigh? Tired and bitter in the classroom, rich person. Let's go mountain climbing. Tablet computer pressing instant noodles. I have been following the anchor for 2 weeks, watching the anchor mow the grass every day, and it feels great, but I'm starting to get a little tired of it. Can the anchor do something more challenging? The rich fan made a suggestion, and Chen Zhao fully accepted it. After all, they paid to support him, and they paid more than 20,000 yuan in one go. It's very sincere, so it's not difficult to do something more challenging, right? But how should he make it more challenging? For ordinary PUBG anchors, the challenge is usually to win several consecutive games. Ordinary anchors challenge themselves to win 3 consecutive games, experienced anchors challenge themselves to win 5 consecutive games, and professional anchors challenge themselves to win 10 consecutive games. Even that is not an easy task. But Chen Zhao is different. He has hardly been killed by other players, mostly dying from being bombed or accidentally killed by teammates. As long as he stays away from teammates and avoids the bombing zone, he can easily win 5 or 10 consecutive matches, or even 30 matches, without any pressure. So, how can he increase the difficulty? Before the stream started, Chen Zhao thought for a moment and opened the solo mode, choosing the island map. A fan just said they want to see a high difficulty gameplay. I thought about it. Let's try a chicken dinner with only pistols. I will only use pistols and melee weapons throughout the game, to see if I can successfully win a chicken dinner. I haven't tried this before, so I can't guarantee the success rate. Let's wait and see. As Chen Zhao said these words, the live stream chat immediately became lively. Freud, chicken dinner with pistols? That's not very realistic. Not all juices are called cola. Yes, although the streamer has great shooting skills, pistols are no match for other players' submachine guns and assault rifles. It's definitely a disadvantage. Li Si loves Zhang San, I doubt it. It's even questionable if he can make it to the final circle. A player killed by a slide tackle. I've tried this, it's a complete disaster. Holding a pistol is like being slaughtered. If you're far away, you can't hit others, but they can snipe you. If you're close, you shoot with a pistol, while others shoot with submachine guns, immediately killing you. No wife in the wife cake. I hope the streamer can make it to the final circle. Making it to the final circle is a victory. Winning a chicken dinner is a fantasy. The fans chattered, and most of them thought that Chen Zhao's goal of winning a chicken dinner with pistols was unrealistic and impossible to achieve. Chen Zhao quickly thought about how to win with pistols in his mind, and after much consideration, he decided to play it safe. In other words, just one word, camp. He boarded the plane, opened the minimap, and looked at the flight path from the military base to S City. Chen Zhao decisively marked a spot in the river near our city. As the plane flew slowly, when it was 1,500 meters away from the marked spot, he jumped out of the plane without hesitation. Sliding, opening the parachute, with a splash, he landed in the water. Chen Zhao swam forward, reaching a position in the middle of the river, with only his head exposed above the water. This position allowed him to keep an eye on any approaching enemies and hide underwater to avoid bullets. Even if he was unfortunate enough to be discovered, he could swim away. It was truly a safe haven for camping. Alright, let's start our intense pistol chicken dinner battle, Chen Zhao said on the microphone. The live stream chat collectively fainted. So, this is the strategy for winning a chicken dinner. So, it's not about using pistols against rifles or pistols against submachine guns, but starting the game by camping in the river. We can do this too. The fans started to shout, "Power bank will explode. To deceive us like this, I'm unfollowing. Little boy's urine is not drinkable, unfollowing. Kneeling push-up master, unfollowing. Fist swallowing master, unfollowing." Chen Zhao panicked and quickly said, No, I'll play seriously. No more camping." Chen Zhao had no choice but to come out of the river and run to a 3-story building on the edge of our city to search for supplies. This building was unusually well stocked, with an M416 and a UMP submachine gun on the first floor, but Chen Zhao promised not to use any weapons other than pistols, so he reluctantly walked away. He went to the second floor and picked up an M1911 pistol, along with 30.45 caliber bullets. He searched a few small rooms and gathered level 2 helmets and level 2 armor. He also took a frying pan, 3 medical kits, and 5 drinks and painkillers each. He had more than enough medical supplies. Chen Zhao usually didn't need many healing items throughout the game because hardly any enemies could survive for more than 5 seconds under his gun. To be precise, most enemies would be killed by Chen Zhao at first sight, without even having a chance to fight back. The city seems to have no enemies. Chen Zhao searches without fear and luckily finds a P18C. This pistol is very powerful, using 9mm bullets, capable of full automatic shooting, with explosive firing rate and damage. It can be called the king of pistols. The extended magazine P18C can almost be considered a castrated version of a submachine gun, incredibly strong. For many beginners, if they encounter enemies upon landing, having a S1897 shotgun and a P18C pistol in front of them, the chances of winning are even greater if they pick up the P18C. Chen Zhao decisively throws away the M1911 and switches to the P18C. After searching a few houses, he finds a total of 220 rounds of 9mm bullets, which should be enough. He is also lucky to find a quick extended magazine, a suppressor, and a red dot sight. His P18C is fully equipped and ready to go. Now, what should he do next? Usually, after searching for equipment, Chen Zhao would choose to drive around and kill people. But now, he only has a small pistol, and driving around aimlessly would be suicidal. Chen Zhao suddenly loses his direction. It's so hot today. Should I go back to the river and soak for a few minutes? Chen Zhao asks the fans in the live stream. The fans immediately explode. No. It's boring to shrink in the river. If you go to the river, we will unfollow and unsubscribe. Now that you have a gun, go fight. Go, young man. Go fight. Go anywhere, just don't go to the river. That's right, don't go to the river. Chen Zhao hangs his head in disappointment. He really wants to hide in the river and stay there until the circle shrinks. But unfortunately, the fans don't want him to. A few minutes later, Chen Zhao runs into a small toilet. And then, he doesn't move. Chen Zhao's plan is simple. If he can't hide in the river, he'll hide in the toilet. After all, there are usually not many people in a small toilet. As long as he stays hidden, he can make it to the final circle. The fans in the live stream are disappointed. It's boring to hide. We want to see the streamer fight. What's the difference between hiding in the toilet and hiding in the river? Stop hiding and bravely go out and fight the enemies. Chen Zhao looks bitter. You all want me to go out and fight, but how can I fight with just a small pistol? Isn't this like an old man hanging himself, impatient with life? You all enjoy watching the show, don't you care about me losing? Chen Zhao starts to reason with the fans, trying to persuade them to let him hide. Confucius once said, to win in PUBG, you must hide. Lu Sun also said, by staying hidden, you can win in PUBG. After babbling for a while, Chen Zhao suddenly stops talking. He hears footsteps, and the footsteps are very clear. There is an enemy very close by. Chen Zhao's body tenses up. He snaps out of the joking state with the fans, his eyes become focused, his expression instantly serious, and he starts to concentrate on the game. He turns up the volume on his headphones, listening for the enemy's position. The enemy seems to be lingering behind the toilet. There is a 2-story building there. They must be searching for something. Chen Zhao stands still, not making any footsteps, hoping that the enemy won't come over. The live stream becomes quiet, the fans hold their breath, waiting for the firefight between the two sides. Chen Zhao hopes that the enemy will leave, but unfortunately, they don't. After waiting for a few tens of seconds, someone suddenly opens the toilet door and rushes in. Chen Zhao raises his P-18C and aims at the enemy's head, while the enemy with an AKM also panics and starts shooting. In the blink of an eye, more than 29mm bullets hit the enemy's head, and Chen Zhao also takes several shots. In the small toilet, a fierce gunfight erupts. Finally, a message appears on the computer screen: "You have killed San Jin Aoliga with a headshot using the P-18C pistol. Successful kill. First blood." Although the gunfight was brief, due to excessive tension, Chen Zhao's back is already soaked in cold sweat. Take a look at your health bar, there's only a sliver of health left. One more shot and you're done for. Luckily, it was the enemy who died in the end. A box lay at the entrance of the bathroom. Chen Zhao applied medicine first, then crouched down to lick the box. This enemy was well equipped, with a fully loaded SCAR and an AKM with a 6x scope, along with a pile of bullets. But Chen Zhao had promised to only use a handgun, so he couldn't lick the gun or the bullets. He only licked a computer, which was actually a universal medical kit, because it looked like a laptop and was jokingly referred to as a computer by many players. Before his health could fully recover, he suddenly heard footsteps. Chen Zhao couldn't help but curse in his heart, thinking, one wasn't enough, now there's a second one? After a brief assessment, Chen Zhao decided not to leave the bathroom. The enemy was very close, and if he ran out, he would most likely be shot randomly. The only way was to hide behind the open door and wait for the enemy to come and lick the box, then deliver a headshot. Chen Zhao immediately positioned himself in the corner formed by the open door and the wall, which allowed him to have a clear view of the entrance and the outside, while the enemy licking the box couldn't see him. As soon as he closed the door, he would face the enemy at the entrance, just within reach. After waiting nervously for a few seconds, suddenly someone ran over and stood on the box to start licking it. They were licking it happily, completely unaware that there was someone hiding in the small space between the open door and the wall. Now was the time. Chen Zhao switched his handgun to a frying pan, then suddenly closed the door and smashed it down on the enemy's head. You killed Dayu King Wenzi with a headshot using a frying pan. The kill message popped up, a double kill, and another box appeared at the entrance of the bathroom. In the live stream chat, the fans were already going crazy. Damn, is he really that strong? No one understands better than me, awesome. A double kill in the bathroom. The streamer is even closer to the god of bathrooms than Old 8. You're a terrible internet user, great job. Take my reward. In the champagne bottle, there's child's urine. This pot was truly satisfying. Overhead, Hulunber, the streamer is indeed strong. All attacks are locked onto the enemy's head. He never aims for the neck. It's all headshot kills. Before the fans could finish praising, they saw Chen Zhao suddenly hiding behind the door again. The next second, another enemy ran over, took a glance at the two boxes, looked around cautiously, and threw a smoke grenade between the two boxes. Obviously, he thought there was an ambush nearby, but he really wanted to lick those two boxes, so he used the smoke grenade as cover. The white smoke filled the bathroom, and the enemy thought he was safe, standing between the two boxes, happily licking them. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and Chen Zhao appeared from behind the door, holding a frying pan, leaping up and coming down heavily. Clang! A crisp sound. Frying pan headshot. Chen Zhao got a triple kill. Chen Zhao's hands were trembling with excitement, it was so thrilling. He never expected that by hiding in the bathroom, he could kill so many enemies. Boxes were everywhere. But despite the excitement, he couldn't stay in this bathroom any longer. 3 boxes lying on the ground were too conspicuous, and it was likely that passing enemies would be unable to resist coming to lick them. Just because he managed to kill the enemies in the previous encounters didn't mean he would be lucky enough to do so again. His goal in this match wasn't just to kill, but to successfully win the chicken dinner. There was no need to engage in unnecessary risks. Chen Zhao peeked outside and saw that there seemed to be no one around. He quickly bent down and ran out, getting away from this bathroom filled with corpses. The circle was shrinking. The next circle was between ruins and Peace City, with no major residential areas. Apart from scattered trees and undulating terrain, there was basically no cover. This kind of terrain was suitable for long-range sniping. In the past, if Chen Zhao encountered this kind of terrain, he would definitely choose to run to the center of the circle, find a high ground, and then scan all sides, killing one after another with a sniper rifle. It would be extremely satisfying, domineering, and unreasonable. But this time, he didn't have a sniper rifle, only a P-18C pistol. Chen Zhao was on the verge of tears. How could his luck be so bad? You put the finals in the shrinking area, and I can still hide behind the building, but you put it in the open area. How am I supposed to do it? But there's no way, I have to finish it even if I have to kneel down. Chen Zhao pondered for a moment, then suddenly entered the nearby housing area and began searching frantically. He searched very urgently, as if there was something important that he had forgotten. The fans in the live broadcast room noticed Chen Zhao's haste and started discussing. Lu Zhishan inverted crab Burger King. Has the anchor finally reached his limit and needs to search for real weapons? Cockroach, don't come over. It seems that pistols are not enough for the situation, right? Plants versus dogs, no. Don't search for guns. Surviving in the finals is a victory, not just about winning the chicken dinner. Brother Zhao, I want to give you a baby orangutan. It seems like the anchor didn't search for guns? Brother Zhao, you're so handsome, really, it seems like he's not searching for guns. He just passed by Uzi and M416 lying on the ground. Brother Zhao, your wife is missing. It seems like he's searching. Smoke grenades? The fans quickly realized that Chen Zhao was not searching for guns, but for something else, smoke grenades. Chen Zhao's thinking was clear. In open field battles, if you want to ambush someone, you must have cover. Since there are no buildings for cover, you can only rely on bushes and trees. And when the bushes and trees are not enough, you have to use smoke grenades for cover. Therefore, before entering the final circle, you must stock up on enough smoke grenades. The more, the better. Han Xin counted his soldiers, the more the merrier. After searching several houses, Chen Zhao gathered 8 smoke grenades. The circle had already started shrinking, and Chen Zhao climbed out of the window with a P-18C pistol and started running towards the safe zone. Suddenly, there was a burst of rapid gunfire in the distance, indicating that people were engaging in a fierce battle 500 meters away. In the past, when encountering such a situation, Chen Zhao would definitely stop and snipe, taking advantage of the situation to eliminate both sides of the firefight. But now, with only a small pistol in hand, he couldn't even engage in the fight, so he had to continue running with his head down. After entering the safe zone, Chen Zhao immediately went prone and started playing as a prone wizard. He had to go prone. If he was discovered, the enemy's bullets would come at him, but he couldn't shoot back, and he would be completely done for. Chen Zhao crawled as much as possible in places with large trees and rocks, so that even if he was discovered by the enemy, he could quickly hide behind a tree or rock. If he was discovered in an open area with no cover, it would be a complete giveaway. The fans in the live broadcast room became nervous. Li Bai, am sneaky, there are still 11 people left, and the anchor is really going into the finals with just a small pistol. Can't reach the top in King's Glory without changing my name, this is really a fantasy. Even with a level 3 set and fully equipped guns, I might not be able to make it to the finals, but the anchor actually entered with just a pistol. This must be the difference. The spicy girl on the other side looked over. If someone in the finals discovers that the anchor is carrying a pistol, they'll probably be dumbfounded. Where did this comedian come from? The tablet is pressing instant noodles. If we can win the chicken dinner, I'll donate another 100,000. The construction site is hot and sunny. Damn, the boss is amazing. I love you, rich guy. The onion-tearing husband, this financial power is impressive. I'll give it a thumbs up. Sleeping and liking to eat pillows. Is there still a place for me to sit on your rich legs? Chen Zhao didn't have the mind to pay attention to the fans in the live broadcast room. He tightened his muscles and entered a highly tense state. The circle was already very small, and he was now approaching the center of the circle. But looking around, he couldn't see any enemies, only the grass swaying in the wind. Whether he can win the chicken dinner depends on this last moment of trembling. Chen Zhao quickly scanned the surrounding grassland, trying to find a few enemies, but obviously, at this critical moment, everyone started playing as prone wizards, lying in the grass piles, making it impossible to see. The only chance was to wait for the circle to shrink and see if there were any enemies standing up and moving. Countdown to shrinking circle, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 0 seconds. A new circle appeared 8 meters behind Chen Zhao, to his left. Chen Zhao took out a smoke bomb from his pocket, low thrown, and threw 2 in succession. One was thrown inside the circle, and the other was thrown towards the far side. Normally, when people throw smoke bombs, they throw them next to themselves for cover. But Chen Zhao didn't do that. The smoke bomb in the final circle undoubtedly attracted attention. If he threw it next to himself, someone would definitely aim at him, which would easily expose and kill him. Throwing it far away would make many impatient enemies come closer to observe, exposing their positions. Chen Zhao slowly crawled towards the next circle while keeping an eye on the surroundings. Suddenly, someone stood up from behind and then crouched down, running towards the next circle. Chen Zhao was about to aim his gun when he suddenly heard a crisp sound of a 98K rifle. The person running was instantly hit, their helmet knocked off. They panicked, stood up, and jumped around, trying to dodge the sniper's shots. However, jumping around was useless in such a small space in the final circle. Bang! Another gunshot, and the wounded enemy jumping around was killed, turning into a box. This was not over, it could even be said that it had just begun. A fierce burst of AKM and Thompson gunshots came from the east, followed by silence. Chen Zhao saw the kill messages, and within a few seconds, 2 people were killed. It was likely that the sniper with the 98K rifle had exposed their position and was killed by a nearby player. The person who killed the 98K shooter was then killed by another enemy. Chen Zhao secretly sweated. The final circle was too dangerous. It was fine as long as he didn't show his head or make a sound, but once his position was exposed, bullets would rain down on him. The live stream room also fell into a brief silence, and the fans were all very nervous. At first, everyone thought it was impossible to win with a pistol, but now, seeing Chen Zhao advancing to the final circle, many people began to think maybe he could actually win. Chen Zhao crawled into the final circle and took out 2 smoke bombs, throwing them into the distance. 2 huge smoke clouds rose, making a hissing sound. Suddenly, a dark little thing flew into the smoke, followed by a massive explosion. Someone threw a grenade into the smoke that Chen Zhao had released. This grenade seemed to have opened the floodgates. Suddenly, several grenades flew out of the bushes, followed by booming sounds echoing in the final circle. Obviously, the person who threw the grenades had exposed their approximate position, so the players lurking in the surrounding bushes began throwing grenades, causing more people's positions to be exposed, resulting in a chaotic grenade battle. Chen Zhao watched as one kill message after another appeared, and the remaining number of people sharply decreased. In the end, only 3 people were left. Besides Chen Zhao himself, there were only 2 enemies left. Chen Zhao's heart rate began to soar. After struggling so hard to get here, whether he could achieve the incredible feat of winning with a pistol depended on this moment. The circle shrank again. This time, the circle was a bit far from Chen Zhao, 10 meters away. He could only start crawling forward immediately. Halfway through crawling, Chen Zhao paused for a moment and threw the remaining smoke bombs in his hand towards the front. The circle immediately filled with thick smoke, and huge white smoke clouds spread recklessly on the grass. The scene suddenly became confusing. Suddenly, an enemy stood up from beside the smoke and rushed into the smoke. Then, another enemy also charged in. Chen Zhao heard intense gunfire, coming from Uzi and the M416. The 2 enemies were fighting in the smoke. Chen Zhao was excited. This was the best situation. Let the 2 of them fight fiercely, fight to the death, and it would definitely end up with 1 dead and 1 injured. At this moment, all he needed to do was rush over and kill the injured one, then he could reap the benefits and successfully win the chicken dinner. After a brief wait, the sound of gunfire in the smoke stopped, and a message of a kill popped up. The person holding the Uzi was killed. Now is the time. Chen Zhao suddenly stood up and charged forward. A figure appeared at the edge of the smoke, facing away from him. This last enemy was obviously low on health and was drinking a beverage. Chen Zhao raised his P-18C pistol and fired at the head. Several consecutive 9mm bullets hit the enemy's head, splattering blood, and the chicken dinner screen popped up. Chicken dinner success. Chen Zhao was ecstatic. He was just bragging and didn't expect to actually win with a lousy pistol, but now he had actually achieved what he bragged about. The fans in the live stream went crazy. Many people were spamming 666, and there were also many people giving crazy tips. Zhao Ge, I want to give you a piglet sent to the streamer Universe Heart X1. Handsome, do you want to stay at my hotel? Sent to the streamer Money Gun X80. Don't be crazy about my brother, he's just a legend sent to the streamer Love Lightwave Gun X6. Use a tablet to press instant noodles sent to the streamer Unicorn X100. Streamer, please crawl for me sent to the streamer Hot Air Balloon X80. Chen Zhao kept thanking the fans for their tips, feeling extremely excited. The momentum of these fan tips was extremely hot, even to the point of being described as terrifying. In just a few minutes, Chen Zhao's tip income approached 80,000. This was faster than robbing a bank. Suddenly, a fan in the live stream shouted, "Streamer, quickly go and see, you're on today's tip leaderboard. And you're in first place. You made it to the top. Streamer, you're awesome. First place on the tip leaderboard. Brothers, we're mighty." Chen Zhao was stunned, taking several seconds to react, and quickly went to the leaderboard page on the Douyu Panda live streaming platform. Sure enough, on the Today's Tips leaderboard, his name was prominently ranked first. First place in tips on the entire platform today. Chen Zhao was extremely excited. These fans were really amazing. He never imagined that as a new streamer, he could reach first place on the entire platform. Although this Today's Tips leaderboard didn't carry much weight, it only showed the tips received from midnight until now, but no matter what, it was a real first place on the entire platform. Chen Zhao quickly took a photo of the computer screen and then turned on the microphone to thank the fans, saying, Thank you all very much for your generous tips, smashing me with money and unexpectedly making it to the top of the daily leaderboard. Although I estimate that I will soon be overtaken by a popular streamer, I have already taken a photo and will post it on my Moments to Brag, Chen Zhao said happily. At the same time, in another city, a fair-skinned, delicately made-up beauty looked at herself in the mirror, checked her flawless makeup, smiled, turned on the computer, and started streaming. As soon as she started streaming, a large number of fans entered the live stream room. It was evident that she was still very popular. Sister Chang is full of fairy vibes today. Ah, so beautiful, I can't handle it. Save me. You started streaming so early today. That's great. Sister Gua Chang, are you playing PUBG today? Talk about makeup. Your makeup today is really beautiful. I want to learn. That's right, she was one of Chen Zhao's competitors in the same period, Gua Chang. Today is the first day of my streamer PK, so I'm going to stream a bit longer. From now until 10 p.m., I hope everyone can support me. Feel free to introduce any friends to come watch my stream. Gua Chang smiled and spoke with a pleasant voice. The fans all shouted in agreement, and it turned out that the number of fans in the background started to noticeably increase. In just a few minutes, she gained 10,000 new fans, showing that many people had recommended Gua Chang's stream to their friends and family. This showed that Gua Chang had a strong appeal to her fans. Let's first see the several streamers I'm going to PK with. Did they start streaming earlier than me? I don't think so. It's still early in the morning, and many anchors are still sleeping. I'm not as diligent as them, Gua Chang said as he searched for the anchor's name on the live streaming platform. The first anchor, Air Pang, who is competing with me, hasn't started streaming yet. The second anchor, Ling Yu Hang, is also not streaming. The third anchor, Chen Zhao. Oh, he's already streaming, and Gua Chang's face suddenly changed. He noticed a golden symbol behind Chen Zhao's profile picture, which means ranked first on the reward list. Gua Chang quickly switched to the platform's ranking section and was shocked to see that Chen Zhao's name was indeed at the top of the daily reward list. He's actually ranked first on the daily list? How impressive! When the fans noticed Gua Chang's unpleasant expression, they started shouting, "Sister Chang, don't worry, we'll help you reach the top. Let's start rewarding and help Sister Chang climb the rankings. Let's bring Chen Zhao down, the top spot belongs to Sister Chang." The fans immediately started sending gifts to Gua Chang. Sister Chang is the most beautiful 10 unicorn gifts for the anchor. iPhone goes for a swim 2 Heart of the Universe gifts for the anchor. Take a golden coin bath every day 10 helicopter gifts for the anchor. Gua Chang was pleasantly surprised and kept thanking the generous donors. In just a few minutes, Gua Chang's ranking on the daily reward list kept rising, and eventually, he surpassed Chen Zhao and claimed the top spot on the daily reward list. Gua Chang's fans cheered and celebrated in the live chat, with comments like "celebrating a great victory, successfully pushed Sister Gua Chang to the top, you guys are amazing. Brothers, you're awesome." The atmosphere was extremely lively. Gua Chang was also touched and said, "Thank you all for helping me climb the rankings. Let's start the stream immediately." On the other hand, Ling Yu Hang and Air Pang started streaming as well. As soon as they started, they saw two familiar names on the daily reward list, Gua Chang in first place and Chen Zhao in second place. Ling Yu Hang stared at the screen in astonishment. He never expected that the anchors he was competing with would be so strong, occupying the top 2 spots on the reward list at once. The fans noticed Ling Yu Hang's astonishment and understood why. "Big anchor, don't be sad, we'll help you climb the rankings. Climb the rankings, climb the rankings. Let's help the big anchor reach the top. It must be first place. Second place is not good enough. Our big anchor is a professional player, how can those small fry compare?" The fans shouted and started sending gifts. Under Lin Yu Hang's stunned gaze, his name never appeared on the reward list and gradually dropped to the 100th place, 80th place, 50th place. Finally, he reached the top of the daily reward list. Lin Yu Hang was extremely excited and said, "Thank you all for the generous rewards. Let's climb the rankings together. I'm very excited. Today, I will attempt to achieve 10 consecutive wins in sniper mode. I won't stop until I succeed." 10 consecutive wins in sniper mode means winning 10 games in a row without losing. If, for example, you win 9 games in a row but get second place in the 10th game, it is considered a failure. You have to start from the first game again. This is undoubtedly an extremely difficult challenge. Lin Yu Hang had only attempted a 5-game winning streak before, but now he was moved by the enthusiasm and generosity of his fans, so he wanted to push his limits. In Airpang's livestream, when he saw Lin Yu Hang rise to the top of the daily reward list, he also felt envious and started actively asking his fans for rewards. "Brothers, give me some support. Help your big brother climb the rankings, okay? Beautiful fans, the rewards are not selling well, help your big brother. If you reward me, I'll reward you. When will your big brother make it to the top? Air Pang's fans were still very enthusiastic. Seeing the anchor they supported being surpassed by the competitor, they were furious and started showering Air Pang's livestream with rewards. In just 5 minutes, Air Pang successfully claimed the top spot on the daily reward list. Air Pang rushed to the top, and Chen Zhao, Guo Chang, and Lin Yuhang's fans were not happy. It was not easy to reach the top of the daily reward list. How could they easily be surpassed by others? That would be a waste of effort. So, the fans of several PK anchors went crazy in their live chat rooms. Chen Zhao must reach first place. Help Guo Chang climb the rankings. Let's go. Lin Yuhang's name must surpass the other anchors. Consolidate Fat Brother's position in the industry. Don't let them snatch it. The fans started to shower the anchors with gifts, like a river flowing into their live chat rooms. Soon, it became a heated competition, and many fans became desperate, smashing gifts with all their might. In just 5 minutes, the top spot on the daily reward list changed 8 times, leaving many people who were following the rankings in shock. There are new PK anchors every day, but this level of competition was unprecedented. It shows how strong this group of PK anchors is. Chen Zhao initially felt the blood rushing and wanted to secure the first position. However, when the amount of rewards exceeded 200,000, he quickly calmed down. This reward amount was already outrageous. Many fans even rewarded tens of thousands of dollars, which was not a normal situation. Chen Zhao understood that rewards should be given as a token of appreciation for the anchor's impressive skills, with amounts like 3 or 5 yuan. But if it goes beyond that, it would affect the fans' normal lives. Chen Zhao felt guilty about this kind of competition that affected the fans' normal lives. So Chen Zhao spoke up, I appreciate your support, but if you're not financially capable, please don't continue to climb the rankings. It's a waste of your living expenses. It's not worth it. So please don't climb the rankings anymore. Chen Zhao sincerely said, thank you, everyone. The fans left messages in the live chat room, saying they could continue to climb, but Chen Zhao repeatedly refused. Alright, stop the rewards. Let's watch me play PUBG. I won a chicken dinner with a pistol last time. This time let's try something different, winning with the first weapon I find after landing. As Chen Zhao spoke, he opened the game. Spawn Island, board the plane, parachute. He landed on the outskirts of Peace City, entered a building, and looked down to see the first weapon he encountered. When he saw the weapon on the ground, Chen Zhao's face turned green. A crowbar. The first weapon he encountered was a long crowbar. The fans were ecstatic. Ha, a crowbar. It's even worse than a pistol. Someone did a backflip. Will the anchor really use a crowbar for the whole game? A viewer exclaimed, this luck is beyond ordinary. The instructor came to check the room. If the anchor can win with a crowbar, I'll eat my keyboard on the spot. After hesitating for a while, Chen Zhao sighed and picked up the crowbar. If he could win with it, it would mean the game was rigged. Not only did the fans not believe he could win, Chen Zhao himself didn't believe it either. Chen Zhao embarked on the journey of winning with a crowbar. On the other side, the 3 anchors were still desperately climbing the rankings. Air Pang said, come on, everyone. I've been surpassed by Guo Chang again. As a grown man, losing to a beautiful woman is embarrassing. Let's go, help me climb the rankings. I'll perform Bao Kai Ming for you later. Guo Chang said, thank you, brothers, sisters, younger brothers, and younger sisters. Can you help me secure the top spot on the list? If I can secure the top spot, I'll sing Itchy for you tonight. Lin Yuhang said, I've already achieved a triple chicken dinner. Do you want to see me achieve a quadruple chicken dinner? Keep sending gifts. The daily reward list had gone completely crazy, with the top spot changing 4 or 5 times every minute on average. At the beginning, the 4 PK anchors took turns in first place. But after Chen Zhao spoke up and asked fans not to climb the rankings, his reward amount gradually slowed down. Finally, almost no movement. Lin Yuhang, Guo Chang, and Air Pang competed for the top spot on the reward list, and there is a growing trend of intensification. Chen Zhao held a crowbar and stayed in the water. He successfully made it to the finals and tried to create cover with smoke bombs, then sneak up and knock opponents out when they were busy. But unexpectedly, as soon as he went over and hit one blow, the opponent quickly turned around, Uzi fired rapidly, and Chen Zhao was shot to pieces, finishing in 3rd place. Next, there were 2 instances of eating chicken with the first weapon encountered. One encounter was with an AKM, which of course resulted in a successful chicken dinner. The other encounter was with a frying pan, once again stopping in the finals. Chen Zhao was a bit tired, so he quit the game and glanced at the reward list. It was shocking to see the amounts earned by the top few. First place, Guo Chang. Today's reward amount, 418,997. Second place, Air Pang. Today's reward amount, 412,300. Third place, Lin Yuhang. Today's reward amount, 409,800. The top 3 have already earned over 400,000 in rewards. It's terrifying. In just a few hours, these 3 streamers have earned over 200,000 each. It's faster than robbing a bank. Chen Zhao looked at his own ranking, 4th place, with today's reward amount being 125,309, roughly a quarter of the top few. However, Chen Zhao doesn't regret stopping his fans from giving rewards. A gentleman loves money, but there is a proper way to obtain it. If fans are willing to spend a few dollars to show their support, Chen Zhao will gladly accept. But if chasing rankings becomes meaningless and causes fans to spend their living expenses, then Chen Zhao would feel guilty. Feeling a bit tired, Chen Zhao took a break and poured himself a cup of coffee, chatting happily with his fans while drinking. Chen Zhao's livestream has always been without showing his face, so many fans requested him to reveal himself. Chen Zhao smiled and politely declined, saying, "I won't show my face. I'm not good looking, and I'm afraid you'll unfollow me." Fans also asked about Chen Zhao's age and profession. "I'm still a high school senior. My profession is being a student and a game streamer," Chen Zhao truthfully replied. Fans expressed disbelief, thinking it's impossible for a high school senior to be so skilled at gaming. Many fans speculated that Chen Zhao is a famous esports player in China who uses an alternate account and a voice changer to livestream. There were even fans who guessed that Chen Zhao is a professional player from abroad. Chen Zhao denied all of these speculations, stating that he is indeed a high school senior with only a few dozen days left until the college entrance exam. But because his grades are good, he doesn't need to study as hard as others, so he live streams. Suddenly, a fan spoke up and said something that silenced the entire live stream room. "Streamer, can you try to get a high kill count? If you can kill more than 30 people, I'll immediately reward you with 1 million. Chen Zhao was taken aback and specifically looked at this fan's ID. Woo, just one word, very strange. There are always some legendary gods active on the live stream platform, who often give streamers astronomical rewards. Therefore, whenever these gods visit a streamer's room, both the streamer and the fans warmly welcome them. Chen Zhao had also specifically looked into the IDs of some of these gods, but had never heard of this Wu. It's impossible to judge whether the person is a real tycoon or just bragging. I don't need such a high reward, but the mode you mentioned is very interesting. I haven't challenged myself to see how many kills I can get, Chen Zhao said with his microphone on, so, in the next game, I'll challenge myself to get the highest kill count. The fans in the live stream room became excited and cheered for Chen Zhao. Everyone knew that Chen Zhao had great skills, but how many kills he could get in a single game was still unknown. Chen Zhao chose solo mode, island map, and started the game. He landed in Peace City, a popular spot for gunfights. Chen Zhao quickly found a Uzi submachine gun and a 98K sniper rifle and headed towards the sound of gunfire in the city. Within seconds, Chen Zhao got 3 kills without hesitation and immediately ran out of the residential area, hopped on a motorcycle, and started speeding away. Chen Zhao's skills were almost like cheating. As long as the range of his weapons allowed, he could quickly eliminate any enemy he encountered. The challenge was to find more enemies in a short amount of time, and the motorcycle was the key. The motorcycle was one of the fastest vehicles in the game and was incredibly agile, almost like a missile. Going downhill, the motorcycle could reach speeds of up to 140 miles per hour, making it difficult for many people to hit such a fast-moving target. Chen Zhao rode the motorcycle while honking the horn to attract attention and draw enemy fire, thus finding more enemies. The atmosphere in the live stream room was exhilarating, riding a bike and honking the horn. So arrogant, I love it. So arrogant. So cool. The horn is so stylish. The streamer is amazing, filling the world with his prowess. Hey! Someone is foolishly trying to attack the streamer. Headshot kill, nice. Headshots are still the best. Hey! Someone else is trying to challenge the streamer's life. Beautiful. Take them down. Chen Zhao zoomed across the map, jumping from one end to the other, and whenever he saw a person, he quickly braked, jumped off the motorcycle, pulled out his sniper rifle, and got a headshot kill. The whole sequence of actions was flawless and seamless. The number of kills kept increasing, 3, 5, 7, 9. Without realizing it, Chen Zhao reached the final circle and had already killed 20 people. However, there were still 9 people left in the final circle, and even if he killed all 9, he wouldn't be able to reach the goal of 30 kills. It was indeed a highly skilled operation to find and kill people across the entire map. Chen Zhao continued riding the motorcycle, and in the end, he achieved an astonishing 25 kills and won the chicken dinner. Alright, it's time for lunch. My stomach is growling. Please wait for me for an hour while I go eat, Chen Zhao said, but he suddenly stopped halfway. He saw a huge message pop up in the live stream room. Has gifted the streamer Dragon King times 100. Dragon King was the highest priced gift on the Dousheng Panda live streaming platform, costing 10,000 yuan each. Now, this fan named had gifted 100 Dragon Kings, which meant 1,000,000 yuan in donations. Holy shit! Chen Zhao couldn't help but curse, his face turning red. What was horrifying? This was horrifying. 100 Dragon Kings, worth 1,000,000 yuan. According to the 40 to 60 contract he had signed before, Chen Zhao had earned 600,000 yuan in one go. 600,000 yuan. That was enough for a down payment on a small house in a small city. For Chen Zhao, who had been a poor student for over 10 years, being suddenly showered with 600,000 yuan was a pleasant surprise that almost took his breath away. At the same time, Chen Zhao's name skyrocketed on the daily donation leaderboard, surpassing Lin Yuhang, Erpang, and Guo Chang, and taking the top spot. And it was a direct doubling of the previous leader's donations. Many fans who were watching the leaderboard suddenly noticed Chen Zhao's name at the top and were momentarily confused. Many people even thought the website was glitching and refreshed multiple times, but nothing changed. It was only then that they realized Chen Zhao had received a massive donation and shot up to first place. The 3 streamers who were in a PK battle were also shocked. They had initially thought Chen Zhao was falling behind based on his stats, but they didn't expect him to make such a comeback. And looking at the total donations, over 1,000,000 yuan, Lin Yuhang is dumbfounded. Guo Chang is stunned. Erpang, who was calling on fans to donate, is speechless. A tycoon gave Chen Zhao 1 million in one go, which is nothing. How can this be compared? The 3 competing anchors are speechless. They no longer call on fans to donate, nor do they make promises or thank their fans. They just start the game livestream and remain silent for a while. It's not that they don't want to compete, they just can't compete. After shouting for 2 hours, they only managed to receive around 400,000 in donations. On the other hand, someone received a donation of over 1 million in one go. The gap is too huge, it's simply overwhelming. Even if they keep shouting and climbing the rankings, even if they finally reach 1 million, who knows if the other party will donate another million. Chen Zhao was about to turn on the microphone to thank the tycoon when he suddenly saw a message pop up in the backstage. You have been added as a friend. The Panda Live platform has a rule that any donation over 10,000 allows the donor to directly add the anchor as a friend. This mechanism is also designed to attract fans to donate. Of course, after becoming friends, if the anchor doesn't like the fan, they can immediately remove them as a friend. This is also to protect the anchor and prevent wealthy fans from harassing them. Chen Zhao certainly wouldn't remove this friend. After all, they donated 1 million. What a wealthy tycoon, what a powerful supporter. The person sent a message, hello, I'm the one who just donated 1 million to you. I have some private matters to discuss with you. When are you available? Chen Zhao quickly told his fans that he had something to attend to and temporarily left, then closed the live stream interface and started chatting with the person. I'm available now, thank you for the generous donation. What can I do for you? Chen Zhao replied promptly. Polite and respectful. Can you reveal your true situation? You said before that you are a high school senior, is that true? The person asked. Yes, it's true. I'm a science student and will be taking the college entrance exam soon, Chen Zhao answered. Your age really surprises me, you truly live up to the saying that heroes emerge from the young. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Yinggu, the owner of the Mocking Windy Sports Club. Recently, our club wants to form a team and try our luck in this year's global PUBG tournament. I saw that your skills are excellent and I hope you can come and try out for our team. The 1 million donation is my way of showing sincerity. The person replied. Chen Zhao was taken aback, finally understanding the purpose of the 1 million donation. The so-called is the last character of Wang Yingwu's name. The reason for donating over 1 million is to try and recruit Chen Zhao to their club's team. Chen Zhao quickly searched for the Mocking Windy Sports Club on his phone. To his surprise, it had quite a reputation. Mocking Wind is the third son of the dragon, resembling a beast, and is often seen on the corners of ancient buildings. The Mocking Wind Club was established just 2 years ago and has already achieved some impressive results in small competitions, attracting the attention of many esports fans. The owner is Wang Yinggu, a major shareholder of a large internet company in China, with abundant financial resources and ambitious goals. I'm really sorry, I also want to participate in professional tournaments, and I'm quite excited that Mr. Wang appreciates me, but I have the college entrance exam in a few days, so I still want to prioritize my studies, Chen Zhao replied. We can sign a long-term contract, 5 or 10 years, and the money you earn will be enough for you to live comfortably for a lifetime. Please consider it, Wang Yingwu continued to persuade. I'm really sorry, Mr. Wang, but I don't plan to make esports my main career. I hope to pursue a career in the field of science in the future, Chen Zhao politely declined. The two sides went back and forth for a few rounds, but Chen Zhao continued to refuse. It was clear that Wang Yingwu really wanted to recruit Chen Zhao to his team, but Chen Zhao was unwilling to join. If an ordinary person had such a good opportunity, they would have eagerly followed along. However, since Qin Zhao's intelligence has improved, his vision and aspirations have also increased. He wants to make a contribution in the scientific community. Using a brain with an IQ of 400 to play video games may lead to easy success, but it is also a kind of waste to some extent. Here's the deal, the Global League is during the summer vacation, and I will need a reliable substitute player at that time. When you have time after the college entrance examination, come and be a substitute. However, the compensation for substitutes will definitely be less than that of regular team members. Wang Yingwu finally took a step back. I would be honored, Qin Zhao immediately agreed. After the college entrance examination, there won't be much to do anyway, so he might as well be a substitute. Wang Yingwu left his WeChat ID, and Qin Zhao added him. This was considered a verbal agreement. They would contact each other after the college entrance examination. Qin Zhao ordered some fried chicken takeaway, finished it quickly, and then hurriedly continued streaming. He streamed for the entire afternoon and evening, and he was really exhausted. It turned out that being a game streamer was not an easy job at all, and it was not any easier than sitting in a classroom and studying. After having dinner, he checked the time and it was already 11 o'clock at night. The other 3 PK streamers were also exhausted and ended their streams. Qin Zhao looked at his number of fans and was pleasantly surprised. 700,000. It had increased to 700,000 in one go. This was undoubtedly the fastest increase in fans in a day, and the effect was extremely astonishing. If it were at the previous rate, it would probably take a week to reach this number. The reason for the rapid increase in fans was not only because he streamed more today, but also because he had been at the top of the daily donation ranking for a long time, gaining high exposure. However, in PK, it was not about being afraid of his own fans increasing quickly, but rather being afraid of others' fans increasing even faster. Qin Zhao went to check the number of fans for the other 3 PK streamers, wanting to know who gained the most fans. Guo Chang's number of fans, 668,500, Air Peng's number of fans, 651,403, Ling Yuhang's number of fans, 652,180. They all had fewer fans than Qin Zhao. Before the start of the PK, Qin Zhao had the fewest number of fans among the 4 streamers. Now, with just one day of effort, he had completed a comeback, which was truly amazing. Qin Zhao was very pleased. With the advantage of the first day, the following 2 days would be easier. Perhaps his PK results would be even better than expected in the end. The income from streaming would also increase. Suddenly, his phone rang, indicating a message. Qin Zhao picked up his phone and saw that he had just been added to a group chat. 266 PK results announcement group. What kind of group was this? The group owner suddenly spoke up. Are Qin Zhao, Guo Chang, Air Peng, and Ling Yuhang the streamers here? Qin Zhao immediately replied, I am Qin Zhao. A person with a profile picture of a chubby pig replied, I am Air Peng. A person with a profile picture of a beautiful girl replied, I am Guo Chang. A person with a team logo as their profile picture replied, I am Ling Yuhang. The group owner sent an OK emoji and then a smiling face. Hello, esteemed streamers. I am a staff member of the Fighting Panda live streaming platform. The group owner sent a message. Each group of PK streamers will have a results announcement group chat. You are the 266th batch of PK streamers this year, so this is the 266 PK results announcement group. After each of you finishes streaming for the day, I will announce your PK data in this group. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. There were actually people like this, announcing the results every day? It felt like a teacher creating a group chat and announcing the whole class's grades after each exam, which was quite terrifying. Since you can see the number of fans in real time on the back end, I won't announce the changes in fan numbers. I will mainly announce the conversion rate of fans. The group leader continued, you should all have heard of the conversion rate, which is the percentage of viewers who become your followers after watching your livestream. If 100 people enter your livestream, and 80 of them follow you, then the conversion rate is 80%. Several anchors expressed their understanding. They were all experienced top anchors, so they naturally understood this basic knowledge. Let's announce the results now, said the group leader. Qin Zhao's heart was suddenly gripped. While the number of followers was important, the conversion rate was even more crucial. It determined how successful his livestream was in attracting fans. Air Peng, today your conversion rate is 45%, said the group leader. Air Peng replied, thank you. When one person enters my livestream, they split into 2 halves, with one half staying and the other half leaving. It's good, I'm satisfied. Guo Chang exclaimed, wow, that's really high. I know many anchors whose conversion rates are less than 10%, but this is almost half. Lin Yuhang commented, impressive, Air Peng's eloquence is indeed good. This humorous and witty style is popular nowadays. Chen Zhao also chimed in, awesome, awesome. After a brief exchange, the group fell silent again, waiting for the group leader to announce the results of others. Guo Chang, today your conversion rate is 49%, the group leader continued. Guo Chang exclaimed, ah, really? That's great. Air Pang said, impressive, impressive. You're 4 points higher than me. I'd be satisfied if I had 1/10 of Chang Mei's good looks. Lin Yuhang commented, very impressive. Looks are the truth. Chen Zhao shamelessly sent a message, Miss, can I add you on WeChat? The group fell silent again, waiting for the announcement of the last person's data, Chen Zhao's. Each anchor had seen each other's number of followers and knew that Chen Zhao had gained the most followers today. The only way to surpass Chen Zhao was to have a higher conversion rate. After all, having more followers didn't necessarily mean a higher conversion rate. After a moment of waiting, the group leader finally spoke, Chen Zhao, today your conversion rate is 76%. Chen Zhao was stunned. 76%? It was unexpectedly high. Other anchors hadn't even reached 50%, but he had surpassed 76% in one go? Ah, that's great, Chen Zhao messaged. I was lucky today, I met a big spender. Tomorrow might not be the same. Guo Chang lamented, why do I suddenly have lemons in my mouth? It's so sour. Lin Yuhang said, Zhao Ji's skills are indeed strong. Although I retired from the professional team, if I were to face Zhao Gu in the wilderness, I probably wouldn't last 30 seconds. Air Pang exclaimed, awesome, awesome. 666 for you, bro. Chen Zhao's current mood was simply out of this world. He had thought that being silent and not talking trash, not showing his face, and not having a professional team background meant he had no advantages. He should have had the lowest conversion rate among the PK anchors. But the results showed that he, the one without any advantages, had taken first place, and with overwhelming data. How could he not be happy? After the data was announced, the group fell back into silence. Everyone went to sleep. Chen Zhao didn't slack off because of his livestream. He forced himself to write a test paper before finally going to sleep. The next day at 6 o'clock, he got up and started his livestream. Chen Zhao yawned as he spoke into the microphone, good morning, everyone. It's the second day of the PK, and we'll be live streaming all day just like yesterday. This first match is just a warm-up. After it's over, I'll go have breakfast and then come back to continue the battle. Chen Zhao, with sleepy eyes, said. Tens of thousands of fans have already flooded into the live streaming room. Without hesitation, they started sending gifts. Wow! Thank you for the early morning rewards. Chen Zhao was somewhat surprised. He hadn't even started the game yet, and there were already rewards coming in. It should be because the fans thought he sounded tired and felt that it was hard for him to get up early in the morning to start the live stream, so they wanted to show their support. However, Chen Zhao could clearly feel one fact, he was gradually becoming popular. In the past, when he went live, it would take about half an hour, until the final round of the game, to receive some rewards. Or occasionally, when he performed exceptionally well, like getting 4 kills in one go, he would receive rewards. But now, he was receiving rewards right after starting the live stream. Obviously, the fans were becoming more loyal. Yesterday, he used the routine of winning with the first weapon encountered. Today, he couldn't use the same routine again, otherwise the fans would get tired of it. Chen Zhao thought for a moment and decided to ask the fans for their opinions. Do you guys have any live stream modes you want? Leave a comment in the live streaming room, and I'll choose one that I can do for you. Chen Zhao said. The fans started talking all at once, saying all sorts of things, and the live streaming room instantly became chaotic. Chen Zhao carefully watched the comments that the fans were leaving. Although they were coming in fast, with his eyesight and mental capacity, he could read each one clearly. Finally, there was one comment that looked good. Big streamer, take us fans to win some chicken dinners. We want to win with the big streamer. Many streamers would take their fans to win chicken dinners, especially those who had given large rewards. It was basically equivalent to having the privilege of teaming up with the streamer. But Chen Zhao hadn't let the fans team up with him yet. It just so happened that he needed to attract more fans, so he decided to randomly select lucky fans to team up with him, hoping to attract more attention. So Chen Zhao started taking fans to win chicken dinners, 3 at a time, randomly selected. The fans who were chosen cheered with excitement, while those who weren't chosen eagerly waited for the next round. Other streamers taking fans to win chicken dinners had a chance of failing. But when Chen Zhao took fans to win chicken dinners, as long as they didn't encounter godlike cheaters, it was a guaranteed victory. On the other side, Guo Chang also started her live stream. Today, she was going all out and immediately started playing the zombie mode, inviting the top few on the rewards leaderboard to team up with her. Let me share a bit of insider information with you all. Yesterday, on the first day of the competition, my performance was not bad, but it wasn't the best either. So in order to succeed in the competition, I need to give it my all today. Guo Chang's face was serious, and determination flickered in her eyes. Sister Chang will definitely win, the fans shouted. A few minutes later, Air Pang started his live stream. Brothers, sisters, Air Pang is going all out today. I'll start by taking 2 throat lozenges, and then we'll get started for a satisfying and exciting stream. As Air Pang spoke, he threw 2 throat lozenges into his mouth. His live streaming style involved talking nonstop, which was hard on his throat, so he needed to moisten it with throat lozenges. The results of yesterday's competition came out. My performance wasn't great. I thought I did well, but compared to the others, it seemed like I didn't do so well, Air Pang said. So today, we're going to stream for 10 hours straight, from morning till night. I'll probably ruin my voice today, but for the happiness of the fans, I'll give it my all. Everyone, come watch my live stream. I'll definitely put in 12 times the effort to live up to your expectations. As Air Pang spoke, he opened the game. Lin Yuhang went online. As soon as he went online, someone sent him a team invitation. Lin Yuhang immediately accepted. Let me introduce you all. This is the current professional player, Li Gung. He has already been confirmed to participate in the Global PUBG Professional League this year. We have a good relationship in private, like brothers who pee side by side. Today, I invited him to help me boost my popularity, Lin Yuhang said. In the live broadcast room, the fans exploded with excitement. It's Li Gung. Li Gung is so handsome. Fantastic. I'd been watching Li Gung's matches. The host and Li Gung have a good relationship. I knew I didn't choose the wrong fan. Li Gung is a hot figure in the esports circle right now. He is very handsome, young, and loved by female fans. Lin Yuhang happened to have a good relationship with him, so he quickly called him to join. As soon as Li Gung was called, a bunch of female fans couldn't help but scream and go crazy in the live broadcast room. Actually, Lin Yuhang didn't want to trouble his good friend, but he had no choice. Yesterday's performance in the PK was poor, and he had to find a way to make up for it. Several hosts gave it their all today, using all their tricks to attract fans. Chen Zhao didn't pay much attention to the other 3 hosts, he just focused on his own broadcast. He knew that constantly paying attention to others wouldn't be of much use, he just needed to do what he had to do. In the end, it would be what it would be. The live broadcast lasted the whole day, and the several PK hosts persevered without getting tired. It wasn't until a little past 11:50 p.m. that they gradually stopped and said goodnight to the audience, ending the broadcast. Then, Chen Zhao ate instant noodles for supper while waiting in front of his phone for the results of today's 266 PK results announcement group. He did indeed give it his all today, enjoying the joy of gaining a lot of fans. The fans were happy, but Chen Zhao was exhausted. Regardless of whether today's data was good or not, he had already tried his best and had no regrets. Is everyone here? The group owner suddenly spoke up. Here, miss. Guo Chang was the first to reply, judging from the tone of the group owner's speech yesterday that she was probably a girl. Here, Lin Yuhang replied briefly. Here, Air Pang sent a sunglasses emoji. Here, Chen Zhao said. Since everyone is here, let's announce today's data, the group owner said. Just like yesterday, you can check your own number of fans, I will announce the conversion rate here. The several hosts all agreed, and the group owner began to announce the results officially. Air Pang, yesterday's conversion rate was 45%, and today it increased by 5 points, reaching 50%. Congratulations, the group owner said. Guo Chang sent a congratulations message, followed by Lin Yuhang, and then Chen Zhao copied and pasted to join in. Air Pang spoke up, thank you everyone, it's pretty good. I almost bled my throat from talking today, and there is indeed a reward for the effort. It's good that it increased. It would be even better if it increased by 5 points. Air Pang spoke very reasonably. Indeed, as long as you work hard, the data will increase to some extent. He was already satisfied with breaking 50%. After all, if 2 viewers come in and 1 stays, this ratio is still amazing. Many unknown small hosts don't even have a conversion rate of 10%. Guo Chang, yesterday's conversion rate was 49%, and today it increased by 3 points, reaching 52%. Congratulations, the group owner said. Guo Chang sent a smiling emoji, clearly happy about the increase in data. The others also exchanged congratulations. Lin Yuhang, yesterday's conversion rate was 44%, the lowest among everyone, but today, against the trend, it soared to 77%, surpassing Chen Zhao's performance from yesterday, the group owner said. Congratulations! Lin Yuhang suddenly became excited and sent a string of heart emojis. It was indeed good to have a big shot supporting him. He never expected to increase the data so much in one go. Air Pang and Guo Chang were amazed, and Chen Zhao gave a series of thumbs up. Truly impressive. Now, only Chen Zhao's performance remained to be revealed. Lin Yuhang had already surpassed Chen Zhao's performance from yesterday, so could Chen Zhao still be the first today? Chen Zhao, yesterday's conversion rate was 76%, and today it increased by 10 points, reaching 86%. Congratulations, the group owner said. The group fell silent all of a sudden. How much? 86%? This data. It's insane. Behind the screen, the faces of the three anchors turned green. They thought they had been working hard all day, exhausted to the point of being silly. Even if they couldn't surpass Chen Zhao, they at least expected to narrow the gap. But who would have thought that the gap would only continue to widen? The harder they worked, the bigger the gap became. How could this be? They felt despair. Chen Zhao posted 2 smiling faces, and the other anchors gave a thumbs up, but remained silent. The group chat fell silent. When other people's data came out, everyone would usually chat and compliment each other, since their data was similar and they were all on the same level. But Chen Zhao's data was completely overwhelming, leaving everyone with no mood to chat. The group chat instantly turned cold. Chen Zhao finished his late-night snack, drank a bowl of warm water, and went to bed. On Monday, he live-streamed the whole day, mostly playing with Little Bamboo Shoot. Little Bamboo Shoot hadn't been online much in the past 2 days. According to her explanation, her older sister was getting married, so she went to help with the wedding preparations. Now that she had some free time, she started helping Chen Zhao with the PK. Little Bamboo Shoot was very powerful. She directly called on her fans to pay attention to Chen Zhao. Everyone, please help and pay attention to brother Chen Zhao. Even if you don't like him, please take a moment to support him. The results of the PK are very important for a rising star like him. You can just follow him for now and unfollow later after the PK is over. Little Bamboo Shoot persuaded her fans. Little Bamboo Shoot's influence was extremely strong. Chen Zhao watched as his number of fans skyrocketed to 3 million in an instant. This morning, when Chen Zhao started his livestream, he only had 960,000 fans. In just 5 minutes after Little Bamboo Shoot spoke, he gained over 2 million more fans. It was terrifying. It seemed that being a popular anchor had its advantages. The 3 other anchors in the PK, Guo Chang, Erpang, and Lin Yuhang, all noticed the sudden surge in Chen Zhao's data and were dumbfounded. Chen Zhao had more fans than the 3 of them combined. How could they compete in this PK? It was pointless. This 266 PK group was clearly a death group. How did such a formidable person appear? Chen Zhao's data was already abnormal in the past 2 days, and today it was even more abnormal. The 3 anchors sighed in unison, completely losing their confidence to compete with Chen Zhao and becoming indifferent. Guo Chang stopped singing, Erpang became silent, and Lin Yuhang made frequent mistakes and kept losing. It seemed like the 3 anchors were just going through the motions. It wasn't that they weren't dedicated, but they were already exhausted from the past 2 days of intense competition. Now, they were purely live streaming out of a refusal to admit defeat. Seeing that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up to Chen Zhao's performance, they became discouraged and tired. After live streaming for another day, the PK anchors all ended their streams in the evening. The final result was beyond doubt. Chen Zhao took first place. His manager, Qin Lu, sent him a congratulatory message and informed him that the livestream platform would frequently feature Chen Zhao in their recommendations. Chen Zhao's performance during the PK period had caught the attention of the game department's supervisors at the Panda Live platform. During today's headquarters meeting, they specifically mentioned Chen Zhao's name. Chen Zhao was very happy and thanked Qin Lu, while also realizing that he owed a favor to Little Bamboo Shoot. She had single-handedly brought him 2 million fans, which was a huge favor. It's worth noting that most anchors don't give away their fans. A few days ago, Chen Zhao had already added Little Bamboo Shoot on WeChat and sent her a message, "Thank you for bringing me fans. I owe you a favor. Is there anything you want as a gift?" After a moment, Little Bamboo Shoot replied, "You're welcome, it's just a small matter. But if you really want to thank me, sending me some local specialties from your area would be great." Chen Zhao thought for a moment and realized that there weren't many local specialties where he lived. However, there were these delicious big peaches at the market, juicy and sweet, unlike any other peaches he had ever tasted. Maybe he could send a box of peaches over. After all, girls love to eat fruit, and fruit is good for beauty and skincare. Shishi's family even grows honey peaches. "Send me your mailing address," Chen Zhao typed, "I'll send you some peaches. We have really tasty ones here." Little Bamboo Shoot paused for a moment and then quickly sent an address. Chen Zhao was about to jot down the address on his phone's notepad when he suddenly felt something was off. This address. Why did it seem so familiar? Chen Zhao took a closer look and was shocked. "You live in the same city as me," Chen Zhao typed. "What?" Little Bamboo Shoot didn't understand. "We live in the same city. My neighborhood is only 5 intersections away from yours," Chen Zhao explained in detail. Little bamboo shoot. Little bamboo shoot, what a coincidence. Since we're so close, let's meet up. Meet up? Chen Zhao was puzzled. What do you mean? Just meet in person, Little Bamboo Shoot said. Chen Zhao thought for a moment and suddenly felt excited. He had seen Little Bamboo Shoot's photos, and she was incredibly beautiful. It would be quite a happy thing to meet this internet celebrity in person. Since they lived in the same city, there was no need for local specialties or anything like that. Inviting her to a meal would be a way to return the favor. I have school for the next few days, but I'm free on Saturday. It's too early in the morning, and in the evening, we both have live streams, so let's have lunch together, Chen Zhao suggested. Are you available on Saturday afternoon? I should be, that works, Little Bamboo Shoot replied. Let's find a restaurant where we won't be seen by others, like a private room. Many people know me, and if they see me, they might come over and ask for my contact information. It would be troublesome. Understood, Chen Zhao made an okay gesture. The plan was set. The next day, Chen Zhao returned to school for classes. As soon as he entered the classroom, he noticed that his classmates were looking at him strangely. Chen Zhao didn't think much of it and assumed that his absence from school the day before had led to some speculation among his classmates. So he went straight to his seat at the back, unpacked his bag, sat down, took out his exercise book, and prepared to start solving problems. But Chen Zhao suddenly noticed that even his classmate Su Lanlan was looking at him with a strange expression. What's wrong? Chen Zhao wiped his face with his hand. Do I have rice grains on my face? I heard. You're dating Zhao Xiaobai? Su Lanlan inquired. Suddenly, a large group of classmates gathered around, all with gossip-filled expressions, staring at Chen Zhao. They had the same question. Chen Zhao was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Dating Zhao Xiaobai? Who came up with this ridiculous idea? Why are all of you surrounding me like this? Su Lanlan took out her phone, tapped a few times, and showed it to Chen Zhao. Someone posted this on our school forum. It already has over 1,000 likes and is currently the hottest news in the whole school. Su Lanlan said. Chen Zhao looked at the screen of the phone and saw a photo of himself and Zhao Xiaobai talking on the side of the road, clearly taken by a passerby. It seemed to be from when they had met at school and were discussing a subject competition. Just because of this one photo, you guys are jumping to conclusions? Chen Zhao was speechless. If a photo could be evidence of two people dating, then he could also produce a photo of himself with the bald-headed principal. Does that mean he's dating the principal too? And there's this one too. Su Lanlan swiped her phone again and showed another photo. This photo was taken in a milk tea shop near the school gate, with Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai sitting at a window seat, laughing and drinking their beverages. They looked like a couple having a meal together. Chen Zhao was a bit surprised to find out that he was being secretly photographed while going out to eat. This photo does look a bit, well, you know, but it's just a normal meal. She helped me out, so I treated her to a meal. Isn't that a common thing to do? Chen Zhao explained. Then what's the situation with this photo? Su Lanlan pointed again, and another photo appeared. In the photo, Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai were standing by the flower bed at school, with sunlight shining down and flowers everywhere. It was very beautiful. Zhao Xiaobai looked ethereal, almost like a still from a drama. Chen Zhao was taken aback. What the hell? Does our school have a group of paparazzi? Chen Zhao exclaimed. Why are there more and more photos? I'm not a celebrity. Why are they taking pictures of me? What's there to take pictures of? Does everyone treat the school rules as a joke? You're not a celebrity, but Zhao Xiaobai is the goddess of our school. Wherever she goes, boys take pictures of her. Before, there were only photos of her alone, but suddenly there's a guy next to her in this phase. Shouldn't you explain? Su Lanlan signaled to Chen Zhao, meaning that he should confess, as the evidence was clear. Shouldn't you explain? The surrounding students echoed, laughing along with Su Lanlan. Chen Zhao was frustrated. Why should I confess? We're just ordinary friends, not even close friends, just the kind who exchange a few words when we meet. Why are you all making a fuss about it? The college entrance exam is coming soon, shouldn't you focus on studying? Why gossip here? The group of students teased Chen Zhao for a while, but when the morning reading bell rang, they all returned to their seats to study. Chen Zhao sighed, feeling helpless about his classmates' gossip, but he was too lazy to argue or prove anything. First, he had nothing to hide, and second, it didn't seem so bad to be rumored with the school's beauty. He opened his exercise book and started solving problems with full concentration. The next stage was the national competition for academic subjects, and he needed to review well in order to win an award. The preliminary questions were already extremely difficult, so the national finals were bound to be even more challenging. It was another ordinary day of studying for Chen Zhao. He had developed a habit of being extremely focused, holding onto his exercise book for hours on end. Among the restless students in the class, Chen Zhao was like an unmoving rock in a flowing stream. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Chen Zhao felt tired, with a sore back, aching waist, and tired eyes. He leisurely walked to the cafeteria to have dinner. He ordered a bowl of knife-cut noodles and found a secluded table to sit down and eat. As he ate, Chen Zhao noticed something strange. There were clearly several students around him who kept glancing at him, but whenever he turned his head to look, those people would quickly turn away, pretending as if nothing happened. Chen Zhao was puzzled. Why are they all looking at me? I don't have money on my face, nor do I have any questions. I'm not showing off my legs or chest. What's there to look at? Is it because of the rumors with Zhao Xiaobai? Or is it because I recently ranked first in the grade? After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure out why, and he was too lazy to think about it anymore. He continued eating his noodles. Suddenly, his system ring on his hand vibrated. Chen Zhao was startled. Another new mission? Rows of system fonts appeared before his eyes, only visible to Chen Zhao. If the students around him observed him, they would only see him staring blankly while eating noodles, unable to detect anything unusual. Emergency mission: save the choking old professor. Mission description: a professor is about to choke on a quail egg. If not rescued in time, there will be a life-threatening situation. Please go and help using the Heimlich maneuver to succeed. Task reward: high IQ experience period extended by 2 days. Note: the Heimlich maneuver will be provided to the host. Chen Zhao hadn't reacted yet when he felt a strange sensation in his mind, as if someone had opened his skull and poured something light and airy inside. That something was knowledge. A lot of knowledge, and a strange feeling appeared in his mind. Chen Zhao closed his eyes and felt a lot of medical experience. Without a doubt, what had just entered his mind was the Heimlich maneuver that the system had mentioned. Suddenly, there was a commotion in one corner of the cafeteria, and many students stood up. There was a clamor, as if something had happened. But it was too far away, and Chen Zhao couldn't see what exactly was happening from where he was. Chen Zhao immediately stood up and walked quickly towards the crowd. Although he couldn't see, based on the task that the system had just given him, he already knew what had happened. In the southeast corner of the cafeteria, an old professor with white hair had a red face and was coughing painfully, as if someone was stabbing him with a knife. The old professor struggled and coughed desperately. After a few coughs, he accidentally knocked over the table, spilling food all over the floor. The old professor also fell to the ground, continuing to cough and struggle frantically. The surrounding students were shocked. They were in a panic, not knowing what to do. Anxiously, they all spoke at once. The teacher is choking. What should we do? Call 120, emergency services. We already called and also called the school doctor, who is coming right away. But I feel like the teacher can't hold on anymore. Who can save him? The teacher is in critical condition. Pat his back to help him cough it out. Yes, if he's choking, pat his back. Several boys immediately rushed over and patted the old professor's back, but after patting for a while, it had no effect. By this time, the old professor's struggling had lessened, but his face started turning purple, his lips became a terrifying shade of blue and white, and it looked like he was about to give up. The old professor was on the verge of collapse, and many students were panicking. Some boys with poor mental endurance were afraid to witness a scene of death and turned their heads and walked away in fear. Many girls were too anxious and started crying directly. Someone shouted into the phone, but no matter how loudly they shouted, they couldn't make the ambulance fly over. The scene was chaotic. Chen Zhao had already reached the outer edge of the crowd, but there were too many students gathered here, almost half of the cafeteria, and he couldn't get in at all. Chen Zhao became angry and shouted, "Make way!" Chen Zhao had a loud voice, and in his rage, it was like a lion's roar. The students in front were startled and quickly made way. The old professor was still rolling and convulsing on the ground, in extreme pain. Being unable to breathe due to choking felt similar to being hanged, and he was probably on the verge of losing consciousness. In a few more seconds, he would suffer irreversible brain damage due to lack of oxygen. If they waited a little longer, he might die directly. Chen Zhao called 2 strong male students next to him. "You two, help me out. One on the left and one on the right, support him and help him stand up." Chen Zhao's tone was very firm, his expression unquestionable. He seemed to really have the ability to solve this crisis, and the situation was urgent, so the 2 male students who were called didn't hesitate and immediately stepped forward, supporting the old professor's arms and helping him stand up. According to the information the system had given him earlier, Chen Zhao stood behind the old professor, his hands wrapped around the professor's abdomen. The onlookers were all very surprised. What was he doing? Hugging him from behind? What's the use of that? It's useless, right? Someone loudly commented, "Hey, what are you doing? Save him." Will it save him? What's the use of hugging him? Pat his back to help him spit it out. If you can't treat him, don't pretend to be capable. Chen Zhao ignored the criticism around him because he was solely focused on saving lives. There was no time to argue with idle people. After tightly embracing the professor's abdomen, Chen Zhao clasped his hands together, with one hand covering the other, and the thumbs of both hands pointing downwards. He found the professor's upper abdomen, below the shoulder blades, and the abdominal cavity on both sides of the abdominal muscles, and then forcefully pushed upwards and inwards. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times. Finally, the professor vomited a burst quail egg and started to breathe frantically, inhaling all the breath he had missed for the past few minutes, trembling violently. He was saved. The students watching were excited, and someone started applauding, causing everyone to join in and clap vigorously. The applause grew louder, almost shaking the cafeteria. Many female students wiped their tears while clapping, and many male students' palms turned red. Chen Zhao and 2 other male students helped the professor to a nearby seat to catch his breath and rest. Then, Chen Zhao pushed through the crowd, left the scene, and returned to his own table, picking up his chopsticks to eat noodles. After finishing the noodles in 2 bites, he handed the bowl to the cafeteria lady, turned his head, and left the cafeteria to go back to the classroom to do his homework. While walking on the road, Chen Zhao felt a slight electric shock from his system ring, and subtitles appeared before his eyes. The professor's vital signs have returned to normal. Reward has been issued, and the high IQ experience period has been extended by 2 days. Chen Zhao smiled, as the extension of the high IQ experience period was great. The previous high IQ experience period given by the system was almost over, so being able to extend it by 1 day was a bonus. He had already fallen in love with the feeling of having a high IQ. It was an extraordinary experience. If he suddenly returned to his previous state as an ordinary and foolish student, he would have a hard time adapting. Thinking of this, Chen Zhao suddenly remembered something. He rubbed the system ring with his hand and asked the system, how can I recharge the high IQ experience period? Chen Zhao silently asked in his mind, didn't they say that my IQ can be recharged? Can't they provide a recharge port? After waiting for a moment, the system finally gave an answer. There are 2 ways to recharge IQ. The first is cash recharge, and based on an IQ of 400, the price is 10,000 yuan per day. Chen Zhao's hair stood on end. 10,000 yuan per day? What the hell is this? How expensive? Isn't the system supposed to selflessly help the host become stronger? Why does his own system feel so greedy and like a shrewd merchant? 10,000 yuan per day, isn't that the price of a 5-star hotel's presidential suite? I don't think I can afford the first method of payment. Is there any other way? Chen Zhao asked. The second method is fame value recharge. Chen Zhao was taken aback. Fame value? What is that? When the host's name is remembered by others, or when the host's actions cause intense emotional changes in others, fame value is gained. In short, the more people the host leaves a deep impression on, the higher the fame value. Fame value can be exchanged for the high IQ experience period, and based on an IQ of 400, the price is 100,000 points per day. Chen Zhao's hair stood on end once again. 100,000 yuan per day, are you kidding me? Greedy system. You have a big conscience. Shrewd merchant. So, how much fame value do I currently have? Chen Zhao asked. A line of Azure data appeared on the system ring. Fame value, 2,804,633. 8 million fame value. Chen Zhao was taken aback. He never expected his fame value to be so high, thinking it was low. By this calculation, his current fame value could be exchanged for 28 days, nearly a month of high IQ experience period. It was quite substantial. At least it was more cost-effective than spending money. After all, fame value cannot be spent like money and has no other use except for increasing intelligence in the system. After a little thought, Chen Zhao could probably guess where his fame value came from. First and foremost, the biggest source was his livestream, with millions of fans contributing a significant amount of fame value. Additionally, his recent academic achievements and rumors with Zhao Xiaobai and their school of a few thousand people also earned him a lot of fame value. Combined with various other factors throughout his life, he had accumulated over 2,800,000 fame value. It seemed that he needed to find a way to earn more fame value in order to maintain his high intelligence. So how could he earn it? Chen Zhao pondered and asked the system, now that I'm already a top-tier live streamer and have completed the first stage of the tasks you gave me, can I start developing in the field of literature? After a moment of nervous anticipation, the system replied, yes. Seeing the system's approval, Chen Zhao almost jumped up in excitement. This was fantastic. Chen Zhao had memorized many classic and famous literary works in his previous life, which no longer existed in this world. Although Chen Zhao's writing skills were average, he had a wealth of literary works in his mind. Would Li Bai and Du Fu be afraid? Would popular online novels be afraid? Would Nobel Prize-winning works be afraid? Just throw one out there, and it would immediately cause a sensation. Just like when he wrote an essay titled Advice for Studying before, not only did he score full marks, but it was also published in national magazines and newspapers. Moreover, now that the method of recharging intelligence was clear, there was another benefit to venturing into literature. When readers read articles written by Qin Zhao and liked them, they would immediately contribute fame value. And the more people who saw it, the more fame value he would receive. Furthermore, literary works could be passed down for a long time, so writing good articles would provide fame value to Qin Zhao for years. This would greatly extend the time for exchanging for high intelligence. Qin Zhao went to the school's convenience store and bought a thick notebook and an automatic pencil. The notebook was for writing, while the automatic pencil made it convenient for erasing and revising. This was considered to have prepared everything for his venture into literature. To be honest, the threshold for literature was quite low. To become a race car driver, you had to spend millions or even tens of millions to buy a race car. To compete in esports, you had to spend tens of thousands to buy a computer, keyboard, and headphones. To become a singer, you had to spend a lot of money renting a recording studio and hiring a band. But to become a writer, you only needed to spend a dozen yuan to buy a pen and a notebook. Qin Zhao returned to the classroom, sat down, opened the pencil, and flipped open the first page of the notebook. Just as he was about to start writing, he stopped again. His hand holding the pen froze in the air for a few seconds, and suddenly he put the pen down. There was only one reason for putting it down: he didn't know what to write. Although he had many immortal masterpieces in his mind, he didn't know what to write when it came down to it. "Can I borrow your phone?" Qin Zhao suddenly turned his head and asked Su Lanlan, his deskmate. Su Lanlan was taken aback and took out a new phone from the desk hole. It seemed like she had just bought it and hadn't even taken it out of the box. "I just bought a foldable screen phone. I haven't had time to change the SIM card yet. You can use it, but be careful, it's expensive," Su Lanlan said. Qin Zhao was shocked. Su Lanlan was indeed wealthy. She quietly bought a foldable screen phone? How much did a foldable screen phone cost now? 10,000 or 20,000? He didn't know, but it was definitely beyond what he could afford. This thing was like a fighter jet among phones, a luxury item among personal belongings. He took the foldable screen phone and found that it was much heavier than he had imagined. It was still fully charged since it hadn't been used after being bought. Qin Zhao went online and browsed news related to literature, wanting to know what type of articles he should write. As he was reading, Qin Zhao unintentionally clicked on a web novel website, Tomato Novel Network. Qin Zhao had heard of Tomato Novel Network a few days ago. It was the largest domestic novel website in this world, with over 30 million active users every day. Other web novel websites were pitifully small, and their combined scale was still smaller than Tomato Novel Network. If there is a place in this world with the most and highest quality online novels, it is Tomato Novel Network. There is no competition. Qin Zhao suddenly had a brilliant idea. Why not write a web novel himself? Qin Zhao had read many web novels in his previous life and could be considered an old bookworm. He was familiar with the routines, plot points, pacing, and storylines of many web novels. However, that alone was not enough. He needed to understand the development of web novels in this world. In other words, what was popular in the web novel market. Qin Zhao opened the ranking list of Tomato Novel Network and started reading from the first book. He read the first 30,000 characters of the beginning, then skipped to the middle and read another 30,000 characters, and finally skipped to the end and read the last 30,000 characters. He considered that book finished and moved on to the second one. This process seemed endless, and he spent the whole day without studying, reading more than 30 books from beginning to end. His hands were sore and his eyes hurt. This work Qin Zhao was doing was called scanning the rankings, a task that all web novel writers would do. Before starting a new book, they would roughly read the highly ranked books on the list, studying the plot settings, pacing, exciting points, and writing structure of popular books. This way, they would have a good understanding of what readers liked to read at the current stage. It was like martial artists in the past who wanted to master exceptional martial arts. They would visit different sects to observe and learn various techniques, then incorporate the strengths of each. In simpler terms, it was a process of learning from excellent peers. Su Lanlan didn't know that Qin Zhao was scanning the rankings to write web novels. All she saw was Qin Zhao reading novels on his phone all day. Su Lanlan was shocked and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you studying? Are you addicted to web novels?" Qin Zhao shook his head and said, "I'm doing something important." Su Lanlan pouted and thought, "What important thing is reading novels? You're just making excuses." After reading novels all day, when school was over, Qin Zhao returned the phone to Su Lanlan with a slight smile on his face. After scanning dozens of books, Qin Zhao had a general understanding of the web novel situation in this world. In summary, it was very primitive. It was similar to the web novels in his previous world around 2002, with many genres and plot devices yet to appear, and many fixed formulas and writing styles not yet seen. Most authors just wrote without much thought, or they leaned heavily towards traditional classics. As long as the word count was high enough, they could attract a group of readers. After understanding this situation, Chen Zhao was extremely excited. On the way home, he had a meaningful smile on his face the whole time. The web novels in this world were still very primitive, but the web novels he had experienced had gone through a long period of development and reached a very high level. As long as he took out the web novels from his previous world and threw them into this world, bam, it would definitely be mind-blowing. Of course, he couldn't achieve a 100% replication of the popular books from his previous world, but even if he could replicate half of it, he would probably gain a lot of fans. When he got home, Chen Zhao turned on his computer, casually live-streamed for a while, and then quickly ended the broadcast. He opened Word and started writing web novels. Which one should he write first? Chen Zhao thought for a moment and decided not to release his top-notch web novels right away. He planned to spend some time developing in the web novel world. If he started with his best work and then continuously declined, he would lose fans. At the beginning, it would be better to release a mediocre web novel. Although it was considered mediocre in his previous world, in this world with extremely backward web novel development, it would become a top masterpiece. Chen Zhao placed his hands on the keyboard and typed the title, "My Avatar is Printed on the Dollar Bill." This book was the last web novel Chen Zhao had read in his previous life. It was just average, not good but not bad either. The reason for choosing this book is twofold. First, it aligns with my own plan, which is to release a general online novel. Second, the memories of this book are still relatively clear, so I can roughly rewrite it. Although many online novels I've read are also suitable, I've read them for too long and almost forgotten them. Chen Zhao recalled the approximate beginning and began typing on the keyboard. After his intelligence improved, Chen Zhao's typing speed became extremely fast. Coupled with not needing to come up with the plot himself, only needing to recall it, he managed to type over 7,000 words in just 1 hour. His typing speed was simply astonishing. The submission requirement for Tomato Novel website is a minimum of 20,000 words, but he only had 7,000 words. Chen Zhao drank a cup of tea, stretched lazily, and continued typing on the keyboard. After the second hour, he clearly felt tired. His fingers were sore, and his mind was a bit exhausted. He only managed to write 5,000 words. With 7,000 plus 5,000, he now had a total of 12,000 words. He still needed 8,000 more words. Chen Zhao hesitated for a moment but decided to stay up late. He typed on the keyboard for another 2 hours and managed to write those 8,000 words. Then he packaged the 20,000 words and attached a book introduction, outline, and plot design, creating a complete file. This was the final product for submission. Chen Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, finally finishing the manuscript. He didn't expect that even writing the beginning would be so exhausting. Writing seemed like a mental activity, but only when you tried it did you realize it was physically demanding. The next step was to choose an editor to work with. Chen Zhao opened the submission page of Tomato Novel website, where there were over a dozen editors' QQ numbers. The editors used pen names instead of their real names, such as Fox, Bamboo, Hippo, Cashew, Tang Yuan. From these pen names, it was impossible to tell anything. Chen Zhao was momentarily confused, unsure which editor to choose. They all seemed similar. They were either plants, animals, or food. It was impossible to tell their gender. But he couldn't just randomly pick one. After all, the editor was very important to an author. A good editor could provide better advice and support. After hesitating for a while, Chen Zhao decided to use a scientific method to solve the editor selection issue. First, he found a blank piece of paper. Then, he tore out several pieces of paper of the same size. He wrote the name of each editor on a piece of paper, crumpled them all into small balls, and put them in a box, shaking it around. Yes, Chen Zhao's method was to draw lots. He opened the box, unable to distinguish which ball was which anymore, as they were all mixed up. Chen Zhao silently prayed, then picked a ball of paper and opened it. Axe, this editor's name was quite violent and masculine, probably a tough guy. Chen Zhao felt a slight resistance because he still preferred to work with a pretty female editor. But since he drew the lot and got this one, he couldn't go against fate. He noted down Axe's QQ number and sent the prepared manuscript to his email. Now, he had to wait for the result. If Axe thought the beginning was good enough to sign a contract, he would reply to the email. It was already late, and Axe was probably asleep. Moreover, editors received hundreds or even thousands of submissions every day, so it would probably take several days for Axe to read his manuscript. Chen Zhao quickly freshened up and went to bed. The next day, he brought his phone to school, just in case there was any news to receive immediately. He thought it would take at least 2 more days to get a result for his manuscript. He brought his phone just as a precaution. However, he didn't expect to receive an email during lunchtime. The email was short and unbelievable. "Okay, send the book." Just 5 words, and the sender was Axe. Chen Zhao confirmed it repeatedly before finally believing that this was Axe's reply to his novel submission. A feeling of ecstasy surged up. Sure enough, the web novel from my previous life was recognized by the editor in this world. Chen Zhao had already opened an account on Tomato Novel website and immediately used his phone to operate it. He created a new book in the background, entered the title "My Avatar is Printed on the Dollar," and started uploading chapters. He copied and pasted the manuscript stored in his phone, copying and uploading 1 chapter at a time. He uploaded 10 chapters in one go, including the 20,000 words he wrote last night. Before he could even exit the upload interface, he received a message in the background, a contract offer from the website. The so-called contract offer from the website was an industry term in the web novel world, meaning an invitation to sign a contract received through the backstage messaging system for novel creation. Chen Zhao opened the message, and inside was an exclusive agreement for literary works. The contract process in this world was quite advanced, as it could be signed online. Chen Zhao followed the instructions step by step and completed the signing process. He looked at the yellow V symbol added to the bottom right corner of his account, indicating that he had officially become a contracted author of Tomato Novel website. Chen Zhao opened the Tomato Novel app on his phone and searched for "My Avatar is Printed on the Dollar." As expected, he could already find it. Since it was a new book, it didn't have a cover yet, just simple black text on a white background. And since it had just been uploaded 2 minutes ago, no one had clicked to read it yet. There were no readers, ratings, or rewards. All the data was 0. Chen Zhao put away his phone, finished eating, and returned to the classroom to study. Writing a book couldn't be rushed, it had to be done slowly. He planned to write the novel after going home in the evening and focus on studying during the day. The national subject competition finals were coming up soon, and Chen Zhao still had a lot of pressure to review. Once he started studying, he forgot about time and did problems until the evening after school. When he got home, as usual, he turned on the computer and casually live-streamed a game. Chen Zhao's fans were very emotional, and Zayazuzu's emotions were also intense. They said that Chen Zhao's live streaming time was getting shorter and he seemed disinterested. Chen Zhao chuckled and didn't explain anything. He was busy with the competition and writing the novel. Who had time for live streaming? He closed the live streaming room, opened Word, and started writing the novel. The keyboard clacked as Chen Zhao's fingers flew, and lines of web novel appeared on the computer screen. He remembered the beginning of the novel very clearly, so it was effortless to write. He didn't need to think too much, he just kept typing. After an hour, 4,000 words were done. Dividing it into 2 chapters, he sent them to the author's backstage and clicked to publish the chapters. After publishing, Chen Zhao suddenly wanted to see if his book had any readers, so he opened the Tomato Novel app on his phone. He was in for a surprise. In the morning, all the data was 0, but now there were numbers, and more than expected. Number of readers, 688. Number of ratings, 263. Book rating, 9 points. When Chen Zhao saw the book rating, he felt excited. The book rating was based on the reader's progress, so if most readers could finish the book, the rating would be higher. If most readers couldn't finish it and only read a few pages before leaving, the book rating would be very low. Now the book rating was 9 points, which meant a very high percentage of readers had read it seriously. In other words, Chen Zhao's writing was decent, and readers loved it. There were already some book reviews, and Chen Zhao eagerly read them. Emperor Hanwu, this book feels okay, but the word count is a bit low. I read it in one go. Added to my bookshelf. Write more words, please. Backhand 1,000 Years Kill. I was attracted by the title of the book. It's silly, and I like it. Dragon Husband Mountain Spring, very good. Absolutely good. Very, very good. Tissue, it looks different from other books, but it's quite interesting to read. I've bookmarked it. Before, Chen Zhao was worried that the web novels from his previous world would not be well received here, but now it seems that there is no such problem at all. The web novels that were popular in that world are still popular in this world. And because the web novel standards in this world are relatively low, they are even more popular. As long as the readers can continue reading and there are stable updates, that's enough. With the praise from readers, Chen Zhao felt motivated and spent another 40 minutes writing another chapter. Then he went to bed. In the blink of an eye, it was already the weekend, and the novel Chen Zhao serialized on Tomato Novel website had reached 50,000 words. With plenty of time on the weekend, Chen Zhao decided to save some drafts. After finishing breakfast in the morning, Chen Zhao sat in front of the computer and started typing. He typed continuously for 5 hours straight. During these 5 hours, Chen Zhao was in a highly focused state, without drinking water, eating anything, or even going to the bathroom. Except for occasionally pausing to think about the plot, most of the time was spent concentrating on typing. After 5 hours, he was completely exhausted. His back and waist were sore, his fingers were weak, and he felt dizzy and short of breath. Despite being tired, the results were still good. He wrote 10 chapters, totaling 20,000 words, in the morning. Chen Zhao had been updating 2 chapters, 4,000 words each, every day. 20,000 words were enough for 5 days of updates. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about Monday to Friday of the following week and could focus on preparing for the national finals. He ordered some pan-fried dumplings for lunch, wolfed them down, and then continued typing. In the afternoon, he worked for another 5 hours straight. He wrote another 20,000 words. However, because of physical exhaustion, Chen Zhao clearly felt that the quality of the afternoon's writing was not as good as the morning's. In order to satisfy the readers, after finishing dinner in the evening, Chen Zhao spent another 2 hours revising the afternoon's writing. Finally, he read through it once and felt it was almost done. Should he release more chapters? Without hesitation, Chen Zhao uploaded 5 chapters at once. At the same time, in a certain author group on Tomato Novel website. This author group had been established for a long time, but there were not many members, only 366 people. They were all top-tier gods who had achieved good results on Tomato Novel website. The gods gathered together and chatted from time to time, exchanging information. Suddenly, someone spoke up in the group, Lonely Fallen Leaf, there's a book on the new book rankings that's doing really well, have you guys seen it? Frog Prince, is it my avatar printed on the dollar bill? Lonely Fallen Leaf, yes, in just 1 week, it has gone from being ranked over 500 on the new book rankings to 101. I've never seen such speed before. Dragon, well, it's terrifying. When I started a new book, it took me a month to climb from the bottom to around 100. This new book achieved it in just 1 week. It's really scary. Heart Thief, I've read that book. It's completely devoid of substance, no literary value at all, not even a pun or reference. It's just like talking. I guess it's only climbing the new book rankings quickly because of its fast updates and intimidating title. Artilleryman, that's right, it's a trash book. It doesn't even have long paragraphs, just bits and pieces of short paragraphs, sometimes even just 1 sentence per paragraph. I guess the title is just meant to deceive people, and with fast updates, that book seems to update 4,000 words a day, while we take 3 or 4 days to update this much. The author probably has saved drafts to refresh the rankings. One hit kill, it's like a middle school student's composition, just with a catchy title. Readers take a quick look and realize it's a bad book, so they quickly leave and won't continue reading. Isn't there a list correction today? It will probably drop quickly. The group of famous authors discussed animatedly, and most of them thought that Chen Zhao's book was terrible and its high ranking on the new book list was due to luck. Every time the weekend came, Tomato Novel website would review the rankings, promoting books with good data and demoting those with poor data. I estimate that once the rankings are finalized, we will see a drastic drop in the ranking of my avatar as printed on the dollar bill. Heartthrob Thief, it should drop to around 300th place. Gunner, 300th place? I'm afraid it will drop directly to 500th place and fall off the new book list. How can such a poorly written book without literary value still be on the list? It's a joke. One hit kill, in any case, it will definitely drop. The rankings have been refreshed at midnight for the past few weeks. It's already 11:50, let's wait until midnight. Chen Zhao is also paying attention to the new book list. He knows that there will be a major adjustment every weekend. Today, he wrote over 10,000 words in one go, hoping to climb higher on the new book list. The higher he climbs, the greater the benefits for his book. Suddenly, a small red circle appeared on the author's backstage on the computer, indicating a new message. Chen Zhao opened the message, which was very short, please add the editor's QQ as soon as possible to discuss matters related to the new book. Chen Zhao suddenly remembered that he hadn't added the editor's QQ yet. He had only submitted his work to the email, but daily communication couldn't be done through email. He found the editor's QQ and sent a friend request. The friend verification question was, please enter your pen name and book title. Chen Zhao entered Chen Zhao, my avatar is printed on the dollar bill, and clicked submit. After waiting for just 2 minutes, the friend verification was approved. Just after adding the friend, the editor sent a message, the new book is good, it's climbing the rankings. You can make a lot of money from it. Don't plagiarize or imitate, write well. Chen Zhao was ecstatic to receive praise from the editor, which meant that the book was really good. But what does it mean to climb the rankings? Okay, thank you, editor, Chen Zhao replied. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight. The new book list should have been updated. Shen Zhao opened the Tomato Novel app on his phone to check the data for his book. Number of readers, 3,876. Number of ratings, 788. Book rating, 9.1. The number of readers and ratings had increased significantly, and the book rating had also increased by 0.1. It seemed that the book's data was improving. This was a good sign. Shen Zhao exited his books page and went to the homepage of the Tomato Novel website to check the rankings. He wanted to know if his book had moved up or down on the new book list. Oh my god! Shen Zhao suddenly exclaimed. First place on the new book list. Shen Zhao was shocked. As soon as he opened the rankings page, he saw his own book ranked first on the new book list. This was terrifying. It was only 101st place on the new book list this morning, but with just one refresh in the evening, it had jumped to first place. The speed of progress was like riding a rocket. Shen Zhao refreshed the page several times to confirm that his book was indeed in first place on the new book list. He suddenly remembered his conversation with editor Axe earlier. Axe had said that he was climbing the rankings. At that time, he didn't understand, but now he realized what it meant. After all, editors could see a lot of backstage data and could know the situation of the book in advance. Axe should have already known that "My avatar is printed on the dollar bill" would rank first on the new book list. Shen Zhao was excited, but there was someone even more excited than him. In the group chat for top authors, it was already buzzing. Lonely Fallen Leaf, the rankings have been refreshed. My new book has risen to 20th place. Frog Prince, congratulations. Fallen Leaf, you're about to dominate the rankings. Don't forget us when you become rich and famous. Longjing, oh my god, look at the top of the list. My avatar is printed on the dollar bill has shot to the top. Heartthrob Thief? Heartthrob Thief, what's going on? How did this terrible book reach the top? Gunner, oh my god, what the hell is happening? How did this trashy book not drop and even reach the top? One hit kill, it must be a mistake in the data. I've already submitted a request to recheck the data. If this book can reach the top of the new book list, I'll eat my computer screen. Heart Thief, that's right, it must be a problem with the back-end data. Let's wait and see. Longjing, it's not impossible. The back-end data has been wrong before. The book My Avatar is printed on the dollar has only been written for a week, and there hasn't been a precedent of a new book topping the charts in a week. Several famous authors think that it's because of the website's data statistics error that My Avatar is printed on the dollar became the number one on the new book chart. We have already appealed, so we just have to wait for the results. If nothing unexpected happens, we will receive a notification from the website in a few minutes, saying that there was a data error and the rankings have been updated. However, after waiting for a few minutes, a message was sent to the group with a shocked expression. We're in trouble, said the message. What happened? Did the results come out? Heart Thief asked anxiously. Is it because of a data statistics error? When will the rankings be updated? No, replied the message. No? Heart Thief couldn't believe it. What do you mean? The message said, the data is correct. My Avatar is printed on the dollar is indeed the best performing book among the new books. So it directly jumped to number one on the new book chart. Heart Thief said, this. How is that possible? Longjing said, although it's hard to believe, the book has received overwhelmingly positive reviews. The positive review rate is even higher than our books. The message said, damn, I won't say anything. I'm starting to eat my computer screen. I hope I don't get constipated tomorrow morning. Sunday was a whole day of writing. Topping the new book chart made Shen Zhao excited, so he didn't feel tired at all while writing. On Sunday morning, he wrote 10 chapters, totaling 20,000 words, in 5 hours. In the afternoon, he wrote 9 chapters, totaling 18,000 words, in another 5 hours. In the evening, he wrote 1 more chapter. In one day, he wrote a total of 20 chapters, totaling 40,000 words. Shen Zhao gritted his teeth. He was now number one on the new book chart. He had to celebrate this achievement by releasing more chapters. He copied, pasted, and published the chapters frantically. It took him more than 5 minutes to upload all 40,000 words to the author's backend and publish them. Just 2 minutes after publishing, Shen Zhao received a message from the editor, Axe, wow, you have enough drafts. Your book has reached 100,000 words. We will soon give it a recommendation spot, and you can start making money. Will you choose the paid subscription model or the free ad model? Shen Zhao was stunned and began to hesitate. There are 2 ways for online novels to make money, paid subscriptions and free ads. In the paid subscription model, the first several tens of thousands of words are usually free for readers. If readers want to continue reading, they need to pay. The usual price is 3 cents per 1,000 words. The more subscribers there are, the more money the author can earn. On the other hand, the free ad model doesn't require readers to pay for subscriptions. Instead, advertisements are inserted in the middle of chapters. The more ads readers see, the more the advertisers pay the author. After thinking for a while, Chen Zhao decided to choose the free ad model because many readers are students with limited pocket money. It's better to let advertisers pay than to ask readers to spend money. Let's go with the free ad model, Chen Zhao typed and sent it to Axe. Okay, Axe replied simply. Chen Zhao checked the rules for new book recommendations on the Tomato Novel website. When a new book reaches 100,000 words, it will be featured in the recommendation section, exposed to a large number of readers. Then, based on how many readers read the book, the frequency of recommendations will be adjusted. For example, if Chen Zhao's book is initially shown to 10 readers and 8 of them finish reading it and most of the readers like it, then it may be shown to 100 readers next. But if Chen Zhao's book is shown to 10 readers at the beginning, and only 1 reader finishes it, then the recommendation may stop. Chen Zhao suddenly feels very nervous. Not many people have read the first 100,000 words of the new book, so it's not very convincing whether it's good or not. Only after the recommendation starts can the quality of the book be tested. Some books, after being recommended, have their ratings plummet and then they fail. But there are also books that, after being recommended, start to attract a snowball-like increase in readership, quickly gaining hundreds of thousands of fans. Axe sends another message. The early data for your book is quite good, but the writing is indeed a bit too simple. After being recommended, the number of readers may increase, but it's very likely that the ratings will plummet. I'll send you a list of books that were recommended at the same time as yours, which are your competitors. You can pay attention to their score changes. If your book's score can be higher than theirs, then it can be considered a success. However, the probability is not high. Like I said, the quality of your book is average, and the language is too simple. Practice more, and it will get better in the future. Chen Zhao is stunned. He didn't expect to receive such an evaluation. Does the editor actually not have much confidence in his book?